Chapter 1. The Family System, the 5-Star Beauty A Yin. Master, the betrothal gifts have been prepared. Shall we send them to the Shui family now? In Tianshui City, at the Tianshui branch of the Spirit Hall, standing respectfully beside the master, Qian Yunxiao, was Yang Lang, the vice master, reporting on his duties. Yang Lang, a soul saint of level 73, wielded the spirit of the ice snow demon wolf. The towering figure before him was none other than Qian Olia's second son, Qian Yunxiao, known as the title Douluo, the Butcher. Seated upon the throne of the Tianshui branch, Qian Yunxiao was lost in thought. He had traversed realms, becoming the son of Qian Douluo. Initially, he believed he had transformed into the wretched Qian Yunxiao. To his astonishment, he had assumed the role of a character not present in the original narrative, the second son of Qian Douluo, 3 years younger than the detestable Qian Yunxiao. As a transmigrator and heir of the exalted Spirit Hall, Qian Yunxiao had anticipated an effortless path to dominance over the entire Douluo Continent. After all, this was merely a low-level realm. Not only was he a transmigrator, but he was also born into the pinnacle power of the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall. It was inconceivable that he would not ascend to supremacy. Yet, unexpectedly, he had faltered at the very outset. In the contest for the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Yunxiao had faced defeat. This was due to Qian Zunji's recent acquisition of an extraordinary genius as a disciple. That disciple was Bibi Dong, a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power and dual supreme beast spirits. Qian Yunxiao had tirelessly sought Bibi Dong, hoping to claim her as his own disciple first. Regrettably, the information about Bibi Dong was exceedingly scarce, and he could not locate her. Ultimately, he was outpaced by Qian Yunxiao. With such an unparalleled genius as his disciple, Qian Zunji's status within the Spirit Hall soared above that of Qian Yunxiao. In the competition for the Pope's position, Qian Yunxiao had suffered defeat. As a consequence of this failure, he was dispatched to the borders, appointed as the master of the Tianshui branch of the Spirit Hall. Individuals possessing angel spirits were exceedingly rare. Each one was cherished by the Qian family. Thus, even though Qian Yunxiao had failed in his pursuit of the Pope's position, he faced no imminent peril to his life. At least until Qian Daolia's demise, he remained safe, for Qian Yunxiao dared not lay a hand on him. Having faced defeat, Qian Yunxiao resolved to marry and bear children. Without a sufficient number of offspring, whom would Dugu Boss inheritance benefit? His students? Examples like Bibi Dong and Tang Sin demonstrated that students were often unreliable. In the Douluo Continent, achieving divinity was arduous. Even title Douluo had a mere lifespan of around 100 years. At 30 years of age, with a soul power of 78, Qian Yunxiao indeed found himself at the age for marrying and starting a family. He could not remain solitary for a lifetime, could he? The object of his desire was Shui Yulan, the mother of Shui Binger, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tianshui City. Alas, Qian Yunxiao had arrived in the Douluo Continent too early. Most of the famed beauties were yet to be born. During this period, apart from Poseidon and Bibi Dong, there were scarcely any notable female characters. Moreover, Poseidon was not someone Qian Yunxiao could pursue at this time. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao had not yet fully resolved his determination. If he married Shui Yulan, what would become of Shui Binger? He genuinely harbored affection for the girl. He could not let a moment of impulse lead to her parting ways with this world. I shall take a stroll and ponder further. With his heart heavy with indecision, Qian Yunxiao exited the Spirit Hall. What is this? Suddenly, Qian Yunxiao questioned whether he was seeing things. He discovered that everyone around him now bore labels above their heads. For instance, the head of the guards at the Tianshui branch of the Spirit Hall, a sole respect of level 37, had a star above his head. Beneath that star were 3 additional labels: stubborn, diligent, upright. This was an occurrence Qian Yunxiao had never encountered before. Soon, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Was this his golden finger? He stepped aside and whispered, "System?" Alas, this golden finger offered no response. Could it be that this golden finger was solely capable of providing him with such hints? That held little significance. In the realm of Douluo, Qian Yunxiao already knew all that he needed to know. In an instant, The initial joy of discovering his golden finger faded away. Qian Yunxiao resolved to visit Tianshui Academy to seek out any hidden talents he might encounter. As he walked through the bustling streets of Tianshui City, observing person after person adorned with a star and ordinary labels, disappointment washed over him. Ultimately, the Douluo Continent was merely a low-level realm, steeped in bloodline ideology. The number of geniuses concealed among the common populace was exceedingly scant. What is this? Just as Qian Yunxiao lamented the lack of exceptional individuals in this generation, a brilliant light flashed before him, nearly blinding him. 5 stars. It was indeed a 5-star gem. Such an existence in Tianshui City? Not only was it 5 stars, but the woman also bore astonishing labels beneath her. The most beautiful spirit beast of Douluo. The third most beautiful woman of Douluo. Highly fertile body. Faithful and loyal. Virtuous wife and loving mother. Frugal and diligent. Gentle as jade. Pure and immaculate. A series of labels left Qian Yunxiao utterly dazzled. Could such a person truly exist? Is this A Yin? How did A Yin arrive in Tianshui City? Based on the labels and the sight of the woman before him, with waist-length sky-blue hair. Her attire appeared rather unremarkable, yet on her, it exuded an unparalleled purity. She resembled a celestial maiden emerging from a dream. In comparison, Shui Yulan, hailed as the first beauty of Tianshui City, seemed to pale in comparison. The third most beautiful woman of Douluo, undoubtedly deserving. It seems A Yin has yet to encounter the tang, how brother's fortune favors me. Qian Yunxiao had not been averse to the idea of encountering A Yin, he simply lacked the opportunity. He had ventured to the blue-silver forest previously, but alas, he had missed A Yin. Now, it seemed that such a figure had serendipitously appeared before him. A divine gift, one he could not afford to overlook. Upon detecting the 5-star beauty card, the family system activated. Host, Qian Yunxiao. Family members, 1. Family evaluation. A minuscule family on the brink of extinction. Family task. Acquire a wife 5 stars or above. Activate the beauty cultivation system. Family task. Bear a child. Activate the child cultivation system. Family task. Bear a pair of offspring. Activate the family mall. As Qian Yunxiao contemplated how to approach A Yin, a voice resonated in his mind, leaving him overjoyed. The more family members the family system has, the stronger I will become. After a brief understanding, Qian Yunxiao grasped the purpose of his system. This system aimed to establish a new force centered around Qian Yunxiao. The more formidable his family became, the greater the rewards bestowed upon him. Due to the system, Qian Yunxiao's father, Qian Douluo, and that detestable elder brother, Qian Yunxiao, did not belong to his family. This was already quite straightforward. At that moment, A Yin, who was purchasing adornments in Tianshui City, sensed that someone seemed to be watching her. Turning around, she spotted Qian Yunxiao standing behind her. As a descendant of the angel god, Qian Yunxiao was undeniably handsome and charming. With a tall stature and an exquisitely refined face, he was the most striking man A Yin had ever encountered since her arrival in the human world. This made A Yin feel bashful. Lowering her head, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly stepped away. What exquisite, watery skin! Observing A Yin's departure, Qian Yunxiao could not help but marvel. A Yin's true form was blue silvergrass, adept at absorbing moisture. Her supple skin was perfectly natural. Originally, Qian Yunxiao intended to propose to the Shui family. However, now he had changed his mind. Chapter 2. A Yin, I have delivered you to your doorstep. Please sign for it. Miss, please hold on. A Yin was quite cunning if she were to flee just like that. It would be challenging for Qian Yunxiao to encounter her again. Thus, as A Yin prepared to depart, Qian Yunxiao hurriedly called out to retain her. This only heightened A Yin's nervousness. She dared not look at the towering and imposing Qian Yunxiao, appearing flustered like a startled rabbit, stammering, "What do you want?" Qian Yunxiao approached A Yin, gazing down at the beauty who stood a head shorter than him, and gently smiled. "Miss, I see you are young yet already possess a cultivation of level 50. You are truly a rare talent. Would you consider joining my spirit hall? We shall provide you with our utmost support." At present, Yin had not yet reached level 70 and had not fully transformed into a human. However, at merely 20-some years of age, possessing level 50 cultivation was an extraordinary gift. Tentasanir soul beasts were indeed formidable. Few humans could rival them in talent. Qian Yunxiao's invitation nearly left A Yin in shock. Though she was a soul beast, she was well aware of the Spirit Hall's formidable reputation. The most powerful organization among humans, reputed to house a double-digit number of titled Douluo. Joining the Spirit Hall, A Yin envisioned a scene. A plump little lamb willingly presenting itself before a pack of hungry wolves at a group of soul Douluo, their eyes fixated on her decade-long soul ring, wore malevolent smiles. How could she possibly be so naive? I beg your pardon. Two do not wish to join the Spirit Hall. I am truly sorry. Ayin understood that the handsome man before her had her best interests at heart, intending only to help her grow stronger. Yet, joining the Spirit Hall was utterly out of the question for her. Her refusal was anticipated by Qian Yunxiao, but he did not relent, pressing on with, "May I inquire about your reasons?" Providing a rationale to Qian Yunxiao was something Ayin knew she could not accomplish. At that moment, she felt thoroughly distressed. The ordinary onlookers surrounding them seized the opportunity to voice their opinions. "Miss, the Spirit Hall is a sacred place in the hearts of countless soul masters. To be invited by the Hall Master is a dream come true. You should join." Indeed, Hall Master Qian is a good man. After arriving in our Tianshui city, he ensured that every child from Tianshui could graduate safely. Following him would be a wise choice. When my child graduates, I too shall encourage him to follow in the Hall Master's footsteps and contribute to the continent. The murmurs from the crowd left Ayin at a loss for words. The blue-silver grass was a peculiar species, easily entangled with even the slightest provocation. Ayin found herself in such a state, her hands clasped tightly together, betraying her nervousness. Based on the words of the crowd, she speculated that Qian Yunxiao might indeed be a good person. But she absolutely could not join the Spirit Hall. "Everyone, let us not pressure this young lady. I am certain she has her reasons. Let this matter rest here," Qian Yunxiao interjected, taken aback by the enthusiasm of the ordinary citizens. Noticing Ayin's distress, as she appeared on the brink of tears, he swiftly took charge. As he spoke, the nearby soul masters fell silent. Qian Yunxiao produced a token and said, "Miss, this is the elder token of our Spirit Hall. With this, you can contact me directly at any Spirit Hall across the continent. Whenever you come to a decision, you may seek me out. I shall always await your arrival." As the son of Qian Douluo, possessing an elder token was quite customary. There was no need to rush. Patience was key. After delivering his words, Qian Yunxiao turned to leave, leaving Ayin bewildered. The elder token in her hand felt unusually weighty. Returning to her modest hotel room in a daze, Ayin gazed at the elder token, contemplating a reckless notion. Should she venture to the Spirit Hall and see what awaited her? Ayin was inherently adventurous otherwise. She would not have chosen to transform and come to the human realm. She mused. The Spirit Hall branch in Tianshui City did not house any soul Douluo entities. As long as she avoided the main Spirit Hall, could there truly be any repercussions? While Ayin grappled with her thoughts, Qian Yunxiao was already mobilizing the soul masters of Tianshui City. The city's exit was under his vigilant watch. Qian Yunxiao presented Ayin with two choices, a toast or a penalty. The toast entailed Ayin voluntarily coming to the Spirit Hall, willingly offering herself. In this scenario, Qian Yunxiao would pursue a strategy of gentle persuasion. The penalty, on the other hand, meant forcibly bringing Ayin back. As a significant figure within the Spirit Hall, it was entirely reasonable to capture soul beasts. Was it not logical to confine soul beasts within cages? To discipline them with a whip? Of course, Qian Yunxiao would not sully his hands directly. He would employ other forces to apprehend Ayin, maneuvering from the shadows. He was quite curious to see what choice Ayin would ultimately make. The following day, the outcome left Qian Yunxiao profoundly satisfied. Ayin had come to him of her own accord. In a word, she had thrown herself into the net. "Miss, the Spirit Hall warmly welcomes your joining." Qian Yunxiao's heart raced with excitement. Ayin had become the woman he longed for. In his eyes, she surpassed the likes of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulayina by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it was due to Qian Yunxiao having reached adulthood. His thoughts now aligned with those of a mature individual. Despite his exhilaration, Qian Yunxiao remained composed. Approaching A Yin, he extended a welcoming invitation to the spirit hall. In preparation for A Yin's arrival, Qian Yunxiao had made numerous arrangements. At the very least, the spirit hall had been decorated to provide a fresh atmosphere for her. To this steady man, A Yin sensed an air of distinction that set him apart from all the other humans she had encountered. "Miss, may I inquire your name?" After guiding A Yin to a seat within the spirit hall, Qian Yunxiao commenced his act. In a hushed tone, A Yin replied, "Honorable Hall Master, you may call me A Yin." She was the blue silvergrass, without parents or anyone to name her. Upon arriving in the human world and realizing this, she had chosen the name A Yin for herself. Qian Yunxiao expressed admiration for her name before continuing, "Ah, A Yin, your strength qualifies you to serve as the third elder of our Tianshui City Spirit Hall. Should you prefer, I can also recommend you to Tianshui Academy as a teacher. I believe you are aware that the academy is filled with individuals like yourself." A Yin nodded, stating, "Two would still prefer to join the Spirit Hall. If one were to join Tianshui Academy, A Yin would have done so long ago." She contemplated that becoming a member of the Spirit Hall would indeed be highly beneficial for her. After all, the Spirit Hall possesses the most comprehensive resources regarding soul beasts. "Well, henceforth you shall be our third elder of the Spirit Hall, with a monthly salary of 1,000 gold soul coins, in addition to various other perks." Qian Yunxiao did not expect that A Yin would join the Spirit Hall so effortlessly. He briefly mentioned the advantages A Yin would gain. However, the sacrifices that A Yin would need to make were conveyed in a rather ambiguous manner by Qian Yunxiao. Chapter 3, A Yin, not too excessive, yet excessive, after A Yin's accession to the Spirit Hall. Qian Yunxiao would daily take advantage of his position as the master of the Spirit Hall. Under various pretexts, he would discreetly accompany A Yin to engage in certain activities, all under the guise of familiarizing her with the Spirit Hall, perhaps due to her inherent disposition. A Yin's compliance could also be attributed to Qian Yunxiao's considerate and affable nature. The bond between Qian Yunxiao and A Yin has been steadily strengthening. In the realm of humanity, A Yin finds herself devoid of friends. Qian Yunxiao is A Yin's first friend. A Yin, it is time for our Spirit Hall's annual event where we awaken the spirits of the children from the nearby villages. Would you care to join me in witnessing this? Qian Yunxiao's current endeavor is to cultivate a deeper affection with A Yin. Unlike the brutish behavior exhibited by Qian Xuanji, Qian Yunxiao would never stoop to such depths. A Yin, being a woman of restless spirit, has endured the solitude of the blue-silver forest for millennia. Now, she seeks only to revel in the wonders of the vast world. Are we to test martial spirits? I shall accompany you. A Yin's curiosity for this novel experience led her to readily accept Qian Yunxiao's invitation. Then let us embark together. In truth, the task of assessing the children's martial spirits did not necessitate the involvement of a lord such as Qian Yunxiao. It could have been delegated to a steward of the great soul master rank. Furthermore, such matters were typically overseen by the Martial Spirit Hall in the small town, which the Tianshui City Martial Spirit Hall would hardly concern itself with. However, due to Qian Yunxiao's undertaking of a special mission, several villages were designated for him to manage personally. A Yin, shall we engage in a friendly competition? As they journeyed towards a place known as Shuelua village, Qian Yunxiao initiated a conversation with A Yin, who was quietly gazing out of the carriage window, lost in the beauty of the scenery. Qian Yunxiao's words drew her thoughts back, and she turned to Qian Yunxiao, asking, "My lord, what would you like to compare with me?" Qian Yunxiao articulated her intentions. "Upon our arrival at Shuelua village, we shall each take responsibility for half of the children, and see who can identify the greatest number of those capable of cultivation. What do you think?" This proposition was rather novel for A Yin, who readily acquiesced. "Very well. My lord, I shall compete with you, but what shall be the consequences of victory and defeat?" A Yin, being a young lady, exhibited a playful innocence that was quite endearing. In truth, this behavior is not surprising. In the original narrative, A Yin had already given birth and transitioned into a matronly role, yet remnants of her youthful spirit lingered. It is worth noting that she is still in the tender phase of girlhood. Qian Yunxiao never anticipated that A Yin would take the initiative to propose a wager. This little girl is surely in for a predicament. Qian Yunxiao possesses a remarkable tagging system. It enables him to deduce whether a child possesses a martial soul and their potential for cultivation based on the labels assigned to them. A Yin, you are destined to lose. With this thought, Qian Yunxiao brimmed with confidence. To avoid being accused of bullying the weak, let the stakes be determined by you. A Yin, do inform the Lord. Should you emerge victorious, what is it that you desire, or what would you have me do? To be frank, Qian Yunxiao was genuinely curious about the nature of A Yin's wish. This inquiry left A Yin momentarily speechless, as she found herself at a loss for what to request. There is no rush. We have nearly half an hour's journey to Shuelua village ahead of us. Qian Yunxiao appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, A Yin candidly expressed her desire. I wish for you, the palace master, to accompany me to the far north. I am quite curious about the soul beasts that dwell there, yet I fear venturing alone. Indeed, her longing to explore the far north was palpable. When A Yin was still in her form as blue silvergrass, she could not embark on such a journey. After transforming into human form, her strength remained insufficient. Now, with the steadfast support of Qian Yunxiao as a cherished friend, the possibility of such an adventure seemed attainable. It is no wonder that Tang Hao frequently took his wife on excursions. Perhaps it was due to A Yin's yearning for exploration. Qian Yunxiao readily agreed. In the extreme north, there indeed exist soul beasts that have lived for 10,000 years, such as the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Formidable entities in their own right. However, merely traversing the periphery poses little issue. My lord, should you emerge victorious, what would you desire of me? After articulating her request, A Yin fixed her gaze upon Qian Yunxiao. Conditions are reciprocal, and A Yin could not be so presumptuous as to impose demands solely upon herself. Qian Yunxiao gazed intently at A Yin, his eyes ablaze with curiosity as he inquired, will you acquiesce to any demand I make? This question prompted A Yin to divert her gaze to the window, her tone laced with a playful yet defiant undertone as she replied, for excessively unreasonable requests. I may choose not to respond to the esteemed lord. She was not oblivious to the affection Qian Yunxiao harbored for her, and it left her somewhat flustered. Naturally enchanting. A Yin had previously encountered countless human soul masters who sought to exploit her. Yet, those soul masters were far too mundane, their tactics rather despicable. What of Qian Yunxiao? He is truly exceptional, a paragon of excellence in the entirety of Douluo Continent, where few can rival his capabilities. Moreover, Qian Yunxiao's character is equally commendable. Within the city of Tianshui, he is met with widespread acclaim, celebrated as a virtuous soul master. Furthermore, upon deeper acquaintance, A Yin perceives no malice in Qian Yunxiao's intentions towards her, which alleviates her initial reservations. Qian Yunxiao wore a joyful smile upon his face. Are excessively demanding requests to be disregarded? Does that imply that unreasonable demands can indeed be entertained? Remarkably, the relationship between Qian Yunxiao and A Yin has shown significant progress, justifying the 2 months he dedicated to pursuing her. In truth, courting a lady need not consume an inordinate amount of time. It is not a matter of years. If several months yield no response, it would be prudent to relinquish the endeavor. A Yin has recently arrived in the human realm and is not an insurmountable challenge. Well, I shall reserve this request for later consideration. This represents a splendid opportunity that Qian Yunxiao will not relinquish lightly. Upon arriving at Shuelua village, it was noted that there are currently 16 children poised to undergo their martial soul awakening. Shuelua village is relatively large, comprising several hundred households. This is the first occasion that formidable figures such as A Yin and Qian Yunxiao have come to assist the children in awakening their martial souls. The village chief appeared particularly anxious, deeply concerned about possibly offending esteemed guests. A Yin. The procedure for awakening the children's martial souls is as follows. Qian Yunxiao produced a soul power detection orb, along with the tools for awakening martial spirits, and provided a thorough explanation to A Yin. A Yin indicated her understanding. Now, please choose a child, she said. Qian Yunxiao upholds the principle of prioritizing women, allowing A Yin to choose the children to assist in awakening their martial souls. After some contemplation, A Yin selected all the girls. Among the 16 children, there are only 6 girls and 10 boys, reflecting a world where males outnumber females. After choosing the girls, A Yin also picked 2 rather delicate little boys. It appears that A Yin has a preference for girls. Perhaps, in the future, if A Yin has children, she will bear daughters. In truth, when A Yin exclusively chose girls, she had, in theory, already conceded defeat. This is not to suggest that females are inherently weaker than males, but rather that the higher population of males leads to a marginally greater proportion of strong individuals. Moreover, in this world, the majority of elite soul masters are male. Qian Yunxiao also observed the scene. Among the remaining 8 boys, 2 bore the insignia of, while only 1 girl achieved the same distinction. Chapter 4. A Yin, the master is exceptional. This rating of can, to some extent, signify an individual's future accomplishments and influence. A 2-star rating indicates modest success, typically correlating with a soul master rank of at least soul respect. Those guarding the martial soul hall in Tianshui City are all rated 2 stars, whereas great soul masters hold merely a single star. To attain a 3-star rating, one must reach the soul emperor level. Qian Yunxiao has yet to encounter anyone with a 4-star rating. Yang Lang, an official in the branch of the martial soul hall in Tianshui City, holds a 3-star rating. This village boasts 5 children rated at 2 stars, marking it as a commendable community, indeed a testament to Qian Yunxiao's meticulous selection. After A Yin chose these children, she employed her martial soul, blue silvergrass, to awaken their powers. Given A Yin's formidable strength, she could initiate an 8-fold awakening simultaneously for these 8 children. Regrettably, she could not gather enough for a 10-fold awakening, otherwise, a remarkable outcome might have been guaranteed. A Yin's soul power exuded a gentle and healing aura, bringing great joy to the children. As she radiated a pure, sacred light, Qian Yunxiao's gaze brimmed with admiration. A Yin also caught sight of Qian Yunxiao's appreciative look. Qian Yunxiao's gaze could not merely be one of admiration, it undoubtedly carried an undercurrent of illicit desire, albeit in a modest measure. A Yin felt that this lord of the hall harbored a possessive inclination towards her. Despite her trepidation, there lingered a flicker of anticipation within her heart. The 8 children possessed martial souls that included the snow swallow, snow cat, shovel, scythe, and blue silvergrass. Among them, the snow swallow and snow cat exhibited slightly more exceptional qualities, even though they were merely the lowest tier of beast martial souls. Yet, as long as they possessed soul power, they could embark on the path of cultivation. This outcome brought A Yin both joy and concern. Of the 8 children she had selected, 3 were capable of cultivation, while the remaining 5 were not. A Yin's nature, being not entirely human, rendered her emotions rather intricate. The smiles of these human children upon learning they could cultivate their soul power filled her with joy. However, as they grew, they would inevitably hunt soul beasts for soul rings. Did her assistance in opening the door to their cultivation not imply that she was facilitating the slaughter of her own kin? Furthermore, witnessing the despondent expressions of those children unable to cultivate made A Yin feel cruel, as if she had personally stifled their dreams. Consequently, her demeanor began to darken. Qian Yunxiao also noticed the light in his eyes. The angel martial soul manifested, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the vast world. Effortlessly, he facilitated the martial soul awakenings of the 8 children under his care, achieving results comparable to those of A Yin with her charges. Essential were the shovel, scythe, and blue silvergrass. Among the children assigned to Qian Yunxiao, one possessed exceptional talent, endowed with the martial soul of the giant eye snow ape. This martial soul is classified as a mid-tier beast soul, coupled with an innate soul power of level 4, sufficient for cultivating to a commendable realm. Clearly, in the wager with A Yin, Qian Yunxiao emerged victorious. These children capable of cultivation could eventually join the Spirit Hall branch in the nearby town or enroll in some preliminary martial soul academies for their studies. The subsequent matters were no longer a concern for Qian Yunxiao. A Yin, what troubles you? Is it the defeat to me that casts a shadow over your spirit? Upon exiting Snowfall Village, Qian Yunxiao expressed his concern for A Yin's current state. A Yin shook her head earnestly. It is the expressions of those children, unable to cultivate their soul power, that sadden me. I feel as though I have stifled their futures. A Yin indeed carried an air of compassionate savior. This was understandable, for she was destined to become the mother of all spirits in the future of Douluo Continent. Qian Yunxiao comforted. This is their destiny. Much like certain soul beasts that remain unhatched within their eggs, only to be devoured by other soul beasts. At least in the human realm, they can live in peace. A Yin understood this principle. The human world was indeed far more stable than the realm of soul beasts. I worry that after I assist those children in awakening, they may indiscriminately slaughter many soul beast lords. What are your thoughts on soul beasts? A Yin found herself inexplicably concerned about Qian Yunxiao's perspective on soul beasts. If Qian Yunxiao were to harbor a disdain for them, A Yin would choose to distance herself from him. Qian Yunxiao understood that it was time for him to make a statement. Certain words had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. He firmly believed that his performance would not pale in comparison to Tang Hao's. To the spirit beasts, especially those that abhor conflict and do not harm humans, I sincerely apologize. Other soul masters, in their pursuit of soul rings, often bring misfortune upon them. Alas, apart from my compassion and regret, I possess no other recourse. This is the law of nature. However, should I ascend to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future, I shall certainly seek ways to alter this situation. Qian Yunxiao expressed his sentiments, causing A Yin's heart to race. For the type of soul beast that Qian Yunxiao deliberately cared for was none other than her. It turned out that her lord, the esteemed palace master, was such a gentle man. Qian Yunxiao speaks with a keen sense of propriety. In truth, many individuals harbor a sense of compassion for the innocent beings who suffer harm. It is merely that this sentiment remains unexpressed. Qian Yunxiao's words indicate that he has mastered the art of restraint. He would not be foolish enough to express pity for all soul beasts, as that would come across as exceedingly hypocritical and foolish. A Yin, still uneasy, continued. If you were to encounter a soul beast of the kind you describe, kind and harmless, yet all alone and forsaken, what would you do? At the moment she posed this question, A Yin felt an intense anticipation in her heart. Qian Yunxiao understood that A Yin had already immersed herself in this situation. At this moment, providing the standard answer would yield significant rewards. Since fate had brought them together, he resolved to care for her diligently, treating her as a cherished pet or even as family. This response left A Yin with a sense of unease. Would she truly be regarded as a pet in the eyes of the esteemed hall master? If a soul beast were being pursued by formidable adversaries, ones beyond the hall master's capacity to confront, what would he do? A Yin was already quite pleased with Qian Yunxiao's answer, yet she still felt a lingering discontent. In response, Qian Yunxiao gently flicked A Yin's forehead with his finger, his expression radiating an undeniable authority. Those whom I cannot handle? A Yin. Remember this, your hall master is the most powerful being in this world. No one can take away what I protect, including you. If anyone dares to harm you, even a titled Douluo, I shall ensure their demise. The sudden shift in Qian Yunxiao's aura instilled in A Yin a desire to submit. A Yin, oh A Yin. You are a sovereign. Even if you merely command the blue silver grass, you are still a ruler. How could you find yourself in such disarray? While encouraging herself internally, A Yin softly replied, I understand, my lord. You are the greatest. She never anticipated that Qian Yunxiao would be so benevolent towards her. To stand fearless even against a titled Douluo for her sake? This sentiment left A Yin at a loss for words. Observing A Yin elegantly ascend the carriage, Qian Yunxiao's lips curled into a faint smile. It was time to execute the next plan. Title Douluo, activate. Chapter 5, My Dowry is 5 million. As the second young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Yunxiao, despite being relegated to the remote frontier of Tianshui City, is accompanied by a title Douluo for his protection. This measure is taken to ensure Qian Yunxiao's safety. The title Douluo who accompanies him is the renowned Qian Jun Douluo, wielding the spirit of the dragon staff. Currently possessing a formidable rank of 92, Qian Yunxiao intends to summon Qian Jun Douluo to instill fear in A Yin. Meanwhile, he seizes this opportunity to uncover A Yin's true identity. While he remains unperturbed by her identity, he skillfully dissuades Qian Jun Douluo, thereby safeguarding A Yin. Thus, this little enchantress will ultimately remain firmly within Qian Yunxiao's grasp. My lord, let us return. I do not wish to awaken those children any further. A Yin, unable to withstand the weight of her inner turmoil, tugs at Qian Yunxiao's heartstrings. If she cannot endure such a minor burden, how will she withstand the far greater pressures that Qian Yunxiao himself may impose upon her? Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Qian Yunxiao responded gently, showing concern for A Yin's current state. As they approached the city gates of Tianshui City, Qian Yunxiao sensed that their carriage had been halted by someone. This caused a furrow of concern to form on Qian Yunxiao's brow. One must understand that their carriage bore the insignia of an angel. In all of Tianshui City, who would dare to obstruct their path? Qian Yunxiao lifted the curtain of her carriage, and instantaneously, the reason became evident. It was she. Standing before Qian Yunxiao's carriage was a figure, an embodiment of aloofness akin to a snow mountain. However, this snow mountain seemed to be melting, as flames flickered within her gaze. Shui Yulan, emotionally detached, a delicate yet morbid disposition, harboring animosity towards men, yet not towards Qian Yunxiao, steadfastly loyal, possessing a body prone to conception, and recognized as the 11th beauty of Douluo in contemporary times. Indeed, it was Shui Yulan, accompanied by her mother, Shui Binger, who obstructed Qian Yunxiao's path. At present, Shui Yulan, merely 25 years of age, holds the rank of Soul King at level 51 and serves as the vice president of the Tianshui Academy, while her mother remains the president of the institution. The encounter between Qian Yunxiao and her mother occurred while Shui Yulan was preparing for her 5th spirit ring. Facing a formidable spirit beast, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion with a cultivation of 15,000 years. The two women found themselves in peril, targeted by a 6,000-year-old Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. It was Qian Yunxiao who intervened, successfully repelling the 5,000-year level Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, thereby sparing them from a life and death crisis. Qian Yunxiao never anticipated that Shui Yulan would also be among the renowned beauties of this generation in Douluo Continent, ranked 11th. Unfortunately, typically, the beauties listed in the top 3 are on an entirely different echelon compared to those ranked thereafter. Sister Yulan, I wonder what brings you here? Qian Yunxiao's demeanor exuded humility, and the smile upon his face never wavered. Shui Yulan, with a frosty tone, spoke up. Qian Yunxiao, I have waited for you at home for 2 months. When do you intend to marry me? Indeed, upon learning that Qian Yunxiao had come to propose, her heart brimmed with excitement. Despite her aversion to men, she found it impossible to harbor any disdain towards him. Upon realizing that Qian Yunxiao wished to wed her, the now-grown woman could not help but bounce about her room like a young girl, her face concealed by a pillow. Yet, after waiting at home, the days turned into 3 long months without a word from him. Upon inquiry, she discovered that Qian Yunxiao had been spending considerable time with another woman. In an instant, Shui Yulan understood. She had been outmaneuvered. As the most beautiful woman in Tianshui City, how could she tolerate such indignity? She was determined to uncover the identity of this enchantress daring enough to steal her suitor. Hearing Shui Yulan's words, for reasons unbeknownst to her, A Yin felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Indeed, how could their distinguished lord, so exceptional, possibly lack a wife? Qian Yunxiao felt overwhelmed. Deeply concerned that Shui Yulan might jeopardize his prospects, he hurriedly exclaimed, Sister Yulan, have you perhaps misunderstood? I have never declared my intention to marry you. Please, do not feel compelled to offer yourself simply because I saved you once. It is entirely unnecessary. When Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan were explaining, it was also directed towards A Yin, who, upon hearing this, felt a renewed sense of hope. It turned out that the esteemed lord of the hall was still single. How splendid! Shui Yulan longed to mention that Yang Lang, the vice hall master, had already arranged the betrothal gifts. However, in that moment, it was certainly not appropriate for Shui Yulan to divulge such information. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and caught sight of A Yin inside. Instantly, the air of superiority that Shui Yulan had dissipated, for she recognized A Yin's superiority. No wonder Qian Yunxiao was captivated by her. If she were a man, she too would be ensnared by this enchanting creature. It was A Yin's first encounter with the other suitors vying for her lord's affection. Feeling a mixture of apprehension and pride, she stole a glance at Shui Yulan and felt a surge of satisfaction. This woman clearly hailed from a wealthy and prestigious family. Yet what did wealth matter if she could not match A Yin's beauty? Humph. My family has prepared a dowry of 5 million gold soul coins. I truly admire you, she declared. Perhaps she is with you for your money. I can be of great assistance to you. Driven by a woman's jealousy, Shui Yulan blurted this out. Judging by A Yin's attire, Shui Yulan concluded that A Yin could not possibly be a scion of a prominent family. Moreover, the Shui family was indeed influential, ranking just below the 7 sects in the 2 great royal families. Shui Yulan was acutely aware that there was no one of A Yin's caliber among those factions. A Yin desperately wished to rise up and counter her. How could she be with her esteemed lord merely for financial gain? She was not that kind of woman. No, she realized. She was not even with the lord at this moment. Qian Yunxiao took delight in A Yin's misunderstanding and addressed Shui Yulan, saying, Sister Yulan, A Yin is not that kind of girl. She is the purest and most innocent maiden I have ever encountered in my life. Please refrain from speaking ill of her, or I shall be quite displeased. Qian Yunxiao's demeanor towards Shui Yulan was notably gentle, for she was a 4-star beauty card, the 11th fairest maiden of the Douluo Continent. Such a woman, endowed with a family system, was certainly someone Qian Yunxiao sought to collect. There exists a hierarchy of importance in matters such as these. A Yin, being a 5-star card and the 2nd fairest maiden, naturally held precedence over Shui Yulan's 4-star card. A single sentence from Qian Yunxiao filled A Yin's heart with sweetness. How wonderful it was to discover that her lord held such a high regard for her. What could Shui Yulan do in response? Act out in defiance before Qian Yunxiao? The identity of Qian Yunxiao does not indulge her. Moreover, Shui Yulan is also a lady of high standing, incapable of such actions. In her proud heart, she finds solace. Today, Qian Yunxiao remains indifferent to her. In due time, she will make him yearn for her attention. After all, the goal is to instill regret in Qian Yunxiao. A Yin, I hope I did not frighten you? After Shui Yulan departed, Qian Yunxiao returned to the carriage, addressing A Yin with an apologetic tone. A Yin shook her head vigorously, then posed a soul-searching question. I am quite well, my lord. I find this young lady quite remarkable. She seems to be a worthy match for you. Why do you not accept her? Chapter 6. The Grand Duel of Douluo. A Yin enters the game in A Yin's tone. Qian Yunxiao detected a hint of jealousy. Excellent. This is indeed a promising sign. I merely regard her as my sister. She mused to herself. In my heart, I have someone I admire, a person who embodies the most exquisite purity in this world. However, she is yet to perceive my feelings. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to make her aware. When Qian Yunxiao uttered these words, he did not even glance at A Yin. A Yin felt that Qian Yunxiao was too bashful to meet her gaze, as the person he spoke of was none other than herself. However, unbeknownst to A Yin, the reason Qian Yunxiao averted his eyes was that he feared he would involuntarily burst into laughter, revealing his true feelings. Aside from the genuine compliments about A Yin, the rest of his words were mere fabrications. A Yin's mind was in disarray. This was the most nerve-wracking moment she had ever encountered. What was she to do? Should she embrace the Lord and encourage him to be bolder? No, she was a soul beast. How could she possibly engage with a human? To refuse him? Yet, A Yin found herself unable to voice such a rejection. In this state of confusion, Qian Yunxiao escorted A Yin back home, not to the hotel, but to a courtyard he had deliberately arranged for her. At that moment, A Yin's face still bore a rosy hue, tender and flushed, which made Qian Yunxiao's heart yearn with desire. A Yin, I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again tomorrow. The plan of Qian Yunxiao has been set into motion. Once he departs, Douluo will take action, capturing A Yin under the pretense of being an elder of the Haotian sect. In her moment of despair, Qian Yunxiao will rise to the occasion, utilizing his soul sage prowess to repel Qian Douluo, a title Douluo. At that time, Qian Yunxiao must truly exhibit his capabilities. A Yin yearns to invite Qian Yunxiao for a cup of tea, yet he has already moved 10 meters away, leaving her with no choice but to watch him depart. She resolves that upon rising early the next morning, she will prepare a bowl of noodles for her esteemed lord. In her chamber, A Yin finds herself in a state of turmoil. How dare this aberration invade the realm of humanity, as if to imply that our race is defenseless? Today, the Haotian sect shall eradicate this menace. After an hour of contemplation, the gate to the courtyard is suddenly breached by Qian Douluo. A Yin snaps out of her reverie, only to find herself face to face with the title Douluo intruding upon her sanctuary, causing her legs to weaken in fear. Why? Why is there a title Douluo here? It shouldn't be. This is the end for me. Not only is she incapable of contending with him now, but even in her 100,000-year form, she would be no match for this formidable title Douluo. Her innate combat strength is meager, ranking among the weakest of the 100,000-year spirit beasts, vying for the position of least capable alongside the soft-bone rabbit. Beast, return with me to the Haotian sect. Qian Douluo was not encountering A Yin for the first time. In fact, 3 days after Qian Yunxiao's interaction with A Yin, Qian Douluo discovered this woman transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. However, certain contemplations were interrupted by Qian Yunxiao. Recently, Qian Yunxiao has shared the plan, and Qian Douluo will undoubtedly cooperate immediately. Qian Yunxiao is correct. Currently, the Spirit Hall does not possess anyone suitable for refining a 10,000-year soul ring. For now, let us nurture this foolish soul beast, and when the time is right, we shall eliminate it. Today marks a moment of partial harvest. Dealing with a mere 54th level Soul King is exceedingly effortless for Qian Douluo. There is no need to even employ his martial soul. The sheer suppression of soul power renders A Yin utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Stop this at once, she implores, as despair envelopes her. The voice of Qian Yunxiao resonated like the majestic light emanating from an angelic martial spirit, descending softly into her ears. This instilled a renewed sense of hope within A Yin. With the arrival of her esteemed lord, could she not feel secure? Your Highness of the Haotian sect, what is your purpose here? Why have you intruded upon the estate of my third elder without cause? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not relent simply because you hold the title of a title Douluo. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety. The expression on his face was devoid of any semblance of cordiality, marked solely by solemnity. Qian Douluo, a seasoned veteran, began to engage in a contest of wits with Qian Yunxiao, speaking with a resonant and powerful tone, Your Highness the Second Palace Lord. This individual is none other than a manifestation of a soul beast from 100,000 years ago. Pray, do not fall under her enchantment. Upon hearing the words of Qian Douluo, Qian Yunxiao was taken aback and turned to glance at A Yin. A Yin, now curled up with her hands, was at a loss for words. This was dire. Qian Yunxiao had discerned her true identity. What was to be done? Even if she were a soul beast, so what? She possessed an inherent kindness and had never inflicted harm upon others. Moreover, she had already transformed and was, in essence, human. Oh, Qian Yunxiao, you ought not to be so constrained in your thinking. You must depart. As A Yin found herself in a state of confusion, The comforting words of Qian Yunxiao made her gaze upon him with admiration. Her lord, the master of the palace, truly was a man of his word. I sincerely apologize. Second prince, but this is my quarry. Our esteemed grand elder of the Haotian sect is in dire need of 100,000-year soul ring to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. And I shall claim the soul beast for myself. With that, Qianjun Douluo prepared to seize A Yin. In her heart, A Yin vowed to remember the Haotian sect. This sect, which would stop at nothing for 100,000-year soul ring, evoked profound disdain within her. As Qianjun Douluo took a step forward, the weapon crafted by Qian Yunxiao, the angelic holy sword, was thrust directly before him. This strike warmed A Yin's heart. Dare to advance another step, and I shall bring ruin upon the Haotian sect. This was the most formidable declaration Qian Yunxiao had uttered in the past 30 years. You are a title Douluo today. I cannot impede you, but in the future, I can ensure that the entire Haotian sect pays the price for A Yin. You may test my resolve. In A Yin's eyes, Qian Yunxiao had become the most benevolent person in this world. Second prince. Are you truly willing to sever ties with the Haotian sect for the sake of this soul beast? To be candid, Qianjun Douluo wondered if Qian Yunxiao was perhaps too immersed in the role. His acting was remarkably convincing, almost too real. However, he was nearing the end of his lines. It was time to depart. A Yin is a human now, and will always be a human. She is not a soul beast. This statement pierced the depths of A Yin's heart, touching her innermost tenderness. The formidable Qianjun Douluo, with a reluctant nod, exclaimed in exasperation. Very well. Before long, the news of the second prince consorting with spirit beasts will spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. When that time comes, I shall see how glorious you remain. With that, the Qianjun Douluo swiftly departed. Following the exit of this title Douluo, A Yin felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Qian Yunxiao hurried to A Yin's side, gently grasping her arms with concern. A Yin, that rogue did not harm you, did he? Tears welled up in the corners of A Yin's eyes as she smiled through her sorrow. Lord, I am fine. Thank you. My lord, if it weren't for you, I might have. A Yin trailed off, unable to continue. Without Qian Yunxiao, she might have become a soul ring by now. Every night at the third watch onward. Chapter 7. A Yin has agreed to marry. I have promised to protect you. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao's tone resonated with an extraordinary firmness. A Yin whispered, I am a soul beast. Being near me will bring you harm. Reflecting on the threat uttered by the Titan Douluo just before his departure, A Yin dared not contemplate the potential repercussions that might befall Qian Yunxiao if the news of their association as a soul beast were to spread. Qian Yunxiao has been exceedingly kind to herself, and A Yin can no longer remain by her side. The subsequent journey will be one of her own wandering through the world. She shall forever cherish the days spent alongside Qian Yunxiao. Do not fret. The mere Haotian sect instills no fear in me. For your sake, I would not hesitate to stand against the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Qian Yunxiao felt a sense of embarrassment, as uttering such words made his face flush with shame. Yet, the current A Yin genuinely relished these sentiments. Upon witnessing Qian Yunxiao's infatuated expression, she foolishly remained oblivious to the fact that he was merely lusting after her physical form. However, with time, such physical yearning could undoubtedly ignite sparks of passion, leading to a deeper emotional connection. A Yin, will you be my wife? At this moment, Qian Yunxiao produced a carefully prepared ring. It was not particularly precious, for Qian Yunxiao sought to demonstrate that his intention to marry was not reliant on the financial prowess of his family. Naturally, he would not present something utterly commonplace. This ring was, in fact, the finest available in Tianshui City, valued at a mere 190,000 gold soul coins. Additionally, this ring served as a commendable soul-guiding artifact, to prevent any prolonged hesitation and to deny Tang how even the slightest opportunity. He acted decisively. Qian Yunxiao has taken action. My esteemed lord of the hall, I, A Yin, find myself in a state of profound indecision, uncertain whether to acquiesce or not. To refuse? That seems beyond her capability. To agree? It feels rather precipitous. Yet, considering that she has been in contact with Qian Yunxiao for 3 months, that duration does not seem insignificant. For a woman as vacillating as A Yin, a more assertive approach is undoubtedly warranted. Qian Yunxiao directly adorned himself with the ring, leaving no room for A Yin to reconsider. A Yin's delicate jade-like hands rendered Qian Yunxiao utterly unable to resist, and he gently pressed a kiss upon them. A Yin was not merely a princess. She was an empress. Meanwhile, Qian Yunxiao was no longer a lord of the palace, but a knight. This exquisite soul beast, upon receiving the ring from Qian Yunxiao, had unequivocally become his private possession today. At the moment A Yin donned the ring prepared by Qian Yunxiao, she was certain that her heart brimmed with sweetness and happiness. She also recognized the true nature of her inner choice. "Ah, Lord of the Palace, what are you doing?" A Yin suddenly exclaimed, for Qian Yunxiao had lifted her in a princess carry. Despite her surprise, her jade-like arms instinctively wrapped around Qian Yunxiao's shoulders, gripping slightly tighter. As she noticed that Qian Yunxiao was heading towards her azure single bed, A Yin began to discern his intentions. Her heartbeat raced to its zenith. What would that sensation be like? She had heard it could be a heart-wrenching pain. Once Qian Yunxiao gently set her down, A Yin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, not daring to stop him, even as she felt he was nearly rendering her breathless. Realizing that Qian Yunxiao might be overstepping, A Yin finally managed to protest. "Lord of the Palace, we have yet to be wed." Indeed, A Yin held her own aspirations. Until she and Qian Yunxiao were officially married, she would not partake in certain actions. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao must undoubtedly heed A Yin's counsel. Otherwise, what distinction would there be between him and that beast, Qian Xuanji? "A Yin, when shall you become my bride? Perhaps tomorrow?" Qian Yunxiao placed his hand gently upon A Yin's soft blue hair and inquired softly. Qian Yunxiao suddenly came to a halt, and to her surprise, A Yin felt a twinge of melancholy, leaving her unable to fathom the reason behind her emotions. Nevertheless, she shook her head and remarked, "A day passes far too swiftly. Does it not?" Qian Yunxiao continued, "What about the day after tomorrow?" A Yin's head bobbed like a rattle, overwhelmed by the swiftness of time. The day after tomorrow is far too soon. The repeated refusals left Qian Yunxiao quite displeased, though he concealed his feelings. Instead, he considered A Yin's perspective and earnestly remarked, "Indeed, A Yin, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Your wedding must be splendid and grand, the most magnificent celebration in the Douluo Continent, worthy of you. It is essential to prepare thoroughly." A Yin, with her shy and timid disposition, could never envision hosting such an extravagant wedding. Qian Yunxiao's words were merely a prelude to what lay ahead. Upon hearing him, A Yin's mind began to conjure images of that moment, envisioning herself exchanging vows with Qian Yunxiao under the gaze of tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. The thought of being the center of such attention made her feel weak all over. No, that is not necessary. A simple ceremony for just the two of us will suffice. It need not be so grand. As long as your excellency's heart is in it, that is enough." A Yin fervently shook her head, rejecting Qian Yunxiao's suggestion. This response was, of course, anticipated by Qian Yunxiao. A Yin was originally a spirit beast, and the concept of love among spirit beasts lacked the ceremonial significance found in human traditions. It was clear that A Yin was still grappling with this notion. But there was no cause for concern. They could take their time. Qian Yunxiao will educate A Yin to become a confident empress in the eyes of the world, while being a gentle queen within her realm. Is that not true? Indeed. A Yin, do not hold back for your lord. You are the most beautiful woman and deserve such a splendid wedding." Qian Yunxiao was filled with immense joy in her heart, yet her countenance revealed a certain reluctance towards A Yin's suggestion. A Yin candidly expressed, "My lord, I cherish a tranquil life, one that does not seek ostentation. Moreover, as a spirit beast, I feel unworthy of your companionship. It suffices for me to quietly remain by your side." At this juncture, A Yin was enveloped in sorrow. Why must she be a spirit beast? Why was she destined to encounter someone as extraordinary as Qian Yunxiao under such circumstances? Unbeknownst to A Yin, it was precisely her dual existence as both spirit beast and human that stirred even greater excitement within Qian Yunxiao. In the realm of Douluo Continent, beings of her kind were the most revered. "Then let us wed in 3 days," he proclaimed. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to select a wedding gown. The day after, we shall choose the perfect venue, and on the 3rd day, it shall be just right. What do you think, A Yin? I can hardly contain my eagerness to be with you." At this moment, Qian Yunxiao fully manifested his true nature as a scoundrel. Upon seeing the eager gaze of Qian Yunxiao, A Yin ultimately chose not to disappoint him and nodded in agreement. "Splendid." Qian Yunxiao embraced A Yin in his arms, whispering sweet nothings. It was not until midnight that Qian Yunxiao allowed A Yin to rest, taking his leave afterward. Alas, A Yin's bed was exceedingly small, merely a single bed. After Qian Yunxiao's departure, A Yin truly grew to despise that solitary bed. Perhaps it was due to the imminent prospect of becoming the male protagonist's father. Qian Yunxiao walked with an air of confidence. "Your Highness." Not long after leaving A Yin's quaint estate, Douluo mysteriously appeared behind him. Chapter 8. A Yin, adorned with a hint of makeup, shines uniquely for one. Master Qian, you have done remarkably well. Upon seeing Douluo, Qian Yunxiao offered words of encouragement. Douluo spoke in a low voice. This is what I ought to do, Your Highness. However, I am uncertain when Your Highness intends to eliminate that woman to obtain the soul bone and soul ring. Qian Yunxiao furrowed his brow and exclaimed, When did I ever express the desire to harm A Yin? She shall be my wife from this day forth, Elder Qianjun. Such thoughts are utterly unacceptable. His declaration nearly caused Douluo to falter in his grip on the Panlong staff, as he wondered if he had misheard. Qian Yunxiao calls that enchanting being his wife. Second Prince, do not let yourself be beguiled by her alluring beauty. She is a soul beast of 100,000 years. Do you not desire 100,000-year soul ring? With her by your side, you may even hold the hope of defeating the first prince. In a fleeting moment, Douluo cast a glance at A Yin. The enchanting female spirit was indeed captivating, possessing a delicate beauty that inspired both affection and a desire to protect, even as she exhibited her own fierce tendencies. Within the entire Spirit Hall, perhaps only the current Pope's student, the Spirit Hall's Saintess Bibidong, could be regarded as her equal. Yet, this does not alter the undeniable truth of her identity as a soul beast. How could Qian Yunxiao harbor such thoughts? He earnestly admonished Qian Yunxiao, urging him not to lose his ambition for the sake of a fairy. I have already informed you that she is human, a beautiful woman capable of bearing children, and that she is destined to be my wife. Elder Qianjun, please refrain from intervening in this matter, and do not even mention it to my father and the others. You will undoubtedly benefit from my goodwill. Qian Yunxiao made a judgment as resolute as steel, leaving Douluo at a loss for words. Qian Yunxiao actually still harbors thoughts of bribing him? In response, Douluo shook his head and remarked, Your Highness, there are more than just my eyes observing you. Some matters, even if I wished to conceal them, would remain impossible to hide. The words of Douluo are indeed the truth. It is utterly impossible for Qian Xuanji to allow Qian Yunxiao to live peacefully in this place. Undoubtedly, there are individuals dispatched by Qian Xuanji monitoring Qian Yunxiao's every move. Therefore, I must kindly ask you, Douluo, to ensure that the fact of A Yin being a spirit beast remains confidential. This is a task you can certainly accomplish, is it not? Once A Yin is with child, I shall take her back to the Spirit Hall for a visit. Qian Yunxiao is determined to eliminate Qian Xuanji, leaving no room for mercy. However, Qian Xuanji has already attained the formidable rank of 85 as a soul Douluo, surpassing Qian Yunxiao's strength. To vanquish Qian Xuanji, he must rely on his more offspring, more blessing system. Once he gathers A Yin and begets children, earning the system's rewards, Qian Yunxiao is confident he can easily crush the seemingly insignificant Qian Xuanji. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo consented to the plan. As long as he remained silent, no one in the entire Tianshui city would uncover A Yin's true identity as a soul beast. Even Shui Yulan, the head of Tianshui Academy and mother of Shui Ningxin, is merely a soul sage at level 76 and cannot discern A Yin's hidden nature. This knowledge brings Qian Yunxiao immense relief. Once he marries A Yin, a woman of seemingly humble origins, this information should reach Qian Xuanji's ears, providing him with an added sense of security. The following day, Qian Yunxiao arrived at A Yin's chamber early. Today, A Yin adorned herself with exquisite elegance. Dressed in a gown of fine silk and adorned with mercury-colored boots, she showcased her graceful figure, the fair beauty of her calves, and her delicate feet. A Yin is a modest woman. Her long-sleeved gown conceals all but her calves, leaving her other features elegantly covered. Qian Yunxiao is quite fond of such beauties. It is preferable for them to maintain a degree of reserve in public. Moreover, a woman like this, when nurtured gradually, will undergo a complete transformation, ultimately providing an ample sense of fulfillment. This is also the first time A Yin has applied a hint of makeup. Qian Yunxiao gracefully extended his hand. A Yin contemplated her promise to marry Qian Yunxiao, realizing that she could now be considered his fiancée. Holding hands was a perfectly natural gesture. A Yin, you truly need not adorn yourself with makeup. Your beauty is unparalleled, and no cosmetic on this continent could ever do justice to your exquisite complexion. Stepping out of the small courtyard, Qian Yunxiao spoke to A Yin with deep affection. To be honest, A Yin felt a twinge of melancholy. Qian Yunxiao's words of praise brought joy to A Yin. However, she had been busy for 2 hours, meticulously preparing her makeup. It was indeed her first experience with cosmetics, and her inexperience led to numerous mistakes. What she truly desired was Qian Yunxiao's acknowledgement of the gift she had thoughtfully prepared for their meeting, rather than mere compliments on her beauty. Oh, in response to this, A Yin pouted her lips. How could Qian Yunxiao fail to comprehend her feelings? She promptly replied, however, "Today you have revealed to me another facet of your beauty. I am genuinely pleased with the efforts you have made for my sake. Pray tell, how long did you prepare for this occasion, considering that you have never adorned yourself with makeup before?" What Qian Yunxiao desires is precisely this ebb and flow effect. First, allow A Yin to experience a sense of loss, only to then surprise her with an unexpected delight. It won't be long, merely half an hour will suffice. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao suddenly spoke to Zhang Ayan, filling her heart with an even sweeter sensation, as she playfully told a little lie. Qian Yunxiao claims to be her husband, and A Yin does not reject this notion. Instead, she feels an overwhelming sense of joy and sweetness. I hope that on our joyous day you can adorn yourself in such a manner. Seeing the effectiveness of his subtle tactics, Qian Yunxiao feels quite pleased. With A Yin's innocent nature, if he cannot grasp her heart, what would that signify? Why is that? A Yin gazes at Qian Yunxiao, somewhat perplexed. Qian Yunxiao had just been convincing herself to refrain from makeup. How is it that she suddenly finds herself enamored? She holds no objections. For the sake of Qian Yunxiao, A Yin gladly wakes half an hour earlier each morning, perfecting her appearance while awaiting Qian Yunxiao's rise, allowing her to behold her most splendid self. And after Qian Yunxiao drifts into slumber, she gently removes her makeup. For the one she cherishes, A Yin is willing to make such sacrifices. I yearn for that night when I can utterly dishevel your exquisite visage. Qian Yunxiao contemplated the evening of their wedding, which would take place in just 2 days. A Yin, her hair disheveled and crimson lipstick smeared not only on her lips but also adorning her face with a hint of tearfulness, confronted him. "Lord of the palace, you scoundrel." A Yin never anticipated that Qian Yunxiao harbored such intentions. It was utterly wicked. How could the usually dignified lord of the palace transform into such a rogue? Strangely, despite her previous aversion to scoundrels, particularly those with lascivious tendencies, she found herself unexpectedly intrigued by Qian Yunxiao's behavior. Rather than feeling anxious, she felt a burgeoning sense of intimacy with him. "Come, A Yin, let us go and select your wedding gown. I shall ensure you become the most exquisite woman in the world. Even the goddesses of the divine realm will feel envious in your presence." Such a remarkable woman, indeed, was a delight to toy with. To be candid, Qian Yunxiao viewed himself as a prince. He needed no external validation. He was his own judge. Upon witnessing A Yin today, he could scarcely contain himself, ultimately deciding to reserve this delectable moment for their special day. A Yin nodded, leaning against Qian Yunxiao silently, as they strolled through the bustling streets. She sensed the gaze of nearly everyone. Children as young as 6 and elderly men in their 90s alike could hardly tear their eyes away from her. A Yin felt a twinge of fear, questioning whether she ought to be in such a position. "Do not be afraid." Just as her nerves began to surface, Qian Yunxiao's words provided her with a measure of encouragement. At that moment, he retrieved a blue blanket from the soul-guiding device, wrapping it around A Yin. In truth, she revealed little, but her beauty was simply too enchanting. For outsiders, a mere glance at her figure was a fortune earned over several lifetimes. She was his treasured possession. Chapter 9. A Yin's wedding dress and Qian Yunxiao's roguishness. The illustrious arrival of Qian Yunxiao graced the most vibrant apparel establishment in Tianshui City, known as the Ice and Snow Romance. Here, the attendants, each a beauty of grandmaster caliber, provide unparalleled service to even those devoid of soul power but blessed with wealth. Upon her entrance, A Yin undoubtedly emerged as the most resplendent woman in the room, akin to a snow fairy that had stepped forth from the very essence of ice and snow, leaving the men in awe and the women envious. "Ah, Yulan, how could I forget that this is your family's establishment? Please assist A Yin in selecting the most exquisite wedding gown. We are to wed the day after tomorrow, and your presence is essential." In this moment, Qian Yunxiao was genuinely astonished to encounter Shui Yulan. The Shui family is a prominent clan within Tianshui City. Much like the Tangdou City is a semi-territory of the Seven Treasures, glazed tile school. Here, the Shui family reigns as the local sovereign, controlling various lucrative enterprises. The Ice and Snow Romance is indeed owned by them. Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao, Shui Yulan was equally taken aback by the unexpected visit. However, upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, her mind was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. Is it true that Qian Yunxiao and A Yin are about to wed so soon? The wedding is the day after tomorrow? How could she have no inkling of this at all? A Yin never anticipated that Shui Yulan, a half-rival in love, would be present here. However, Upon Qian Yunxiao's earnest revelation of their impending nuptials, A Yin felt no resentment, only joy. The Lord truly is a man of unwavering devotion. He has severed ties with his former friends for her sake. Observing A Yin's sweet smile, Shui Yulan felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. Jealousy had contorted her features beyond recognition. Congratulations, she managed, though the words tasted bitter. But as the second prince of the Wuhuan Palace, why has there been no news of your wedding preparations? Shui Yulan felt utterly defeated. Yet outwardly, she maintained a facade of strength. A Yin prefers a celebration that is modest and unobtrusive, so we plan to hold a discreet ceremony. You are my sister, and I warmly welcome your attendance. Don't you agree, A Yin? Qian Yunxiao spoke with an air of nonchalance, once again grasping A Yin's 5 fingers, inquiring about her thoughts. I will follow your lead. A Yin replied, embodying the traditional sentiment of a dutiful spouse, causing Shui Yulan to nearly grind her teeth in frustration. Yulan, do you have any elegantly adorned wedding dresses here? Perhaps you could help select one for A Yin, who will soon be your sister-in-law. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao continued to intervene. For A Yin's wedding dress, Qian Yunxiao sought the assistance of Shui Yulan for an introduction. Suppressing her feelings of jealousy, Shui Yulan pointed to the most exquisite piece at the top. It was crafted from the finest fur of the ancient soul beast, the spirit ice jade fox. What do you think of it? Qian Yunxiao naturally has a fondness for fox fur. After proper treatment, it possesses no unpleasant odor. Moreover, the ice fox is entirely scentless. However, noticing A Yin's rather displeased expression, Qian Yunxiao kindly inquired, are you allergic to the fur of such spirit beasts? Are there any other types available? Qian Yunxiao's words brought a sense of ease to A Yin. She truly could not bear to wear the furs of carnivorous beasts. Just a mere touch sent shivers down her spine, let alone donning such garments. Observing Qian Yunxiao's profound understanding and meticulous consideration, Shui Yulan felt a pang of regret. Had she been a bit more proactive earlier, perhaps she would be the one present here today. If you seek such a thing, we possess a creation known as Colorful Heart, crafted from over 1,000 years of blue silver grass, combined with various plant-type spirit beasts of millennial age. Qian Yunxiao initially believed that Shui Yulan was merely adding salt to A Yin's wounds. However, he did not observe any trace of sorrow on A Yin's face. Qian Yunxiao seemed to understand. In truth, A Yin harbored feelings of inferiority, as she was a blue silver grass, the most humble of soul beasts in the Douluo Continent, leading her to look down upon herself somewhat. The wedding dress crafted from blue silver grass might, in A Yin's eyes, represent a significant achievement for her kind. A Yin, what are your thoughts? Since A Yin does not reject it, Qian Yunxiao also finds the blue skirt quite appealing. In reality, Qian Yunxiao is more eager to see A Yin adorned solely in a dress made entirely of blue silver grass. Surely, there will be opportunities in the future. He desires not only for A Yin to wear it, but also for her to create it herself. I think it sounds splendid. A Yin genuinely believes this ensemble is exquisite. Shall we go and try it on? Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to make a suggestion. Under Qian Yunxiao's expectant gaze, A Yin nodded in agreement. Shui Yulan ordered her attendants to present a set of wedding attire before A Yin. Shall I assist you in changing? At that moment, Qian Yunxiao suddenly spoke up. A Yin's ears flushed crimson, and she hurried to the dressing room, closing the door tightly behind her, bashfully declaring, I would not want that at all. Qian Yunxiao is here to help her try on clothes? That's unacceptable. She will be devoured. After A Yin departed, Qian Yunxiao turned his gaze towards Shui Yulan. For some inexplicable reason, Shui Yulan sensed a formidable aggression emanating from Qian Yunxiao's stare. Yulan, I believe this wedding dress suits you splendidly. Qian Yunxiao removed the set crafted from the ethereal ice fox fur, initially suggested by Shui Yulan, and used Shui Yulan as a mannequin to demonstrate. Shui Yulan thought to herself, feeling quite delighted, yet her expression remained icy as she retorted, Oh? Who do you wish for me to don this for? Qian Yunxiao replied directly, Of course it's me. Do you wish to wear it for other men? Shui Yulan truly desired to show it to Qian Yunxiao, but alas, she admired Qian Yunxiao's audacity. If you cast aside that vixen, I shall wear it for you. This was her final request. Qian Yunxiao let out a sigh. Yulan, do you still not comprehend my meaning? After speaking, he elegantly waved the wedding dress crafted from fox spirit material. Shui Yulan suddenly understood. In the Douluo Continent, there exist certain professions. A fact she was well aware of. Yet, as the esteemed young lady of the Shui family, how could she possibly? She felt the sting of humiliation. The immense degradation imposed by Qian Yunxiao. Tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Could it be that she was perceived as such a woman in Qian Yunxiao's eyes? Qian Yunxiao carefully placed the wedding dress aside and approached Shui Yulan. He directly consumed the tears that pooled in her eyes. The tears of a beauty are devoid of any notion of purity. They are merely secretions. Yet, Qian Yunxiao relished them, reassured by his robust constitution that it would bear no consequences. What are you doing? Shui Yulan pushed Qian Yunxiao away, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could hardly fathom that she had fallen victim to Qian Yunxiao's audacity. I will provide you with a perfect explanation, Yulan. Trust me, will you? Qian Yunxiao is a man with a penchant for collecting, or perhaps in the world of Douluo Continent, few exist without such an obsession. As the saying goes, one desires it all. Previously, when he lacked any special abilities, Qian Yunxiao feared the blade. But now, he merely deems his own sword insufficiently sharp. How infuriating! Shui Yulan, though at a loss for words, found herself drawn into his embrace. She was well aware of Qian Yunxiao's shamelessness. Just 2 days prior to their wedding, his fiancée he was in the fitting room trying on dresses, while he brazenly toyed with himself outside. Truly, he was the epitome of a scoundrel. Yet, why could she not resist him? Was it because 6 months ago, in the frigid north, he had descended from the heavens, snatching her from the jaws of an ice crystal emperor scorpion and holding her close? That moment had irrevocably altered the course of her life. Chapter 10, A Yin. At the mercy of Qian Yunxiao A Yin, this attire has been meticulously crafted just for you. You embody a goddess emerging from the depths of a cerulean dream. When A Yin finally stepped out, it was already 10 minutes later. The two outside could discern no issues whatsoever. Gazing upon her, she, who ought to exude the majesty of a proud and confident queen, appeared bashful like a neighborly girl, ensnaring Qian Yunxiao in her charm, leaving him utterly captivated. Indeed, A Yin had also admired her reflection in the mirror and felt quite pleased. In response to Qian Yunxiao's compliments, she accepted them with a quiet joy. Sister Yulan, could you please take A Yin's measurements and ensure her dress is ready by tomorrow? Is that feasible? In the Douluo Continent, most tailors are associated with martial souls and scissors. Such individuals tend to excel in the tailoring craft, showcasing superior skills. 2 days would suffice. Qian Yunxiao, aren't you going to choose a suit for yourself? After all, you are the groom. Perhaps due to Qian Yunxiao's gentle persuasion, Shui Yulan seemed to have gained a new perspective, her tone unusually peculiar yet devoid of sarcasm, instead adopting a sweet, playful lilt. A Yin quickly chimed in, indeed. Your Excellency, you must select a wedding outfit as well. Qian Yunxiao was utterly taken aback by Shui Yulan's unexpected utterance of Gigi, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. To be candid, although Qian Yunxiao had just imparted a lesson to Shui Yulan, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. At this moment, Shui Yulan confiding in A Yin would likely lead A Yin to perceive it as a fabricated tale concocted to win his affection. Nonetheless, Qian Yunxiao still yearned to maintain stability with both of his interests. Fortunately, Shui Yulan proved to be relatively obedient. A Yin, it is upon you to select a suitable path for me. Qian Yunxiao entrusted the choice to A Yin, who did not decline. Qian Yunxiao meticulously selected an exquisite outfit for her. As Qian Yunxiao's fiancé, A Yin undoubtedly had to make a thoughtful choice for him. Had it been earlier, witnessing the tender affection between Qian Yunxiao and A Yin would have undoubtedly stirred a sense of envy within Shui Yulan. However, at this moment, she found herself eager to join Qian Yunxiao's scheme and delight in playing with A Yin, intent on thoroughly toying with this enchanting creature. Thus, she began to anticipate the unfolding of events with a sense of excitement. Qian Yunxiao selected a wedding attire for A Yin. When A Yin is not around, Shui Yulan plans to borrow it for a fitting, or perhaps she might craft an identical piece for herself. After all, there are numerous plans in mind. Ultimately, A Yin chose a striking red gown for Qian Yunxiao. In the Douluo Continent, there is no strict adherence to the traditional color of red for weddings. A Yin simply feels that red harmonizes beautifully with blue, a classic pairing. Furthermore, as Qian Yunxiao typically adorns himself in hues of white and yellow, donning a vibrant red ensemble presents him in an entirely different light. Qian Yunxiao, a person whose attire is reflective of his character, is adorned in a harmonious blend of white and yellow. He presents himself as an elegant gentleman, embodying a pristine and refined demeanor. Yet beneath this exterior lies a garish essence, undeniably regal. The 2 garments he wears amount to a staggering 180,000 gold soul coins, while the ensemble chosen for his sister-in-law costs 99,000, with the remaining sum of 90,000 attributed to him, a gesture of goodwill from the younger sister. As Qian Yunxiao reveled in the exquisite wedding attire selected for him by A Yin, Shui Yuan interjected, noting that the total cost of these two wedding outfits merely totals 11,000 gold soul coins. In Tianshui City, one cannot find wedding garments valued at 1,000,000. Even if they existed, they would be beyond the means of the city's denizens, who would hardly covet such extravagance. Her intention was not to extort Qian Yunxiao but to assist him, for spending 1,000,000 gold soul coins on a woman would surely resonate more profoundly with others. Upon hearing this staggering figure, A Yin gasped in disbelief but quickly stifled her reaction, unwilling to bring embarrassment to Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao is indeed a figure of elevated stature, a master of her domain, and she cannot afford to present herself as an unsophisticated villager, which would undermine her own grandeur. Naturally, A Yin does not wish to squander Qian Yunxiao's wealth excessively. She gently takes Qian Yunxiao's hand, signaling her desire to refrain from extravagance. A Yin is inherently a woman of frugality. While she could tolerate spending tens of thousands of gold soul coins, the thought of millions is something she cannot entertain lightly. Although she is referred to as the sovereign of blue-silver, the entire blue-silver forest, aside from herself, is collectively worth less than 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Rest assured, it is merely a small sum of gold soul coins, insignificant in the grand scheme of things for you. Qian Yunxiao wore a faint smile on her face, exuding confidence and an undeniable affection for A Yin. This rendered A Yin speechless, leaving her with nothing but joy and sweetness. Qian Yunxiao had not made any payment. He merely mentioned that he would collect the funds from the spirit hall later. Master of the hall, isn't that rather exorbitant? Such a sum seems unnecessary. A Yin quietly inquired of Qian Yunxiao after leaving the ice and snow love. The notion of wearing 1,000,000 gold soul coins was beyond her imagination. In response, Qian Yunxiao simply smiled, saying, "Rest assured, you are priceless in my heart. The money I earn is all for you, until you truly become my wife. You need not concern yourself with these finances. When that time comes, we shall discuss it." Sweet words can be spoken by anyone. No man could refuse such a rare gem as A Yin for merely a few 100,000 gold soul coins. Ultimately, A Yin was still too young, utterly unaware of the depths of the world, nor could she fathom the heavy burdens concealed within Qian Yunxiao's heart. Qian Yunxiao's words made A Yin feel as if she had been elevated to the heavens, allowing her to envision the future of herself as a housekeeper. Little did she know, if she were to manage Qian Yunxiao's expenses, she would be met with harsh discipline. A Yin, which location do you wish to choose as our marital abode? After Qian Yunxiao emerged from the icy embrace of love, he gently grasped A Yin's delicate hands and fragrant shoulders, nearly enfolding the enchanting beauty in his embrace. This was because Qian Yunxiao truly wished to prevent this exquisite maiden from slipping away from his side. A Yin, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Isn't it better at your home, esteemed lord of the palace?" Indeed, in A Yin's perspective, such matters ought to unfold within the comforts of one's abode, should they not? Qian Yunxiao replied with a smile, "My home? That would be the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. Tianshui City is certainly not my abode. One day, I shall return to Spirit City and assume my rightful place there." "Oh, I shall heed your arrangements, esteemed hall master." At this moment, A Yin chose to remain silent, appearing remarkably obedient. "What shall we do up there?" Qian Yunxiao pointed towards the highest point of Tianshui City. It was a hotel, the most opulent establishment in Tianshui City, known as the Ice and Snow Crystal Palace. This magnificent edifice belonged to the Shui family. From its heights, one could behold the entirety of Tianshui City. Qian Yunxiao aspired to stand upon the highest balcony, conquering both the city of Tianshui and its most beautiful woman. He positioned A Yin to lean against the window, while he stood behind her. From this elevated vantage point, he would survey the landscape and wield his prowess, simultaneously directing his attention towards the enchanting beauty. The mere thought of such a scene was utterly irresistible. A Yin, aware of the nature of their surroundings, murmured, "This is a hotel. She had visited here before." The accommodation fees were exorbitant, making it impossible for her to stay for long. Thus she had to relinquish the idea. "Let us depart," she suggested. "We shall purchase it and make it our home, residing in the most luxurious suite at the very top." Qian Yunxiao pulled A Yin and directly ascended to the pinnacle of the Ice and Snow Crystal Palace. This lofty space soared over 60 meters above the ground specifically. It reached a height of 66 meters. Given the current architectural capabilities of the Douluo Continent, such an achievement is nothing short of remarkable. The construction was made possible primarily due to the unique environment of Tianshui City, where a mere bowl of water splashed against a sandy wall would freeze into an ice wall by nightfall. It is through this principle that the most opulent heaven on earth was created. Chapter 11. Selection of the Bridal Chamber. The day of joy. This expansive flat spans nearly 200 square meters, furnished with every conceivable amenity. However, a single night's stay demands a staggering sum of 16,666 gold soul coins. In all of Tianshui City, few can afford such luxury. Even some indolent soul saints struggle to muster a mere 10,000 gold soul coins. The Shui family constructed this supreme luxurious chamber, yet it remains unoccupied, suffering from a lack of patrons. Qian Yunxiao has arrived. And this inaugural moment in the crystal palace of ice and snow is destined to be hers. The future will also belong to Qian Yunxiao. Just moments ago, while purchasing garments in the realm of snowy romance, A Yin was trying on outfits, and Qian Yunxiao had already conferred with Shui Yulan regarding the arrangements. This level is exclusively reserved for Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao spent 400,000 gold soul coins to acquire this property. This was primarily because the Shui family is not currently under the leadership of Shui Yulan. Otherwise, such a luxurious room would have been requisitioned by Qian Yunxiao at no cost. On the night of his wedding to A Yin, Shui Yulan would come to offer her congratulations and would stay nearby. Master of the Hall, is this truly necessary? To be honest, A Yin was quite pleased with the room, but she was concerned about the exorbitant expense, feeling it was a burden on Qian Yunxiao. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed Qian Yunxiao gazing at her. This reminded A Yin of his previous words. She had not yet become his wife, and thus felt it inappropriate to intervene in his expenditures. Master of the Hall is doing this for my sake. I should appreciate his intentions. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose to reassure herself and soon accepted the situation. Master of the Hall, why are there so many windows here? Won't people outside be able to see in with ease? A Yin, filled with joy, wandered about the room. But her dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that the grand suite was surrounded by glass windows on all sides, with only a few stone pillars for support. This made her feel quite bashful, as she worried that her every move could be observed by those outside. Although there were scarcely 2 soul masters capable of brief flight throughout the entirety of Tianshui City, A Yin still felt a sense of unease and awkwardness. Qian Yunxiao had long anticipated that the bashful A Yin would respond this way. He approached the window and opened the door, gesturing for A Yin to join him. At present, A Yin was merely a soul king, unable to fly even for a brief moment. Understanding Qian Yunxiao's intention, she willingly allowed him to encircle her petite waist while herself tightly grasping his right arm, urging him to carry her into the lofty heights for a fleeting flight. As a ground-type soul beast, this was A Yin's inaugural experience soaring through the skies, causing her heart to flutter with exhilaration. In this heart-pounding moment, she clung even more fervently to Qian Yunxiao's hand. Look, A Yin, he remarked, from within, we can behold the entirety of Tianshui City, yet from the outside, it is utterly impossible to glimpse the scenes within. Qian Yunxiao provided an explanation to A Yin, aiming to put her mind at ease. He even took her on a tour, ensuring that she confirmed the glass was one way before escorting her back. A Yin is indeed a cherished treasure of Qian Yunxiao. Although Qian Yunxiao claimed to seek excitement, he did not possess such peculiar inclinations. The treasured collection was solely for his enjoyment and gaze. A Yin was certain that the outside world could not glimpse the interior. Yet, the transparency of the surroundings instilled a sense of panic and shyness within her. While she could not see anything else, the mere thought of a bird or a passerby unexpectedly appearing filled her with apprehension. My lord, might we change locations? A Yin beseeched Qian Yunxiao, yearning for an alternate setting. However, upon witnessing the resolute expression upon his face, she recognized the futility of her request. In that instant, her feelings of shyness and anxiety dissipated, replaced by a thrilling sensation. It was an unprecedented scenario for A Yin, one she had never dared to envision. It seemed that today would unveil this very moment, igniting within the demure and reserved A Yin a sense of eager anticipation. That evening, rather than returning home, she remained in Qian Yunxiao's company, diligently arranging their bridal chamber. The room was expansive, and A Yin alone could not complete the task. After growing weary, Qian Yunxiao suggested they rest for the night, to experience a glimpse of their future together. A Yin acquiesced. After all, in 2 days, they would be wed, and the atmosphere felt less tense. Although she agreed, it did not imply her consent to engage in certain activities beforehand. She permitted Qian Yunxiao to perform but one act, a kiss. After all, her first kiss had been claimed by him just the day prior. What harm could another kiss bring? Qian Yunxiao is quite honest, merely holding on to A Yin. He is also conserving his energy, striving for a decisive battle the night after tomorrow, aiming to make A Yin completely obedient and docile. Time swiftly passed by. On the following day, A Yin and Qian Yunxiao replaced everything in the spacious room, ensuring that even unused items were exchanged. Qian Douluo stood guard at the entrance. Observing the blissful expression on Qian Yunxiao's face, he pondered to himself, perhaps this is truly the life that the second prince desires. Qian Yunxiao had previously stated this. As Qian Douluo had watched him grow up, but Qian Douluo refrained from intervening in the contest for the papacy. At this moment, he could only silently wish for Qian Yunxiao to achieve his heart's desire. With this thought in mind, Qian Douluo arrived at the entrance of the lowest level. As the guardian of Qian Yunxiao, he could not afford to lower his vigilance on such a momentous occasion. However, in order to avoid disrupting Qian Yunxiao's battle, he dutifully stationed himself at the depths below. On the following evening, Shui Yulan also delivered the custom-made garments for Qian Yunxiao and A Yin. Although Qian Yunxiao had agreed to hold a simple ceremony with A Yin, he certainly had to go through the motions below. There were approximately 100 attendees present. A Yin, feeling anxious, reluctantly acquiesced. She found it impossible to refuse the arrangements made by the esteemed lord of the palace, Qian Yunxiao. Finally, the third night arrived. Outside the crystal palace of ice and snow, the venue had been exclusively reserved by the Spirit Hall. Aside from a few young girls selected from the Tianshui Academy to add to the atmosphere, most of the attendees were stewards from the Spirit Hall, totaling no more than 100 individuals. This was a deliberate arrangement by Qian Yunxiao. Those permitted to attend were individuals who had, to varying degrees, made A Yin's acquaintance, ensuring she would feel somewhat familiar and not overly anxious. She initially believed that after a simple walkthrough, everything would be perfectly fine. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident arose at the last moment. Just as she was pondering this, an angry roar echoed from outside. Upon hearing the words Haotian sect, A Yin instinctively felt a wave of fear. After all, she had narrowly escaped being captured by members of the Haotian sect before. She never anticipated encountering this detested sect once again today. Qian Yunxiao could hardly anticipate that the members of Haotian sect would venture here. However, given that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are traversing the entire continent, their arrival in Tianshui City is entirely plausible. Sensing the trepidation emanating from A Yin's heart, Qian Yunxiao clasped her hand, offering a gesture of reassurance. Presently, the Haotian sect is merely overseen by a single title Douluo, namely Tang Hao, who has barely attained the level of a 95th rank super Douluo. As for Tang Chun, he has likely succumbed to madness, rendering him an unreliable variable. With the title Douluo by his side, there is no need to regard the Haotian sect with undue concern. He is curious to see who dares to wreak havoc on his territory. Do not be anxious, allow them to enter. At this moment, Qianjun Douluo must remain hidden, for A Yin is still present. A confrontation with the Haotian sect could easily reveal everything. Specifically, Qian Yunxiao intends to wait until he and A Yin have solidified their bond before divulging anything to her. In the absence of Qianjun Douluo, Qian Yunxiao stands as the most formidable individual in this realm. Upon his utterance, the members of the Spirit Hall promptly comply. Soon, two brothers enter, both possessing the formidable rank of Soul Emperors, around level 68 or 69. They appear robust, a testament to their daily labor with hammers. Though they possess a certain youthful charm, they pale in comparison to Qian Yunxiao, who is in a league of his own. It seems they are the twin disciples of the Haotian sect, venturing forth for training while residing in a 5-star hotel. Quite impressive indeed. Qian Yunxiao immediately recognized the identities of the two individuals, reflecting upon the matter in his heart. The contemporary twin prodigies of the Haotian sect, weary from their time within its confines, were preparing to venture forth for experience. Ostensibly, this journey was a rite of passage, yet in truth, it served merely to probe the strengths and weaknesses of other sects, all while showcasing the prowess of their own. After all, it is not every day that two such talents emerge. Surely, a display of arrogance is in order. For the affluent science, the notion of experiencing the hardships of life, such as subsisting on meager rations, is utterly absurd. Indulgence in lavish feasts is the norm. Upon arriving in a place as splendid as Tianshui City, the brothers naturally sought accommodations of the highest caliber. The Haotian sect is replete with wealth. Unlike the insular Haotian sect of yore, it now possesses abundant resources. Upon beholding the bride of the day, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were momentarily struck dumb, experiencing a profound sense of infatuation with A Yin, as depicted in the original narrative. Alas, A Yin was destined to belong to Qian Yunxiao today. Qian Yunxiao was examining the profiles of the two brothers. Tang Xiao, composed yet timid, filial yet weak, perceptive yet opportunistic, the fifth mightiest warrior of the human race in the Douluo Continent. Tang Hao, arrogant, domineering, blindly self-confident. The Green Hat Knight, the foremost blacksmith of the human race in the Douluo Continent. Tang Xiao's 4-star rating was within Qian Yunxiao's expectations, as even the formidable Qianjun Douluo was only rated 4 stars. Those who reached 5 stars were deemed capable of attaining godhood in this realm. However, Tang Hao's title as the Green Hat Knight truly unsettled Qian Yunxiao. In comparison, even the esteemed blacksmith failed to amuse him. Observing the expressions of the two brothers, and recalling the unfavorable impression Qianjun Douluo had left on A Yin, it was only natural for A Yin to feel revulsion towards them. The A Yin sect indeed appeared to be a den of filth, repugnant in nature. So, these are the twin prodigies of the A Yin sect. I wonder if they have come to congratulate me on my joyous union with my beloved wife? As he beheld the two brothers, especially Tang Hao, a smile of delight graced Qian Yunxiao's face. After all, Tang Hao is merely at the 65th level, an opponent he could easily surpass. Especially with Qianjun Douluo and the soul sage Yang Lang by his side. Qian Yunxiao is in for a delightful experience. It turns out to be the second prince. Who would have imagined that despite being exiled to this desolate land, he could still lead such a carefree life? I wonder from where the second prince has managed to capture the affections of such a beautiful maiden. The A Yin sect has been rather inflated lately due to the emergence of Tang Chun. Qian Xuanji and Qian Yunxiao are jointly known as the celestial twin stars. Often compared to the A Yin twins, the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Tang Hao harbors a deep-seated disdain for both Qian Xuanji and Qian Yunxiao, particularly regarding the latter, whom he considers a failure. He is confident that he will surpass Qian Yunxiao in strength in the future. However, upon witnessing Qian Yunxiao's union with such a beautiful woman, a wave of jealousy surged within Tang Hao. To him, it seemed utterly wasteful for such a beauty to be wed to Qian Yunxiao. Moreover, he could not quite comprehend why the sight of Qian Yunxiao marrying A Yin filled him with such discomfort. At that moment, the weight of A Yin hammer felt as though it had grown larger, pressing down upon him and causing him immense pain. A voice within urged him to snatch A Yin away from Qian Yunxiao. Tang Hao's words incited A Yin's fierce anger, prompting her to retort indignantly, "My dear friend, we respect you as a guest, and my husband has graciously shown you courtesy, but I must implore you not to overstep your bounds." Upon hearing Tang Hao audaciously mock her husband, A Yin's rage was palpable. She and Qian Yunxiao had already exchanged vows, solidifying their bond as a true couple. Her words left Tang Hao speechless, and a pang of sorrow echoed within him. He had initially thought A Yin was a victim of Qian Yunxiao's unscrupulous tactics, leading him to believe he must act as a hero to rescue her. Yet, A Yin's declaration forced him to relinquish such notions, leaving him to ponder if he had been overly sentimental. No, that could not be the case. The thought that A Yin, this woman, was blind to the truth, choosing to align herself with the scoundrel from the Martial Soul Hall, was simply intolerable. Qian Yunxiao, however, remained indifferent, for he had already devised a method to deal with Tang Hao. Not at this moment. His current focus was to cultivate his relationship with A Yin. As long as he could encounter A Yin, he would have no complaints, even if it meant enduring tenfold hardships in a place colder than Tianshui City. With this declaration, the outcome between Qian Yunxiao and Tang Hao was evidently determined, and the victory was unequivocal. Tang Hao was reduced to a petty man of narrow-mindedness, while Qian Yunxiao emerged as a profound and magnanimous figure, harboring deep affections. A Yin was further moved by Qian Yunxiao's words. In the future, she would remain steadfastly by Qian Yunxiao's side, her feelings unwavering until death. Tang Hao, realizing the situation, was seething with anger. Yet, he understood that with Qian Yunxiao present, Tianshui City was not a place where he could act recklessly. Witnessing his brother's humiliation, Tang Xiao could no longer contain himself and interjected, shifting the topic, "Your Highness, we, as brothers, have merely sought a place to rest. We did not anticipate encountering your joyous occasion. We wish you and your esteemed wife a lifetime of happiness and early offspring. Farewell." Indeed, staying here felt somewhat embarrassing for Tang Xiao. He believed it was best to depart sooner rather than later. Qian Yunxiao promptly stated, "Ah, my esteemed nephews, since you have arrived, please make yourselves comfortable at the Ice and Snow Crystal Palace. Yang Lang, kindly arrange accommodations for our two young lords in the 4-star rooms." The Ice and Snow Crystal Palace featured only one 5-star room, which was the residence of Qian Yunxiao himself. It was entirely reasonable for Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who were significant figures of the A Yin sect, to be assigned to the 4-star rooms. A Yin found Qian Yunxiao's arrangements perplexing. How could her husband graciously host these two detestable individuals? A Yin was a perceptive woman, well aware of the importance of maintaining her husband's dignity in public and adhering to his wishes. What she was oblivious to, however, was that once inside, she would also have to heed Qian Yunxiao's authority. Please, this way, Yang Lang addressed Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Tang Xiao, being the more rational of the two, sensed something amiss and contemplated leaving immediately. However, Tang Hao, unperturbed, was curious to discover Qian Yunxiao's true intentions. He resolved to confront whatever schemes lay ahead. Tang Xiao found himself powerless in the face of his brother's determination. Thus, the minor incident was swiftly resolved by Qian Yunxiao. The next course of events naturally involved Qian Yunxiao entering the bridal chamber. He first escorted A Yin to her room, ensuring she was comfortably settled on the wedding bed. A Yin, please wait here for a moment while I attend to a small matter at the door. Be a good girl and wait for me, he instructed. To preserve the sanctity of the moment, Qian Yunxiao knew he must meticulously plan his next steps. At that moment, A Yin was a bundle of nerves, her mind racing with the scenarios she might soon face. She hoped for Qian Yunxiao's tenderness, yet also a part of her yearned for a more fervent encounter. 3 days had passed, and she felt unprepared for what was to come. Nevertheless, for Qian Yunxiao, A Yin resolutely declared her willingness to do anything for him. In a daze, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Qian Yunxiao arrived outside, signaling Qian Douluo and Yang Lang to exert themselves a little more. Tonight, they were to guard the staircase on the 11th floor, where Tang Hao and his brother were located. Qian Yunxiao resides on the 13th level. Qian Douluo was indeed there to protect Qian Yunxiao, so there were naturally no objections. Yang Lang, being a sycophant of Qian Yunxiao, could not possibly harbor any grievances either. Once arrangements were made, Qian Yunxiao closed the door. He looked at the beautiful figure sitting obediently by the bed and let out a sinister laugh as he strode overconfidently. Tonight, he no longer needed to maintain a facade. After pretending to be a gentle lamb in front of A Yin for over 3 months, it was time to reveal his true identity as a ferocious wolf. Chapter 13. The night of the wedding, the divine artifact A Yin. Qian Yunxiao is a man of his word. Within just half a minute, he resolved all matters and returned. My dear, will you not come to assist your husband in undressing? Qian Yunxiao turned to A Yin, who was fidgeting by the window. The evening stretched ahead, offering ample time for Qian Yunxiao to take things slowly. He decided to cultivate a romantic ambience. A Yin had never undressed for any other man before. However, in response to Qian Yunxiao's request, she did not refuse, for she was his wife, and such acts were her duty. With a sense of earnestness, A Yin approached Qian Yunxiao, carefully removing his garments one by one. Her lack of experience was evident, as she had studied the task meticulously, revealing her awkwardness. All right, my dear wife, it is now my turn to assist you, he said. As the moments progressed, A Yin found herself increasingly fatigued, overwhelmed by the intensity of Qian Yunxiao's presence. Qian Yunxiao did not wish to make things difficult for her. He grasped her hand and proceeded to the next step. A Yin obediently complied. In the next moment, a tearing sound echoed. Master, what are you doing? This dress is so expensive. A Yin nearly slipped in her address, almost calling Qian Yunxiao master before she promptly corrected herself, for she feared a reprimand from him otherwise. A Yin found it difficult to comprehend, after all. This was a garment worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins, and Qian Yunxiao had so effortlessly destroyed it? What a spendthrift! Tomorrow, she would certainly educate him properly. My dear, 1,000,000 gold soul coins cannot compare to a single moment with you tonight. If you desire, I shall summon the tailor to craft you new garments daily, allowing you to wear something different each time. Such were the grand declarations of Qian Yunxiao. At this moment, he had waited a full 100 days. Today marked the centenary of his encounter with A Yin. This was a matter he had wished to pursue from the very moment he laid eyes on her. This night was destined to be sleepless for many, not just for Qian Yunxiao and A Yin, but also for others, such as Tang Hao, who resided 2 floors below. The thought of how comfortably the people of the spirit hall, whom he despised, would spend this night made Tang Hao restless. Why was it that the one marrying that woman was not him, but rather Qian Yunxiao, that scoundrel of the spirit hall? Originally, Yang Lang had arranged 2 rooms for the Tang brothers. After all, Qian Yunxiao did not lack the means. However, Tang Xiao insisted on sharing a room with his brother, fearing that Qian Yunxiao might employ some trickery. Tang Hao, being more inclined to heed Tang Xiao's words, did not object. This left him in a state of utter discontent. He felt miserable, unable to do anything. Strangely, Some individuals gazing up at the brightly lit heights of the sky felt as though they had glimpsed a fleeting shadow moving. No, to be accurate, it seemed as if two shadows overlapped. Qian Yunxiao was indeed correct. One cannot perceive the interior from the outside. However, due to the refraction of light, shadows of figures can undoubtedly be observed near the window, cast by the contrast between the illuminated interior and the pitch-black exterior. It is merely a shadow, insignificant in nature. The following day, A Yin arose quite late. To be precise, it was not that she woke up late. She stirred around 6 o'clock. Having only slumbered for a mere hour the previous night, that lord of the hall is truly a creature of passion. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin had mutually agreed that under normal circumstances, they would address each other consistently, altering their titles only on special occasions. Reflecting on Qian Yunxiao's reaction yesterday, A Yin felt that it was a testament to her lord's 2 decades of dedication, which brought her immense joy. Initially, A Yin intended to freshen her makeup upon rising that morning, so Qian Yunxiao could behold her in her most impeccable form. However, just as she commenced her preparations, Qian Yunxiao awakened. The noise was not insignificant. How could he remain undisturbed? Only A Yin knew what the morning version of Qian Yunxiao was like. This fellow immediately sought out tasks, leaving A Yin in quite a predicament. After finally extricating herself from Qian Yunxiao's presence, she retreated to the washroom to tidy up. She remained unaccustomed to the breakfast Qian Yunxiao had prepared for her. A Yin possessed a strong sense of cleanliness, having subsisted on her own purified, flavorless nectar during her cultivation. She was not fond of flavored foods, yet out of respect for Qian Yunxiao, she decided to give it a try. Master, it's time to rise and procure some medicine. I can tidy the room now. It's far too chaotic. Once she had organized the space, she observed Qian Yunxiao still lying down and assumed the authoritative demeanor of a matriarch, directing him accordingly. It was not mere arrogance on A Yin's part. Qian Yunxiao himself had declared that once she became his wife, she would oversee all aspects of his life. Thus, it was only natural for her to impose strict expectations upon him today. Last night, Qian Yunxiao had reveled without a care, leaving their once orderly room in disarray. She was determined to restore it to its previous state of cleanliness and orderliness. After A Yin finished her ablutions, Qian Yunxiao took the opportunity to assess his own gains. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao had acquired a wife, and it was time for the family system to bestow appropriate rewards. Host, Qian Yunxiao family members, 2 family member 1. Reward, soul power level 1, lifespan 1 year. Beloved, 1 beloved 1. Reward, soul power level 1. Affection points 10, can be used to enhance the relationship with the beloved and cultivate her various powers. The beloved is rated 5 stars, a rare gem, resulting in 1 additional 100,000 year soul ring, can be absorbed at any time. 1 additional 100,000 year soul bone, can choose the category. 1 godly skill. Blue silver binding 1, cannot be broken by anyone whose cultivation is not higher than the host's by 10 minor realms. Soul power level 5, and a quasi-divine martial soul. Blue silver emperor 1, can merge with the martial soul at any time. Family evaluation, a newly formed family that is beginning to thrive. The beloved cultivation system has been activated. Current beloved available for cultivation, A Yin. Affection points, 99, maximum 100. Family tasks, to conceive a child to activate the offspring cultivation system. Family tasks, to conceive 2 children to open the family marketplace. Family tasks, to acquire a second beloved. Can I directly attain an 87th level soul power? The original Qian Yunxiao had a soul power level of 78. However, after approximately 5 hours of cultivation with A Yin, he absorbed the residual soul power of her 100,000 year cultivation, raising his level to 80, thus preparing for the 8th soul ring. Now, with an additional 5-star exceptional wife enhancing his soul power by 7 levels, would he not directly reach 87? No, considering the absorption of the 100,000 year soul ring's power amplification, he could likely attain 89 in a short time. This system seems to have thoroughly extracted A Yin's value, and the rewards prepared feel intrinsically linked to her. Engaging in similar actions as Qian Yunxiao, he consumed A Yin entirely. First, let him absorb this 100,000 year soul ring. With the system in place, Qian Yunxiao was confident that his absorption of the soul ring would not fail. Yet, he had yet to absorb the soul ring. As he was still processing the rewards earned from his night of strenuous effort, Qian Yunxiao heard A Yin's words, urging him to procure medicine. Since the rewards could be saved, Qian Yunxiao felt no rush. He gently pulled the freshly washed A Yin to his side and spoke earnestly. A Yin, why do you feel this way? Do you truly believe that if you were to bear a child, your esteemed lord would no longer hold affection for you? Or that you would be unable to provide for this child? Indeed, this morning, A Yin had urged herself to prepare early, for she found herself in a precarious situation. At that time, Qian Yunxiao, preoccupied with various matters, had responded somewhat perfunctorily, not delving into the details. Now, with A Yin pressing for further inquiry, Qian Yunxiao felt compelled to interrogate her thoroughly. A Yin candidly replied, "My lord, as you are aware, I am a soul beast, specifically a blue silver grass, and my bloodline is rather inferior. Until I attain the rank of soul saint and undergo a complete transformation into a human, I fear that the child I bear might bring shame upon your noble angelic lineage. Therefore, I propose that once I reach the status of soul saint, I shall then come forth to bear your son. Would that be agreeable?" This was a matter that weighed heavily on A Yin's heart. Qian Yunxiao pondered. What could it be? It turned out to be this. He grasped A Yin's hand and said earnestly, "A Yin, I cannot permit you to belittle yourself in such a manner. I have told you, in my eyes, you will forever be the most beautiful, the most noble." Qian Yunxiao's tender words gradually instilled a sense of courage in the somewhat insecure A Yin. "A Yin, I am quite possessive. I find myself thinking of you every day. Must you indulge in that every single day?" Indeed, with A Yin as his confidant, Qian Yunxiao felt sufficiently empowered to easily surpass Qian Xuanji. Therefore, matters such as starting a family or venturing into the business realm did not faze him in the least. After all, the Douluo Continent poses no significant dangers, does it? There is no need to rush. Qian Yunxiao is deeply concerned about this very issue. With a remarkable wife like A Yin by his side, is it conceivable that in the initial years, or even in the first few months, he could ever neglect her? Absolutely not. Qian Yunxiao yearned to be with A Yin every single moment, disregarding his own physical condition. Thus, it seems rather futile for A Yin to take medication at this juncture. It is simply impossible to rely on it indefinitely. Even if A Yin is the sole king, she would likely struggle to endure it now. In the Douluo Continent, there indeed exist various forms of medicinal substances. The words of Qian Yunxiao caused a flush to rise in A Yin's ears, for this implied that she would be practicing alongside her esteemed master every night. Such a notion rendered it nearly impossible for A Yin to maintain her modesty. She certainly would not decline, for she was the wife of Qian Yunxiao. Moreover, she harbored no concerns regarding Qian Yunxiao's well-being. His robust physique was evident, and she possessed her own methods to assist in his recovery. She felt compelled to clarify a misunderstanding to Qian Yunxiao. "My lord, it is not as you think. The reason I required that today was due to my unguardedness last night, as it marked a significant day for us. I had to surrender everything to you in that moment. However, I can utilize my special abilities to keep such matters at bay in the future, which means there will be no need for that henceforth." This revelation was difficult for A Yin to articulate. Upon hearing it, Qian Yunxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there truly such a method? Does this imply? Chapter 14. The first day of marriage, educating A Yin. "My lord, what are you contemplating?" Noticing Qian Yunxiao's suppressed laughter, A Yin sensed that he was undoubtedly harboring mischievous thoughts. With hands on her hips and a pout on her lips, she gazed at him, which only fueled Qian Yunxiao's enthusiasm. "My dear wife, do allow me a moment to freshen up before we venture out. It would be quite improper to leave in such a state. Let the servants tidy the room. Shortly, you shall accompany me outside." Qian Yunxiao gazed at A Yin's appearance, and her frail body seemed to revive with vigor once more. She began to entice A Yin step by step into her trap again. A Yin was also aware of this reality. Qian Yunxiao, as the esteemed leader of the spirit hall, must indeed be mindful of his demeanor. However, the thought of Qian Yunxiao inviting outsiders to clean his quarters caused A Yin to glance nervously around the room, her gaze particularly fixated on the walls. With the fog rising today, there were unmistakable handprints and two large circles encircling a smaller one, strikingly conspicuous. A Yin felt her cheeks flush at the sight. If outsiders were to discover this, it would be utterly embarrassing. "No, you go wash up. I shall tidy up a bit first." Thus, A Yin resolved to address the more glaring details herself before feeling at ease. "Hurry and come wash up together." Qian Yunxiao was indifferent to the myriad concerns. Confronted by his imperious demands, A Yin stood her ground. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she regarded him with a glare, thinking to herself, what a deceitful rogue. He promised that after our marriage, I would have a say in matters, yet my words hold no weight. She felt thoroughly duped. Nevertheless, Qian Yunxiao did not impose any unreasonable expectations upon her. To A Yin, it seemed entirely customary for a wife to assist her husband with his ablutions. Although a sense of shyness and embarrassment washed over her, the previous night had solidified their status as genuine spouses, rendering further reserve unnecessary. Thus, she acquiesced and followed him. Time slipped away, and before long, 2 hours had passed. A Yin engaged in only the most minimal tasks, and noon soon approached. Thoughtfully, she secured the door and descended the stairs hand in hand with Qian Yunxiao. "Ah, Cousin Tang, you appear rather fatigued," she remarked. Perhaps it was due to Tang Hao's restless night or the recent commotion above that had prompted him to venture out. Qian Yunxiao had just arrived and felt it necessary to greet him. Tang Hao, however, was not in good shape. He had hardly rested the entire night and morning, yet still appeared quite spirited. Was it truly the case that such a young man as Tang Hao was faltering? Alas, it was fortunate that he had preemptively intercepted A Yin, or life would have been rather difficult. Upon seeing Tang Hao, A Yin instinctively shifted behind Qian Yunxiao, genuinely wishing to avoid this man. Yet now, she had come to realize that Tang Hao was indeed the nephew of her husband. Such a nephew was hardly worth keeping. What value did the Haotian sect hold for Qian Yunxiao? In truth, it possessed little worth. Merely the elusive Tang Gui was somewhere in the distance. Moreover, Qian Yunxiao currently lacked the luxury of time to linger. Tang Hao said nothing, turning his head and departing via the other staircase. Last night, he had been unable to find slumber. Hearing faint whispers that he could not discern as reality or mere figments of his imagination, causing his fingers to cramp in tension. Today, witnessing A Yin's complete transformation. What thoughts coursed through Tang Hao's mind? He could not say. Tang Hao felt as though he were a pervert. Why did he harbor the notion that the woman beside Qian Yunxiao ought to be his, stolen away by Qian Yunxiao himself? "Let us go together to procure some medicine." Tang Hao had just turned when Qian Yunxiao made this remark, causing him to pause. Medicine? He quickly realized what Qian Yunxiao intended to buy. For his own gratification. He would have a girl take medicine? What a scoundrel. Did he not understand the harm such actions could inflict on a woman's body? He was nothing short of a beast. Why could he not respond promptly when the time called for it? Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, it was A Yin who had suggested buying medicine, and it had nothing to do with Qian Yunxiao. The newlyweds strolled hand in hand down the street. A Yin's attire was quite simple today. She favored dresses, particularly in blue, and wore her hair down rather than styled. Few attended the wedding of Qian Yunxiao and A Yin, yet the entirety of Tianshui City was aware of their union. Thus, A Yin felt that the expressions of passers-by had shifted significantly as they walked, leading her to wonder if any remnants of what Qian Yunxiao had left upon her remained unwashed away. She found herself pressing closely against Qian Yunxiao's shoulder. "A Yin, you are far too bashful," Qian Yunxiao remarked, satisfied with her demeanor. Approaching the age of 10,000, she still blushed so easily. It seemed that she understood so little. Clearly, a single night and morning of instruction had proven insufficient. "My lord, please cease your commentary. If you continue, I shall be unable to lift my legs." A Yin playfully chided Qian Yunxiao. This morning, A Yin had already employed her sole technique, Haiku Yuan Chuan, to restore her energy. However, just as she regained her strength, Qian Yunxiao remained restless, now rendering her nearly unable to walk. It was one thing for strangers to gaze at her oddly, but even her own husband was behaving in such a manner. She truly could not endure it any longer. "This simply will not do. We have arrived at the apothecary. You shall enter and procure the medicine yourself." Qian Yunxiao pondered for a moment before finally embarking on her plan. "Educate her properly." "No, my lord, could you perhaps refrain? I implore you." A Yin could hardly bear to imagine how others would perceive her if she were to procure contraceptive medication. She simply could not bring herself to do it. A Yin quickly cast a pitiful glance at Qian Yunxiao. The once meek and downtrodden girl now appeared as though Qian Yunxiao had subjected her to severe torment. Qian Yunxiao, unfazed by A Yin's coaxing, stated directly, "I shall not concern myself with such matters. Reflect on it yourself. You may either procure medicine, allowing the child to be prepared for years to come, or accompany me and leave the rest to fate. Perhaps in a few months, our A Yin's belly will swell with life. At that time, A Yin will surely be quite adorable." Qian Yunxiao grew increasingly animated as he spoke, while A Yin found herself entwined in a web of anxiety. It was not that she hesitated to bear children for Qian Yunxiao. Rather, her body still bore remnants of its former identity as the blue-silver emperor. Once she fully transformed her physique, she would be capable of giving birth to 10 children. For now, it was perhaps best to refrain from such endeavors. "You are bullying me." A Yin was taken aback by how swiftly her lord had changed his mind. Just moments ago, he had been wholly obedient to her wishes, adhering to her every desire. Had he already altered his stance so soon after their marriage? What a rogue. Observing the mischievous grin on Qian Yunxiao's face, A Yin realized he was merely jesting with her, attempting to tease her. Yet, A Yin found herself utterly powerless. If I accompany you to the entrance, will that suffice? Noticing A Yin's lack of courage, Qian Yunxiao extended his support once more. It was impossible to resist her charm. He simply could not bear it. After procuring the necessary medicine, they would return to the task of procreation, for A Yin had the ability to shield herself, allowing him to be a bit more carefree. A Yin glanced at him and ultimately allowed Qian Yunxiao to assist her as they made their way together. Qian Yunxiao was indeed waiting at the entrance. After casting a resentful glance at him, A Yin summoned her courage and stepped inside. A wave of relief washed over her, for the one selling medicine was a young girl. Thankfully, it was not a man. Otherwise, A Yin feared she would never muster the courage to speak. "Dear sister, what do you require?" Upon A Yin's arrival, the 15-year-old girl selling medicine was envious of A Yin's beauty. However, being a businesswoman, she quickly regained her composure and greeted A Yin with a smile, politely inquiring about her needs. Chapter 15. A Yin is pregnant little sister. Do you have any contraceptive medicine? A Yin stammered, unsure of the specifics, merely hoping for the existence of such items. The young seller understood immediately. Ah, so that is the case. She glanced at Qian Yunxiao waiting outside, filled with envy. What a pair of celestial lovers. Sister, I have 3 types of that medicine, Zijiampa, Dejianyo, and A Yin. Which one do you need? The peculiar names caused A Yin to lose her composure. Clueless as she was, she hastily replied, "Just give me the best one." All she could think about was leaving this place as soon as possible. The girl, not wanting to linger, handed A Yin the most expensive option, Zijiampa. Without even paying, A Yin hurriedly took the medicine and ran off, leaving the seller perplexed, initially believing A Yin intended to skip out without payment. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao tossed a small pouch of gold coins her way, more than sufficient to cover the purchase. "Look at you, acting all timid." Qian Yunxiao chuckled at the sight of A Yin clinging to him tightly, as if afraid he might let her go. In a playful, sulky manner, A Yin retorted, "I am timid. I am a coward, what of it?" She believed Qian Yunxiao could never truly understand the anxiety and embarrassment she faced when buying that medicine. In response, Qian Yunxiao strode inside, addressing the young seller as he produced another handful of gold coins. "My dear, I would like to purchase another." Confronted by such a robust and handsome man, the seller felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Yet, having studied medicine from a young age and adhering to her professional ethics, she quietly advised, "Sir, excessive consumption of this medicine may adversely affect the lady's health. Please be mindful of your wife's well-being, as it could significantly impact her ability to bear children in the future." Qian Yunxiao explained, "Rest assured, I did not purchase this for my wife. Rather, my wife is naturally shy. I am merely helping her build her confidence by demonstrating how to engage with others." With this clarification, the young girl obediently handed the medicine over to Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao approached A Yin, as if to say, "Is it truly so difficult to merely procure a medicine?" A Yin, left speechless, could only huff in a haughty manner. The young couple returned to their chamber. After consuming the medicine, A Yin did not remain idle. She commenced tidying up the room. Qian Yunxiao chose not to offer assistance, for he believed it was the role of a man to observe while A Yin toiled diligently. A Yin harbored no grievances, convinced that these responsibilities were hers to fulfill. Qian Yunxiao believed that since he possessed wealth, there was no need for him to engage in tasks that could easily be delegated to servants. Such actions were unbefitting of his status as the second prince of the spirit hall. Personally tidying up his quarters would only invite ridicule. Nevertheless, Qian Yunxiao was merely accepting the rewards bestowed by the system for the time being. After organizing everything, he would follow A Yin, assisting her in cleaning the windows and mopping the floors. "System, is it safe for me to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring now?" Before proceeding, Qian Yunxiao felt compelled to ensure his own safety. Having recently married a charming young wife and reached the zenith of his life, he was not inclined to encounter any misfortune. He had many beautiful companions awaiting him to forge fated relationships. With the system's assurance that any item it produced would be entirely beneficial to the host, he felt a profound sense of relief. He commanded the merging of the 100,000-year soul ring that originated from A Yin. The 100,000-year soul ring came with 2 soul skills, Spring Breeze Revives, an Immortal Body, and Blue Silver Devour. The first soul skill was a formidable healing ability, granting him a temporary second life. The other skill, Devour, allowed him to absorb other powers for his own benefit. This significantly enhanced the soul skills derived from a Yin soul ring. Coupled with Blue-Silver Bind, the premier skill of Douluo Continent, his power was greatly amplified. Qian Yunxiao has now acquired 3 new skills, each more formidable than the last. The 100,000-year soul ring indeed enhances one's soul power by 3 levels. After fully absorbing the soul ring, Qian Yunxiao has reached the rank of Soul Douluo at level 83. There is still no sign of stabilization. Furthermore, he has also received the level 7 soul power reward from marrying A Yin. Time to claim the soul power reward. Qian Yunxiao, without a moment's hesitation, accepted the reward. A profound sensation emanating from his soul caused him to exhale a deep sigh. Is he not now a prospective title Douluo? With a soul power of level 90. The attainment of the 9th spirit ring signifies his ascension to title Douluo. Moreover, with the passive ability of Blue-Silver Binding, none below 10 minor realms can possibly break free from its grasp. At this juncture, he dares to believe he is virtually invincible. Qian Yunxiao felt as though everything was a mere dream. Upon descending from a dream, he found himself in the realm of the title Douluo. System. What soul bones are available for selection? In pursuit of swift empowerment, Qian Yunxiao would not hold back. With soul bones at his disposal, he would simply refine them. All categories of soul bones are available, not limited to the few classifications from Douluo Continent. The system's response prompted Qian Yunxiao to inquire seriously, is it truly all-encompassing? Indeed. Qian Yunxiao no longer pretends, the golden cudgel, do you understand my meaning? Qian Yunxiao, as the future master of his realm, possesses an innate ability akin to that of a wheel. However, within the context of Douluo Continent, this alone is insufficient. Further enhancement is imperative. The system's arrangements are indeed considerate, providing Qian Yunxiao with an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Once all preparations were complete, he approached A Yin, who was diligently cleaning the windows. Just as A Yin was about to say, "My lord, please don't tease. Your devoted wife is busy," she suddenly felt herself bound. To her astonishment, the bindings were composed of her most proficient skill, the blue-silver grass. This left A Yin utterly bewildered. How could Qian Yunxiao possibly possess the skill blue-silver binding? My esteemed lord, please release me. A Yin is truly perplexed at present, as there are numerous matters she wishes to clarify with Qian Yunxiao. Regrettably, Qian Yunxiao has merely whisked away this diligent and amiable little sprite. My lord, you are truly not of this world. Knowing what is to come, A Yin has relinquished her mischievous spirit, murmuring softly. There is no sense of displeasure. Rather, an undercurrent of anticipation lingers within. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin are currently basking in the bliss of their honeymoon phase. In order to cherish this time with A Yin, Qian Yunxiao has set aside his responsibilities, dedicating himself entirely to her company. Naturally, their moments together are primarily spent within the confines of their room rather than venturing outdoors. A Yin, on the verge of tears, wonders how such a peculiar time can exist. However, she has taken to reading and understands that newlyweds often experience such phases. Thus, she harbors no significant grievances. 3 months later, Qian Yunxiao remains lost in slumber. Early one morning, a piercing scream from the washroom jolts him from his dreams. A Yin, what is the matter? He calls out. A Yin rushes out, flustered and with a hint of indignation in her tone. It is the first instance Qian Yunxiao has witnessed A Yin displaying anger. Until now, no matter how he treated her, she had never expressed any discontent. You scoundrel. My lord, I am pregnant. What shall we do? Chapter 16. A Yin's transformation, innocence unblemished in the past few days. A Yin has felt an unsettling discomfort in her body. Whenever she eats, a wave of nausea washes over her. It is important to note that A Yin is no longer the Na'vi girl she once was. She has long since adapted to life with Qian Yunxiao. Her physique is quite sensitive, and she had previously harbored suspicions, though she dared not confront them. This morning, upon waking and assessing her bodily reactions, A Yin realized the gravity of the situation. She is with child. The revelation terrifies her. She had taken medication before, so how could it have failed? Was the girl who sold it to her a fraud? Or perhaps, Qian Yunxiao's vigor rendered the medication ineffective. Moreover, she had consistently used her powers to expel any life that attempted to take root within her. Thus, she cannot fathom where things went awry. A Yin is now engulfed in panic. After all, she had not interacted closely with any males for an eternity, let alone contemplated motherhood. Qian Yunxiao was quite taken aback. After all, on the very first day following his marriage to A Yin, He had nearly reached the pinnacle of this world. While giving birth is undoubtedly significant, Qian Yunxiao chose to honor A Yin's decision. There was no need for any underhanded tricks. Furthermore, A Yin had assured him that she could steadfastly guard the threshold. What could Qian Yunxiao do? A Yin, do not be anxious. I will take care of everything. The child is a manifestation of the love between us as husband and wife. Why should you feel troubled? Qian Yunxiao gently pulled A Yin into his embrace, whispering words of comfort. In this moment, he would not foolishly question the sudden arrival of a child. A Yin had not been out of Qian Yunxiao's sight for more than 5 seconds during this time. He needed to express his care for the child, for only then could he stabilize the panicked A Yin in this moment. A Yin indeed felt a semblance of calmness due to Qian Yunxiao's actions. She murmured, I truly do not understand. I am so frightened. Even A Yin was at a loss regarding the situation. Awakening had truly been an unexpected occurrence. Yet, Qian Yunxiao suddenly recalled something. A Yin had a constitution that favored fertility. And as for himself, surely, he was also a formidable life form, was he not? Upon contemplating this, Qian Yunxiao felt a sense of relief. He chose not to elaborate on this matter with A Yin, but instead took the initiative to disclose his responsibilities. A Yin, the child will be perfectly fine. Her birth at this moment may indeed be fortuitous. For the angelic bloodline is significantly more potent than that of ordinary lineage. Once you fully transform into a human, the child will be born an angel. Would it not be beneficial for her to retain some of your maternal traits during this time? Qian Yunxiao's words of comfort towards A Yin were indeed well-directed. A simple statement enlightened A Yin considerably. However, if the child were to resemble only Qian Yunxiao, A Yin would still feel a tinge of regret. She gazed at Qian Yunxiao and inquired, is that truly the case? In these matters, A Yin genuinely lacked understanding. Qian Yunxiao nodded in affirmation, exuding confidence. He was assured that no issues would arise. Even if his child, due to A Yin's current half-human, half-plant condition, possessed a slight imperfection, once his offspring cultivation system was activated. Could that imperfection still be deemed a flaw? It was hardly a concern. I trust in your judgment, esteemed Lord of the Hall. Qian Yunxiao's relentless comfort washed over A Yin like waves, rendering her utterly defenseless against his soothing presence. Nestled against his chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat assured A Yin of one undeniable truth. A profound sense of security enveloped her, and a smile of contentment graced her lips. It dawned on her that she was to become a mother, and the sentiments within Qian Yunxiao had transformed entirely. Initially, Qian Yunxiao's intention to have children stemmed solely from a primitive desire to activate the system. His marriage to A Yin followed suit, driven by carnal desire and the system's activation. However, as months passed, the ancient wisdom held true. Time nurtures feelings, with emotions blossoming. Qian Yunxiao's demeanor toward A Yin underwent a remarkable transformation. In this moment, he found himself filled with anticipation and a touch of anxiety. As night fell, Qian Yunxiao merely embraced A Yin gently, allowing slumber to claim them both without further actions. Yet, A Yin found herself somewhat unsettled by this simplicity. After much blushing trepidation, her patience began to wane. Eventually, she mustered her courage, her voice barely a whisper, my lord, in the stillness of the night. Even the faintest sound was amplified. A Yin's peculiar tone sent a chill down Qian Yunxiao's spine. What was happening? Just a few months had passed, and here they were. What would the future hold? Where had the innocent A Yin, blissfully unaware just months ago, gone? Had his educational methods been too effective, guiding her down this path? The transformation of a soul beast was certainly not something easily managed by ordinary individuals. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, not only would forming connections outside be challenging, but managing affairs at home would also pose a significant dilemma. A Yin possessed the embrace of the ocean's soul skill, capable of directly restoring vitality and stamina through her soul power. Coupled with her exceptionally unique constitution, she was truly remarkable. It was fortunate that Qian Yunxiao had the foresight. Otherwise, grand ambitions would likely prove daunting. A Yin, you are to become a mother, hence. Qian Yunxiao exhibited a hint of hesitation, as his knowledge in this realm was rather scant. A Yin, filled with joy, acknowledged that although her lord of the palace sometimes resembled a devil, he was, under normal circumstances, quite considerate. At this moment, it was A Yin who took it upon herself to express concern for Qian Yunxiao, reassuring him, it's all right. I have read about it, and there are no issues. With A Yin's encouragement, Qian Yunxiao found himself with little choice but to acquiesce. The once smooth and tranquil sheets, akin to a vast plain, now stirred restlessly. In the ensuing 2 months, Both Qian Yunxiao and A Yin enjoyed a period of tranquility, a time when settling down became imperative. Having indulged in leisure for too long, Qian Yunxiao recognized the necessity of attending to a few pressing matters. A Yin, exhibiting understanding, gently saw him out the door. At present, in Tianshui City, the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had long since departed. After all, witnessing Qian Yunxiao's treatment of A Yin daily was more than Tang Hao's heart could bear. To Qian Yunxiao, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao now seemed no more significant than mere ants, easily managed affairs. Qian Yunxiao is a person who desires to kill with a heart of vengeance. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao will soon experience the depths of despair. Without Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, A Yin poses no threat in Tianshui City. It is a moment of revelation to see Qian Yunxiao finally emerge from his haven of tenderness. The overwhelming power of the 1,000-kilogram Douluo has rendered everyone stunned. If Qian Yunxiao were to remain there any longer, he would have to personally drag him out. Observing Qian Yunxiao in his current state, Qian Jun Douluo let out a sigh of relief. He appeared spirited, not at all the languid and moribund figure he had anticipated. This reassured Qian Jun Douluo, making him feel confident that he could fulfill his obligations. Your Highness, the Grand Priest is already aware of your marriage, and it is said that he will be arriving shortly. Qian Jun Douluo conveyed a matter of considerable significance to Qian Yunxiao. The impending arrival of Qian Douluo is indeed the primary concern of Qian Jun Douluo regarding Qian Yunxiao's well-being. Should Qian Douluo discover that his second son has been completely drained by a woman, the guardian of Qian Yunxiao would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This thought momentarily caused Qian Yunxiao to pause, as he murmured softly, "Oh, is Qian Douluo coming? This is quite natural. After all, he is my father." Marrying a wife is a significant event in life, so his visit is perfectly understandable. Let him come. In the past, Qian Yunxiao might have felt pressured, as he had little power to resist Qian Douluo. However, now, his strength is not far inferior to that of Qian Douluo. His mindset has long been balanced. Chapter 17. Qian Yunxiao, I am not a scoundrel. The indifferent demeanor of Qian Yunxiao truly left Qian Jun Douluo perplexed. When had the second prince ever displayed such nonchalance in the presence of Qian Douluo? Could it be that he had succumbed to despair? Nevertheless, this was a matter concerning the Qian family and their kin. Qian Jun Douluo chose not to delve further into it. Qian Yunxiao spoke to A Yin about dealing with the affairs of the spirit hall. However, in reality, Qian Yunxiao directly arrived at the Heavenly Water Academy. He greeted Aunt Shui. Qian Yunxiao never anticipated that upon arriving at the entrance of Tianshui Academy, he would encounter the esteemed dean, Shui Mingzhu, a soul saint of the 74th rank, now in her 50s. It can be said that at 50, Shui Mingzhu possesses formidable strength and has managed to maintain her appearance quite well. In contrast, someone like Lu Erlong, who is in her 40s or 50s, barely holds up. In terms of cultivation, Qian Yunxiao and Shui Mingzhu are indeed peers, both being soul saints. However, it is worth noting that Qian Yunxiao is now a quasi-title Douluo, which means Shui Mingzhu must address him as Sir. Yet, due to Qian Yunxiao's close relationship with the woman Shui Yulan, he finds himself in a subordinate position before Shui Mingzhu. Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao, Shui Mingzhu's emotions are rather complex, considering he nearly became her son-in-law. One can only say that her daughter lacks such fortune. Yunxiao, are you here to see Yulan? Shui Mingzhu inquires, her demeanor remaining relatively pleasant. Qian Yunxiao nodded in agreement. Shui Mingzhu then pointed in a direction and explained, Yulan is currently the grade director, located in the office on the 3rd floor. You may go find her there. Qian Yunxiao did not engage in further conversation with Shui Mingzhu and simply proceeded in the direction indicated by her. Shui Yulan is indeed the head of a grade at Tianshui Academy now, as she is destined to become the president of Tianshui Academy in the future. Acquiring experience in advance is certainly beneficial. Qian Yunxiao knocked on the door of Shui Yulan's office. Without lifting her head, Shui Yulan replied, Please come in. Qian Yunxiao entered and casually locked the door behind him. Do not misunderstand. This was merely a habitual action and bore no other significance. What is it? Shui Yulan, unaware that the visitor was Qian Yunxiao, initially assumed it was a teacher from Tianshui Academy coming to report on matters. Qian Yunxiao said nothing as he approached Shui Yulan step by step. At that moment, Shui Yulan sensed something amiss. Upon lifting her gaze, she caught sight of Qian Yunxiao. A spark of joy ignited within her heart, yet she swiftly feigned indifference, lowering her expression and coldly inquiring, What brings you here? After all, she had genuinely spent several months with Qian Yunxiao within the ice and snow crystal palace. He was truly a creature of emotion. I merely came to see you. Qian Yunxiao replied, unable to utter the words, "A Yin is pregnant, and though I am at a loss, I felt compelled to visit you." Instead, he spoke with earnestness, expressing his desire to check on her. Shui Yulan, pretending to scoff, remarked, "Why would your beloved A Yin not be your concern, while you choose to visit me? This unremarkable woman?" Qian Yunxiao boldly approached Shui Yulan and remarked, "You are the most beautiful woman in Tianshui City. If you were to be deemed unattractive, then one must question the existence of beauty in this world." Upon hearing such flattering words, Shui Yulan's demeanor softened considerably. "Yulan, with your exceptional qualities, do you intend to follow in your mother's footsteps and simply choose a man to carry on the lineage? In this world, the notion of lineage is undeniably significant. The Shui family, due to the nature of their martial souls, predominantly bears daughters, with very few sons. Thus, the Shui family's requirements for succession are quite stringent, often necessitating careful selection of a suitable partner. A person like Qian Yunxiao is truly not within the realm of candidates that the Shui family would consider for a match. Qian Jia is truly formidable. However, this time, due to Shui family having 2 daughters, the conditions have been relaxed. You would not marry me. So what purpose do these words serve? Shui Yulan's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Qian Yunxiao is already a married woman. In response, Qian Yunxiao merely engaged actively. Shui Yulan could hardly anticipate Qian Yunxiao's behavior in her workplace. It was utterly outrageous. Yet, Qian Yunxiao's power was overwhelming, leaving Shui Yulan unable to resist. Only when Qian Yunxiao went a bit too far did Shui Yulan bite her tongue. "What do you take me for? Dealing with such a young lady is not as simple as it seems, certainly not as easy as with A Yin. Qian Yunxiao has long since released her thoughts and is no longer so constrained. I cherish you, and you cherish me. Is it not wonderful for us to be together in this way? At the very least, we can find joy in each other, cannot we?" Qian Yunxiao uttered his insipid words, prompting Shui Yulan to roll her eyes in exasperation. In truth, this was also Qian Yunxiao's way of confronting his adversary with apparent vulnerability. Shui Yulan presently harbors considerable resentment towards Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao performed in tandem with Shui Yulan. Initially, he humbly expressed his sentiments, allowing Shui Yulan to appear somewhat elevated. Subsequently, he adopted a more resolute stance, engendering a sense of abandonment in Shui Yulan due to her own reticence. Thus, Shui Yulan would inevitably lower her expectations. It mirrored the behavior of an ardent admirer who, after fervently adoring a goddess for months, suddenly withdraws their affection, leaving the goddess feeling unsettled. "Ah, indeed. I have already found A Yin. How could I allow my lingering admiration for you to cause you pain? Yes, Yulan, you are correct. I am a scoundrel. I wish you happiness." After Shui Yulan's firm refusal, Qian Yunxiao put on a facade of remorse and left decisively. Upon witnessing Qian Yunxiao's abrupt change in demeanor, Shui Yulan felt a pang of panic. She had initially allowed him to savor the sweetness of her affection. How could he suddenly turn away? Surely, she could not be entirely relinquished to him in an instant. Were her words truly so harsh? Shui Yulan felt a rush of urgency, uncertain of her next step. Should she call him back? She found herself unable to voice it. Was she truly prepared to sever ties with Qian Yunxiao? Having encountered such an exceptional man, how could she ever regard others with the same esteem? Sinking into her office chair, Shui Yulan grappled with her thoughts. Am I a cad? Is what I am doing right? As Qian Yunxiao departed her office, he questioned himself. Yet soon, clarity emerged. I love A Yin. I pursued her with honorable intentions. I bear no guilt. I also cherish Yulan. We have traversed life and death together, and our mutual affection renders our union entirely natural. I am not a scoundrel. I simply do not wish to betray those who love me. My aspiration is merely to cultivate a large family. I am not in the wrong. With this realization, Qian Yunxiao found peace. Truly, he regarded himself as a man of integrity and virtue. Qianjun Douluo did not speak incorrectly. The enigmatic Qian Douluo has indeed arrived. Making his presence felt merely 3 days after stepping out of the tranquil haven of Qian Yunxiao. After the arrival of Qian Douluo, he naturally remained within the spirit hall. When Qian Yunxiao beheld him, Qian Daoliu's expression appeared somewhat awkward. In the presence of Qian Douluo, Qianjun Douluo scarcely dared to utter a word. Chapter 18. Qian Daoliu's regression and A Yin's new friend. Father, do you find my spouse to be exceptional? Qian Yunxiao spoke first, granting a modicum of respect to Qian Douluo. Qian Daoliu's expression was filled with fury as he exclaimed, Do you still regard me as your father? How could you marry a soul beast? You have utterly disgraced the Qian family. Upon arriving in Tianshui City, Qian Douluo undoubtedly wished to behold the visage of his daughter-in-law. Although Qian Yunxiao expressed his discontent for not being informed about the marriage, he still felt compelled to meet his daughter-in-law, Qian Douluo. He even prepared a gift for this first encounter. With Qian Douluo's prowess, he could discern a Yin's true nature at a mere glance. Qian Douluo was utterly enraged. Had it not been for the consideration that A Yin was a 10,000-year soul beast capable of providing a 10,000-year soul ring, he would have been inclined to strike her down without hesitation. Suppressing his fury, he inquired of Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo does not believe that Qian Douluo is unaware of a Yin's identity. If he is indeed aware, why did Qian Douluo not inform him of this matter sooner? The formidable Douluo cannot be easily articulated, for the reasons are complex. Qian Douluo pressed Qian Yunxiao for answers. While A Yin had been forcibly brought to the side, in that moment, A Yin gazed at Qian Yunxiao with a look of distress, her expression fraught with fear. She was at a loss, uncertain of how her husband would react under the pressure imposed by her family. Would he abandon her? A Yin felt utterly helpless. To marry a soul beast has become a source of shame? Should it not be a mark of honor? A Yin, such a beautiful woman. If I could conquer her and take her as my wife, it would surely be the most commendable achievement of my life. Qian Yunxiao gazed at A Yin, articulating each word with precision, alleviating the anxiety that lingered in her heart. It became evident to her that her husband truly cherished her. She felt that apart from not yet having born children, there was little left in her life to regret. From Qian Yunxiao's perspective, Qian Douluo's ambitions appeared rather limited. In the Douluo Continent, one could only reach the pinnacle of life by marrying a soul beast. However, it was entirely understandable that Qian Douluo remained unaware of this. Had he known, the spirit hall would never have been toppled by Tang San. Qian Douluo's expression remained impassive as he summoned the regal demeanor befitting his past leadership of the spirit hall, stating, "I present you with a choice. Surrender the soul beast to your elder brother, and he shall soon ascend to the 9th level. At that juncture, he can absorb her spirit ring and become a titled Douluo." This proclamation shattered A Yin's composure entirely. How could this be happening? In response to Qian Douluo's proposition, Qian Yunxiao let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "A mere Qian Xuanji, that wretch, dares to involve my wife? Does he have a death wish? Qian Sunji, this worthless individual, is beyond redemption. Even if bestowed with a soul ring of 100,000 years, he would remain ineffectual." Upon uttering these words, Qian Yunxiao swiftly approached A Yin. Enveloping her in his embrace with a tender concern, "A Yin, are you unharmed?" A Yin shook her head repeatedly, with the esteemed Qian Douluo vouching for her. Qian Douluo did not impose any undue hardship upon her. How audacious. He is, after all, your elder brother. Qian Yunxiao's words filled Qian Douluo with immense anger. How can a family thrive amidst such strife? Does he even deserve it? Qian Yunxiao stepped slightly forward with his right foot. Instantly, the entire tiled floor was fractured, creating fissures that extended for several dozen meters. 8 soul rings shimmered behind Qian Yunxiao, with the 8th red soul ring standing out conspicuously. How could this be possible? Qian Douluo and Qian Douluo were both taken aback, particularly Qian Douluo. Qian Yunxiao is right under his nose. How could he possibly attain the status of a soul Douluo, not to mention acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring? A Yin was equally astonished. Was her husband not a soul sage? How could he suddenly transform into a soul Douluo, and from where did he procure a 100,000-year soul ring? Despite her surprise today, Qian Yunxiao had turned against her for the sake of protecting her and their family's loved ones, solidifying A Yin's unwavering resolve to follow him to the ends of the earth. "I am on the verge of reaching the realm of a titled Douluo. Could it be time for that worthless Qian Xuanji to step down?" Qian Yunxiao merely put on a performance. In truth, he harbors no fondness for pretentiousness. It is entirely Qian Douluo who pressures him. Even so, that spirit beast cannot be brought into your household. When the time comes for you to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, eliminate her and have her assist you in embarking on the path to divinity. Qian Douluo remains unaware of the fortuitous circumstances that have befallen Qian Yunxiao. However, the prowess exhibited by Qian Yunxiao undeniably surpasses that of Qian Xuanji, making him far more suitable to assume the role of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yet, the 8th spirit ring is indeed one of 100,000 years. Should the 9th spirit ring also be of the same age, then Qian Douluo dared not even contemplate such a notion. However, even if Qian Yunxiao were a genius, he could not contravene the regulations of his family. In Qian Douluo's eyes, the angel clan was sacred. How could they possibly associate with soul beasts? That would be a descent into depravity. "I am not a beast like you. A Yin is my wife. An immutable truth for this lifetime. I shall dedicate my existence to safeguarding her and her children." Anyone who dares to harm even a single strand of a yin's hair shall not escape my wrath. This is Qian Yunxiao's solemn vow. He is certainly not like Tang Hao, that worthless man who cannot even protect his own beloved. A Yin clung tightly to Qian Yunxiao, tears streaming down her face. To encounter Qian Yunxiao in this lifetime felt like a fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. If you do not kill her, do not even dare to aspire to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo was truly infuriated by Qian Yunxiao today. This rebellious child. Could he truly forsake supreme glory for the sake of a soul beast? The Wuhuan Hall, if it possesses no tolerance or magnanimity, is hardly worth waiting for. Previously, Qian Yunxiao had indeed harbored some envy towards the position of Pope of the Wuhuan Hall. Yet, having merely married A Yin, he has already attained such formidable strength. What would the Wuhuan Hall amount to if he were to marry Shui Yulan as well? This ungrateful offspring. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Qian Douluo struck out with a palm. The terrifying soul power instilled a profound sense of despair even in the heart of Qianjun Douluo. Qian Yunxiao would not be foolish enough to stand idly by and allow Qian Douluo to strike. He is not that Navi, the blue-silver binding. In truth, Qian Yunxiao yearned to utter one more phrase. You have already chosen your path to demise, followed by blue-silver binding. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so. As the blue-silver domain took shape, Qian Douluo's casual strike was effortlessly engulfed by the blue-silver grass under Qian Yunxiao's control. Within this newly formed domain, Qian Douluo sensed a weight of caution. He realized that this domain was far from ordinary. What fortuitous encounters has his son experienced? Could it be that he has inherited the legacy of another deity? Father, what is your stance on A Yin? I shall not elaborate further. 3 years hence, I will return to the Spirit Hall with A Yin and my daughter. At that time, let the angelic deity you hold in such reverence render judgment on whether my wife and daughter are indeed worthy of being members of the Spirit Hall, as you claim. Qian Yunxiao is reluctant to engage in conflict with Qian Douluo, as their intricate relationship imposes certain constraints. Is Qian Douluo regarded as an absolute authority within the Spirit Hall? No. To put it bluntly, Qian Douluo is merely a servant of the angel god. Qian Yunxiao will compel the master of Qian Douluo to personally plead for his own daughter and beloved to return to the Spirit Hall. This is far more satisfying than merely defeating Qian Douluo through strength and forcing his submission. Very well, I shall observe the extent of your capabilities. Qian Douluo was forced to retreat a step by Qian Yunxiao. He was curious to see what remarkable feats Qian Yunxiao could accomplish over the course of 3 years. He wondered about the formidable nature of this soul beast belly and what terrifying offspring it could produce. Qian Jun, let us depart. Disappointed by Qian Yunxiao's current capabilities, Qian Douluo summoned Douluo Qian Jun to leave as well, for Qian Yunxiao's strength no longer required the protection of Douluo Qian Jun. Your Excellency, the Lord of the Palace. After Qian Douluo and Qian Jun Douluo departed, A Yin gazed at Qian Yunxiao with profound sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet her heart was brimming with happiness. Qian Yunxiao fulfilled her promise of protection, even in the face of adversaries beyond her capability to confront. Just as Qian Yunxiao was offering solace to A Yin, Shui Yulan hurriedly approached, having received some urgent news. Chapter 19. Little Bunny, have you revealed your little paws? Yulan, I have already quarreled with my family. Qian Yunxiao did not anticipate that Shui Yulan would arrive so swiftly. His heart swelled with joy, for this indicated his significance in Shui Yulan's heart. Otherwise, how could she have come immediately after Qian Douluo's departure? It was evident that her concern for him was profound. Yet, Qian Yunxiao felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if this woman was merely drawn to him because of his affiliation with the Spirit Hall? The thought of Shui Yulan orchestrating a breakup drama with Qian Douluo was rather amusing. I know you, Qian Yunxiao, but I do not know the Spirit Hall, Shui Yulan declared, nearly shouting her response. A Yin likely understood Shui Yulan's lingering affection for her husband. As the old adage goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. In the face of Qian Douluo's threats, she witnessed the depth of her husband's devotion. Now, in the wake of his downfall, she observed Shui Yulan's unyielding affection for him. Initially, A Yin had aspired to monopolize Qian Yunxiao's attention. Thus, during their honeymoon, she proactively constrained him, denying him opportunities to indulge in revelry. Although her efforts did not yield the desired results, circumstances have shifted. A Yin now intends to share. Shui Yulan deserves to be with her esteemed lord. Thank you, Yulan, for your concern for the lord. I am feeling a bit unwell, so I shall return to rest for a while. Lord, it seems that Yulan has much to discuss with you. so please keep her company. A Yin contemplated before finally rising. Qian Yunxiao hurriedly stepped forward to offer assistance, saying, I shall escort you back. However, A Yin waved her hand in refusal, replying, No, no, my lord, I am not so fragile. Qian Yunxiao disregarded all else and firmly grasped A Yin's hand, stating solemnly, You are my wife. Is it not within my power to escort you home? This declaration left A Yin devoid of any resistance, allowing Qian Yunxiao to assist her as they departed. Yulan, I appreciate your concern, he said as they passed by Shui Yulan. Before she could respond, Qian Yunxiao had already taken A Yin away, leaving a pang of sorrow in Shui Yulan's heart. Did it truly mean that Qian Yunxiao harbored no feelings for her? Observing the intimate exchange between Qian Yunxiao and A Yin, a wave of regret washed over Shui Yulan. Had she known, she would have refrained from opposing him in the office, tacitly accepting his actions. Perhaps then, the situation would not have unfolded as it did. Noticing the distance Qian Yunxiao maintained from Shui Yulan, A Yin felt reassured of her husband's fidelity. It seemed she must take the initiative to confront Qian Yunxiao's situation. Tomorrow, she would find an opportunity to have a heartfelt discussion with Shui Yulan. She hoped her husband would not hold her accountable. After escorting A Yin back to her room, as she lay upon the bed, she could not help but inquire, My lord, do you not regret having fallen out with your father and brothers for my sake? Qian Yunxiao replied sincerely, It is my actions that have caused you pain, and for that, I will forever regret. Rest assured, when our child is born, they shall be the most exceptional being in this world. At that moment, it will be they who will lament why they did not welcome you back to the spirit hall sooner. These words filled A Yin with immense joy. As night fell, A Yin found herself unable to sleep for a prolonged period. Gazing at the slumbering Qian Yunxiao, her resolve grew stronger. It had been half a month since she had last brought joy to her esteemed lord. At this rate, it seemed that months would pass without her being able to do so. She could not continue in this manner. She must find a suitable substitute for her beloved lord. Qian Yunxiao no longer felt the need to visit the spirit hall. At this moment, he wished to set aside all matters and simply enjoy the tranquil companionship of A Yin until she brought their child into the world. The following day, A Yin insisted on venturing out alone. Qian Yunxiao, having failed to dissuade her, could only acquiesce to A Yin's request. Once A Yin departed, Qian Yunxiao reclined on her bed, sighing, My plan is likely coming to fruition. After A Yin's marriage, she rarely ventured outside. Even when she did, she insisted on having Qian Yunxiao accompany her. It was at this moment that the desire to take a solitary stroll arose. Qian Yunxiao felt that her plan was destined to succeed. A Yin, after all, was too soft-hearted. All she needed to do was wait at home for good news from A Yin. On her bed, Qian Yunxiao spread her arms wide, assessing the size of the mattress. Quite satisfactory, accommodating 3 people would be no issue. In Tianshui City, there were hardly any beautiful women around. The emergence of a 4-star beauty card, Shui Yulan, was already commendable, and Qian Yunxiao did not wish for too much. Indeed, A Yin was contemplating visiting Tianshui Academy to seek out Shui Yulan. However, unexpectedly, she was intercepted midway. Amidst the crowd, Qing Wu observed A Yin with a serious expression. A Yin was pregnant, and her aura of soul beast was quite difficult to conceal. This led Qing Wu, sensing the presence of a kindred spirit, to follow the trail to her. Qing Wu was the mother of Xiao Wu, who still had some time before her transformation. She sought to engage with A Yin, a fellow kindred, to glean insights into the experience of pregnancy, as well as inquire about matters concerning the human race. Once Xiao Wu transformed, she would undoubtedly become a human child. Lacking personal experience, Qing Wu came to seek knowledge. Upon confirming that no formidable beings were nearby A Yin, Qing Wu approached, feigning an accidental encounter. When A Yin met Qing Wu, she immediately sensed that this woman was her kind. A Yin could scarcely believe she had encountered a kindred spirit here. Hello. Compared to A Yin's innocence, Qing Wu exuded a subtle allure. Her eyelashes were slightly elongated, and her lips bore a unique, pronounced shape. For reasons unknown, A Yin felt as if this cherry-like mouth could devour gargantuan objects. Initially, A Yin had no intention of engaging with such an alluring figure. However, since they belonged to the same kind, she led Qing Wu aside to exchange experiences and learn about each other. After all, both were transformed soul beasts, and surely there could be no enmity between them. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. By nightfall, A Yin bid farewell to Qing Wu. Is this man really that remarkable? Much better than soul beasts? Qing Wu pondered as she watched A Yin depart. A Yin had unabashedly boasted about her husband's deep affection for her. expressing her happiness, which stirred a tinge of jealousy in Qingwu. Qingwu had once endured a very unfortunate relationship. At the age of 50, she encountered a scoundrel rabbit. Yet, that was all in the past, now forgotten. Presently, she was wholly human, with no ties to rabbits whatsoever. Realizing the lateness of the hour, she worried that Xiaowu might be anxious. Qingwu quickly made her way back to the forest. Her purpose for venturing out had been to procure some human items to delight Xiaowu. The time spent had already been considerable. Upon returning home, A Yin wore a beaming smile. Upon observing this, Qian Yunxiao thought to himself, is it likely settled? As the third hour approached, he implored the esteemed individuals for their support. Chapter 20, A Yin, do not lay your hands on my sister. My lord, today I made a friend outside. A Yin had never intended to conceal anything from Qian Yunxiao. Thus, she was prepared to candidly disclose her acquaintance with Qingwu to him. A Yin's words caused Qian Yunxiao to twist his mouth in surprise. A friend? In his perspective, that friend must certainly be Shui Yulan. There were no other possibilities. Indeed, it was a positive development for A Yin to befriend Shui Yulan early on. In due time, Qian Yunxiao would assist in fortifying the bond between the two sisters, enabling them to stand united in their struggles. Eventually, their sisterly affection would be as strong as steel. Is it someone I know? Qian Yunxiao inquired with a smile, as he embraced her, believing he had control of the situation. When they were at home, the couple was almost inseparable. A Yin shook her head. You do not know her? This left Qian Yunxiao perplexed. Not know her? Could it be that his assumptions were wrong? Not Shui Yulan? He quickly asked. Who is it then? Is there someone in Tianshui City whom I do not know? Are you certain? Not Shui Yulan. Then who was A Yin conversing with for such a long time this afternoon? At this moment, A Yin appeared quite mischievous, saying, I can tell you, but my lord, you must promise me that you will not lay your hands on my sister. Qingwu was slightly older than A Yin. Currently, Qingwu had reached the soul Douluo level, capable of perfectly concealing her true self, indistinguishable from a human. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to discern her true form upon encountering her. A Yin's words caused Qian Yunxiao's face to flush with embarrassment. What was it? Was his intention so apparent that even A Yin could not be deceived? Qian Yunxiao felt a flicker of anxiety in his heart. Yet he still held A Yin's delicate hand and earnestly declared, A Yin, what is it? Do you still doubt me? My heart belongs solely to you. A Yin, aware that her lord had misunderstood her intentions, blushed and replied, No, it's not that. My sister is a soul beast, which is why I cannot allow you to entertain thoughts of her. What are you thinking, my lord? I absolutely trust you. Indeed. A Yin had complete faith, 100%, in Qian Yunxiao's feelings. A soul beast? Qian Yunxiao was even more bewildered. A Yin had soul beast sisters? A Yin, aware that revealing her own information was limited, earnestly explained to Qian Yunxiao. She concluded with a plea. I understand, esteemed lord of the hall, that you are on the verge of becoming a titled Douluo and are in need of a 100,000-year spirit ring. However, I hope that you will refrain from turning your attention towards her. Once our child is born, I, along with Sister Wu, can accompany you to seek out those ferocious 100,000-year soul beasts. A Yin looked at Qian Yunxiao with a beseeching expression. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao finally comprehended the true meaning behind A Yin's admonition of do not set your sights on her. It was a warning against taking her life to obtain her soul ring. He had mistakenly thought otherwise. A Yin was merely on the first level, while he found himself on the fifth. A quintessential case of overthinking. To be frank, Qian Yunxiao could never have anticipated that yet another treasure would present itself before him. Could it be that the notion of waiting for a heir to come by truly manifest in reality? A Yin, what if I were to pursue her after all? Is Qian Yunxiao testing A Yin? No, Qian Yunxiao speaks the truth. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao has been keeping a keen eye on that pair of rabbits, considering them as good as captured. It is merely a matter of timing. You cannot do this, my lord. A Yin gazes at Qian Yunxiao with pleading eyes, hoping that this is merely a jest. Rest assured, I am only joking with you. My cultivation does not require soul rings, thus I will not harm her. Upon seeing A Yin's distress, Qian Yunxiao decided to ease her worries. Why should I kill that graceful dancer for her soul ring? If I were to marry her, I would gain both the person and the soul ring. I desire them all. Thank you, my lord. To A Yin, Qian Yunxiao had never deceived her, and she firmly believed this time would be no different. After Qian Yunxiao assured her that he would not pursue the dancer, A Yin felt a surge of joy and willingly offered her sweet kiss. Is this all the gratitude you have to offer? Qian Yunxiao is not easily satisfied. A Yin is aware that she has made her lord endure for quite some time, and he must be feeling quite distressed now. However, Her child is likely already forming and cannot withstand the turmoil caused by Qian Yunxiao. Tomorrow, I shall present a delightful surprise for you, my lord. The unexpected arrival of Qing Wu has disrupted A Yin's plans, leaving her with no choice but to seek out Shui Yulan on the morrow. All right. I was merely jesting. I do not hold so many expectations. You must be weary today. Go and freshen up, and rest early. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao epitomizes the ideal husband, lavishing affection upon his wife to the heavens. A Yin, feeling utterly content, takes the initiative to request. Since it's inconvenient for me at the moment, could you assist me with my washing? As she utters these words, her eyes shimmer with a captivating allure. A sparkle that overwhelms Qian Yunxiao. Just as A Yin desired, it was merely a simple grooming task, given that A Yin is now with child. Any prolonged delay could lead to a chill, potentially causing complications. Such meticulous care enveloped her, allowing A Yin to experience the true essence of heartfelt happiness. The following day, much like the one before, A Yin prepares to venture out alone once more. Qian Yunxiao, finding himself with some leisure time, chose to remain at home to engage in simple scheming, devising a modest plan for his future endeavors. Ian arrived at the Tianshui Academy and sought out Shui Yulan. What brings you here? Shui Yulan inquired, her heart filled with perplexity upon Ian's visit. Initially, she harbored a rather unfavorable impression of this woman, and even now, that sentiment lingered. Were it not for her regard for Qian Yunxiao, she would have been inclined to tear apart Ian's alluring visage. Dear sister, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Ian spoke with an unusually gentle and sincere tone, prompting Shui Yulan to set down her pen. What do you take me for? Shui Yulan was taken aback by Ian's words, questioning whether Qian Yunxiao had sent her. Ian responded earnestly, Sister, I am quite serious. I harbor feelings for the Lord of the Palace, and I can discern that you do as well. The events of the past have clarified my thoughts. The Lord has done so much for me, and I must reciprocate. Shui Yulan had heard whispers about Ian's connection to the spirit beast through various channels, and it now appeared to be true. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. To agree? How embarrassing. To refuse? That might lead to the loss of future opportunities. Rejecting Qian Yunxiao and Ian, what chance would remain? Sister, trust me. Only the Lord of the Palace is worthy of you. Please, listen to me. Ian laid out her plan, which Shui Yulan did not outright accept nor decline, seemingly acquiescing. After deliberation, Shui Yulan relinquished her duties and chose to accompany Ian. Ian intended to adorn Shui Yulan in a manner that would please Qian Yunxiao's aesthetic sensibilities. Chapter 21. Why are you wearing Ian's clothes? Lord of the Palace, please close your eyes. Ian returned to the marital chamber she shared with Qian Yunxiao and knocked on the door, summoning him to open it. She deliberately blocked the entrance, preventing Qian Yunxiao from emerging and seeing the outside world. Leaving only a narrow gap, she began to voice her modest request to him. Qian Yunxiao, with a playful tone, addressed his beloved wife. What little tricks are you up to now? Indeed, he was more than willing to indulge in games with A Yin. As a pregnant woman, it was essential for her to maintain a cheerful disposition for the well-being of their child. Upon hearing the term beloved wife, A Yin felt her heart race. Her lord was perpetually stirring her emotions, a delightful rascal indeed. She realized she would be ensnared by him for a lifetime, perhaps even for eternity. Beside A Yin, Shui Yulan, adorned in identical attire and exuding the same fragrance, envied the bond shared between the couple. How splendid! They truly were a match made in heaven. This thought solidified Shui Yulan's resolve. Such a romantic and beautiful relationship should not be enjoyed solely by A Yin. She too would claim her share. Come on. Just play a game with me. Close your eyes quickly. A Yin teased, and Qian Yunxiao found himself utterly unable to resist her charm. All right. I shall heed your wishes. Qian Yunxiao closed his eyes, curious to see what tricks this little sprite possessed. If he were to employ his soul power, nothing would escape his notice. However, this was merely a game. Cheating would render it meaningless. Fortunately, A Yin, this little sprite, understood the limits and would never allow him to embarrass himself. You are not permitted to open your eyes. I shall blindfold you, A Yin declared, promptly thrusting the Shui Yulan towards him. Once enveloped in Qian Yunxiao's embrace, Shui Yulan realized there was no turning back. According to A Yin's plan, Shui Yulan first covered Qian Yunxiao's eyes with a black veil. For Shui Yulan, this moment was likely the most nerve-wracking of her life. Even more so than when she faced the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. The breath of Qian Yunxiao rendered Shui Yulan unable to summon any strength. Only after shrouding Qian Yunxiao's eyes could Shui Yulan muster some power to exert. The moment Shui Yulan entered his embrace, Qian Yunxiao became acutely aware of everything. Is it scent that reveals a woman? No, it is the embrace that unveils her essence. The sensations experienced by A Yin were entirely different from those of the woman cradled in his arms. Although the fragrance was identical, Qian Yunxiao could discern the truth. This was undoubtedly Shui Yulan, for he had also held her in his embrace. Qian Yunxiao remembered the distinct features of beautiful women with remarkable clarity. Wait, something feels amiss. How could Qian Yunxiao possibly remember clearly? Truly, he is becoming quite muddled. The one cradled in his arms, apart from A Yin, is no one else. What was he even thinking? Yulan, how could it be you? At a certain moment, Qian Yunxiao finally realized the dilemma. Although, like A Yin, obstacles were set along the journey, filled with treacherous hardships to deter outsiders. The distinctions between them were undeniably apparent. Qian Yunxiao hastily tore away the gauze that obscured his vision. He gazed at Shui Yulan, who lay before him, her delicate hand covering her lips. Qian Yunxiao's expression was fraught with tension. He even glanced at the onlookers nearby, seemingly amused by the spectacle unfolding before them. Qian Yunxiao is truly overjoyed. How is Shui Yulan wearing a Yin's clothes? Without further ado, at this point, Shui Yulan found it difficult to meet Qian Yunxiao's gaze. She turned her head away, indicating that Qian Yunxiao should proceed with whatever needed to be done, without unnecessary chatter. Qian Yunxiao cast his gaze upon A Yin beside him. A Yin, the apparent instigator of the turmoil, refrained from meeting Qian Yunxiao's eyes directly. Qian Yunxiao could never have anticipated that her days of happiness would arrive so swiftly. In the days to come, during the daytime, Shui Yulan would attend classes at the academy, while in the evening, she would return directly to Qian Yunxiao's home. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao's life was remarkably comfortable. Regardless of the setting, she found herself in a position where she was required to do nothing. Even the simplest tasks at home, such as slipping on slippers or soaking her feet, were meticulously arranged by these two individuals. Qian Yunxiao merely needs to lift her legs. Such is life that even a hero like Qian Yunxiao finds herself ensnared within its grasp. Meanwhile, in the lake of life nestled within the Douluo forest, a large rabbit dances gracefully under the gentle guidance of Qingwu. Like a tamed monkey, it is effortlessly controlled by her. After indulging in playful moments with her daughter, Qingwu sat upon the verdant grass by the lake, while Xiwu obediently nestled beside her mother. After some contemplation, Qingwu revealed her intentions to her daughter, Xiaowu. I must return to the human world for a while, likely to remain there for several months. During my absence, you are to stay here and play with Deepening and Erming, and you must not wander away from the lake of life. Do you understand? Were it not for Xiwu, Qingwu would have long since ventured into the human realm. Now, having encountered a fellow being who is settled in that world, her longing to reside permanently among humans has intensified. The Douluo forest, though beautiful, no longer captivates her. After countless years, even the most splendid scenery has grown tiresome. Qingwu yearns for a life filled with excitement. Mother, did you not say that the human world is perilous? Please do not go. Let us go together after some time. I will soon be able to transform, Xiaowu implored. Having always been by Qingwu's side, the thought of being without her mother left Xiaowu feeling like a frightened little rabbit. Lost and bewildered, Qingwu reassured her, Xiaowu, I am not leaving for good. I will return. I am merely visiting a dear sister I have met. She is also 100,000-year spirit beast, already transformed, married, and a mother. I will stay with her for a few months to learn, so that when you transform, I will have the means to care for you. Despite her mother's comforting words, Xiaowu struggled to accept this reality. Deepening, Erming, I entrust Xiaowu to you, Qingwu said, gently stroking the pink fur on Xiaowu's forehead before preparing to depart. Rest assured, we will take good care of Xiaowu, Deepening and Erming replied, displaying their respect for Qingwu. As she watched her mother's figure fade into the distance, Xiaowu felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet, she had always heeded her mother's words. After all, there is a saying, a little rabbit must be obedient. At this moment, Xiaowu could only comply with her mother's wishes, patiently awaiting her return. Qingwu spoke of a few months, and so Xiaowu would wait. However, to Xiaowu, those few months felt like an eternity. Chapter 22, The Bold Rabbit Delivers Itself at the Door. Qian Yunxiao had been preparing for the arrival of the midwife for several months in advance. He sought the finest midwife to assist his wife in childbirth, as this was his own child, and he undoubtedly held it in the highest regard. After confirming that the child was over 8 months along, A Yin chose not to accompany Shui Yulan to explore the vicinity of Tianshui Academy. Instead, she remained at home in quietude, perusing books and studying child rearing and education in preparation for the future. A Yin placed immense importance on their child, even more so than Qian Yunxiao, and naturally would not permit any missteps. Master, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Do humans tend to favor boys more? In truth, A Yin had already formed a sense of whether the life within her was a boy or a girl, as the child was nearly fully developed. Her unique essence allowed her to perceive this. She refrained from stating it outright, instead testing Qian Yunxiao's inclination on the matter. Qian Yunxiao remarked to me, "Boys and girls are indistinguishable. They are all my children, with no difference whatsoever. If you give birth to a boy and I desire a girl, we can simply have another child, correct, A Yin? You are still capable of bearing children, aren't you?" At present, A Yin had already developed the grace of a mature woman under Qian Yunxiao's nurturing, yet her personality retained the vibrancy and charm of youth. "You are quite mischievous for having Sister Yulan bear children on your behalf. A Yin would undoubtedly be willing to continue having children for Qian Yunxiao." This was merely a playful exchange between the couple. A Yin even envisioned Sister Shui Yulan, with her prominent belly, working at the Tian Shui Academy. The sight would surely astonish the children, wouldn't it? But in the next moment, A Yin recalled a crucial detail. Oh no. As the conversation flowed smoothly, A Yin suddenly interjected with such a statement that left Qian Yunxiao bewildered, gazing at her in confusion. A Yin clarified, "The child in my womb is likely to be a girl, and Sister Yulan is also quite likely to bear a girl. Does that not mean, my lord, that you will have no sons?" Qian Yunxiao earnestly wished to express that if one no longer had sons, they could simply give birth again. However, Qian Yunxiao could never permit his woman to incessantly bear children. That would not be called a woman. Rather, it would resemble a sow. Qian Yunxiao is not as emotional as one might think. It is quite remarkable for a woman to bear 2 children. Under normal circumstances, having even one is sufficient. Qian Yunxiao wished to suggest that they try for another child, convinced that a son could certainly be born. However, he recognized that the most advantageous response lay in aligning with a Yin sentiments. What should we do then? Should we consider having another? A Yin, believing she had successfully gauged Qian Yunxiao's inclinations, concluded that her lord indeed favored sons. "You must find a way," she added. "It is entirely natural for a young couple to experience minor disputes." Presently, A Yin felt somewhat perplexed. She sensed that Qian Yunxiao preferred sons. Yet the child she carried was likely to be a daughter. A Yin felt a pang of disappointment regarding her pregnancy. Ha, I am merely jesting. You know me too well." Qian Yunxiao hastily abandoned the topic at hand. Just then, a knock echoed through the air, providing him the perfect opportunity to divert the conversation. He rose to open the door, and upon seeing the woman standing there, a look of confusion crossed his face. "Excuse me, miss, but I do not believe we are acquainted." At first glance, he had not even considered that she might not be human. In that moment, the enchanting figure before him bore a rating of comparable to A Yin. However, unlike A Yin's radiant allure, this 5-star quality appeared somewhat diminished. Beneath the rating, several labels adorned her description: 15th beauty of Douluo, 6th soul beast of Douluo, innate charm, pursuer of thrills, and fate of a beautiful woman. Upon seeing these labels, Qian Yunxiao began to grasp her identity. A rabbit spirit, an old rabbit spirit, no less. How audacious of this little dance's mother to seek thrills right before him. Was it a matter of underestimating herself, or did she possess an overabundance of confidence in her capabilities? Yet, it made sense for her to arrive. Without the system's reminder, Qian Yunxiao would have been oblivious to her true nature as a rabbit spirit. Fate of a beautiful woman? Indeed, as the 14th beauty of the Douluo Continent. She certainly embodied that description, and in her human form, her life was indeed cut short. Having lost her daughter at merely 1 or 2 years of age, truly deserving of the title. "Greetings, esteemed lord. I am a friend of A Yin. May I inquire if she is at home?" Noticing the momentary distraction in Qian Yunxiao's gaze, the enchanting figure felt it was only natural. After all, she was a gentle-boned rabbit. If she lacked the skill of charm, what would become of her? "A Yin is home. Please, come in." Qian Yunxiao welcomed Qing Wu inside. "Sister Wu, you have arrived. Aren't you taking care of your daughter?" The arrival of Qing Wu took A Yin by surprise, filling her with delight. She was aware that her sister was a single mother with a lovely daughter, which fostered a sense of closeness between A Yin and Qing Wu. "I have entrusted my daughter to someone for assistance. I came to see you," Qing Wu said softly as she approached A Yin's bedside. Qian Yunxiao observed the interaction between the 2 beautiful soul beasts with keen interest. Indeed, if these 2 enchanting soul beasts were to merge, it would undoubtedly create a breathtaking spectacle. The Douluo Continent is home to numerous soul beasts, such as Baiji, Ziji, Shuedi, and Bingdi. Notably, Shuedi and Bingdi were in close proximity, presenting a viable opportunity for capture. Once he attained the rank of title Douluo, he could take action. This was the thought that occupied Qian Yunxiao's mind. Upon reaching the title Douluo level, his strength would be akin to that of a demigod, sufficient to subdue the relatively weaker Bing Di and claim her as a steed. Initially, he would refrain from allowing Bing Di to transform, purely utilizing her as a mount. What a delightful prospect this would be. As night fell, Qian Yunxiao personally arranged a room for Qingwu, ensuring her comfort during her stay. "Thank you, esteemed lord of the palace," she expressed gratefully. Qian Yunxiao sensed that this graceful dance was more adept at communicating with men than A Yin. So swiftly has she become a lord of the palace, yet another lord of the palace. "Do not worry, you are A Yin's friend, and thus my friend as well. Feel free to make yourself at home here. It is quite safe." Qian Yunxiao's demeanor revealed no signs of inconsistency. After responding to Qingwu with a single remark, Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to close the door and departed. Could this mischievous rabbit spirit truly be so envious of her sisters that she would seek to disrupt their familial harmony? After closing the door, Qian Yunxiao pondered quietly, daring to speculate boldly. Before me, all are mere pawns in my hands. I shall see what tricks this mischievous rabbit, can conjure." With clarity of thought, Qian Yunxiao ascended the stairs. Many have sought to tarnish Xiao Wu's reputation by likening her to a rabbit. Yet, if that were truly the case, she would not be without siblings, left all alone. One must acknowledge that the arrival of Qingwu has indeed significantly aided A Yin in alleviating any anxious or apprehensive thoughts as she approaches the moment of childbirth. With the advent of the 10th month of pregnancy, the first offspring of Qian Yunxiao, who has lived 2 lives, is about to be born. With the launch of this book at midnight, it has already reached 50,000 words. As you esteemed readers are well aware, following the release, a subscription purchase is required, or members may enjoy unrestricted reading. I encourage everyone to consider acquiring a membership. The first month is merely 8 coins, and a continuous monthly subscription is 18 coins. Thus, for a modest sum, one can access hundreds of thousands of books, which is truly exhilarating. For just a few additional coins, reaching 22 coins will allow simultaneous access to countless books and an extensive collection of comics. If any members are present, I recommend checking the book's homepage after midnight for the members read for free option, where you can easily activate your membership. Of course, subscription is also an option, but it may be slightly less advantageous compared to the monthly plan. In the future, based on the chapter attendance, I will create some extras. Chapter 23, The Birth of the Daughter and the Rabbit Spirits Plan. Qian Yunxiao chose not to remain in the room to accompany A Yin, instead waiting outside. The process of childbirth is surrounded by numerous traditions, and Qian Yunxiao intended to adhere to them. Shui Yulan and Qingwu were also waiting outside. For Shui Yulan, the inexplicable presence of Qingwu aroused her vigilance. She pondered what kind of person could evoke such treatment from her sister, while Qingwu imposed some pressure on Shui Yulan. It was not overwhelmingly burdensome. A modicum of caution was all that was required. With a resounding wail announcing the arrival of a newborn, Qian Yunxiao felt a profound sense of relief. Once the midwife presented the child, Qian Yunxiao took her into his arms. It was a girl. Judging by her features, she was the spitting image of A Yin, destined to be an extraordinary beauty. What struck Qian Yunxiao most were her striking blue eyes, which seemed to possess a uniqueness of their own. He wondered whether she was a 6-winged angel. To be candid, Qian Yunxiao did not place much importance on the angelic martial soul. Could it be that without such a soul, his daughter would lack potential? Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring. The family cultivation system has been activated. You may initiate the system at any time to cultivate your child based on her innate talents. Please strive to conceive a son soon to unlock the family malfunction. As he cradled the newborn in his arms, the voice of the system echoed in Qian Yunxiao's mind. The cultivation system was indeed activated. He was eager to assess his daughter's innate abilities. With this capability at his disposal, Qian Yunxiao was determined to explore it. As Qian Yunxiao began to speak, all aspects of his daughter's data materialized before his eyes. Talent, initial talent, appearance, second most beautiful in Douluo Continent, martial soul, 12-winged life angel. A life angel? What could that possibly be? To be honest, Qian Yunxiao had anticipated that this martial soul would fall somewhere between the 6-winged angel and blue silvergrass. It seems that it has merged into something greater. Regardless, it is undoubtedly more formidable than the 6-winged angel. When his daughter reaches the age of 3 or 5, he plans to take her back to Spirit City to show Qian Dalu just how astute his judgment truly is. What an adorable child. Shui Yulan and Qingwu also gathered around. Their reactions to the child were markedly different. Shui Yulan felt a surge of joy. It's a daughter. If he were to father a son for Qian Yunxiao next, it would be splendid. Meanwhile, Qingwu was contemplative. It appears that the offspring of a transformed spirit beast and a human is indeed human, even though A Yin possesses traits of a spirit beast. It does not impede the child as humanity. How wonderful! Qian Wu understood that while spirit beasts may live long, their lifespans are not eternal. The heavens do not favor spirit beasts, and even a 100,000-year-old spirit beast must live in constant fear of being discovered and slain by humans. She was truly weary of such a life. She yearned for stability while pursuing excitement. This is why she contemplated integrating into human society. Now, with A Yin's child being a pure human, Qian Wu saw a glimmer of hope. Without a doubt, Xiao would transform and accompany her into the human realm. Seeking strong and reliable human partners, allowing them both to thoroughly immerse themselves in the human world. Who should be the target? Gradually, Qian Wu's gaze fell upon Qian Yunxiao. A Yin's case had convinced her of Qian Yunxiao's reliability. However, he is her sister's husband. While Qian Wu secretly observed Qian Yunxiao, he too pondered. Had the birth of his daughter caused a decline in the beauty rankings of Shui Yulan and Qian Wu? Originally, Shui Yulan ranked as the 11th beauty, but now she had dropped to 12th. Qian Wu, once the 15th beauty, now found herself at 16th. Interestingly, Qian Wu's martial spirit ranking remained unchanged, suggesting that the emergence of an exquisite beauty among humans had overshadowed her. What Qian Yunxiao is unaware of is that, at the same time, within the spirit hall, at this moment, the angelic statue guarded by Qian Douluo suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Having served as a humble servant to the angel god for the greater part of his life, Qian Douluo naturally understood the significance of this phenomenon. Was it a divine offspring descending upon the Qian family, perhaps the unborn child of his beloved Jie? In Qian Douluo's mind, speculation brewed. Ever since his return from Qian Yunxiao, he had insistently advocated for Qian Xuanji to be paired with a commendable lady. After all, Qian Xuanji was the elder. Now that Qian Yunxiao, the second in command, had already wed, it seemed rather inappropriate for the elder to remain single. However, Qian Douluo's only regret was his inability to find a woman as exquisitely beautiful as A Yin. His chosen target was a noblewoman from the Star Luo Empire, specifically from the Zhou family. Within the Douluo Continent, there were only a handful of families with commendable bloodlines for women, and the Zhou family certainly held a prominent position among them. In order to fulfill the desires of 1,000 families, particularly that of the Pope, how could the Zhou family possibly refuse? They promptly offered their finest woman to Qian Xuanji, who has since taken advantage of her. Now, she is already with child. Approximately 5 months along, and her condition has progressed rather swiftly. Qian Xuanji harbored a profound dissatisfaction towards the woman from the Zhou family, Zhemayan. Is she beautiful? Indeed. Yet, Qian Xuanji simply could not develop any fondness for her. Ultimately, due to the demands of Qian Douluo, Qian Xuanji found himself compelled to comply. Qian Douluo believed that the response of the angelic deity was solely due to the unborn child of Qian Xuanji, never considering that it might be related to Qian Yunxiao. Once the servants had managed the affairs following the childbirth, Qian Yunxiao finally entered with his daughter. Ayan, behold, this is our precious daughter. She is simply adorable. Qian Yunxiao presented the child to A Yin, who indeed had not laid eyes upon her offspring prior. The newborn, fresh from the womb, was not particularly enchanting. A Yin murmured, "Can this truly be deemed adorable? I find it rather unattractive, completely devoid of charm, lacking experience." She felt a pang of anxiety upon beholding her daughter's appearance. She harbored concerns that the peculiarities of her own spirit beast might have influenced the child's looks. Yet, newborns often appear thus. In a couple of months, all will improve. Observe her pair of eyes, distinctive and unforgettable, reminiscent of your own. Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to explain. Shui Yulan chimed in beside her, saying, "Yes, sister, children are like this. They become quite adorable after a few months." Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan both expressed their sentiments, which reassured A Yin to a certain extent. I went to bring the prepared congee to my sister. Qing Wu, having already embraced the role of a rabbit mother, demonstrated remarkable thoughtfulness. She took the initiative to serve the warm rice porridge that had been prepared for A Yin. A Yin herself was a vegetarian, yet after following Qian Yunxiao, she had learned to consume a certain type of meat. However, after giving birth, it was essential to prepare some animal-based nourishment to aid in her recovery. "My lord, please bestow a name upon the child." A Yin looked at Qian Yunxiao with eager anticipation. Qian Yunxiao is undoubtedly the head of the family, and this matter naturally falls upon him. Chapter 24, The Guardian Beast of the Family, Preparing to Capture the Ice Emperor. Let us call it Qian Yunxiao. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yunxiao settled upon a name that resonated with him. He felt quite pleased. having combined elements from both of his parents' names. Meanwhile, A Yin's complexion remained somewhat pallid. As a soul beast, she possessed a physique sturdier than that of an ordinary human woman. However, the child she bore was no ordinary human infant. The process had demanded a significant expenditure of her soul energy and physical strength. At that very moment, a fragrant waft of blue-silver grass permeated the air in Tianshui City. This was the result of A Yin giving birth, which rendered her presence impossible to conceal. Any soul master of the soul Douluo caliber passing by would undoubtedly perceive the aura of this 100,000-year soul beast. A Yin was certainly aware of this fact, however. Her trepidation was alleviated by Qian Yunxiao's presence. She harbored immense satisfaction with the name he had chosen for their daughter, particularly as it incorporated her own name, leaving no room for discontent. Qian Yunxiao initially intended to personally nourish his beloved wife with a warm bowl of porridge to help restore her vitality. However, seeing the enthusiasm radiating from Qing Wu, combined with his responsibility to care for the newly born Qian Yunxiao, he graciously allowed her to take on the task. This arrangement proved advantageous. One could attend to their daughter while the other focused on self-care, alternating every half hour. What a delightful scenario it was. In the early years of their daughter's life, especially before the age of 3, Qian Yunxiao was resolute in not entrusting her care to any other servants. Infants, particularly during their first few months, tend to be quite restless, necessitating attentive and unconditional care from a devoted caregiver. The personnel in Qian Yunxiao are more than sufficient. During the day, either Qian Yunxiao or A Yin can personally attend to the needs, with Qing Wu also capable of providing care. In the evening, Shui Yulan can look after the child upon returning from work. During the late hours, a rotation system will suffice, with each person attending to the child for half an hour. This arrangement ensures that the family of 4 is adequately catered to, which is simply splendid. Without the 2-person rotation, the newlywed couple might find themselves in a predicament should the child start crying, thereby affecting their mood. The current family dynamic is remarkably well-structured, effectively preventing such issues from arising. The family exudes warmth and harmony. Onlookers might even think that Qing Wu, the little rabbit spirit, has been adopted into the Qian Yunxiao family. Observing the changes in his beloved wife after childbirth, Qian Yunxiao feels a pang of thirst. A Yin, naturally abundant and fluid, now possesses an extraordinary capacity compared to others. She resembles a dairy cow in this regard. She must be feeling quite uncomfortable, and it is imperative that he shares her burdens tonight. Qian Yunxiao has grown accustomed to the company of those around her. Regardless of who chooses to accompany her, she feels immense joy and remains composed. Approximately 3 months after the birth of the Qian Silver Snow, Qian Yunxiao, accompanied by his family of 4 and the spirited rabbit spirit, Qing Wu, set forth to the Tianshui Academy. After successfully securing Shui Yulan, the rewards bestowed by the system were undoubtedly less bountiful than those granted to A Yin. For A Yin was the first woman to join the Qian Yunxiao family. Indeed, Shui Yulan's addition would enhance Qian Yunxiao's soul power by 4 levels. However, as he had yet to acquire his 9th soul ring, he decided to temporarily store that reward. Once he obtained the 9th soul ring, he could claim it, thereby propelling his cultivation level to approximately 95. In addition to this elevation in power, the system also rewarded Qian Yunxiao with an egg, which harbored the potential of a 4-star ice phoenix. A family cannot be without its guardian beast, and this ice phoenix appeared to be quite promising. One can only hope that its cultivation does not follow the same age-based criteria as the soul beasts of this world. For if it takes tens of thousands of years to develop even a modicum of combat prowess, by the time this ice phoenix matures, the Qian family would no longer require such a liability. To hatch, this ice phoenix requires a substantial intake of ice attribute energy. Qian Yunxiao placed the ice phoenix egg at the Tianshui Academy, a locale abundant with ice-type soul masters who could assist in its hatching. Nearly half a year has elapsed since then. According to Shui Yulan's words, Qian Yunxiao was aware that the ice phoenix was on the verge of breaking free from its shell, which is why he brought his entire family to witness the event. The egg itself was quite large, standing over a meter tall. While it may not compare to the legendary phoenix eggs of myth, it sufficed within the context of the lower realm of Douluo Continent. Shui Mingzhu observed her daughter and Qian Yunxiao with a sigh. Her daughter had taken to spending nights in Qian Yunxiao's room after work, seldom returning home. What could she possibly be doing? Shui Mingzhu was not oblivious. Undoubtedly, she was working overtime. It seemed that Qian Yunxiao had her so enchanted that she had nearly forgotten her own mother. Yet, given Qian Yunxiao's formidable strength, Shui Mingzhu felt powerless to intervene. It had been nearly 6 months since her daughter had begun this relationship with Qian Yunxiao. Observing their bond, Shui Mingzhu felt a semblance of reassurance. He truly was an adorable young man. When the ice phoenix finally broke free from its shell, the women and girls present could not help but express their awe. It was indeed breathtaking. Unlike a mere chick, the phoenix emerged with a commendable level of intelligence. Its feathers had fully developed, and as it spread its wings, it created a stunning spectacle. Standing amidst the crowd, the ice phoenix exuded an exceptional aura of pride. "Come to me," Qian Yunxiao remarked. "Without his consent, is it truly acceptable to flaunt oneself in such a manner? This ice phoenix indeed appears quite remarkable, yet it does not possess the liberty to act as it pleases in the presence of Qian Yunxiao. Today, he intends to showcase his mastery over this creature before the gathered onlookers. In the eyes of outsiders, how splendid the ice phoenix may seem, it remains merely a mount for Qian Yunxiao, a guardian beast of the Qian family, much like A Yin and Shui Yulan, who, to the world, are unequivocally breathtaking beauties, figures of divine allure. Yet to Qian Yunxiao, how do these two appear? They are also goddesses. However, he can command them at will, while others can merely gaze upon them in awe. The ice phoenix would never dare to defy Qian Yunxiao's words. It obediently approached him, ready to heed his commands. "From now on, you shall serve as the guardian spirit beast for Xiao Shui. Take good care of your young master. Do you understand?" In Qian Yunxiao's heart, his mounts are A Yin, the yet-to-be-captured Qing Wu, and the Ice Emperor. As for the Snow Empress, that is another matter entirely. For the Snow Empress is a humanoid snow spirit. How could one ride her? This ice phoenix, at present, is unworthy of such a role. It should humbly accompany his daughter in her growth. Witnessing Qian Yunxiao issue commands to the so-called divine beast, the young girls from Tianshui Academy felt a surge of indignation. Shouldn't such a beautiful soul beast be cherished? Yet, they found themselves at a loss for words. Many among them had only been able to attend Tianshui Academy thanks to Qian Yunxiao's reforms in Tianshui City. They were filled with gratitude towards him. The ice phoenix would undoubtedly obey Qian Yunxiao's orders, dutifully moving beside A Yin, resting its head against her leg, appearing exceedingly well-behaved, which left A Yin both amused and exasperated. "A Yin, weren't you planning to visit the far north? It's about that time, shall we go? Today, I will provide 2 updates, with another to follow at dawn tomorrow, ensuring a minimum of 4 chapters. Chapter 25, The Titan Snow Demon King Appears. Qian Yunxiao intends to seize this opportunity to meet the elusive Ice Emperor. "Oh, are we going now?" A Yin must be eager to join. However, following their recent marriage and the subsequent developments of pregnancy, there has scarcely been an opportune moment to venture to the far north. Now that she has nearly regained her strength, it would be beneficial to explore and expand her horizons. Since marrying Qian Yunxiao, she has not had the chance to wander outside. But what about Shui? Surely, we cannot take her along on this journey. Qian Yunxiao is merely a few months old. If she were to accompany them into that frigid, snow-laden realm, it would be most concerning. Although Qian Yunxiao is undoubtedly a prodigy, she currently lacks the formidable strength to confront the extreme cold. In the realm of Douluo Continent, it is predetermined that the talents born within cannot defy the heavens to an extraordinary extent. Perhaps we could allow the esteemed dean to assist in her care. What do you think? Theoretically speaking, Shui Mingzhu, the dean, could be considered as Qian Yunxiao's grandmother. She is the biological mother of Qian Yunxiao's mother, Shui Yulan, and part of a prominent family. There is no reason for concern. At this juncture, Shui Mingzhu would certainly not decline Qian Yunxiao's suggestion. She has heard from her daughter that Qian Yunxiao possesses remarkable talent. Moreover, as she is indeed Qian Yunxiao's mother-in-law, offering assistance would be quite agreeable. In due time, her daughter may also be on the verge of childbirth, necessitating A Yin's attention as well. However, Yunxiao, the situation in the extreme north is quite complex. With the presence of soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years, are you certain that you will not encounter any trouble? This is Shui Mingzhu's greatest concern. In such frigid conditions, ice attribute soul beasts are significantly stronger than their counterparts under normal circumstances. A soul beast of 50,000 years could typically be managed by a soul sage. However, in the extreme north, a soul sage would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with ice attribute soul beasts that have cultivated for 50 to 60,000 years. Qian Yunxiao paid no heed to the situation, for his strength had already ascended to the level of a tidal Douluo exceeding the 95th rank. Moreover, with his sister Qingwu possessing the prowess of a soul Douluo, traversing the extreme northern lands posed no significant challenge. He intended to seek vengeance against that ancient foe from 50,000 years past, the one that had previously tormented you and Yulan. Presently, He stood as a 90-level title Douluo, albeit without the 9th spirit ring. Even should he encounter the Ice Emperor, it would not present a considerable issue. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, which had nearly brought harm to Shui Yulan, was thriving still. It was high time to impart some lessons to it. If possible, it could also serve as a mount for Shui Yulan. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Shui Mingzhu fell silent, unable to respond. She did not believe that Qian Yunxiao would boast without merit. However, she could hardly fathom the extent of Qian Yunxiao's formidable strength. If that were the case, why had she not ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall? Shui Mingzhu did not dwell on this thought for long. As she took the child, Qian Yunxiao, from Qian Yunxiao's hands, a maternal radiance blossomed within her. She had always intended to step down once Shui Yulan bore a child, to assist in caring for the little one while Shui Yulan managed the Tianshui Academy. Now, it seemed that retiring a few years earlier was of little consequence. Come along, little one. You shall join us. We will have something to eat, and you will grow strong in no time. Qian Yunxiao summoned the Ice Phoenix. For this Ice Phoenix to grow, it certainly requires the consumption of rare treasures imbued with ice attributes. In Qian Yunxiao's perspective, the most beneficial items for the cultivation of this Ice Phoenix would likely be the ice and fire duality grass from the poisoned Douluo estate, along with remnants of the Ice Dragon King. In due course, he intended to visit the poisoned Douluo's residence to assess the situation. After all, with Tang San not meddling, those celestial herbs would be within Qian Yunxiao's grasp. Let us depart. In the Douluo Continent, lacking a swift steed is indeed a significant hindrance to travel. Even as a formidable quasi-title Douluo, he found himself relying on an ordinary carriage to traverse to the farthest northern reaches, followed by a trek on foot upon arrival. There was no alternative. The current capabilities of Shui Yulan and A Yin were slightly lacking, necessitating his care. Master, do you know where any Ice Emperor scorpions might be located? The present human strength remains woefully inadequate for exploring the extreme north. Without the profound resources of the Spirit Hall, others lack the qualifications to venture into such territories. The Spirit Hall is situated at the heart of the Douluo Continent, encircled by 2 empires, leaving little energy to spare for exploration of these regions. Although the Shui family ranks somewhat within the top 30 among human factions in the Douluo Continent, their qualifications for making a mark in the extreme north are utterly insufficient. There are likely 100 entities within the Douluo world capable of effortlessly obliterating the Shui family's soul beasts. Shui Yulan's encounter with that Ice Emperor Scorpion was purely coincidental. Rest assured, we shall find it. Let the Ice Phoenix guide our path. Qian Yunxiao possesses a significant confidence in encountering the Ice Emperor. Thanks to the presence of A Yin and Qing Wu, 2 soul beasts with a lineage spanning over 100,000 years. The Ice Emperor, with an age exceeding 300,000 years, would undoubtedly sense their auras, particularly that of A Yin, who is yet to fully undergo her transformation. Her presence would be detectable even from hundreds of miles away. Among soul beasts, particularly those over 100,000 years old, there exists a profound territorial awareness. Any intruder entering their domain without permission is regarded as a challenger. The formidable soul beasts of the extreme north are particularly united and vigilant regarding the presence of other soul beasts within their territory. A Yin and Qing Wu, as foreign soul beasts of the same age, would not escape the Ice Emperor's scrutiny. Within the group, A Yin and Shui Yulan hold immense trust in Qian Yunxiao. They are merely puzzled by the difficulty of the target he seeks and do not anticipate any danger. Only Qing Wu feels a sense of trepidation, sensing an ominous presence drawing near their party, an entity that could easily rend her asunder with a mere swipe. She grapples with whether to voice her concerns to Qian Yunxiao, fearing mockery for her apprehension. Her kind, the soft-boned rabbits, are renowned for their acute perception of danger. The Ice Phoenix has been dispatched by Qian Yunxiao to scout the vicinity. At the very least, it should ascertain whether there are any soul beasts of 10,000 years nearby, which could serve as mounts for Qian Yunxiao, sparing him further hardship. The Ice Phoenix returned swiftly, displaying an urgency that indicated it had encountered an opponent far beyond its capabilities. Upon its return, Qian Yunxiao felt the ground beneath them tremble as a colossal ice giant materialized before the four. The ice goddess taste is indeed peculiar. Upon witnessing this gargantuan soul beast, Qian Yunxiao discerned its identity as the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 kings of the extreme north. It is said to be a descendant of the Titan giants favored by the ancient ice god. The Titan Snow Demon is born at 10 meters tall, reaching over 50 meters in adulthood, and cannot be described as anything but grotesque. The peculiar taste of the ice god aside, It certainly seems excessive. Upon the appearance of the Titan Snow Demon King, Qing Wu recognized it as a soul beast of 100,000 years. She had always considered herself a formidable soul beast within the Douluo Forest, yet here in the extreme north, she felt pathetically small. The Titan Snow Demon King could effortlessly tear her apart. Any remnants of pride vanished from Qing Wu. Even the esteemed soul beast she once regarded as powerful appeared diminutive before this Titan. The Titan Snow Demon King, towering at a staggering height of over 100 meters, exuded an air of menace. It addressed them with disdain. "You, mere soul beast from the Douluo Forest, what brings you to my pure domain? Depart swiftly, lest you provoke my wrath." The Titan Snow Demon King's demeanor was exceedingly hostile. The extreme north is a sanctuary, unwelcoming to outsiders. I prefer not to look down. So come down and speak with me. The sheer size of the Titan Snow Demon King irritated Qian Yunxiao, who wished for him to lie down to converse. After all, even in a kneeling position, the demon would tower over him by several meters. "Human, you seek your demise." The Titan Snow Demon King, enraged by Qian Yunxiao's words, could not fathom being subjected to such humiliation, especially as a ruler of the extreme north, second only to the Ice Emperors. This insignificant creature was courting death. "You have sealed your fate, Blue Silver Bind." To maximize the power of this technique, Qian Yunxiao recited the incantation. In an instant, the area around the Titan Snow Demon King was ensnared by a blue domain. Countless vines enveloped the Titan, pressing down with an overwhelming force. With a single command from Qian Yunxiao, the Titan Snow Demon King was forcibly yanked to the ground, crashing down with a thunderous roar. To ensure complete victory, Qian Yunxiao thoroughly bound the Titan Snow Demon King, cocooning him like a colossal chrysalis. "What have you done to me?" The Titan Snow Demon King could hardly believe his predicament, utterly devoid of any power to resist, only able to roar in fury at Qian Yunxiao. The once deafening roar now merely reverberated painfully against his own eardrums. A Yin was equally astonished. How could her husband manipulate the blue-silver grass? Wasn't he a wielder of an angel martial soul? Moreover, how could he wield the blue-silver grass with such prowess? The sight of her own blue-silver emperor being so thoroughly dominated by Qian Yunxiao left her in disbelief, witnessing him reduced to a state of helplessness, virtually foaming at the mouth. It is entirely reasonable for Qian Yunxiao to wield control over the blue-silver grass with tenfold or even 100-fold superiority. To be frank, it does pose a slight dilemma. Should I eliminate you and regard you as my ninth spirit ring? Qian Yunxiao was deep in thought. The Titan Snow Demon King, upon encountering his ninth soul ring, felt a flicker of fear. With all his might, he struggled against the blue-silver grass, which scarcely thrived in this frigid northern realm. Yet he found himself unable to sever it. To make matters worse, the blue-silver grass continued to voraciously drain his power. This was one of the soul skills bestowed upon Qian Yunxiao by A Yin, Blue-Silver Devourer. "Forget it, your cultivation is far too weak. You are unworthy to be my ninth soul ring." Little did he know, in the next moment, Qian Yunxiao's words nearly drove the Titan Snow Demon King to the brink of bloodshed. How could he, the king of soul beasts in the extreme north, be deemed unworthy to serve as a soul ring for this human? He was on the verge of reaching 200,000 years of age, unworthy to be a soul ring for him. "Here is a proposition for you. Become my servant." "What do you say?" Qian Yunxiao directly took a few of his enchanting companions and stood upon the back of the Titan Snow Demon King. One cannot help but admit that this furry creature, in its own peculiar way, appeared somewhat endearing. "You shall not even think of it," roared the Titan Snow Demon King in fury. How could he possibly serve as a subordinate to such a despicable and shameless human? "If you refuse, I shall slay you." "A Yin, Qing Wu, what do you think? Should I end his life?" Qian Yunxiao delegated the decision-making authority to A Yin and Qing Wu. Qing Wu responded first, expressing her indifference. "I have no objections." Indeed, she felt no particular concern regarding the fate of the soul beast king of the extreme north. Whether it lived or perished was of no consequence to her. A Yin pondered for a moment, recalling that it was the Titan Snow Demon King who had initially troubled them. Thus, she declared, "My lord, I leave this matter in your capable hands." A Yin refrained from interfering in Qian Yunxiao's affairs, believing it to be a truth that, when venturing outside, women should heed the counsel of men. With that in mind, she could only offer her apologies to the Titan Snow Demon King. "Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? I possess the ability to assist you in overcoming a calamity that spans 200,000 years. Qian Yunxiao felt a profound sense of regret. The Titan Snow Demon King could not be harnessed for his purposes. However, keeping it was not entirely out of the question, for in the future, Qian Yunxiao would have many offspring, and it would ultimately be necessary to reserve some formidable soul beasts for soul rings. The Titan Snow Demon King was taken aback. Having been trapped for over 100 millennia, he had little confidence in breaking through to 200,000 years. Why did this human possess such an understanding of him? How audacious of you, human, to rampage on my territory. At that moment, an icy, piercing voice resonated, illuminating a radiant smile on Qian Yunxiao's face. At last, his objective had arrived. In comparison to the towering Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor was far more suited to serve as a steed. Although the Ice Emperor had attained an impressive cultivation of 300,000 years, her petite form, less than 2 meters in length, was perfectly capable of carrying Qian Yunxiao alone. How delightful it would be to ride atop her as she galloped. Moreover, if the Ice Emperor could transform in the future, she would undoubtedly possess a dainty stature. Merely contemplating this was exhilarating. Atai, you are utterly useless. How could you be bested by a mere human soul, Douluo? You are nothing but a failure. The Ice Emperor remarked, gazing at the Titan Snow Demon King, now bound like a dumpling and visibly weakened from having his soul power siphoned by Qian Yunxiao's blue-silver devour. The Titan Snow Demon King retorted, "This fellow is peculiar. You must be cautious." The Ice Emperor, however, remained unfazed. With her 300,000 years of cultivation, she was confident in her ability to contend with a human titled Douluo of the 99th rank. Qian Yunxiao, she truly does not regard them with any esteem. You too, as noble soul beasts, choose to associate with humans. Today, I shall devour both of you wretches. The Ice Emperor is an exceedingly proud individual, perpetually seeking to enhance his cultivation. In the far north, constrained by the presence of the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor finds it difficult to act. However, A Yin and Qing were soul beasts from beyond the extreme north. Even if he were to consume them, the Snow Empress would have no grounds to object. Moreover, she is currently absent from the northern realm. Chapter 27. The Snow Demon King submits. The Beast Tamer's ring ensnaring the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's words ignited a flush of indignation upon the faces of A Yin and Qing Wu. Indeed, one is fervently seeking a powerful man to assist in the pairing of her and her mother, while the other is already under the dominion of a formidable male. These two soul beasts are, without question, a disgrace to the realm of soul beasts. Who desires to be a soul beast? We are humans now. A Yin, emboldened by her position behind Qian Yunxiao, mustered the courage to confront the Ice Emperor, vocally expressing her innermost thoughts. Following Qian Yunxiao, A Yin has come to realize the joy of being human. To be a soul beast? To hell with being a soul beast. What of it if she is a traitor? You shall pay for this. The Ice Emperor was thoroughly incensed by A Yin's words. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted drastically. The space, initially at a mere -10 or 20 degrees, felt as though it had descended by 100 degrees. It nearly froze Shui Yuan into an ice sculpture. This is the Ice Emperor's domain of eternal frost. Without the cultivation of a tidal Douluo, one cannot possibly endure. Blue-silver domain. Qian Yunxiao cannot be significantly outpaced by the Ice Emperor, for he possesses only this singular technique and lacks the luxury of extravagance. The other methods hold little efficacy against the Ice Emperor. Yet, a single remarkable skill can indeed turn the tide. As long as he ensnares the Ice Emperor, the latter poses no real threat to him. Qian Yunxiao was well aware of the Ice Emperor's adeptness in mental manipulation. Regrettably, once ensnared by his blue-silver grass, one would be plunged into a state of paralysis, rendering their mental faculties utterly feeble. How could this be? Just moments ago, the Ice Emperor, brimming with overconfidence in his imminent victory, found himself completely bound by Qian Yunxiao's blue-silver grass, revealing not a hint of his predicament. The Ice Emperor had invoked his eternal frozen domain to seize the advantage, yet paradoxically, he had succumbed to the control of this mere human. What manner of logic was this? Once immobilized by the blue-silver grass, the Ice Emperor found himself impotent, unable to employ any of his formidable techniques. Even his once reliable pincers, which had instilled such confidence, could not sever the delicate strands of the blue-silver grass. Qian Yunxiao is currently at level 90. According to the system's setting of blue-silver binding, one cannot break free from their own blue-silver binding without reaching level 100. In Qian Yunxiao's hands, this technique has been nearly exhausted by A Yin. It is rather intriguing that the blue-silver grass has been played to its limits by the blue-silver grass itself. Qian Yunxiao gazed upon the Ice Emperor, realizing that he currently possessed no means to command this formidable being. Nevertheless, to ensure absolute certainty, he resolved to eliminate this colossal creature first, aiming to attain the title of Tidal Douluo before proceeding further. Qian Yunxiao pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to make a concession. Given his current strength, unless he vanquished the Ice Emperor, he would not acquire a soul ring superior to the Titan Snow Demon King in the near future. The Titan Snow Demon King was indeed among the most exquisite of the 100,000-year soul rings. Thus, he decided to compromise. Observing that the Ice Emperor was effortlessly subdued by Qian Yunxiao, he noted that the Snow Emperor had vacated the extreme north, not knowing to which location she had fled. It could be said that there was no one left in the entire extreme north to rely upon. Now, Qian Yunxiao was determined to slay him for his 9th soul ring. How could the Titan Snow Demon King not tremble in fear? I am willing to be your servant. At that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King spoke. He was the hope of the Titan Snow clan. He could not perish, for he still had to protect his kin. This human was so formidable that yielding to him was not a significant matter. Atai, what are you saying? The Titan Snow Demon King's words thoroughly enraged the Ice Emperor. The blue silver grass entwined around her began to gradually turn pale with frost, as if she were about to break free with sheer force. Unfortunately, with a slight increase in Qian Yunxiao's soul power suppression, the Ice Emperor's prior efforts were rendered futile. Oh, is that true? Qian Yunxiao was indeed somewhat taken aback. Had this truly come to pass? Indeed, the Titan Snow Demon King had shed tears of humiliation. The Titan Snow Demon clan had always been subservient to the Ice God, yielding to the strong. Now, with their mightiest member defeated by Qian Yunxiao, and with the Ice God unable to descend and aid them, submission was not out of the question. Congratulations, host, on your first conquest of a clan. Now recognizing you as their vassal. Rewards. Beast Master Rings X5. When affixed to a soul beast, it will forever be unable to resist the will of its master. Ice Snow True Crystal X5. A pure source of ice and snow power, capable of enhancing the cultivation of ice attribute beings, limited to one use in a lifetime. To be candid, Qian Yunxiao had not anticipated triggering such a high-level hidden quest. Conquering a clan? Surely, he had already subdued A Yin. But why had he not conquered the Blue Silver Grass clan? Perhaps the Blue Silver Grass did not qualify as a true clan. The Titan Snow Demons, however, were indeed a legitimate clan. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao released the Titan Snow Demon King and presented him with an Ice Snow True Crystal. Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, I shall honor my word. This item can elevate your cultivation, allowing you to attain an astonishing 200,000 years of prowess. Take it. Qian Yunxiao was quite generous towards his subordinates. The Ice Snow True Crystal was usable only by beings of the Ice attribute. Shui Yulan was one such being, as was the Ice Phoenix. Shui Mingzhu, his mother-in-law, could also be included. With 2 crystals remaining, he decided to bestow one upon the Titan Snow Demon King. Having the Titan Snow Demon King reach 200,000 years of cultivation would also be beneficial to Qian Yunxiao. Thank you, my master. The Titan Snow Demon King was initially astonished. He had never expected Qian Yunxiao to truly follow through. The Ice Snow True Crystal, though small, emanated an extraordinarily formidable power. If he were to refine it, he might very well elevate his ice power to an unparalleled level. By the way, go to the Ice Azure Emperor Scorpion clan and capture 2 Ice Azure Emperor Scorpions with a cultivation of 55,000 years. Qian Yunxiao issued commands to the Titan Snow Demon King. Without the Ice Emperor's presence, the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan posed little threat to the Titan Snow Demon King. He obediently accepted the order and set off. In the next moment, Qian Yunxiao was dragging 3 formidable soul beasts, preparing to return. Ian, Qinwu, Yulan. You 3 go ahead and wait for me. I have some matters to attend to. At this very moment, Qian Yunxiao contemplated enslaving the Ice Emperor. However, he deemed his methods unsuitable for the eyes of Qinwu and her companions, fearing they might alter their perception of him. Thus, it was prudent to momentarily retreat. A Yin and Qingwu obediently distanced themselves, waiting outside the extreme north for Qian Yunxiao's emergence. Once they had departed, Qian Yunxiao allowed the Ice Emperor to reveal her head. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Emperor launched a psychic attack against Qian Yunxiao, intending to render him a fool. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao was quick-witted and deft, having already secured the Beast Master ring around the Ice Emperor's neck. What have you done to me? She exclaimed, suddenly feeling as if her very soul were ensnared, engulfed in a profound sense of dread. What power is this? Chapter 28. The golden-haired Qian Yunxiao, surrounded by love-stricken minds. Ice Emperor, shouldn't you behave yourself? Qian Yunxiao has completely released the Ice Emperor. In the upcoming journey, Qian Yunxiao must rely on the Ice Emperor to accompany him. You scoundrel, I will kill you. I will certainly bring about your demise. The Ice Emperor, as the sovereign of the realm of ice and snow, would never display the lack of fortitude exhibited by the Titan Snow Demon King, even if she were to meet her end today. Submission to this human was out of the question. In her eyes, this human had imposed his will upon her through despicable means. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a dire predicament. In truth, the Ice Emperor demonstrated even less resolve than the Titan Snow Demon King. After all, among the three kings of the extreme north, she was the first to relent, willingly becoming a soul ring for a mere 10-year-old child. Not even sparing a child of such tender age. She had become a mere peanut, of which she had no choice but to accept. And Qian Yunxiao, as a titled Douluo, was a formidable force. At only 24 years of age, he was already akin to a titled Douluo, vastly superior to the watchdog of the Tang family. Surely, she would not be devoid of opportunities. Through reason, emotion, and advantage, the Ice Emperor must yield. Even as she contemplated delivering harsh words to Qian Yunxiao, she felt her very soul teetering on the brink of fragmentation, struggling to breathe, her body threatening to split in twain. Human, why are you so terrifying? The Ice Emperor, I am the young divine sovereign, destined for divinity. If you were to submit to me now, there would be a place for you in the future divine realm. Why linger in this desolate and frigid land of the extreme north? Qian Yunxiao commenced his seductive strategy, and his words were devoid of any exaggeration. With the more offspring, more blessing system at his disposal, attaining divinity was not a daunting task for Qian Yunxiao. The Ice Emperor scoffed, declaring, I would rather perish than submit to you. A vile human. As for the so-called youthful divine abode, the Ice Emperor held no faith in such claims. They were all mere nonsense. Having lived for several hundred millennia, how could she possibly believe in such things? Unfazed by the Ice Emperor's ire, Qian Yunxiao casually proposed another condition. Since you disdain becoming a divine beast, how about the Snow Empress? If you were to submit to me and become my steed, I could ensure that you and the Snow Empress live a life of ease and freedom together in the future. What say you? Qian Yunxiao, having perused the novel, possesses an unparalleled understanding of the Ice Emperor's character. The Snow Empress represents an insurmountable obstacle in the Ice Emperor's life. When two sovereigns mate, even if one possesses strength exceeding the other by a considerable margin, there remains an air of shyness and awkwardness. A soul beast that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years displaying bashfulness is rather astonishing. For instance, a transformed soul beast like A Yin, having become a woman, exhibiting shyness in the presence of such an exceptional man as Qian Yunxiao is entirely reasonable. Yet, a female scorpion feeling bashful in front of a snow spirit? What manner of extraordinary romantic folly is this? And to add to the peculiarity, it is a same-sex attraction. Qian Yunxiao was utterly nauseated by the scene before him. Is this truly a narrative that one could conceive? The obsession with romance extends far beyond mere infatuation. Bai Dong, Hulai Na, Qian Renshui, Zhu Qing. And even Gu Na, none are devoid of this romantic fixation. Initially, Qian Yunxiao deemed such a characterization utterly foolish. However, upon experiencing it firsthand, and especially as a beneficiary, he came to appreciate the charm of this romantic inclination, finding delight in the fact that these exquisite beauties were indeed captivated by love. How convenient it was to win their affection. It became evident that, akin to the tales spun in stories, one could indeed cultivate love through an alternative means, such as clandestinely nurturing it within the confines of a dormitory. A single utterance from Qian Yunxiao instantly quelled the Ice Emperor's tumultuous spirit. She could not afford to lose the Snow Emperor, just as the frigid north could not be devoid of its ice and snow. Come, follow me. The enhancement of our cultivation is attainable, as is the presence of the Snow Emperor. In a moment of confusion for the Ice Emperor, Qian Yunxiao gently patted the small head of the Ice Emperor and settled himself atop the formidable creature, signaling for the Ice Emperor to quell his minor temper and yield to him. He harbored no objections to the Ice Emperor being with the Snow Emperor, and even if they were to intertwine, it would not trouble him in the least. Strangely, the Ice Emperor found that his limbs, seemingly possessed of a will of their own, began to move towards the outer reaches of the far north. With the Ice Emperor leading the way, Qian Yunxiao felt no concern that the other two Ice Crystal Emperor scorpions would behave unruly. Upon reaching the periphery of the far north, Qian Yunxiao beheld 3 individuals and 1 beast awaiting his arrival. The sight of Qian Yunxiao perched upon the back of the terrifying Ice Emperor left A Yin, Qing Wu, and Shui Yulan utterly astonished. What manner of sorcery was this? A Yin approached, instructing Qing Wu and Yulan to take their places, each with one of the beasts. Here, Qian Yunxiao could only acquire such soul beasts. In the realm of ice and snow, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion undoubtedly stood as the most noble of steeds. Shui Yulan had no objections to Qian Yunxiao's arrangement. She was acutely aware of her standing and dared not vie for affection against A Yin. After expressing her thoughts, she boldly mounted the very ice crystal emperor scorpion that had once nearly claimed her life. There was a certain satisfaction in having her former adversary beneath her. The four set forth on their journey home, though only Qing Wu's heart remained restless and unquiet. Qian Yunxiao has a penchant for taming these spirit beasts as pets. Being a spirit beast herself, she wonders if she too might be taken as a pet by Qian Yunxiao. The thought of being bound by Qian Yunxiao, akin to how she has ensnared the Ice Emperor and other formidable beings, sends a shiver down her spine. Yet she reassures herself that the Lord is not that kind of person. Perhaps she is overthinking it. Qian Yunxiao exudes such grace and elegance, yet the more she contemplates, the more her self-comfort begins to falter. In the Douluo Continent, the walls possess some soundproofing, though not excessively so. As she imagines the events that unfold above her each night, she begins to question whether Qian Yunxiao truly embodies the qualities of gentility and refinement. The more she reflects, the more trepidation she feels. Should she take a moment to leave? Perhaps return to the city of Tianshui. The sight of 3 colossal scorpions entering the city instills fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens and low-ranking spirit masters alike, prompting them to flee in fright. Fortunately, the presence of a formidable entity like Qian Yunxiao brings them some semblance of peace. Yin, Yulan, please go to the academy and bring Shuer back. I shall train these Ice Emperor scorpions and discuss a few matters with Qingwu in the meantime. Qian Yunxiao issued instructions to A Yin and Shui Yulan. Having arrived at Tianshui City, there should be no further complications. Both Shui Yulan and A Yin nodded in agreement. They harbored no significant concerns regarding Qian Yunxiao's desire for private moments with Qingwu. However, the timid Qingwu felt a twinge of apprehension. Why did Qian Yunxiao seek her out at this moment? What should she do? Should she turn to A Yin for assistance? However, would it not seem absurd to seek help from A Yin without a clear reason? These were merely her personal musings. After a brief moment of confusion, A Yin and Shui Yulan had already descended from the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion, parting ways with Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao returned to her 5-star hotel with Qingwu. You will stay here, be honest, and do not harm anyone. Do you understand? Qian Yunxiao directed the headstrong Ice Emperor, who was seething with rage. How dare this individual regard her as a mere watchdog? Yet, upon Qian Yunxiao casting forth a crystal of purest ice and snow, the Ice Emperor chose to remain silent. Internally, the Ice Emperor seethed, cursing the wretched human. I shall endure this insolence for now, but when the opportunity arises, I will strike him down with a single blow. Qingwu, why do you linger? Come with me. Observing Qingwu's immobility, a faint smile crept across Qian Yunxiao's lips. It was this very smile that cemented Qingwu's suspicion that Qian Yunxiao harbored ulterior motives towards her. Chapter 29. Capturing Qingwu, taking her as a pet master. Do you have something to discuss? Qingwu hesitated to approach, genuinely beginning to fear Qian Yunxiao. I have matters to discuss with you. Please, follow me. Qian Yunxiao's tone was pleasant, yet Qingwu still hesitated to accompany her. However, as Qian Yunxiao's gaze grew earnest, Qingwu ultimately found herself at the threshold of her own room. Unable to escape, the prowess of Qian Yunxiao is beyond discussion. Merely upon receiving a command from Qian Yunxiao, the Ice Emperor can render Qingwu compliant. Dear Sister Qingwu, please open the door. I have something to show you. Qian Yunxiao gestured for her to proceed. Qingwu then produced the key and unlocked the door. The solitude of the two left Qingwu feeling quite anxious. This is something I need you to help me examine, Qingwu. What do you think? Qian Yunxiao produced a large iron cage. Upon seeing it, Qingwu's expression instantly changed. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Concerned by Qian Yunxiao's previous behavior, she genuinely feared that this cage had been prepared for her, intended to confine her within. Qian Yunxiao elucidated. This iron cage has been crafted specifically for the 3 creatures below. Lingwu, as you are also a spirit beast, perhaps you could discern whether this cage imposes any constraints on them. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao considered Lingwu's nature as a spirit beast and sought her insight. Upon hearing this, Lingwu felt a sense of relief, realizing that the cage was not intended for her. Lord Palace Master, this iron cage surely cannot contain those 3 spirit beasts. Particularly the formidable 100,000-year spirit beast, it is far beyond the capacity of a mere iron cage to restrain. Lingwu earnestly offered her counsel to Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao replied, I understand. It is not my intention to exert control over them. Rather, I seek to create a faade. Do you believe an alteration in appearance is necessary? Qingwu shook her head, stating personally, I feel it is quite unnecessary. With that, Qian Yunxiao decided to let the matter rest, casually storing the iron cage within the spatial soul guide. This item had long been prepared for the Ice Emperor by Qian Yunxiao. Qin Wu, what were you fearful of just now? Surely, you didn't think I intended to imprison you, did you? Once the pressing matters had been addressed, Qian Yunxiao began to jest. My lord, please refrain from such remarks. That thought never crossed my mind. Qin Wu quickly redirected her gaze, avoiding eye contact with Qian Yunxiao. To be honest, she indeed harbored such concerns. Qian Yunxiao spoke sincerely. You are indeed a sister of A Yin. How could I possibly treat you poorly? I understand that rabbits are often easily frightened, but rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards my friends. With my current resources, acquiring a beast-taming ring would suffice to subdue Qin Wu. However, I chose not to take that route. Firstly, there is no need to waste a beast-taming ring. Qin Wu is nearly within my grasp. Escape is simply not an option. Qian Yunxiao merely needs to invest a little more time. There is no need to squander the beast-taming ring. Secondly, rather than resorting to such crude methods as the beast-taming ring, Qian Yunxiao finds greater satisfaction in employing psychological tactics to win over Qin Wu's heart and mind. As for why Qian Yunxiao treats the Ice Emperor in such a manner, the reasons are quite simple. First, the Ice Emperor is disobedient. Second, the Ice Emperor is no longer human, but rather a soul beast. Qian Yunxiao could never regard the Ice Emperor as mere humans like A Yin and Qin Wu. Whenever the Ice Emperor transforms into a human, Qian Yunxiao's attitude towards him will undoubtedly evolve as well. Qian Yunxiao's words had, in some measure, penetrated lightly into Qin Wu's heart. She felt a pang of regret for having misunderstood Qian Yunxiao. How could she have harbored such thoughts about him? Alas, as she contemplated this, a sense of melancholy began to envelop her. In recent months, Qian Yunxiao has exhibited qualities that render him the epitome of a perfect husband and an ideal father figure. He embodies the very essence of what is most scarce in the household shared by her and Xiaowu. Alas, this man is her sister's husband. Is it truly appropriate for her to entertain such thoughts? If Yulan can become a part of this family, might I too be able to join? This notion inexplicably surfaced in Lu Wu's mind. She yearns to be a part of Qian Yunxiao's family as well. Well, I shall take my leave now. You've likely grown weary accompanying us during this time. It would be wise to rest early. Qian Yunxiao had no intention of lingering in Qin Wu's room. One must savor a meal bite by bite, without haste, and certainly not overindulge to the point of becoming excessively rotund. When it came to A Yin, Qian Yunxiao exhibited remarkable patience, dedicating a full 100 days. Likewise, he demonstrated ample patience with Qin Wu. Master, there is a matter I wish to consult you about. Qin Wu spoke just as Qian Yunxiao turned to leave. Qian Yunxiao expressed a hint of surprise. Qin Wu, is there something you wish to discuss? Qin Wu softly inquired, My lord, may I learn about the specific tale that intertwines you with Yulan and A Yin? These words illuminated Qian Yunxiao, revealing a promising sign, the emergence of Qin Wu's willingness to express her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yunxiao remarked, the tale involving myself, A Yin, and Yulan is quite intricate, not something that can be succinctly expressed in a few words. While the duration of the events is not excessively long, there are certain aspects that I must refine with care, which will require some effort. If you, esteemed lord of the palace, have no pressing matters at hand, I am more than willing to share. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Wu gestured invitingly for Qian Yunxiao to take a seat. Simultaneously, she attended to him by pouring tea. Observing Qin Wu's slender legs, Qian Yunxiao chose not to decline and began to recount the narrative of their intertwined fates. During A Yin's pregnancy, it was astonishing for A Yin's sister to realize that Shui Yulan was indeed summoned by A Yin herself. Qian Yunxiao nodded, expressing her helplessness as she remarked, Indeed, that girl A Yin has found some trick, leaving me with no choice but to accept Yulan, honoring her deep affection. At that moment, Qin Wu recalled the first day she encountered A Yin. Perhaps it was then that A Yin intended to seek Shui Yulan? As for Qian Yunxiao's reluctant acceptance, Qin Wu sensed that the situation was far from simple. Perhaps Qian Yunxiao had noticed something amiss from the very beginning, merely choosing to play along. Of course, this was merely her conjecture, lacking any evidence. Qin Wu understood that her focus must remain on A Yin moving forward. I understand, master. Thank you for sharing this with me. Once the tale concluded, Qin Wu chose not to prolong Qian Yunxiao's stay. Chapter 30. The Beast Feed That Qin Wu Could Not Refuse. Qian Yunxiao is inherently an emotionally intelligent man. After Qian Wu subtly hinted at wanting to see him off, Qian Yunxiao departed without hesitation. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, A Yin accompanied Shui Yulan on their way home. Upon returning to Tianshui Academy, Shui Yulan was bound to assist her mother, Shui Mingzhu, with certain matters, which led to their delay throughout the afternoon. A Yin chose to care for the children at the academy, where there were many lively youngsters, making it all the more enjoyable. Upon their return with Qian Yunxiao, they discovered Qian Yunxiao reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. A Yin curiously inquired, "Where is Sister Wu?" Qian Yunxiao responded calmly, "Naturally, she is in her own room. Where else could she be? Others need their rest too." A Yin refrained from pressing further. "I shall lie down for a bit. There are some matters I need to attend to." After their return, Qian Yunxiao prepared to step out again. By the afternoon's end, the items he had commissioned were nearing completion. It was imperative to resolve the matter of symbolically confining the Ice Empress and her two kin today. "Where are you headed?" A Yin asked as she handed Qian Yunxiao to Shui Yulan. She arrived at the entrance before Qian Yunxiao, thoughtfully helping him change his shoes. Qian Yunxiao elucidated. Upon the arrival of the three steeds in Tianshui City, in order to avert any unforeseen incidents and to assure the peace of mind of the townsfolk, I have commissioned several large iron cages. While it is true that these cages serve little practical purpose, they may at least provide a semblance of comfort to the citizens. Qian Yunxiao's words were undeniably flawless. A Yin expressed some reluctance, asking, "Can it not be tomorrow?" Qian Yunxiao bestowed a gentle kiss upon her and remarked, "Tonight. If we do not close the door, how do you suppose those individuals will find any semblance of sleep? This is the consequence of my actions, and I must personally rectify this matter." Qian Yunxiao's earnest and responsible demeanor led A Yin to silently commend him in her heart. Her man truly embodies a sense of responsibility, not only towards her, but also towards the formidable Qian Yunxiao himself. "Return soon. I find it impossible to sleep without you." After a tender farewell kiss, A Yin gazed affectionately at Qian Yunxiao. Without his arm to rest upon, she simply could not find solace in sleep. This had become a cherished habit cultivated over their year together. "Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." Qian Yunxiao has also made his own promise. How could he possibly choose to be outside in the cold wind when he is accompanied by two beautiful women in the evening? Qian Yunxiao made his way to the blacksmith shop, transporting 3 large iron cages before the Ice Emperor, who was still stationed at the entrance. "What are you doing?" The Ice Emperor glared at Qian Yunxiao with visible displeasure. Even though he had presented her with a genuine ice crystal, it did little to alter her perception of him. Now, the thought of him intending to confine her within an iron cage was utterly intolerable. "Do you have any objections? Is my ice crystal so easily obtainable? If you do not wish to keep it, feel free to expel it." Qian Yunxiao is indifferent to such matters. He has already shown considerable deference to the Ice Emperor. Were it anyone else, a mount speaking to its master in such a manner would have long been subjected to severe punishment. Indeed, you have struck at the Ice Emperor's vulnerability. She has indeed just reaped the benefits from Qian Yunxiao. That piece of ice crystal could elevate her cultivation by nearly 20 to 30,000 years. To relinquish it so easily is quite a hardship for the Ice Emperor. Rest assured, these iron cages are hardly secure. For you, they are nothing more than mere decorations. At worst, I simply want to lock them. Is that acceptable? This marks the final concession Qian Yunxiao extends to the Ice Emperor. Upon hearing that the cage would not be locked, the Ice Emperor's expression improved considerably. Not locking the door, to some extent, signifies that she is not merely a pet. Yet, she still finds it difficult to accept. "I am the Ice Emperor, the king of the Ice Scorpion. How could I possibly be displayed before these mortals like a mere street performer?" Qian Yunxiao continued, "It is merely nighttime, and I shall also assign personnel to guard the streets, allowing those individuals to approach. What do you think?" With Qian Yunxiao welcoming Shui Yulan into his family, this hotel transformed into Qian Yunxiao's private sanctuary, no longer open to the public. Typically, there are few visitors here. Qian Yunxiao has laid everything bare. What more can the Ice Emperor do? Her life and death are entirely in Qian Yunxiao's hands. To secure such rights for herself is indeed an extraordinary feat ultimately. In the silence of the Ice Emperor, Qian Yunxiao discerned her answer. She would wield the blue silver grass under her command. Qian Yunxiao effortlessly confined the 3 Ice Emperor scorpions. And even the Ice Emperor himself showed no signs of resistance, while the other 2 scorpions dared not move. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired your first guardian pet. Showcasing your grandeur. Task completed. Obtain your first pet. Task reward, 100 fortune coins, which can be used to purchase items in the family shop, and 100 beast feed, which can enhance the cultivation and aptitude of beasts, as well as improve intimacy with pets. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao never expected to have completed a hidden task. Quite intriguing. Observing the Ice Emperor's jealousy and reluctance, Qian Yunxiao found it amusing. Could this be considered a classic case of saying one thing while meaning another? Let us take a closer look at the specific details of the Ice Emperor pet. Upon witnessing the unlocking of the pets section on her system panel, Qian Yunxiao hastily proceeded to explore its functionalities. Pet species: Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Guardian Pet, Wealth Attracting Pet, Pet Level, Pet Affinity, 1 Pet Special Skill. Increases the owner's wealth by 1 coin every 24 hours. Upon reading this information, Qian Yunxiao could not help but speculate. Could it be that the ice crystal she had just bestowed upon it was the reason for this slight affinity? Or perhaps her gentle and tender words exchanged with the Ice Emperor had fostered some fondness. Alternatively, was it possible that the Ice Emperor was merely an extreme submissive? Would locking it in a cage render it content? Regardless of the reasoning, this development was undoubtedly advantageous for Qian Yunxiao. It indicated that she could gradually tame this Ice Emperor, eventually earning its loyalty both mentally and physically. Thus, the journey to enhance the Ice Emperor's affinity would commence. With this thought in mind, Qian Yunxiao retrieved the beast food she had recently acquired from the system space, dividing it into 2 portions. She offered one to each of the 2 Ice Blue Emperor scorpions beside her. Each portion weighed a little over a pound, just sufficient for the 2 creatures. Although the precise contents of the food were unknown to her, its appealing appearance and delightful aroma greatly attracted the scorpions, prompting them to begin feasting eagerly. Noticing that Qian Yunxiao had bestowed food upon her kin but not herself, the Ice Emperor felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. A significant revision has been made. Everyone may wish to revisit the text, as it now presents an entirely different narrative, restoring the protagonist's character design. The edits were laboriously completed by 3 o'clock in the morning. Friends who have already read it may refresh the page or remove the book from their shelf before re-adding it. Chapter 31. The Touch of Light Dance. It is time to create offspring. The Ice Emperor briefly vented its regal displeasure. In an instant, the 2 Ice Blue Emperor scorpions, who had been indulging heartily, fell silent. Resisting the temptation of the beast food offered by Qian Yunxiao, they gazed pitifully at their sovereign, unaware of how they had inadvertently provoked this capricious entity. The Ice Emperor was decidedly displeased at the moment. Why did Qian Yunxiao offer her 2 subordinates such delectable treats, yet deny them to her, the queen? Is it because she is unworthy? What is this? Is she feeling envious? Qian Yunxiao gazed at the Ice Emperor, a look of delight gracing his countenance. This fellow possesses a certain charm, does he not? Has he begun to vie for affection? What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Yunxiao's words greatly displeased the Ice Emperor. Rest assured, they consume merely second-rate beast fodder, vastly inferior to what I provide for you. Be obedient. As long as you remain sufficiently docile, I shall grant you something far superior. Qian Yunxiao placed his hand gently upon the head of the Ice Emperor, who emanated an astonishingly frigid aura. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao's own fiery essence was potent enough to withstand it. Otherwise, he might have faltered. What jealousy! Silence! The Ice Emperor's eyes suddenly widened slightly, betraying a hint of unease. Qian Yunxiao gazed at the sudden increase in intimacy with the Ice Emperor, unable to contain a hearty laugh. This matter had been resolved, and Qian Yunxiao could now rest easy. As for those in Tianshui City who were concerned that the Ice Emperor might cause chaos while they slept, they now had a valid excuse to drift into slumber. Qian Yunxiao intended to return directly to his own chamber, cradling his beloved to slumber. However, as he passed by Qing Wu's room, he felt compelled to knock on her door. At that moment, Qing Wu had already completed her nightly ablutions and donned a loose-fitting outfit in preparation for rest. Qian Yunxiao suddenly knocked on the door, catching Qing Wu by surprise. At this moment, what could Qian Yunxiao possibly want from her? Could it be? After some contemplation, Qing Wu chose not to change into a different outfit before meeting Qian Yunxiao. Instead, she simply opened the door, allowing him to enter. "My lord, what brings you here?" she inquired, wrapping her hands around her scarf. Her gaze was not one of caution towards Qian Yunxiao. Rather, it suggested a deep trust, as if she harbored no concerns regarding his intentions. Alternatively, perhaps she herself had some ulterior motives, prompting her to act in such a deliberate manner. Taking the initiative, Qing Wu posed her question. The sight of her, draped only in a bathrobe, left Qian Yunxiao momentarily taken aback. Was this a test? How many could withstand such a trial? Qian Yunxiao can now. Light dance. I possess an item that can enhance the cultivation of soul beasts. Would you care to take a look at it? It could expedite your daughter Xiaowu's transformation. This is the primary reason Qian Yunxiao sought out light dance. Now, he has acquired beast fodder. This substance is unsuitable for him, and certainly unfit for A Yin, who is far too delicate to consume such nourishment. Qian Yunxiao will prepare better food for A Yin. Therefore, he cannot exhaust all 100 portions of beast feed in a short time. After much contemplation, he decided that it could be used for Xiao Wu. Allowing her to transform earlier would indeed be beneficial. My lord, do you possess such items? Things that can enhance the cultivation of soul beasts, as Xiao Wu is quite familiar with. Throughout her several millennia of existence, she has fortuitously encountered some of them. Each of those items is regarded with utmost reverence. Qian Yunxiao now expresses that she possesses an unexpected excitement, a delicate dance of emotions. Just take a look. Qian Yunxiao presented a bag of pet food to Qingwu. With a sense of curiosity, Qingwu opened the bag, only to be enveloped by an enticing aroma that stirred her senses. This pet food, to be precise, held the greatest allure for those creatures best suited for companionship, notably cats, dogs, and rabbits. It was evident that Qingwu fell within this significant sphere of influence. After sampling a small pellet, she was astounded. Not only was it exquisitely flavorful, but it also proved beneficial for cultivation. This single bag could potentially enhance a soul beast cultivation by a century, an astonishing prospect indeed. Her daughter, Xiao Wu, might well require just such a bag to take that crucial step forward in her transformation. Lord, this is truly too precious. I cannot accept it, Qingwu thought longingly. Wishing to accept the gift to aid her daughter in achieving her transformation and attaining soul sage status sooner, thereby ensuring greater safety. Yet, the thought of receiving such a valuable item without having done anything for Qian Yunxiao made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Had she known that Qian Yunxiao had casually discarded 2 bags of pet food to the guards, 2 ice blue emperor scorpions, her perspective might have shifted. The scorpions consumed their food with remarkable speed. The pet food was likely devoured by now, and Qian Yunxiao harbored no fears of Qingwu discovering this matter. In the future, as long as he tightened the availability of the pet food a bit or kept it concealed from Qingwu, creating an illusion of rarity would suffice. Please accept it. We are friends, and it is only natural to support one another. Once Shuer grows up, perhaps our families might revisit the Stardow Forest together. At that time, I would be grateful for your guidance and the chance to visit your home, though I wonder if I may be so fortunate. Qian Yunxiao gently returned the beast feed that Qingwu had handed him. Qingwu earnestly replied, I always welcome your presence, esteemed lord. The Starry Forest was not solely her sanctuary, particularly the Lake of Life, which belonged to both Deepening and A Yin as well. However, considering that Qian Yunxiao was such a benevolent individual, she mused that even if she were to escort him to the Lake of Life, Deepening and A Yin would likely have no objections. It seemed only reasonable that if she could reside in Qian Yunxiao's dwelling, he could also visit the place that once held significance for her. Qingwu, you may plan your time as you see fit. If you wish to return now, I shall not impede you. Should you desire to explore Tianshui City for a while, you are most welcome. The hour is late. Do take your rest. After exchanging a few simple words, Qian Yunxiao departed. Only after watching his figure vanish down the corridor did Qingwu close the door. Thus, a single bag of beast feed had been traded for 200,000-year soul beasts. Once the door was securely shut, a profound transformation took place on Qian Yunxiao's face, revealing unmistakable signs of a successful scheme. Truly, he was a heartless merchant, deceiving these innocent souls without remorse. Yet, he reassured himself that he had never truly deceived them. Rather, he had exchanged his genuine affection for their heartfelt trust. Upon leaving Qingwu's residence, Qian Yunxiao returned to his own quarters. At that moment, his daughter, Qian Yunxiao, was already in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, A Yin and Shui Yulan had also completed their evening routines early, fragrant, and awaiting his return. Upon entering the door, Qian Yunxiao immediately discerned the atmosphere, realizing what was expected of him. Indeed, it was time to consider blessing his daughter with a brother or sister. Chapter 32. Qingwu startled. Yulan expecting the following day, Qian Yunxiao ventured out. He could not remain at home idly. Although he currently did not require any cultivation, it was appropriate to take the Ice Emperor out for some training. The environment of Tianshui City was relatively suitable for the Ice Emperor's existence. As long as it was not subjected to extreme heat, the Ice Emperor could thrive comfortably. Qian Yunxiao has departed, and Shui Yulan has also gone to work at the Tianshui Academy. At home, only A Yin remains, taking care of her daughter. A Yin harbors no grievances, for this is her duty, and she recognizes that Qingwu will likely come to assist her later. After several months of interaction, A Yin has become quite adept at managing the daily routines. Qingwu arrives early and, noticing that Qian Yunxiao is absent, seizes the opportunity to share some confidential tidings with A Yin. Sister, I have something to discuss with you. As Qian Yunxiao remains quiet, Qingwu begins her revelation. A Yin, maintaining a composed demeanor, responds, Sister Wu, what is it that you wish to convey? Qing Wu then presents the exquisite delicacies bestowed upon her by Qian Yunxiao, explaining, "This is a remarkable item gifted to me by the Lord, capable of enhancing the cultivation of our soul beasts." A Yin is taken aback by this revelation. An item that can elevate cultivation? Why would Qian Yunxiao gift such a thing to his sister Wu without mentioning it to her? A twinge of jealousy stirs within A Yin. Could it be that her man harbors feelings for sister Wu? Indeed. While A Yin considers her sister's allure, though not as beautiful as herself, she possesses a charm that captivates many with her long legs and sensuality. She muses that if sister Wu were not of good character, she would not have formed a bond with such a temptress. It is only natural that her lord would be swayed by temptation. Is sister Wu being candid or merely boasting? However, Qing Wu remains oblivious to A Yin's tumultuous thoughts and recounts the events of the previous night. The Lord instructed me to take this item for my daughter, hoping to facilitate her transformation. The favor he has shown is immensely significant, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay him. Sister, do you have any suggestions? Her words alleviate A Yin's concerns entirely. So that is how it is. How could her lord be such a person? A Yin's spirits lift dramatically as she reassures, Sister Wu, there is no need for such formality. The Lord is simply a warm-hearted individual. Do not stand on ceremony with him. You have assisted us immensely over these past months, so please, let go of such reservations. At this moment, A Yin is completely at ease regarding the matter. With her reassurances, Qing Wu too feels a sense of relief. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin are a married couple. It presents a significant dilemma if the husband gifts himself something that the wife cannot accept. Fortunately, the warmth shared between them has alleviated much of Qing Wu's psychological burden. Once matters seemed to settle, Qing Wu, with a gentle smile, inquired, Sister, is there anything else happening around here lately? If not, I intend to return home for a while. A Yin contemplated for a moment before responding with ease, Sister Wu, there isn't much going on here either. If your matters are urgent, you may head home to resolve them. The tone of her voice hinted to Qing Wu that A Yin might be grappling with some troublesome issues, yet was reluctant to discuss them with her. Qing Wu's own affairs were not pressing, and she could afford to delay them for a year without consequence, so she inquired further, has anything challenging arisen for you recently? In response, A Yin candidly revealed, soon, Sister Yuan may also be expecting a child for the Lord, which could complicate things. Indeed, if Shui Yulan were to conceive, it would create some difficulties for A Yin, as she would need to provide care. A Yin sincerely hoped that Qing Wu would choose to stay, for if they sought external help, the three of them living together might inadvertently come to light. While it would not significantly affect her, considering her anonymity in the human realm, such revelations would carry substantial repercussions for Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan. Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan are prominent figures in Tianshui City, known for their concern for the people's welfare. Qing Wu is one of their own, someone trustworthy. A Yin's words caused a sudden flutter in Qing Wu's heart. She was well aware of how Shui Yulan had entered Qian Yunxiao's small household. It was during A Yin's pregnancy, out of consideration for Qian Yunxiao, who had no one to attend to him, that Shui Yulan was brought in to cater to his needs. Now, Shui Yulan was on the verge of her own pregnancy, and A Yin also had a child to raise. At this moment, A Yin's insistence on keeping Qing Wu back raised questions. Qing Wu's mind began to conjure an unsettling image, within this very room, on the bed where she sat. A pregnant woman with a prominent belly and a young mother with a child would be watching her silently from either side. The mere thought of such a scene overwhelmed Qing Wu. Her long legs, clad in pink stockings, instinctively tensed, and her body reacted with a surge of anxiety. Sister Wu, are you listening? Would you be willing to stay and help for about a year? Qing Wu suddenly lost her focus, and A Yin undoubtedly noticed her distraction, with a peculiar gaze. A Yin regarded Qing Wu, unable to decipher the whirlwind of thoughts that had altered her expression so swiftly. Yes, Qing Wu replied, her nerves prompting an immediate nod. Yet, in the next moment, she was struck with confusion. How had she agreed to this? Did this not signify that she had prepared herself mentally to be a substitute for Qian Yunxiao, as intended by A Yin and Shui Yulan? This was unacceptable. Just as Qing Wu contemplated voicing her need for time to think, A Yin had already enthusiastically severed her escape route, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Wu." At that moment, Qing Wu found herself with no avenue of retreat. She felt as if she had transformed from a timid rabbit into a startled deer, her heart racing uncontrollably. In her current state of alarm, she was at a loss for what to do, forced to take each step as it came. That evening, when Qian Yunxiao returned, he happened to pass by Tianshui Academy. Qian Yunxiao soon arrived at Shui Yulan's office. Before long, The previously tranquil and silent office was filled with a series of peculiar sounds. It was fortunate that Shui Yulan was working alone on this floor. Otherwise, it might have posed quite a dilemma. Qian Yunxiao, in his eagerness to have children, found himself compelled to act in such a manner. At school, Shui Yulan's appearance was simply overwhelming for him. Shui Mingzhu, frustrated, wished to have a conversation with her daughter about her situation with Qian Yunxiao and what the future might hold. However, as she approached the door to Shui Yulan's office, she abruptly halted, her face flushed with embarrassment, and retreated. She could hardly fathom that the impeccably poised Qian Yunxiao would engage in such behavior, nor could she believe that her daughter would acquiesce to such demands. It was utterly shameless. Qian Yunxiao's abilities are not to be taken lightly. A month later, Shui Yulan had already been examined. Chapter 33. Dearest mother-in-law, lend me your support. Since there is a child on the way, it would be best to forego attending the academy and take a 2-year leave instead. Qian Yunxiao spoke to Shui Yulan. His woman certainly should not be burdened with such trivial matters. She ought to focus on nurturing their child in peace. Shui Yulan shot him a glance and retorted, "Unlike your carefree disposition, that is my family's enterprise. If I do not engage in work, will you sustain me?" Her words caused Qian Yunxiao's face to flush with embarrassment. Indeed, he was no longer affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and he had no access to its resources. It was utterly disgraceful for a titled Douluo to rely on a woman for support. He resolved to earn money by tomorrow. I mean, no offense. Everything that belongs to you is also mine, Shui Yulan hastily clarified, wishing to prevent any misunderstanding. In her family, men were often treated as mere subordinates, given that they were merely sons-in-law. However, in her dynamic with Qian Yunxiao, the roles were entirely reversed. She found herself almost like a pet before him. Rest assured, I am aware of my responsibilities. Golden soul coins held little significance for Qian Yunxiao now. A Yin and Qingwu, both being 10,000-year soul beasts, surely knew where to find rare resources. A casual venture into the Stardow forest would yield valuable items to sell, sufficient for Qian Yunxiao to indulge for a while. This time, Qian Yunxiao personally escorted Shui Yulan to the Tianshui Academy. Do you hope for a boy or a girl? The atmosphere in Shui Yulan's office was uniquely captivating. Qian Yunxiao sat in Shui Yulan's original office chair, while Shui Yulan perched upon Qian Yunxiao's lap, engaged in 2 tasks simultaneously. She grasped firmly 2 pins of varying lengths and thicknesses. Qian Yunxiao exuded a gentle demeanor, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. As Shui Yulan attended to various trivial matters, she casually inquired about Qian Yunxiao's perspective on children. A tinge of concern lingered in her heart. Perhaps it stemmed from the Shui family's affinity for water and ice attributes in their martial souls, which rendered their lineage predominantly cold and shadowy. Consequently, the likelihood of bearing a daughter outweighed that of a son significantly. Although Qian Yunxiao demonstrated a commendable affection for daughters, Shui Yulan still harbored a desire to present him with a son. She reassured herself not to be anxious, embracing the notion of letting fate take its course. Qian Yunxiao's demeanor remained remarkably composed. After all, if Shui Yulan could not bear a son, so be it. There would always be others who could. In a realm as abundant with beauty as Douluo Continent, could it be that not a single woman had given birth to a son? Humph. Do you harbor some ulterior thoughts? Noticing a sudden surge of vigor from Qian Yunxiao, Shui Yulan sensed that something was amiss. Qian Yunxiao undoubtedly harbors some undesirable thoughts. I observe that several female instructors at Tianshui Academy possess qualities befitting motherhood. Should we arrange for your man to engage in some discreet arrangements? To be frank, this reflects a fragment of Qian Yunxiao's innermost musings. As for the elegant and aloof female instructors, how many can truly withstand such temptation? When he arrived at Tianshui Academy, he paid a modicum of attention and noted the absence of a beauty akin to the 4-star Shui Yulan. However, there were 5 or 6 charming 3-star beauties. Qian Yunxiao has no intention of taking them in. He would not collect beauties of no renown. At most, he would merely indulge in some frivolous pastimes. In the Douluo Continent, such amusements can be enjoyed as long as both parties are willing. After all, Qian Yunxiao is a titled Douluo. It is unthinkable for him to act foolishly under such a prestigious identity. He has a reputation to uphold. You scoundrel, I shall make you pay dearly for this. Shui Yulan never imagined that Qian Yunxiao would dare to speak to her in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Qian Yunxiao knocked on the office door of Shui Mingzhu. Who is it? Startled, Shui Mingzhu trembled within. She was well aware that her daughter was once again engaging in some foolish antics, and her mind was occupied with various thoughts. The sudden knock from Qian Yunxiao truly startled her. It is I, esteemed mother-in-law. Your son-in-law has joyous news to share with you. Qian Yunxiao proactively blew open the portal, Upon realizing it was Qian Yunxiao arriving, Shui Mingzhu felt an even greater sense of anxiety. This man had just mistreated his own daughter beyond recognition, and now he sought her out? She recalled a scene she had inadvertently witnessed. This Qian Yunxiao was utterly inhuman. No wonder her daughter had suffered so terribly under his oppression. How could one endure such torment? Shui Mingzhu took a moment to compose her nerves. Adopting a serious demeanor as she calmly uttered, "Please, come in." This is Qian Yunxiao's first visit to the office of Shui Mingzhu. Tianshui Academy is a women's institution, devoid of any male presence. Consequently, the dean's office is quite aesthetically pleasing. Shui Mingzhu sits comfortably in her office chair, with her desk wide open before her. After all, with no men around, there is little need for excessive consideration. Qian Yunxiao could directly see the shimmering pearls of water and the delicate white silk. At the age of 45 or 56, the elegant woman still pretended to be innocent, which made Qian Yunxiao feel a strong urge to confront her. A beautiful woman should embody the essence of beauty. There is no need for her to feign purity with white silk. Rather, she should embrace the allure of black or flesh-colored stockings as she walks. To be honest, having such a strikingly captivating prospective mother-in-law left Qian Yunxiao feeling somewhat unsettled. Qian Yunxiao cast a few glances at Shui Mingzhu's slender, silken legs, yet ultimately fixed his gaze upon her entire being. The third beauty of Douluo, a figure marked by an air of indifference, was represented by the white tiger, proud yet composed. Shui Mingzhu bore few labels, merely a 3.5-star character. She had secured a place on the beauty list, albeit at the lower end, among a total of 36 slots. Presently, her allure paled in comparison to her previous peak. As she felt Qian Yunxiao's fervent gaze scorch her legs, Shui Mingzhu instinctively desired to retreat. However, recalling the image of her daughter perched atop a desk, using her own beautiful legs with vigor, she resolutely chose to remain still. "Yunxiao, what brings you to me?" Such words cannot be spoken carelessly within the academy. "Do you intend to give Yulan a title?" Shui Mingzhu's demeanor appeared calm, yet her tone betrayed a hint of tension. Qian Yunxiao spoke directly. "It is as follows. Yulan is expecting a child, which means that in a few months, she will likely need to take a year off. At that time, I kindly ask for your assistance in helping her to request leave in advance." This statement caused Shui Mingzhu to rise abruptly, a flicker of indignation in her eyes. "How could you? Is it not rather irresponsible of you? A child has been conceived." In Shui Mingzhu's perspective, the relationship between Shui Yulan and Qian Yunxiao seemed to be merely that of a romantic couple. In the relatively open society of Douluo Continent, engaging in intimate relations during courtship was quite commonplace. However, the emergence of a child was undeniably an entirely different matter. Qian Yunxiao seized the opportunity to approach Shui Mingzhu, softly reassuring her, "Dear mother-in-law, please do not be upset. My intentions are solely for the benefit of both our families. Allow me to explain myself gradually." Qian Yunxiao shared his grand ambitions with Shui Mingzhu, who, upon listening, was left speechless. Is Qian Yunxiao truly dissatisfied? With two stunning beauties at his side, is he still not content? "Dear mother-in-law, would you lend me your support? In any family, it is impossible for there to be only one formidable individual. Under normal circumstances, Shui Mingzhu should be able to persevere to level 80. Currently, she stands as a level 74 soul saint. Incorporating her into one's family would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage." "What did you say?" That single utterance completely took Shui Mingzhu by surprise. Her emotions a tumult of anger and anxiety. Chapter 34, Transforming My Mother-in-Law into an Exquisite Goddess. Having already transcended into the previous generation, how could Qian Yunxiao still harbor intentions towards her? Does she truly possess such allure? Shui Mingzhu pondered anxiously, yet there remained a flicker of excitement within her. In the Douluo Continent, it is not particularly scandalous for a mother and daughter to simultaneously bloom with vibrant charm. Such occurrences are not uncommon among commoners or fallen nobility. However, the Shui family is of the highest aristocratic caliber. How could they possibly engage in such foolishness? "Dear mother-in-law, I intend to devote myself fully to cultivating you to the rank of Soul Douluo, or even the esteemed title Douluo. Would you not desire this?" Observing Shui Mingzhu's profound reaction, Qian Yunxiao understood the reason behind it. Yet, he feigned confusion, as if he could not comprehend Shui Mingzhu's response. He genuinely intended to nurture her, considering she is, after all, akin to family. The words of Qian Yunxiao left Shui Mingzhu momentarily stunned. Is it truly so? Can it really be possible? A sense of embarrassment washed over Shui Mingzhu as she became acutely aware of her own talents. After reaching the Soul Sage level, the path to further enhancement proved exceedingly arduous. with each subsequent elevation in soul power requiring an extensive period of time, compounded by her need to attend to various matters. Her progress was inevitably slow. Shui Mingzhu was well aware of the numerous titled Douluos within the spirit hall. Perhaps this son-in-law indeed possesses a solution? After all, my steed is a soul beast of 300,000 years, effortlessly capable of tearing apart any titled Douluo below the 95th level. In due time, I could have her accompany me deep into the extreme north to procure some exquisite resources for you, dear mother-in-law. Qian Yunxiao placed his hand on the delicate, silken thighs of Shui Mingzhu, earnestly seeking to alleviate her burdens. The warm, tender touch ignited within him an uncontrollable desire to achieve a certain extraordinary goal. However, due to his existence, he was unable to collect the most exquisite pair in the Douluo Continent. After all, even if Bibi Dong were to bear a daughter, she would still be his own flesh and blood. Thus, he resolved to pursue something slightly less ideal. Before him lay two pairs. Yet he was uncertain of which to choose. Shui Mingzhu, seasoned and astute, could not possibly be oblivious to Qian Yunxiao's intentions. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. The allure of becoming a titled Douluo was a temptation few could resist, and Shui Mingzhu was no exception. At that instant, she also realized that Qian Yunxiao was indeed not a good man. She allowed him to trace delicate lines upon her white silk skin with his fingertips. Qian Yunxiao did nothing. He merely inspected the silk stockings of the water pearl to see if they were satisfactory. They could be easily torn apart. Yet they passed the inspection. Qian Yunxiao returned to his chamber and shared this matter with A Yin. Are you planning to accompany the dean to the far north in search of cultivation resources? A Yin expressed her astonishment upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words. Qian Yunxiao candidly replied, Indeed, Yulan is, after all, my woman. I must attend to her family. Furthermore, I shall take the opportunity to investigate the clues surrounding the Snow Empress. A Yin felt that Qian Yunxiao's reasoning was quite sound. Since Shui Yulan was already on the verge of bearing his child, it was only fitting to ensure the Shui family was well taken care of. Qian Yunxiao genuinely helped Shui Mingzhu, demonstrating the thoughtful nature of her master. It is fortunate that she lacks a maternal figure, otherwise, her master would undoubtedly ensure her mother-esque comfort as well. This reflects A Yin's beautiful fantasies. Upon Shui Yulan's return, Qian Yunxiao shared this matter with her, eliciting an ecstatic response from Shui Yulan, who expressed heartfelt gratitude for her husband's support. In response, Qian Yunxiao humbly asserted that such assistance was only her duty, especially with the presence of the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King. Qian Yunxiao's quest to find something beneficial for the cultivation of the water pearl in the far north is, in fact, exceedingly simple. In truth, Qian Yunxiao is merely putting on a show, for he still possesses 2 untouched ice crystal pearls in his possession. It is improbable that Qian Yunxiao would directly present the water pearl, as doing so would undermine the intrinsic value of the ice and snow true crystal. The ice and snow true crystal holds little significance for Qian Yunxiao himself, nor can it be entirely utilized on spirit beasts. The remaining 2 pearls are perfectly allocated, with 1 water pearl for each, water pearl and water. Qian Yunxiao, bearing the water pearl, has been fervently searching in the far northern reaches for an entire month. Throughout this time, Qian Yunxiao has sought even the faintest trace of the Snow Empress. Alas, all efforts have proven futile. The Snow Empress remains shrouded in enigma, so elusive that no one in the entire northern territory, or indeed the whole continent, can confine her. Qian Yunxiao pondered whether this period marked the time when the Snow Empress was traversing the Douluo Continent. Unable to locate her, Qian Yunxiao remained undeterred. After all, this snow spirit could only exist within the confines of the Douluo Continent and could not have ventured beyond it. Once his cultivation reached greater heights, the Snow Empress would merely be a treasure within his grasp. Upon returning from the extreme northern lands, Qian Yunxiao delivered the water pearl to the entrance of the Tianshui Academy. Grateful for the bountiful water pearl, it expressed, "Thank you, Yunxiao." The presence of an ice crystal instilled in the water pearl the hope of attaining the rank of Soul Douluo within 3 years. In truth, prior to their journey, the water pearl had mentally prepared herself for the trials and tribulations she might face at the hands of Qian Yunxiao in the extreme north. However, to her astonishment, Qian Yunxiao displayed immense respect throughout the ordeal, never once overstepping boundaries. This left the water pearl perplexed. After all, just previously in her office, Qian Yunxiao had torn her white silk garments and nearly bullied her against her desk. Why had he suddenly transformed into such a paragon of virtue? This change left the water pearl feeling disoriented. Was it because her beauty had waned with age, causing Qian Yunxiao to lose interest? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the water pearl felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Watching Qian Yunxiao depart, She yearned for him to turn around. Conversely, Qian Yunxiao's thoughts were equally intricate. Having conceived the idea of nurturing the water pearl, he suddenly considered whether it might be more advantageous to harbor such sentiments after she achieved the illustrious title of Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, at this juncture, would it not evoke a sense of forcing the hand of a strong individual? Qian Yunxiao is not the sort of person one might presume. He seeks a mutual affection. He is so confident that, in due time, a mere flick of his finger would compel Shui Mingzhu to present everything to him unreservedly. As he contemplates the 7 parts resemblance between Shui Mingzhu and Shui Yulan, Qian Yunxiao genuinely anticipates the arrival of that day. Chapter 35, The First Son. The opening of the family mall time flows swiftly, and it is now the moment of Shui Yulan's labor. After nearly 5 months of pregnancy, Shui Yulan had ceased her duties at the Tianshui Academy. Shui Mingzhu, too, had little regard for the affairs of the academy, immersing herself in cultivation. Having experienced such anticipation once before, Qian Yunxiao found himself more composed this time. Congratulations, esteemed lord. It is a boy this time. The delivery was attended by Qin Wu, who was quite knowledgeable and capable in this domain. Upon hearing that it was a boy, Qian Yunxiao finally exhaled in relief. As a time traveler, he had never envisioned that his progeny would consist solely of daughters. Qian Yunxiao is not a person who favors sons over daughters. Who wouldn't he desire to have both a son and a daughter? Moreover, the system has even proposed the requirement for offspring. Congratulations to the host for nurturing a pair of children. The family system has been activated. Reward, 200 wealth coins. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 5 family members and establishing a household of 5. Reward, 100 wealth coins. Family task, the host is requested to thoroughly acquire a territory and establish a family stronghold. Reward, unknown. Family task, the host is encouraged to strive to increase the family population to 10, forming a household of 10. Reward, unknown. At the moment of Qian Yunxiao's son's birth, the abundant offspring system also commenced its congratulations to Qian Yunxiao, presenting a generous red envelope of 300. Qian Yunxiao, now disregarding the family marketplace, lifted her son into her arms, eager to assess his innate talents. Qian Yunxiao, after all, is a father. Indeed, his decision to have a child was motivated by the rewards of the system. However, the birth of the child was the result of a mutual agreement between him and Shui Yulan. Qian Yunxiao would never neglect her newly born son for the sake of the system. Talent, initial talent, martial soul, 12-winged ice, and snow angel. This outcome caused Qian Yunxiao to furrow her brow slightly. Could it be that her offspring's future is destined to be merely associated with angels? To be frank, Qian Yunxiao genuinely hoped that her son would possess a martial soul akin to an ice phoenix or something of that sort. She realized that she must find a way to alter her current situation. The mere angel martial soul, to be honest, did not hold much allure for Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao held the child and brought him before Shui Yulan, allowing the mother to behold the fruit of her labor. Upon discovering that she had given birth to a son, Shui Yulan was filled with immense joy, for in this world, a boy's status far surpassed that of a girl. Even A Yin felt a pang of jealousy towards Shui Yulan. I must bear a son for the esteemed lord. For reasons unknown, A Yin felt a wave of pressure wash over her, a burden she had imposed upon herself. Upon observing the expression on Shui Yulan's face, Qian Yunxiao immediately discerned her unspoken thoughts and took the initiative to speak. Let us name this child Qian Wu Wang. Shui Yulan had no objections whatsoever to the name chosen by Qian Yunxiao. After a period of consolation and companionship, Qian Yunxiao finally found the opportunity to thoroughly explore the family marketplace. To acquire items from this familial emporium, one requires but a single currency, the Tsai Yuan coins. Qian Yunxiao currently possesses 712 fortune coins. In addition to the rewards from the system, the Ice Emperor, a money-attracting scorpion, yields 1 fortune coin daily for Qian Yunxiao. I am eager to explore what this marketplace has to offer. At first, Qian Yunxiao anticipated that the marketplace would offer exquisite items from other realms. To his dismay, he discovered that the goods within the family market were solely from this world. Qian Yunxiao inquired about the reason, which was quite simple. It was merely that his current privileges were insufficient. The number of family members was exceedingly limited, restricting them to the most basic level of the marketplace. Once Qian Yunxiao's family reaches the count of 10, they would be able to unlock the next tier of the marketplace, allowing access to an array of items from the vast universe beyond Douluo Continent. In truth, Qian Yunxiao was already quite content with the current marketplace, where even divine positions could be procured. To put it succinctly, he no longer had to worry about the challenges of attaining divinity. The deities of Douluo Continent were rather rudimentary. As long as one refined their divine essence, achieving godhood was indeed not a formidable task. Given a few more years of development, even if the denizens of the divine realm took notice of him, he would face them without trepidation. Presently, Qian Yunxiao was not yet capable of contending with the deities, but with a little patience, he would easily surpass those so-called gods. Qian Yunxiao glanced at the marketplace. A third-tier divine rank only required 3,000 fortune coins, which was astonishingly inexpensive. Qian Yunxiao's wealth-attracting scorpion can be achieved with a decade of diligent effort. The divine essence of a secondary deity amounts to 5,000 wealth affinity coins, while that of a primary deity reaches 7,000. And the essence of a supreme deity stands at 10,000. In response, Qian Yunxiao could only shake his head in disbelief. It seems that he would not have to wait long before he could ascend to the divine realm to flaunt his prowess. However, perhaps it is wiser to bide his time for another 2 or 3 decades, ensuring that his family is well prepared before taking such a leap. After all, while a direct attack can be evaded, the subtleties of a hidden strike are far more challenging to guard against. Qian Yunxiao possesses the strength to thrive independently. Yet he cannot allow his own kin to remain feeble. The deities within the divine realm are far from benevolent. As he cultivates his family in the Douluo Continent over the span of 2 decades, he can also indulge in the beauty that originally belongs to this land. These enchanting maidens mature swiftly, reaching a suitable age of 12 or 13. Ultimately, they must all undergo certain rites of passage. Thus, an earlier maturation poses no significant issue. It is time to procure a soul ring. Qian Yunxiao surveyed the marketplace and ultimately resolved to acquire a soul ring, aiming to elevate his prowess to the true level of a titled Douluo. In due course, he would augment this with the soul power he had previously accumulated. Qian Yunxiao is poised to become a true super-titled Douluo. In the world of Douluo Continent, Qian Yunxiao indeed does not lack the opportunity to acquire soul rings through the hunting of soul beasts from various regions. However, most of those soul rings are ill-suited for a martial soul like his. Thus, it is most prudent for him to purchase a divine-level soul ring tailored to his needs. This soul ring is akin to those personally condensed by the angel god. Remarkably, it is available for a mere 100 financial essence coins, which is quite reasonable. The absorption of a divine-level soul ring is not particularly challenging. In fact, it is rather swift. As anticipated, he has reached the impressive level of 96. Before Qian Yunxiao acquired the enchanting red face water and the ethereal orchid, he had already stored a 4th-level soul power without claiming it. Now, having absorbed a divine-level soul ring, he decisively seized the opportunity with formidable strength. Qian Yunxiao's strength has ascended to level 96, which is indeed rather rapid. One cannot help but wonder what the so-called gods of this world truly embody. Is my blue-silver binding passive skill still of any utility? Upon completing his cultivation, this lingering doubt consumed Qian Yunxiao's thoughts. Can his blue-silver binding contend with those feeble deities? It seems there might still be some challenges ahead. Next, he plans to venture into the Douluo Forest. After all, Xiao is one of the prominent heroines of Douluo Continent, perhaps even the definitive heroine, and she must possess greater value. Remaining in Tianshui City is not a viable option. Thus, Qian Yunxiao resolves to explore the Douluo Forest. Chapter 36. The Form of Qian Yunxiao. After the daughter of Qian Yunxiao, Qian Yunxiao, turned 1 year old, Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to discuss this matter with A Yin. Very well, I can go at any time to see what my sister thinks. The Douluo Forest. Although A Yin claimed to have been born in the Douluo Forest, she had primarily roamed only the small blue-silver forest. The core areas were places she dared not venture into. Now, with Qian Yunxiao backing her, A Yin truly intended to explore the heart of the Douluo Forest and, in the process, visit her sister Wu's residence. She had long heard from Qing Wu about the exquisite beauty of her home. A Yin was eager to compare it to her own blue-silver forest. Moreover, she wished to visit her wife's family home. Curious to see what kind of remarkable place could nurture such an extraordinary spouse as herself, Qian Yunxiao gently caressed A Yin's hair, continuing his tender words of affection. How annoying! From time to time, Qian Yunxiao would utter such enchanting declarations of love, which A Yin found utterly irresistible. She recognized that she was indeed the woman most cherished by her husband. His physical reactions were undeniable, each time revealing an insatiable desire for her. Was this not a profound testament to his love? Indeed, it was time for her to bring her husband to her home, in the presence of countless companions. She sought to receive the utmost happiness from him, a gesture that could also serve as an homage to the blue-silver forest. Nestled in Qian Yunxiao's embrace, A Yin felt an overwhelming sense of bliss, having already become a part of his essence. Shui Yolan's words held no significant fault, as her intentions were to cultivate her abilities. She envisioned a life with Qian Yunxiao, eventually bearing children, a plan that had been delayed for nearly 2 years. During this period, Shui Yulan had scarcely practiced her cultivation, remaining at a mere level 55 as a soul king, which rendered her somewhat behind her peers. In contrast, A Yin's soul power enhanced automatically, and she was on the cusp of reaching level 60 within just 2 months. However, Qian Yunxiao intended to venture into the Douluo Forest, a place Shui Yulan had yet to explore, igniting her curiosity. Thus, she readily agreed to accompany him. Qian Yunxiao possesses a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years as a mount, making it highly improbable for him to encounter any peril within the Douluo Forest. Yulan, rest assured, for I possess an item that will aid you in enhancing your soul power. Once Huanga matures a little further, you will be able to cultivate in peace, achieving the rank of title Douluo without any difficulty. For these next few months, simply enjoy your time with us in leisure and merriment. Qian Yunxiao could discern the turmoil within Shui Yolan's heart and offered her heartfelt comfort. With Qian Yunxiao's assurance, Shui Yulan felt a profound sense of tranquility. Qian Yunxiao's intention to explore the Douluo Forest is driven by a dual purpose, to fulfill a task concerning the location of his family's stronghold. While Tianshui City falls slightly short, Wuhuan City remains a viable alternative, serving as one of Qian Yunxiao's preliminary considerations. Moreover, he seeks to assess the conditions within the Douluo Forest in the eyes of ice and fire where Douluo resides. Should the circumstances in the Douluo Forest prove favorable, Qian Yunxiao envisions establishing his base at the Lake of Life, a revelation that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the world. As for the soul beasts beneath the Lake of Life and Guyu Na, Qian Yunxiao remains unfazed. Even the formidable Emperor Tian poses no threat to him. As for Guyu Na, in her current weakened state, should she dare to reveal herself, Qian Yunxiao would not hesitate to embrace the role of a dragon knight. He merely hopes that Guyu Na can withstand his fierce assault. Once all preparations are complete, Qian Yunxiao need only inform Shui Mingzhu. Truth be told, Shui Mingzhu harbors a desire to accompany Qian Yunxiao into the enigmatic Douluo Forest. After all, how could she not be intrigued by the human's forbidden zone? Much like her own uncertainties regarding whether to allow Qian Yunxiao to venture into her restricted area, Shui Mingzhu finds herself in a state of bewilderment. Lacking a valid reason to accompany him, she resolves to focus on her cultivation in Tianshui City, aspiring to reach the realms of Soul Douluo or even Title Douluo sooner rather than later. The increasing number of travelers poses a concern, especially with the long journey ahead and 2 children under the age of 1. This time, Qian Yunxiao refrains from riding atop the Ice Emperor and instead opts to have her pull the carriage. Initially resistant, the Ice Emperor ultimately concedes after Qian Yunxiao shows her understanding and affection. The Ice Emperor need not pull the carriage but may simply follow alongside. The task of pulling the carriage is entrusted to her 2 kin. Inside the carriage, Qian Yunxiao is flanked by 2 stunning women cradling children, with the slightly restless Qing Wu seated beside A Yin on his right. When Qian Yunxiao visited her home, Qing Wu welcomed him warmly. However, this time, Qing Wu failed to even notify him in advance. She genuinely worried about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. She hoped that Daming and Erming would exhibit some sense of propriety. Otherwise, Qing Wu pondered, if even the formidable Titan Snow Demon King could be easily subdued by Qian Yunxiao, then Daming and Erming would undoubtedly stand no chance against him. Those 2 were notoriously stubborn, and Qing Wu was apprehensive about her ability to manage the situation. If she inadvertently provoked Qian Yunxiao, she truly did not know how to respond. Could she defy Qian Yunxiao? Qing Wu felt incapable of such an act. Recently, when Shui Yulan was 8 months pregnant, a thought had crossed her mind about seducing Qian Yunxiao. Now, at least psychologically, Qing Wu had already assumed the role of Qian Yunxiao's counterpart. Should a conflict arise, she would not stand against him, which was a commendable outcome. Especially with the presence of the Ice Emperor, a soul beast with 30,000 years of cultivation. As Qian Yunxiao journeyed towards the Douluo Great Forest, he encountered no reckless soul beasts eager for demise. The uneven terrain along the way posed little concern. The Ice Emperor dutifully conjured a pathway of ice, ensuring the steady progress of Qian Yunxiao's carriage. Having consumed the essence of the ice and snow crystal, the Ice Emperor's internal cold energy remained abundantly potent. They traversed the route with unwavering stability. With the guidance of the nimble Wu, Qian Yunxiao was soon to reach the Lake of Life within the Douluo Great Forest. Binger, temper your aura. We must not frighten those little ones, Qian Yunxiao cautioned the Ice Emperor before approaching the Lake of Life. Should the Ice Emperor's presence be too overwhelming, it might instill an insurmountable sense of dread into Ming, Erming, and Xiaowu, potentially causing them to flee and wasting precious time in their pursuit. Chapter 37. A lesson for Erming. Is this Xiaowu? What is the objective of Qian Yunxiao? To lead the great Ming and the second Ming to believe that an ancient soul beast, one that has existed for millennia, is infringing upon their territory, thus provoking them to seek out Qian Yunxiao. Subsequently, they fall effortlessly into his grasp. The Ice Emperor complied with Qian Yunxiao's demands without hesitation. Light dance. It would be prudent for you to temper your presence as well. Qian Yunxiao smiled at Qin Wu as he spoke, although Qin Wu had transformed into human form. The aura surrounding her was unmistakable. Not to mention, Shi Wu would certainly not forget it. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Wu had to conceal her presence. With a wry smile, she said, "Your Highness, is this truly necessary? I could simply enter and announce myself." Indeed, just her entering and making a brief announcement could avert certain events from unfolding. Qian Yunxiao replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I understand the measure. Those two fellows are proud and arrogant, and they will not yield unless they are properly dealt with." As Qian Yunxiao imposed such demands, Qin Wu had no choice but to acquiesce to his conditions, meticulously concealing her presence. As long as Little Wu did not venture within a 3-mile radius, it was nearly impossible for anyone to sense her. Meanwhile, in the Lake of Life, the azure bull python lay submerged in the waters, alongside the slumbering Titan giant ape, Ming, and Little Wu, who was yearning for her mother. What commotion was this? The arrival of Qian Yunxiao and his companions has caused disturbances that disrupted Erming's rest, inciting his ire, for he detests any interruptions during his slumber. The azure bull python in the lake spoke. Two beings, each nearly 60,000 years old, have intruded upon the domain of the Lake of Life. You should investigate. The azure bull python merely sensed the presence of the two spirit beasts pulling Qian Yunxiao's carriage, without any further discoveries. As the leader, such trivial matters did not warrant his intervention. The Titan great ape, fueled by anger, charged forth. The azure bull python closed his eyes, confident that his brother could either expel or vanquish the two spirit beasts. However, little did he anticipate that the only sound that would reach him was that of his brother's anguished cries. The azure bull python's expression shifted drastically, startling Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, remain here. I shall assess the situation." He was aware that his 3 siblings might be in grave peril. Yet, the Titan great ape was his brother, and the azure bull python could not turn a blind eye. By contrast, Xiaowu might have been able to withdraw. "No, under such circumstances, how could I abandon Erming?" Xiaowu's expression was resolute. Ming and Erming had cared for her greatly, and at such a critical juncture, she could not possibly flee. The azure bull python, left with no alternative, rose and hastened towards the direction where the Titan great ape had gone. He was genuinely worried that if he arrived too late, his brother might suffer grievous harm. The appearance of Erming indeed surprised Shui Yulan and A Yin, who mused that the Star Doe forest truly deserved its reputation as a paradise for spirit beasts, as a 100,000-year spirit beast had indeed manifested. However, having already witnessed the considerably larger Titan Snow Demon King, they were not overly perturbed. Qing Wu felt a pang of sympathy. She and Erming were old acquaintances. Now, Erming had been struck by the Ice Emperor's hook and was encased in ice. "Do not worry, the Titan Great Ape is resilient and will be fine. Your daughter has arrived. The bond among these 3 is quite strong." In a moment of unintended recklessness, Qian Yunxiao casually placed his hand upon the thigh-adorned and delicate pink stockings of Qing Wu, giving it a couple of light taps while also caressing it with fervor. This action left Qing Wu utterly astonished. How could Qian Yunxiao dare to act in such a manner? Fortunately, at this moment, A Yin and Shui Yulan were captivated by the recently arrived Tianqing Youlong, oblivious to Qian Yunxiao's subtle maneuvers. This allowed Qin Wu to breathe a sigh of relief, while simultaneously marveling at Qian Yunxiao's audacity. Was he also intrigued by her? The thought left Qing Wu feeling somewhat bewildered. Upon the arrival of Tianqing Youlong, he sensed the formidable presence of the Ice Emperor, which struck him deeply. Could spirit beasts truly possess such immense power? Perhaps he was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. The Ice Emperor's physique was considerably smaller compared to Deepening and Erming, yet her strength and aura far surpassed theirs. Was this truly the extent of the spirit beast reigning in the Star Doe forest? It was utterly disappointing. To be candid, the Ice Emperor had previously heard from the Snow Emperor that the Star Doe forest was the most powerful realm in the spirit beast world, teeming with mighty spirit beasts, including those that instilled fear in the Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor's presence in the Star Doe forest, following Qian Yunxiao's commands, was twofold: to obey the orders and to gauge the prowess of the spirit beast king. However, what she witnessed today was a grave disappointment. Were these truly the only 200,000-year spirit beasts? Coupled with the two female spirit beasts who had already transformed and were under the control of their master, was there nothing more? As for Xiaowu, she too had achieved 100,000-year cultivation. Yet, in the Ice Emperor's eyes, Xiaowu was no different from the Tianing ice silkworm that had reached 100,000-year mark, merely a waste, unworthy of mention. With such limited power, how could they possibly compare to the extreme north? This place was already the core of the Douluo forest, and the Ice Emperor naturally assumed that Deepening and Erming were the strongest entities here. With her cultivation level, she could not sense the concealed, extreme spirit beasts. We hold no grievances against you, great king. As fellow spirit beasts, there is no need for us to turn against one another, she thought, gazing at Erming, who had been frozen solid. Deepening felt a pang of sympathy, lacking even a shred of confidence in overcoming the Ice Emperor. Since she had not slain Erming, it seemed she harbored no murderous intent. Thus, Tianqing Yolong chose to converse with the Ice Emperor, his tone imbued with humility. Humph. The Ice Emperor offered no further remarks. Her visit to the Douluo forest had been a profound disappointment. Following Qian Yunxiao's orders, the Ice Emperor reabsorbed the ice energy she had infused into the Titan giant ape. Erming collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, striving to circulate her blood and restore her warmth. Erming, are you all right? Xiaowu hurried over to check on Erming. Her petite frame seemed diminutive beside Erming. Sister Xiaowu, I'm fine, Erming replied, her former pride completely evaporated. She gazed at the Ice Emperor in fear, hardly daring to speak loudly. Xiaowu, come to mommy. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao playfully patted Qingwu's bottom, causing her face to flush. Yet, as she was about to reunite with her daughter, she steadied her tumultuous heart and stepped out of the carriage with grace. Mommy, how did you get here? Upon spotting Qingwu, Xiaowu disregarded the presence of the Ice Emperor and rushed toward her. Had it not been for Qingwu's formidable power, she might have been knocked off her feet. Don't be afraid, Deepening and Erming. She means no harm. She is merely a friend I met outside, here to spar with you, Qingwu reassured, gently stroking her daughter's head to soothe her fears while also comforting Deepening and Erming. With her words, Deepening and Erming felt considerably more at ease. Although they were still perplexed as to how Qingwu had come to know such a terrifying spirit beast, one far more powerful than themselves. At that moment, the main characters began to make their appearances one after another. The mature A Yin eased the tension for Deepening and Erming, as they sensed she was of a similar kind. However, the arrival of Qian Yunxiao instilled complete vigilance in them. How could a human accompany Qingwu here? And a titled Douluo at that? Deepening, Erming, do not be alarmed. He is the husband of my sister and is kind-hearted, posing no threat to you. Qingwu expressed her concern that Deepening and Erming might panic, which would lead to complications. Upon the appearance of the imposing and formidable Qian Yunxiao, Xiaowu felt an undeniable tremor within her heart. Her encounters with humanity had been exceedingly limited, and this man stood out as truly exceptional among them. She realized that human men possess such qualities. Enveloped in her thoughts concerning Deepening and Erming, she remained oblivious to the unique transformations occurring within her daughter, cradled in her arms. You two possess commendable strength. Henceforth, you shall serve as my chariots. Qian Yunxiao's words are rather straightforward. What benefit can these two soul beasts bring to Qian Yunxiao? Essentially, they merely need to replace the two ice blue emperor scorpions, which are less than 60,000 years old. The Titan giant ape is not suitable for pulling a cart. However, the sky blue bull python is quite fitting. Its pair of horns is naturally designed for cart pulling. Qian Yunxiao's words directly incensed both Deepening and Erming. However, the Ice Emperor stood by, instilling a sense of intimidation, compounded by their kin, Qingwu, who could only bow her head in resignation. Deepening, having grasped a semblance of understanding, ultimately chose to relinquish his struggle, as if acquiescing to fate. It can only be lamented as a great pity. Qian Yunxiao has already acquired a pet. When subduing Deepening and Erming, the system did not offer any rewards. This little bunny is truly adorable. After Deepening and Erming bowed their heads, Qian Yunxiao approached Xiaowu. She was already held in the embrace of Qingwu, rendering any attempt to escape futile. Confronted by the man's approach, Xiaowu instinctively wished to retreat, yet her legs felt powerless. Meanwhile, Qingwu softly reassured her, "My daughter, do not be afraid. The Lord is a very gentle man." This comforted Xiaowu, allowing her to steady herself and observe Qian Yunxiao as he drew nearer. At this moment, the thoughts within Qingwu's heart were, in the future, Qian Yunxiao may very well be the father of Xiaowu. As a daughter, can one truly fear their own father? Qian Yunxiao gently placed his hand on Xiaowu's ear, caressing it softly. Ah, the ears are particularly sensitive spots for rabbits. Especially when touched by a masculine presence like Qian Yunxiao, Xiao Wu could hardly bear it, letting out a soft, low moan. Qing Wu, being experienced, recognized her daughter's current state. However, she deemed it a natural occurrence, nothing to be overly concerned about. It was essential for her daughter to become accustomed to such sensations, lest she face difficulties when eventually transformed and entering the human realm. Having her father assist her in this practice seemed entirely reasonable. Qing Wu, what are your intentions? Qian Yunxiao inquired about Qing Wu's plans. Naturally, as he asked, his hands remained unwithdrawn from her, instead caressing other parts of her delicate form. This rendered Qing Wu utterly powerless, leaving her to gaze at Qian Yunxiao with a sense of helplessness. What enchantment lay within this man's hands? Qing Wu found the sensation profoundly strange, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. As for Shui Yulan and A Yin, they held no particular thoughts regarding Qian Yunxiao's actions. After all, Qing Wu was merely a rabbit at present. What could they possibly think? Moreover, this rabbit was undeniably adorable. Had they not been holding children? Both would have been tempted to explore the sensation themselves. Qing Wu had existed for 100,000 years, merely lacking a bit of accumulated strength. Initially, I intended for her to cultivate for a few more years, allowing her transformation to embody a human-like form of roughly 5 years of age. However, I am now prepared to heed the arrangements of the esteemed hallmaster. Qing Wu articulated her plans, expressing that any size would suffice, whether larger or smaller, as there were no issues with either. Qian Yunxiao did not dwell on this matter. To be frank, he wished that Xiao Wu appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years of age, believing that with time, she could develop into a delightful companion. Given that Yu Jie already had Qing Wu, Qian Yunxiao now desired a little girl. Qing Wu nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with the respect Qian Yunxiao showed her. Little one, do you not have any human relatives? I have heard that you lost your father at a very young age. Would you consider acknowledging me as your godfather? And in turn, allow me to have you as my goddaughter? Qian Yunxiao gently caressed Xiao Wu's head, his voice laced with seduction. Daddy? This term was utterly foreign to Xiao Wu, for she had never ventured into the human realm and thus lacked any understanding of such concepts. In contrast, Qing Wu possessed a greater awareness. How could she possibly let such a coveted opportunity slip away? Xiao Wu, quickly call him Daddy. Qing Wu's insistence left Xiao Wu bewildered. Her memories of her own father were hazy at best, yet she was certain that the man before her could not possibly be him. Why was her mother urging her to refer to this human as her father? Despite her confusion, a deep-seated yearning for a father lingered within Xiao Wu. When she finally uttered the word daddy, a mix of bewilderment and joy washed over her. What a well-behaved child she was. Qian Yunxiao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she retrieved a pouch of animal feed for Xiao Wu. After merely sniffing the aroma, Xiao Wu began to relish the meal with complete contentment. She thought to herself, with my mother present, there should be no cause for concern. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the first adopted daughter. Reward, charm authenticity guaranteed X3, upon applying this charm to an individual. The target will be utterly convinced by your words, and 200 fortune coins. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao never anticipated that welcoming an adopted daughter would yield such rewards. It was simply astonishing. Let us first venture to the Lake of Life and take a look. It is improbable that Qian Yunxiao will continuously indulge in little dance. It is better to wait until she matures before proceeding. For now, it suffices to merely satisfy one's fleeting desires. Once the matter concerning little dance is resolved, Qian Yunxiao takes the initiative to embrace A Yin's slender waist, preparing to accompany her to the Lake of Life for a visit. Should Qian Yunxiao establish a family stronghold at the Lake of Life? On one hand, it is essential to consider A Yin's opinion. Chapter 39. A lifetime commitment to Qing Wu. A Yin accompanied Qian Yunxiao to the place where Qing Wu and her mother once lived. Sister Wu, your home is truly beautiful, far surpassing my blue-silver forest. A Yin gazed at the enchanting, dreamlike lake, filled with longing. Compared to her blue-silver forest, this place seemed infinitely superior. In contrast, the blue-silver forest exuded a quaint, homely charm, akin to A Yin herself. Faced with a colossal figure like Qian Yunxiao, she felt utterly powerless. In response to A Yin's praise, Qing Wu felt a swell of happiness in her heart and modestly replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. We merely stumbled upon this place and claimed it as our own. All credit goes to the unparalleled beauty bestowed by the world." Qian Yunxiao directly addressed A Yin, saying, "Oh Yin, what would you think if I proposed this place as the stronghold for our little family, now that he and A Yin were already united in marriage?" Qian Yunxiao felt it necessary to show a modicum of respect for her opinions. "Yulan, I would appreciate your thoughts as well. In an effort to prevent Shui Yulan from feeling any jealousy at that moment, he invited her to share her perspective too. As for Qingwu, Qian Yunxiao intends to dominate the Lake of Life, yet it does not imply that Qingwu cannot reside there. Coexistence is indeed possible. The words of Qian Yunxiao prompted both A Yin and Shui Yulan to reflect. The significant matters of the household had always been under Qian Yunxiao's dominion. However, these minor suggestions, particularly those which Qian Yunxiao had voluntarily invited them to partake in, were taken seriously by A Yin and Shui Yulan, who were keen to offer their insights for Qian Yunxiao's consideration. After a brief pause, A Yin was the first to voice her opinion. I believe this may not be the most favorable choice. While this place is indeed beautiful and abundant in resources, it is utterly devoid of inhabitants. Are we to seclude ourselves here, turning a blind eye to the affairs of the world? Accustomed as I am to the clamor of human society, I truly have no desire to linger in this desolate wilderness. A Yin's perspective certainly held a measure of validity. Qian Yunxiao currently finds his strength somewhat lacking in his endeavor to enliven the vicinity of the Lake of Life. It is not feasible for him to personally engage in every matter. Indeed, it would be more prudent to seek a picturesque locale that is not too distant from the realm of humanity. After A Yin expressed her sentiments, Shui Yulan added a remark. Host, in order to claim the family territory, you must defeat the strongest entity within it. Previously, the strongest being in the territory was Gu Yuna, a being of divine status, whose current power barely reaches the third tier of divinity. Qian Yunxiao realized that he had indeed made some assumptions. The Lake of Life is undoubtedly splendid, yet it is not suitable for settling down. It seems that he must choose between the Spirit Soul City or the Eye of Ice and Fire. Qian Yunxiao is indeed unafraid of Gu Yuna at this moment, as he carries with him the aura of an angel god. The angel god is a deity still alive, and Gu Yuna would not dare to act recklessly. At present, Qian Yunxiao's confrontation with Gu Yuna seems rather futile. His strength is insufficient. Even if he were to conquer Gu Yuna, it would be a challenge to safeguard her. The divine realm would not permit her to live in peace. Thus, it is wiser to bide our time and proceed gradually. Indeed, let us linger here for a few days, and after we visit your homeland, A Yin, we shall then proceed to our new abode. Qian Yunxiao made a decision. At night, A Yin and Shui Yulan resided in a tent along with their children. Qian Yunxiao sensed that there were some beings in the Lake of Life observing him. However, he was not afraid. In fact, he even allowed Qingwu to take him for a stroll nearby. Qian Yunxiao has not ventured far. He is capable of returning at any moment. He has informed A Yin and Shui Yulan about his intention to take a stroll nearby. Qian Yunxiao provided the rationale of seeking nearby resources that might aid in their cultivation. As night deepened, A Yin and Shui Yulan chose not to accompany Qian Yunxiao. Little did they know, this brief period of solitude granted Qian Yunxiao considerable opportunity. Curiously, where was Mother? After Qingwu's return, Xiaowu finally found herself able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, in the midst of the night, she realized her mother was not by her side. Deepening was present, nonetheless. In response to Xiaowu's confusion, Deepening gestured towards a direction. He had seen Qingwu follow Qian Yunxiao to that location, although he was unaware of their purpose. With the esteemed title Douluo Qian Yunxiao present, Deepening felt no concern for Qingwu's safety. Xiaowu, unfazed by such thoughts, proceeded towards them. Mother, what is happening here? Qiwu treaded softly, nearly soundless in her approach. It wasn't long before she located her mother. Initially, Qiwu refrained from announcing her arrival, as Qian Yunxiao was also there. The two were embraced, gazing upon the vast expanse of stars. This sight compelled Qiwu to remain quietly observant. Are you truly certain you will not regret following me? Soon after, Qiwu heard her godfather speak for the first time, followed by a tone from her mother that she had never encountered before. How vexing, given the circumstances. You utter such words. I have already begun to call you father. How could I possibly regret it? As long as you can safeguard both my mother and I in the future, I shall yield to your wishes. Qingwu was acutely aware that escape from Qian Yunxiao's grasp was no longer an option. The earlier probing by A Yin, while she tended to the pregnant Shui Yulan, had already prepared her mentally. During the daytime, after Qian Yunxiao had performed a few subtle gestures within the carriage, Qingwu felt a sense of joy. Believing she had successfully captivated Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao is certainly not a man of indecision. Since Qingwu is willing, Qian Yunxiao will not betray the affection she holds for him. In the future, he will undoubtedly treat her with utmost care, cherishing, loving, and protecting her for a lifetime. I hold women in high regard. I do not expect you to believe this now, but I shall prove it through my actions in due course. When Qiwu arrived, Qian Yunxiao had already sensed her presence. The wild blue-silver grass served as his eyes. Xiwu's reaction filled Qian Yunxiao with satisfaction. This promise was not merely spoken for Qingwu's ears, but also intended to reassure Xiwu. Qingwu nodded gently. This subtle gesture allowed her to feel the warmth of Qian Yunxiao's heart. The two did not linger there for long. After a while, they returned together. Qian Yunxiao returned to the tent, gracefully dancing back to Xiaowu's side. Upon sensing her parents' imminent return, Xiaowu hurriedly returned to her original spot to feign sleep, not wishing for her mother to discover her earlier escapade. Chapter 40. Will A Yin become pregnant again? After spending 3 days sightseeing near the Lake of Life, Qian Yunxiao accompanied A Yin to the blue-silver forest. Within the forest, aside from ancient trees, the predominant feature was the blue-silver grass. The entire area was bathed in hues of blue. Qian Yunxiao paid no heed to the blue-silver king hidden within the forest. Its strength was far too feeble, unworthy even to serve as a subordinate to the current Qian Yunxiao. Play here for a while, he instructed. A Yin and I will explore the vicinity. I wish to learn all about A Yin's past. A day and a night will suffice. Upon arriving at the blue-silver forest, Qian Yunxiao resorted to familiar tactics. Light Dance, having previously fallen victim to such schemes, was acutely aware of Qian Yunxiao's intentions. Apart from casting a fleeting glance at him, she found herself with no other recourse. After all, A Yin was Qian Yunxiao's first wife, and even after entering his household, she was bound by the passage of time to address A Yin as sister. Thus, Light Dance maintained a level of acceptance regarding the situation. In truth, the nature of the relationship between Light Dance and Qian Yunxiao was not rooted in romantic love. Rather, it was a poignant reality that a widow with children finds it immensely challenging to cultivate love anew. Currently, Light Dance felt little affection for Qian Yunxiao. Instead, her emotions were steeped in a sense of reliance. She remained uncertain whether genuine love would blossom between them in the future. A Yin was aware of her husband's intentions, feeling a mixture of anxiety and shyness, yet she voiced no objections. Approaching Light Dance, she said, "Sister Dance, I entrust Schwer to you." The two women were left to navigate their shared responsibilities, while the children could only rely on Light Dance for care. Qian Yunxiao had long since been weaned. Thus, entrusting her care to Qingwu posed no significant issues. Qingwu nodded in agreement, reassuringly replying, "Rest assured, Schwer is quite attached to me and will not cause any fuss. You may play to your heart's content, dear sister." These final 8 words rendered A Yin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she had not anticipated such boldness from her sister. Shui Yulan was aware of this, but bore no jealousy. After all, in Tianshui City, Qian Yunxiao had shared numerous moments with her at Tianshui Academy. And now it was A Yin's turn, to which Shui Yulan held no objections. Shui Yulan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the adage goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. She had become Qian Yunxiao's woman. And regardless of how he might change in the future or the man he might become, Shui Yulan would remain steadfastly by his side. This was an unalterable truth. Should I indulge in his whims? Shui Yulan pondered the suggestion previously proposed by Qian Yunxiao at the academy, which involved her employing various means to intimidate several attractive female teachers at Tianshui Academy into compelling Qian Yunxiao to adhere to certain rules. Naturally, she had declined, and Qian Yunxiao had not revisited the matter. Now, Qian Yunxiao aspired to establish a familial stronghold beyond Tianshui City, a prospect that weighed heavily on Shui Yulan's mind. Was it due to the inadequacies of Tianshui City, or was there another underlying reason? A Yin had lived in the blue-silver forest for tens of thousands of years, rendering her intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree. She led Qian Yunxiao to the most picturesque spot within the forest, where they indulged in a bath beneath a cascading waterfall. The two spent an entire day and night in each other's company. During this time, A Yin, the queen of the blue-silver grass, was thoroughly conquered by a man in the presence of her countless subjects. The queen's submission symbolized the complete capture of the entire blue-silver forest by Qian Yunxiao. Yet, in her surrender, A Yin also demonstrated to her subjects the profound happiness and joy she now experienced, providing them with a sense of reassurance. It was not until the following dawn that Qian Yunxiao asked A Yin to reunite with the main troop. "A Yin, are you certain there are no issues?" he inquired once more during their return journey, as they traversed the blue-silver forest. A Yin, overwhelmed with joy, held no reservations towards Qian Yunxiao, allowing him to penetrate the depths of her heart entirely. Qian Yunxiao was deeply concerned that A Yin might conceive once more. After all, it was precisely in Tianshui City that their union had resulted in the birth of their daughter, Qian Yunxiao. A true stroke of fate. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao feared that A Yin's reckless abandon might once again hit the mark directly. Qian Yunxiao is a person, not a machine. A Yin has only given birth to his child for a year. If A Yin were to conceive again, it would be too much. Such frequency is excessive. A Yin can truly feel the heartfelt concern that Qian Yunxiao has for her. For A Yin, this sentiment alone is more than sufficient. It's all right. This is my home, and how could I harbor any reservations against you, my lord? Well, I shall leave it to fate. If my lord is indeed as formidable as you seem, I would still joyfully bear your child. A Yin is most willing to give birth to a child for Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao felt that his relationship with A Yin had truly reached a state of unwavering devotion, as strong as gold and steadfast until death. Regardless of how extensive Qian Yunxiao's family may grow in the future, this woman would remain by his side. Qian Yunxiao is determined to pamper this woman to the heavens. Once a decision is made, one must take action. Qian Yunxiao effortlessly lifted A Yin onto his back and sprinted through the blue-silver forest. Master, where shall we venture next? Upon the return of Qian Yunxiao and A Yin, they were destined to depart from the blue-silver forest. Qian Wu took the initiative to inquire of Qian Yunxiao. The current entourage of Qian Yunxiao is indeed quite formidable. 3 ice-blue emperor scorpions, 2 gentle-bone rabbits, and the esteemed Ming heir. Alongside Qian Yunxiao's 2 enchanting companions and a pair of offspring, the team has significantly flourished. The forces that Qian Yunxiao has amassed are now formidable. Throughout the Douluo Continent, only the Spirit Hall can barely contend with Qian Yunxiao. Who would have thought that so swiftly, I would consolidate a power not inferior in the slightest to that of the Spirit Hall? Qian Dalu, knowing of my present strength, do you now feel regret? Before responding to Lu Wu's words, Qian Yunxiao reflected deeply within. Everything feels like a fleeting dream. In the vicinity of Sunset Forest near Tiando City, there are treasures that can significantly enhance your strength. Qian Yunxiao, devoid of any inkling of hesitation, articulated his plans. The Sunset Forest had already been claimed by Deepening. However, Deepening, in his insignificance, lacked the strength to maintain control over the Sunset Forest. Nevertheless, Qian Yunxiao, out of consideration for Deepening's granddaughter, Douluo, was willing to allow Deepening a meager respite. Unlike in the original narrative, where he was merely a pawn of Tang San. Utterly drained by the latter's incessant flattery, he would not find himself bereft of all dignity. Chapter 41. The enraged Deepening, the terrifying aura of the 10,000-year soul beast sent ripples of alarm through the 7 treasures glazed tile school in Tiando City, as well as the nearby Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The presence of 4 10,000-year soul beasts exerted immense pressure on the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Even with the addition of Ning Fingji and the illustrious soul master Deepening, it would be exceedingly challenging to vanquish the 4 soul beasts. Yet, they had no choice but to confront this peril for the safety of Tiando City and beyond. It was an inescapable duty of the titled Douluo. Within the ice and fire Yin Yang eye, Deepening felt a tinge of anxiety. His son, frail since birth, had been subjected to his toxic arts to suppress the venom within. His daughter-in-law was also with child. At this moment, Deepening's paramount concern was to ensure the safe delivery of this unborn child, be it a grandson or granddaughter. For failure to do so would mean the extinction of his lineage. Deepening himself was no longer capable of fathering children, and his son appeared to have similarly lost such abilities. The child growing within his daughter-in-law represented the hope of the Deepening family. Now, with an unexpected crisis at hand, Deepening found himself unable to extricate himself from the situation. Qian Yunxiao was making his way towards the Sunset Forest. Alongside Yu Yuanjin, the Tiando Empire boasted 3 titled Douluos. In addition to Ning Fingji, known as the greatest support, and Deepening, the foremost among titled Douluos. The 5 of them united in preparation to face the 10,000-year soul beast ushered by Qian Yunxiao. Upon confronting Qian Yunxiao, the 5 were left utterly astonished. What they beheld was beyond comprehension. A 10,000-year soul beast, the sky blue bull python, was inexplicably pulling a carriage, accompanied by a titan giant ape. While an ice emperor resided atop the vehicle, what manner of existence could command a 10,000-year soul beast to serve in such a capacity? They were utterly bewildered. Surely, even the Spirit Hall could not boast such an extraordinary privilege. It was evident that they were facing the titled Douluos of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao emerged from the carriage and took the initiative to inquire. It turned out to be His Highness the Second Prince. May I ask, Your Highness, what brings you here? Qian Yunxiao holds a modicum of renown in the Douluo Continent. At the very least, there are still quite a few who are acquainted with him. Among them, Ning Fingji posed a question to Qian Yunxiao. Ning Sect Master, please do not be alarmed. These are all my friends. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely intend to reside in this vicinity, specifically within the Sunset Forest. Qian Yunxiao gazed at Ning Fengji, responding with unwavering confidence. Indeed. He possessed sufficient strength to effortlessly obliterate the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. However, Qian Yunxiao was a man who cherished peace, intending to resolve matters gradually through harmonious means. Furthermore, in the Douluo Continent, several deities were still observing the situation. It was prudent to refrain from excessive arrogance for the time being. At the very least, Qian Yunxiao needed to attain the power to contend with first-level gods, or even the supreme deities, before fully embracing his ambitions. Ning Fengji glanced at the Ice Emperor, then at the 2 Ming brothers, and finally, in disbelief, uttered a single word. Friend? Qian Yunxiao is the 2nd prince of the Spirit Hall, befriending soul beasts. I am no longer affiliated with the Spirit Hall, thus I intend to settle in this vicinity and establish my own family. Surely, you would not obstruct me, would you? Qian Yunxiao regarded the titled Douluos with an air of audacious confidence. Among them, Zhenxin stood at the esteemed rank of 95, Gu Rong at 93, and Yu Yuanjin also at 95. Following them was Douluo, holding a rank of 88. This formidable assembly, when confronted by Qian Yunxiao, was akin to a fragile egg meeting a steadfast stone. Thus, it was only natural that we, as representatives of the Tiando Empire, would extend a warm welcome to His Highness, the 2nd Prince. Ning Fengji, notably the most astute among them, harbored concerns that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, aiming to implant Qian Yunxiao as a thorn in the side of the Tiando Empire, poised to deliver a fatal blow at a crucial moment. Yet, there was little they could do. The multitude of powerful allies surrounding Qian Yunxiao was simply overwhelming. Even if the top 3 sects united their efforts, they might still struggle to subdue him. For now, their only option was to maintain their composure around Qian Yunxiao and deliberate on a long-term strategy. The 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasure glazed tile school naturally deferred to Ning Fengji's leadership, expressing no dissent. Yu Yuanjin was also aware of Ning Fengji's wisdom, valuing it highly. Douluo, who preferred to avoid escalating the situation, felt a sense of relief at the prospect of a peaceful resolution. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude to Sect Master Ning. Qian Yunxiao's demeanor was exceedingly agreeable, since the matter was not of great consequence. Ning Fengji and his companions prepared to return and reassure the populace. Your Highness, one can only hope that your friends maintain a semblance of calm, lest they incite panic among the citizens of the Heavendo Empire. Before departing, Ning Fengji took a moment to remind Qian Yunxiao. A spirit beast of 100,000 years signifies a 100,000-year spirit ring. Countless souls yearn for such a coveted ring, yet now, with 4 such rings laid before these individuals, not a single one dared to make a move. Qian Yunxiao assured, rest assured, Lord Ning. My friends will remain reclusive upon their arrival at the Sunset Forest and will not cause any trouble for the Empire. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin felt a sense of relief. However, Douluo was perplexed. The Sunset Forest? Was this to be their new neighbor? The prospect of having such a formidable and fearsome neighbor left Douluo feeling restless. Yet, what significance did it hold for Douluo now? Poison Douluo, hold on. As Douluo contemplated whether to depart with Ning Fengji and the others, he also pondered the possibility of relocating. Qian Yunxiao spoke up, prompting Douluo to halt his steps and respond, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Qian Yunxiao, with utmost sincerity, proclaimed, I have heard that the ice and fire Yin Yang, where you reside, is a veritable treasure. Thus, I intend to establish it as the foundation of my family. I wonder, would you be willing to part with it? This statement ignited a furious response from Douluo. To covet his territory? Although Douluo had entertained thoughts of relocating, they remained mere musings. For decades, he had cultivated a myriad of herbs in the ice and fire Yin Yang. It was precisely due to the unique attributes of this place that he had attained the rank of Soul Douluo and harbored aspirations of reaching the esteemed title Douluo. The ice and fire Yin Yang also provided substantial benefits for the cultivation of his descendants. If he were to move, he would incur significant losses. Douluo hesitated only on whether to relocate, as his heart was resolutely against it. Moreover, should he choose to move, it would be entirely his decision. The implications of leaving voluntarily versus being expelled by Qian Yunxiao were fundamentally different. Your Highness, is this not an excessive demand? Douluo seethed with indignation, though he could only manifest a fraction of it. For if he were to truly confront the matter, he would reap no favorable outcome. Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Yu Yuanjin also lingered, preparing to discern the unfolding situation. Qian Yunxiao's encroachment on Douluo's territory is indeed rather unscrupulous. They are all compatriots, and they share a quasi-friendship with Douluo. When confronted with such a significant moral dilemma, Ningfengji and his companions would undoubtedly align themselves with Douluo. Chapter 42. Douluo's pregnant daughter-in-law poisoned Douluo. Please remain calm and allow me to speak my piece. Thereafter, you may decide whether to elaborate on this matter with me. Qian Yunxiao exhibited a remarkable patience. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers that your body, and even your descendants, might face from practicing your toxic arts. In fact, I have already devised a solution. It merely hinges on whether you, the poisoned Douluo, are willing to engage in this transaction. As the saying goes, strike at the snake's vital spot. Qian Yunxiao comprehended the Achilles heel of the aged poison master, Douluo, with utmost clarity. With a single utterance, he rendered Douluo speechless. Very well, I am curious to hear your esteemed opinion, second prince. Ultimately, Douluo acquiesced to Qian Yunxiao's request. There was no alternative, although his toxic powers were formidable. They were equally lethal. Without addressing this issue, the Douluo clan would struggle to secure a future. Thus, Douluo resolved to take a gamble. He did not believe that Qian Yunxiao could truly eliminate him. While his strength may not pose a significant threat to Qian Yunxiao, he was confident he could use the 2 children and 2 women accompanying Qian Yunxiao as leverage. Upon witnessing Douluo agree to discuss matters privately with Qian Yunxiao, Ningfengji felt a twinge of concern. He feared that Douluo might be swayed by Qian Yunxiao. Would this not result in the loss of a combatant nearly equivalent to a titled Douluo for the Tiandou Empire? Initially, they were not apprehensive about Douluo being incorporated by the Spirit Hall, as they believed the Spirit Hall did not regard a poison user like him highly. However, now that Qian Yunxiao was allied with soul beasts, the prospect of winning Douluo over was no longer far-fetched. In the presence of Qian Yunxiao and Douluo, Ningfengji was reluctant to voice his concerns. He could only resolve to discuss the matter thoroughly with others once they were alone. With Douluo leading the way, Qian Yunxiao encountered no difficulty in entering the Eye of Ice and Fire. Why do I have the sensation that something immensely alluring exists here? After the Ice Emperor stepped into the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, an inexplicable intuition urged her that there was an object here of profound significance to her, though she remained unaware of its precise location. Qian Yunxiao, upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, grasped the essence of the message conveyed. Much of it pertained to the treasures left behind by the 2 Dragon Kings. Regardless of the circumstances, these remnants belonged to beings of nearly divine caliber, and their significance was self-evident to soul beasts like the Ice Emperor. Qian Yunxiao had a general idea of their location. If all went according to plan, he could utilize these artifacts to completely subdue the Ice Emperor. However, that moment was not yet ripe. A Yin, Shui Yulan, and Qingwu were equally awestruck by the environment of the Eye of Ice and Fire. They admired Qian Yunxiao's discernment in selecting such a prime location. Oh, poisoned Douluo, is this your daughter-in-law? As Qian Yunxiao entered the Eye of Ice and Fire, he beheld a woman, one heavily pregnant. Her azure hair lent her an air of cheerfulness and warmth, indeed reflecting a heart as vast as the ocean. Alas, she was merely a 3-star character. Yes, just a 3-star. A petite beauty, yet not deemed worthy of the beauty rankings, which left Qian Yunxiao with a tinge of regret. Douluo's wife had passed away shortly after giving birth to their son, Douluo Xian. It was evident that this woman was Douluo's daughter-in-law. Douluo nodded coldly in acknowledgement. TSK, how pitiable. Afflicted with a deadly poison, she may share the same fate as your wife. Departing shortly after the birth of her child. Observing the petite beauty, Qian Yunxiao shook his head, feeling a sense of sorrow for her plight. Du Yin, upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, felt a flicker of fear within her heart. Yet, she had steeled herself with the determination to follow Douluo Xian, having prepared for such eventualities. Your Highness, please allow me to see my son first. He is afflicted with the same deadly poison and requires my continuous efforts to counteract it. In comparison to his daughter-in-law, Douluo placed far greater importance on his son, feeling a profound sense of indebtedness for having brought him into the world as a frail child. Now, Douluo sought ways to make amends. It's simple. Just follow my method. Prepare 2 soul bones, and then, Qian Yunxiao revealed his approach, leaving Douluo in a state of uncertainty. Ultimately, he inquired, are you certain? The acquisition of soul bones was not an insurmountable challenge for Douluo. This course of action was rather slow. Once you have prepared everything, I will certainly have further plans in place. Qian Yunxiao's response was quite straightforward. After contemplating for a while, Douluo ultimately decided to visit the heavenly Dou imperial city. My lady, may I inquire about your esteemed name? After Qian Yunxiao and the others departed, they inquired about Douluo's daughter-in-law. After all, it is quite possible that they may have to coexist under the same roof in the future, thus necessitating a mutual understanding. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Qian Yunxiao remarked that living under the same roof does not imply engaging in any nefarious activities. In the future, both the ice and fire duality I and the solitary bow can continue to reside together. He too is within the realm of the ice and fire duality I. Thus, does this not signify coexistence beneath the same eaves? Du Yin. Compared to the appearance of Douluo's son, Qian Yunxiao's beauty is simply overwhelming. With a charming smile, Qian Yunxiao embodies an unparalleled beauty that ordinary women find utterly irresistible. Women, especially those who are married, must maintain a respectful distance from men outside their husbands. However, upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Du Yin found herself unable to resist, obediently revealing her name. Her husband lay still in bed. As time passed, Douluo's strategy of using poison to counter poison became increasingly ineffective. Douluo Qian's life, too, would not endure for long. Originally, Douluo Qian had perished the moment Douluo ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Well, I look forward to your guidance. Du Yin's martial spirit is the heavenly scorpion, a type of poison martial spirit. At this very moment, Qian Yunxiao is pondering, what must it be like to experience the sensation of someone like the solitary wild goose, who is imbued with deadly poison, even to the extent that their dagger is tainted? To be frank, Qian Yunxiao is indeed looking forward to it. Miss Du, having crossed paths, I shall take this time to conduct thorough research, striving to ensure that you can remain untroubled in due course. Qian Yunxiao is a kind-hearted man. Could he stand by and watch such an innocent little beauty perish? Absolutely not. Moreover, the treasures within the home of Douluo are of immense value. Qian Yunxiao could lend a hand. After all, Du Yin is, in every sense, the mother of Du Yin. One might even consider her as Qian Yunxiao's prospective mother-in-law. It would not be amiss to treat her with kindness. Thank you, Your Highness, the second prince. In truth, Du Yin harbored little hope, yet, given Qian Yunxiao's words, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Qian Yunxiao did not engage in lengthy conversation with Du Yin. After all, it would be inappropriate for someone newly arrived to converse so extensively with another's daughter-in-law, which would certainly draw the disapproval of Douluo. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qian Yunxiao took A Yin and Shui Yulan to observe the celestial herbs. Chapter 43, Distribution of Celestial Herbs, Xiao Wu's Transformation. The ice and fire duality, I, is abundant with celestial herbs. Qian Yunxiao is not acquainted with all the herbs, as he has not yet hung them. However, he can discern the celestial grasses based on the descriptions from the original text. For instance, the 8-angled Xianbing grass is immediately recognizable. The Lihua Xingjiao Shu can be deduced through its attributes and its proximity to the 8-angled Xianbing grass. The Qirong Tongtian Ju, being a chrysanthemum, is easily identifiable. The 8-petal Xianlan, the 8-petal coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and the Shui Xian Yujigu are all remarkably recognizable. Nonetheless, Qian Yunxiao is currently more concerned with the Xiangsidong Chuanghong, which serves as a tool for testing love. Qian Yunxiao hesitated to test the waters of his affection. Yet, an insatiable thought lingered in his heart. Of course, Qian Yunxiao would never resort to such means to validate his feelings. His character, rather unworthy, might not garner the approval of the heart-wrenching flower, Xiangxi Duanshanghong. A Yin. He mused, do you think you could pluck this flower? Should Xiangxi Duanshanghong be consumed, it would elevate one's soul power by 10 levels, potentially allowing A Yin to reach the realm of Soul Saint. However, the decision to consume it would ultimately rest with A Yin, as he would never impose upon this delicate maiden. A Yin obediently approached and effortlessly plucked the Xiangxi Duanshanghong, which had seemingly chosen her as its master. This outcome left Qian Yunxiao exceedingly pleased. A Yin, he inquired, are you aware of the effects of this flower? Qian Yunxiao inquired of A Yin, prompting her to shake her head in confusion. She understood nothing of the matter. Had it not been for Qian Yunxiao's insistence on her plucking this exquisite flower, A Yin would not have entertained the thought. Such a beautiful bloom ought not to be carelessly harvested. This singular flower possesses the remarkable ability to elevate one's soul power by 10 levels without any peril. Would you partake of it? Qian Yunxiao gazed at A Yin, refraining from elucidating the intricate tale woven within. There was no necessity for such explanations. A Yin adhered to Qian Yunxiao's words with unwavering devotion, firmly believing that the flower in her possession could indeed elevate her to the realm of soul sage. Yet, confronted with such temptation, A Yin found herself in a turmoil of thoughts. Ultimately, Clarity dawned upon her heart. Lord Palace Master, I do not wish to consume it. The reason eluded her. The flower, already plucked, was destined to wither soon. To forego its use seemed an egregious waste. Shui Yulan shared this sentiment, reasoning that since the flower would inevitably perish, it would be far more advantageous to consume it and gain a tenfold boost in soul power. Only A Yin enjoyed such an opportunity had it been her. She would have devoured it long ago. Shui Yulan's heart brimmed with envy. Ah, since you do not wish to partake, then let it adorn your hair. The crimson flower amidst the azure foliage shall present a unique charm. Fear not, this blossom shall not wither. A Yin's response elicited hearty laughter from Qian Yunxiao. His intent in having A Yin don the heartbroken red was not for her protection, but solely to enhance her beauty. With Qian Yunxiao by her side, A Yin was afforded the utmost safeguard. Humph! Qian Yunxiao's words elicited a haughty snort from A Yin. Nevertheless, she proceeded to gaze into the mirror, adorning her hair with the heart-wrenching red of longing. Qian Yunxiao selected from the remaining celestial herbs. After a thorough search, he personally plucked the water immortal jade bone and presented it to A Yin. Come, my delicate wife, consume this to enhance your strength. A Yin had already grasped the nuances of interacting with Qian Yunxiao. If he granted her the autonomy to make decisions, she would express her opinions. However, if he had already determined the allocation, she could only obediently listen. It was akin to the first time Qian Yunxiao insisted she eat roasted chicken. Despite her initial reluctance, she complied, quickly adapting to the experience. It was not as daunting as it seemed. In the face of the water immortal jade bone offered by Qian Yunxiao, A Yin naturally followed his guidance and began to partake. You should consume it, Yulan. It will also enhance your cultivation. Qian Yunxiao bestowed 3 stalks of the exquisite 9th-rank purple Ganoderma upon Shui Yulan, Qing Wu, and Xiao Wu. Regrettably, other celestial herbs seemed to hold little value for these 3. Nevertheless, the 9th-rank purple Ganoderma would undeniably enhance their martial spirits and soul power to a certain extent. They received a portion of the enigmatic herb, the significance of which remained unknown to them. Shui Yulan and Qing Wu expressed their delight, unaware of the true nature of the substance. However, since Qian Yunxiao had encouraged them to partake, they willingly complied. Shui Yulan recognized that the 9th-rank purple Ganoderma could not be compared to what Qian Yunxiao had given to A Yin, yet it was still an improvement, albeit minor. Qing Wu sensed that Qian Yunxiao regarded her as a true confidant and even embraced Xiao Wu as a genuine daughter, which brought her immense joy. Prior to consuming the 9th-rank purple Ganoderma, Qing Wu playfully tapped her daughter's head. In an instant, Xiao Wu comprehended the gesture and sweetly addressed Qian Yunxiao, saying, "Thank you, Daddy." Xiao Wu aspired to be a well-mannered and obedient child, much to Qian Yunxiao's delight. A Yin's enhancement was undoubtedly the most pronounced, with her soul power soaring to the 66th level, engendering a dreamlike sensation. Meanwhile, Shui Yulan and Qing Wu experienced their own gains to varying degrees. 1 stalk of 9th-rank purple Ganoderma, in the long run, was equivalent to the results of Shui Yulan's years of arduous cultivation. This realization brought her satisfaction, alleviating the heavy burden in her heart. Qing Wu felt that her martial spirit level had also seen a slight increase. Just as they believed this delightful episode would conclude beautifully, Xiao Wu suddenly clutched her abdomen, exclaiming in pain. The sight of a little rabbit holding its belly was indeed somewhat amusing. However, Qian Yunxiao found no humor in the situation and urgently remarked, "Could it be that Xiao Wu's constitution conflicts with the 9th-rank purple Ganoderma? That shouldn't be the case." He recalled that Xiao Wu had previously consumed the herb without adverse effects. Why then did she react this way? If something were amiss, it would be challenging for Qian Yunxiao to remedy. Qing Wu gestured for him not to worry, approaching her daughter with care while explaining, "My lord, it's not that. Rather, Xiao Wu's internal energy has nearly accumulated to its limit and is ready for transformation. 100,000-year soul beast must begin preparations after reaching that age. Only with complete readiness can it undergo transformation. Xiao Wu is currently in this preparatory phase, having been ready for 2 to 3 decades. Now, with the beast food provided by Qian Yunxiao combined with this 9th-rank purple Ganoderma, her amassed energy is sufficient, prompting her body to naturally begin its metamorphosis." "Oh, is there anything I can assist with?" Qian Yunxiao felt a sense of reassurance. However, the experienced A Yin pulled Qian Yunxiao aside, saying, "My lord, rest assured. With both me and Sister Wu here, all will be well. Yulan, please take Shuer and Wu Huang to the side. Leave this to us." Although Shui Yulan expressed curiosity about how soul beasts transform, it was evident that the 1-year-old Qian Yunxiao was not suited to witness such a scene. Thus, she gently cradled the child in each arm and moved aside. Soon, only Qian Yunxiao, A Yin, Qing Wu, and the soon-to-be transformed Xiao Wu remained in the vicinity. A Yin had already approached Qing Wu, preparing to join forces with her. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu at 4 years old, truly remarkable. As the foremost observer, Qian Yunxiao witnessed the entire transformation process of Xiao Wu. The metamorphosis of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years is intrinsically tied to Xiao Wu's original physical form. Upon becoming a human child, she must subsequently engage in diligent cultivation to gradually purge the residual bloodline of the soul beast within her. After her transformation, Xiao Wu was approximately the size of a 4-year-old human girl, which is quite reasonable, considering her development surpasses that of ordinary humans. At the age of 1, she was akin to a 4-year-old, which is entirely plausible. Having just undergone her transformation, Xiao Wu found herself without clothing. In a considerate gesture, A Yin kindly dressed her in the garments of Qian Yunxiao. Children's clothing is generally oversized. Thus, despite Qian Yunxiao being slightly smaller than Xiao Wu, the attire was still manageable for her to wear. Qian Yunxiao is certainly not a perverse individual. He is, in fact, the father of Xiao Wu. What could possibly be amiss? He is not a father akin to a wandering spirit or a lost soul. Xiao Wu, do you recognize who he is? Qing Wu cradled her daughter in her arms, and with Xiao Wu transforming as well, it alleviated some of Qing Wu's lingering worries. From now on, both mother and daughter would exist as humans, and with Qian Yunxiao's protection, their lives would surely improve. Qing Wu understood the mindset of male dominance that men often possess. Rather than having Xiao Wu immediately call her mother, she approached Qian Yunxiao to inquire about his identity. Qing Wu would not dwell on such trivial matters. After all, Xiao Wu had been calling her mother for countless years. Did it really matter if she added one more? After a spirit beast undergoes transformation, it experiences a brief period of weakness, albeit a fleeting one. During this time, the spirit beast's cognition may be affected. Qing Wu merely wished to ascertain the severity of her daughter's condition. Yes, it's father. Xiao Wu replied softly, gazing at Qian Yunxiao's handsome visage. She naturally remembered him. However, Xiao Wu appeared quite weak, her voice lacking strength. Ah, what a good child. You must rest well, Qian Yunxiao said, his fondness for the little one evident. Xiao Wu was utterly distinct from a newborn human child. She possessed far more charm, and her hair was abundantly thick. After her birth, Qing Wu felt compelled to groom her daughter before taking her outside. Dian was perplexed. How could such a large girl suddenly appear in such a short span of time? She had been observant. None of the 3 women who had entered appeared to be pregnant. Your Highness, I do not understand what has transpired, Dian said, looking at Qian Yunxiao with confusion, hoping he could elucidate the situation. As merely a level 63 soul emperor, she was unable to discern Xiao Wu's true identity. That pink little rabbit she had seen earlier was, in fact, a spirit beast of 100,000 years, now transformed. Qian Yunxiao did not hold back in his explanation. Dian, taken aback, stammered, I see. This was her first encounter with such matters, indeed, her first time hearing about them. In the afternoon, Douluo Bo seemingly emptied his coffers and managed to acquire 4 soul bones. It was evident that these soul bones were intended for his family members. As for whether Dian, his daughter-in-law, had any arrangements for soul bones, that remained uncertain. Qian Yunxiao accompanied Douluo Bo to check on his son. Upon seeing him, he couldn't help but shake his head. The poor lad seemed to be on the brink of complete ruin, and one could only wonder if he would survive. Given the medical environment of the Douluo Continent, the prospect of saving this young man appeared nearly impossible. Following the method provided by Qian Yunxiao, Douluo Bo refined a soul bone for Deguxin and actively channeled the lethal toxins within him into that very bone. Deguxin lay there, pitifully frail and unable to withstand much turmoil. Douluo Bo proceeded cautiously, taking measured steps rather than resorting to drastic measures. Observing this fatherly figure, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Once Douluo Bo confirmed the efficacy of Qian Yunxiao's approach, Qian Yunxiao departed to check on the condition of his goddaughter. Honorable Lord of the Hall, do you think we should give Xiao Wu a more formal name? Qing Wu inquired, cradling Xiao Wu as she engaged in cognitive rehabilitation. Once this step was completed, Xiao Wu would be able to move independently after a few months of transformation. Since the arrival of Qian Yunxiao, Xiao Wu has undergone a remarkable transformation. Her delicate visage has been thoroughly cleansed, and her hairstyle has been meticulously arranged. Now, Xiao Wu sports a pair of lively, skyward-facing pigtails that lend her an amusing charm. Qing Wu cradles Xiao Wu and presents her before Qian Yunxiao. Although Qian Yunxiao is referred to as Xiao Wu's foster father, it is indeed true that Xiao Wu was genuinely adopted by Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao is also qualified to give Xiao Wu a name. The child, as before, shall still be called Xiao Wu. After all, both mother and daughter have grown accustomed to this appellation for quite some time. Changing it now would feel rather awkward. As for the future, we shall address that when the time comes. There is no need for haste. Qian Yunxiao was still quite astonished, yet she could comprehend the situation. After all, Qing Wu intended to firmly cling to Qian Yunxiao's support. Changing little Wu's name? To be honest, Qian Yunxiao had no such intention. Very well then. Qing Wu did not press the matter further, and it was thus settled. A Yin, emboldened by the moment, boldly proposed. Little Wu is so adorable. Why not arrange a childhood engagement with Wu Huang? This suggestion from A Yin stirred a sense of intrigue in both Shui Yulan and Qing Wu. Qian Wu Huang is the son of Shui Yulan, who naturally hopes that his future wife will be an exceptional woman. Xiao Wu, being 100,000-year-old beast, signifies that she surpasses the majority of girls in excellence. Shui Yulan would be quite content if Xiao Wu were to become her daughter-in-law, and so would Xiao Wu herself. While adopting a daughter may lack certainty, having a daughter-in-law is undoubtedly secure. In contrast, Qian Yunxiao remains rather indifferent. Xiao Wu is my goddaughter. How could she possibly become my daughter-in-law? To transform Xiao Wu into my daughter-in-law? That is simply out of the question. Qian Yunxiao is not so willing. Qian Yunxiao outright rejected the suggestion, and both A Yin and Qing Wu chose to remain silent, dismissing the earlier statement as mere jest. Qing Wu, Yulan, you must also begin to prepare for your soul rings. Do you have any recommendations? The months ahead would see Qing Wu nearing the pinnacle of the titled Douluo realm, while Shui Yulan was on the verge of becoming a six-ring soul emperor. The preparation for their soul rings had to be prioritized. Personally, I was indifferent and planned to acquire a soul ring of ice attribute. Shui Yulan had fewer arrangements to consider. However, for Qing Wu, the situation was more complex. Upon reaching the titled Douluo status, she indeed needed to prepare for the acquisition of soul rings. I have also listened to your arrangements, my lord. Ultimately, Qing Wu did not provide the answer that Qian Yunxiao had anticipated. Qian Yunxiao has no excessive demands. Regardless, preparations will certainly be necessary by that time. Making decisions now is of little consequence. After a brief and light-hearted conversation with A Yin, Qian Yunxiao prepared to refine the 8-angled ice grass, the fiery apricot flower, and the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum. Chapter 45. Ice Emperor, I implore you to grant me this. As the future Silver Emperor of the Douluo Continent, Qian Yunxiao must ensure the well-being of his body in order to depict the Silver Emperor's 100 beauties. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess the strength to illustrate 100 enchanting figures? The 8-angled ice grass, fiery apricot flower, and extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum are all pivotal in enhancing one's physical constitution. Qian Yunxiao would undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip away. As for whether Qian Yunxiao's body can simultaneously endure the potency of 3 different celestial herbs, Qian Yunxiao expressed that there were absolutely no issues. While on the road, he routinely glanced at his system panel. He discovered that a new member had been added to his family, Xiao Wu. Previously, Xiao Wu was certainly not considered a part of the Qian family. She had only just joined. Could this be attributed to the fact that Xiao Wu transformed into a human and is also Qian Yunxiao's goddaughter? Regardless, this is indeed a positive development. Qian Yunxiao is currently troubled by how to elevate his family to a household of 10. If he does not recruit new members, he would need to have A Yin and Shui Yulan bear 3 more children, which is rather daunting. However, with the addition of Xiao Wu and Qing Wu, the family has now grown to 7 members. Should Qing Wu give birth to 1 more, they would reach 8 individuals. The goal of a 10-person household is then within reach. They can take their time to achieve it. Qian Yunxiao returned once more to the depths of the Eye of Ice and Fire, meticulously refining the 3 celestial herbs he had set his sights on. Naturally, he commenced with the refining of the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. These entities of utmost cold and utmost heat indeed contributed significantly to the fortification of Qian Yunxiao's physical form. Before consuming the celestial herb, Qian Yunxiao consulted his system. After confirming that there were no significant dangers, he proceeded with the intake. Indeed, I feel that the strength of my body has increased by several times at the very least. However, I remain uncertain whether this is merely a figment of my imagination. Qian Yunxiao now feels an inexhaustible surge of power within him. Who shall he find to test it out? Qian Yunxiao has likely already arrived at an answer in his heart. Prior to this, he employed his skill blue-silver bind to extract the skeletal remains of the Water Dragon King from beneath the eyes of ice and fire. Qian Yunxiao merely extracted the skeletal remains of the Water Dragon King. As for the possessions of the Fire Dragon King, there was currently no one nearby who could make use of them, so he decided to set them aside for the time being. As there was no one to contest them, the blue-silver grass proved to be a rather exceptional martial soul, astonishing Qian Yunxiao with its performance. Initially, he approached the endeavor with a sense of experimentation, hoping to retrieve the bones of the Water Dragon King. If unsuccessful, it would not be a matter of great concern. To his utter surprise, he succeeded. The ice and fire duality, I provided a commendable cultivation environment for the Ice Empress. She soaked in the icy spring, relishing the experience. It felt as though a single day of cultivation here equated to 5 days in the frigid north. She marveled at having come to the right place. Once Qian Yunxiao procured the skeletal remains of the Water Dragon King, the Ice Empress could no longer contain her excitement. She swiftly climbed to Qian Yunxiao's side. Please, I implore you, grant me that. The Ice Empress sensed the profound significance of the object in Qian Yunxiao's hand for her. With that set of iced jade-like bones, she believed her cultivation could ascend to 500,000, perhaps even 700,000 years, allowing her to rival the Snow Empress. At that moment, she was convinced that the Snow Empress would surely accept her affections, and they could soar together in blissful union. Qian Yunxiao concealed this object. Its influence is not to be underestimated. If carelessly handled, it might indeed attract the deities of the divine realm. After all, the realm is home to both the Water God and the Fire God, whose powers are not vastly inferior to that of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings. Should they become aware of it, they may seek out Qian Yunxiao, a mere mortal, to demand this item while subjecting him to rigorous scrutiny. Fortunately, the ice-fire duality possesses the ability to conceal external perception. Otherwise, the Water and Fire Dragon Kings would not have remained undetected for so long. Thus, exercising caution remains essential. Qian Yunxiao himself finds little value in the remains of the Water Dragon King. As for offering it to Shui Yulan, it is hardly fitting. As his beloved, Qian Yunxiao is bound to provide her with far superior gifts in the future. Bestowing such a relic upon the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, or Titan Snow Demon King would indeed be the wisest choice. The Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King are merely life forms derived from a fragment of Guyuna's power. Absorbing the divine remains of the Water Dragon King could facilitate a remarkable transformation for the Ice Emperor. Why would I bestow it upon you? Observing the Ice Emperor's pleading demeanor, a playful expression crossed Qian Yunxiao's face. Do you desire this? It poses little challenge. You need only to beseech me. After all, I am your steed. No one else is more suited to wield this relic. At that moment, the Ice Emperor had shed all semblance of pride, openly acknowledging her role as a mount. Very well, since you are so sincere, I shall grant you 2 dragon leg bones, which are divine bones of the first rank. Imbued with immense power, exercise caution with them, and remember, you are not permitted to leave the ice-fire duality without my command. Do you understand? Under normal circumstances, the Ice Emperor could depart from the ice-fire duality without issue. However, if she were to leave bearing the aura of the Water Dragon King, significant complications would arise. For the foreseeable future, the Ice Emperor would primarily remain within the confines of the ice-fire duality Nevertheless, this is not a considerable problem. As with the presence of Deepening and Ming, Qian Yunxiao has no shortage of qualified steeds at his disposal. Thank you, thank you. The Ice Emperor felt as though she might lose her mind. Not only was she beseeching someone who collected female soul beasts for nefarious purposes, but she was also expressing gratitude. Yet, she sensed no major issues with this arrangement. Throughout this period of interaction, she realized that aside from his penchant for punishing that particular plant, Qian Yunxiao exhibited no behaviors that she found intolerable. Congratulations, host. The intimacy level with your first pet has reached 100. Reward: Beast Food 100, Wealth Coin 100, Number of Family Guardian Beasts 1. Upon presenting the 2 bones of the Water Dragon King to the Ice Emperor, Qian Yunxiao felt a response from the system within his mind. The intimacy level has reached 100? Is the Ice Emperor truly so easily deceived? This seems rather reasonable. Considering that the Ice Emperor has already been swayed by the mere allure of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's grand promise. Qian Yunxiao has procured genuine materials. How could he not have complete control over this innocent little scorpion? The far northern land indeed proves to be a pristine realm, and this little scorpion is simply remarkable. In due time, he shall see if he can coax this little creature into transformation. However, Qian Yunxiao harbors mixed feelings regarding this transformation. He desires for the little scorpion to assume a human form while simultaneously retaining its scorpion shape. The ability to alternate between these two forms would be the most ideal. For now, he can only wait and explore further possibilities. Qian Yunxiao's home is still not well established and requires the accumulation of resources. You may take your time to cultivate in the ice spring while I attend to other matters. The family of Qian Yunxiao now has an additional slot for a guardian beast. This guardian beast can also provide Qian Yunxiao with a daily income of a fortune coin. Your Highness, the second prince, Master Ning has sent his wife to extend an invitation for you to gather at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Just as Qian Yunxiao was preparing to instigate a competitive struggle between De Ming and Heir Ming before him, Douluo Bo arrived to seek out Qian Yunxiao. This left Qian Yunxiao perplexed. Why had Ning Fengji sent his wife to invite him? Chapter 46. Ning Fengji's wife, truly remarkable. Douluo Continent's 26th beauty, gentle and virtuous, devoted and unrepentant, concealing danger in her sleeve, a beauty with a tragic fate. Qian Yunxiao visited the wife of Ning Fengji, a figure of considerable stature in the realm of Douluo Continent. His wife is indeed remarkable, a paragon of beauty and genius. Presently, she possesses the formidable strength of a rank 75 soul sage, with her martial soul being the exalted Qingyun sword, rendering her a half-disciple of the sword Douluo. She is even listed among the beauties of Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji is truly fortunate. However, Qian Yunxiao perceives that Ning Fengji is not a man easily swayed by feminine allure. Such a beauty may indeed be wasted on him. Moreover, the original text does not mention her much, suggesting she may have passed away after giving birth to their daughter, Ning Rongrong. It is unexpected that Madame Ning herself extends an invitation to me. I am truly honored. Madame Ning, whose full name is Ning Zhongying, hails from humble beginnings but possesses commendable talent, with the potential to reach the rank of a soul Douluo, making a perfect match with Ning Fengji. As for attaining the title of Douluo, that is exceedingly rare. There are few women on Douluo Continent who can achieve such a status. In the Spirit Hall, apart from Qian Yunxiao and Bibi Dong, only one female Douluo has emerged among a dozen or so. Your Highness, you flatter us. It is indeed our honor to host you, the second prince, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Zhongying proves herself worthy of marrying Ning Fengji. Speaking with remarkable poise and discernment, Qian Yunxiao was not one to linger unnecessarily, promptly accompanying Ning Zhongying to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It was entirely reasonable for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to send Ning Zhongying to extend an invitation to Qian Yunxiao. Among the three prominent figures, Ning Fengji, as the head of the sect, would undoubtedly extend a warm welcome to Qian Yunxiao upon his visit. However, it would be rather inappropriate for Ning Fengji himself to invite Qian Yunxiao to the banquet at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, given that he was the leader of the upper three sects while Qian Yunxiao was merely the second prince of the Spirit Hall. Similarly, it was fitting for the wife of Ning Fengji to extend the invitation as well. As they journeyed towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongying could not shake the unsettling feeling that Qian Yunxiao's gaze was fixed upon her, wandering over her hips and thighs. Yet, each time she discreetly glanced at him, she found his expression to be that of an upstanding gentleman. This perplexed Ning Zhongying, leaving her at a loss for words. Was it merely her imagination? With this thought, she could only offer herself a measure of consolation. Qian Yunxiao harbored no concerns regarding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School plotting a treacherous banquet against him. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lacked both the strength and the audacity for such schemes. His furtive glances at Ning Zhongying were merely born out of curiosity. Were he in a similar position, possessing a wife like Ning Zhongying, he would have ensured her pregnancy long ago. The enchanting beauty of Qian Yunxiao has led many who have entered her door to bear children at an early age. Perhaps it is due to Ning Fengji's current rank, which is only in the 50s, that he hesitates to take on such a significant responsibility. Before long, Qian Yunxiao felt she had found the answer. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's mood was relatively pleasant. He had inquired from various sources and indeed discovered that there might be genuine discord between Qian Yunxiao and Qian Douluo. The reason was likely clear. Qian Yunxiao's marriage to a soul beast of 10,000 years had caused Qian Douluo to perceive it as a disgrace to the Qian family's reputation. The discord might serve a purpose, allowing Qian Yunxiao to join the Heavendo Empire and thereby enhance its strength further. Today, Ning Fengji's invitation to Qian Yunxiao was motivated by this very aim. After Qian Yunxiao took his seat and the wine had circulated 3 times, Ning Fengji spoke first. "Your Majesty, should you establish a family and require any arrangements, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Empire will extend their utmost support." This was Ning Fengji's gesture of goodwill towards Qian Yunxiao. To which Qian Yunxiao replied, "Ning Sect Master, that may pose a dilemma. Perhaps after I confer with the poisoned Douluo, I shall not be overly courteous with you. Will Qian Yunxiao eventually annihilate 2 empires and ascend to the throne as emperor?" "Yes, but not at this moment. It is a matter that will unfold several decades hence. Some issues cannot simply be resolved by Qian Yunxiao attaining divinity. The waters of Douluo Continent are exceedingly deep. Since Ning Fengji and the Tiando Empire intend to lend their support to Qian Yunxiao, he will not be remiss in accepting their assistance. As for the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest, Qian Yunxiao indeed plans to undertake a complete reconstruction." Qian Yunxiao graciously accepted Ning Fengji's kind offer, which brought genuine joy to Ning Fengji. "Your Majesty, I have another piece of news to share with you, and I kindly ask for your utmost attention to it." After a moment, Ning Fengji's expression turned serious as he prepared to discuss another matter with Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao calmly remarked, "Master Ning, please proceed." For Qian Yunxiao, apart from establishing ties with the divine, nothing else held any sway over him. "Your Grace, your decision to settle in the Twilight Forest has not escaped the notice of the Spirit Hall. That individual in the Heavendo Empire is already aware of the presence of several 10,000-year soul beasts by your side. Moreover, as far as I am informed, Emperor Qian Xuanji has now approached the threshold of level 90, making it an opportune moment for him to seek a 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji possesses a wealth of intelligence. This revelation did indeed render Qian Yunxiao's expression a shade more serious. Qian Xuanji originally lacked a 100,000-year spirit ring. If he were aware of the numerous 100,000-year spirit beasts surrounding him, he would undoubtedly seek to trouble him. If he does not come, Qian Douluo will certainly make an appearance. Then let us see what skills he possesses. Qian Yunxiao let out a cold laugh. Bestowing Qian Xuanji with a soul ring of 100,000 years? Is that even possible? After all, he has been battling Qian Xuanji for many years. What kind of person is Qian Xuanji that he remains oblivious? If I were to bestow upon Qian Xuanji a soul ring of 100,000 years, he would not only fail to express gratitude, but would also harbor thoughts about the other 100,000-year soul beasts under my command. Therefore, should Qian Xuanji truly dare to approach, Qian Yunxiao would undoubtedly ensure that this fellow faces dire consequences. Qian Yunxiao's tone genuinely delighted Ning Fengji. The discord between these 2 brothers undoubtedly poses a setback for the Wuhuan Hall, while simultaneously benefiting their sections. Qian Yunxiao was not yet inclined to spend the night at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. After finishing his drink, he departed. It was none other than Ning Fengji's wife who personally saw him off. After Qian Yunxiao's departure, Jian Douluo turned to Ning Fengji and inquired, "Fengji, do you truly believe that he has severed ties with the Spirit Hall?" Ning Fengji replied, "The specifics remain unclear. Yet it is indeed true that Qian Xuanji has brought his men here. We shall see how this unfolds." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ning Fengji's intuition suggested that perhaps these 2 brothers might actually come to blows. Alas, within the royal household, must there truly be only one heir? Ning Fengji couldn't help but reflect. If he were to have an elder brother or a younger sibling, what might the circumstances of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School look like now? "Your Highness, perhaps you have indulged a bit too much," remarked Ning Zhongying. Upon exiting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qian Yunxiao feigned intoxication, staggering as he walked. After some contemplation, Ning Zhongying ultimately chose to support Qian Yunxiao, assisting him by linking her arm through his as they progressed. This action effectively fulfilled Qian Yunxiao's intentions. Chapter 47. A single punch to disable Qian Xuanji. After escorting Qian Yunxiao to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Ning Zhongying took her leave. She felt compelled to depart, as she genuinely worried that Qian Yunxiao might exploit his status to intimidate her, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. How dull. Once Ning Zhongying had left, Qian Yunxiao returned to his usual self. Drunk? It was inconceivable that Qian Yunxiao could become inebriated in someone else's abode. The days of Qian Yunxiao have been peaceful for 2 months. However, After this period, the sunset forest was unexpectedly visited by 8 guests. Leading them was Qian Yunxiao, who had reached the formidable level of 88 and was poised to attain 89 within a fortnight. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao exuded an audacious arrogance, his expression almost provoking. Accompanying him from the spirit hall were 5 titled Douluos and 2 soul Douluos. Among the 5 titled Douluos, 2 were quite familiar to Qian Yunxiao, Jiang Long, who had been a guardian to him for several years, and Qian Jun, a brother of Jiang Long. In addition to them, there was also the old fellow, Jin Yi, who still maintained his formidable cultivation at 98. His presence only warranted a cursory glance from Qian Yunxiao, as he posed no significant threat. The other 2 titled Douluos were unknown to him, having accompanied Qian Yunxiao to capture A Yin, only to meet their demise, both at the level of 92. One of the soul Douluos, a woman, was the future soul female titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Ling Yuan Douluo. However, she had yet to reach the title Douluo tier, remaining merely a soul Douluo. It appeared that Qian Yunxiao might even be contemplating granting this Ni Huang Douluo a 100,000-year spirit ring. Was he truly considering this place as a wholesale market for such rings? Brother, who would have thought you would be surrounded by so many spirit beasts and 2 enchanting beauties? It is indeed an enviable life. As Qian Yunxiao gazed at A Yin and Qingwu by Qian Yunxiao's side, he could hardly contain his envy. In his eyes, these 2 represented 100,000-year spirit rings. Thus, with such ambitions, Qian Yunxiao was destined to remain a bachelor. Even if he forcibly obtained Bibi Dong, he could not escape his fate. Had it been Qian Yunxiao, he would have made Bibi Dong submit entirely. Qian Yunxiao is utterly incompetent. Both A Yin and Qingwu felt an instinctive fear in Qian Yunxiao's gaze, which compelled them to draw closer to Qian Yunxiao. They could sense the menacing aura emanating from Qian Yunxiao towards them, unable to even earn the affection of women. Qian Yunxiao, you truly are a disappointment, aren't you? Qian Yunxiao consoled the 3 10,000-year soul beasts beside him, casting a disdainful glance at Qian Yunxiao. In his eyes, Qian Yunxiao was merely a minor character, a jester at best. Were it not for his concern that the situation might escalate and attract the attention of the divine realm due to his possession of 3 10,000-year soul beast companions, he would have easily dismissed Qian Yunxiao with a mere slap. Is this truly the progeny you boast of? Offspring born of soul beasts. Yet they possess the blood of angels? Gazing upon the children cradled by A Yin and Qingwu, Qian Yunxiao was convinced they were Qian Yunxiao's own. The noble lineage derived from angels rendered Qian Yunxiao utterly contemptuous of Qian Yunxiao as sons. Only his daughter, in his opinion, was worthy of the angelic bloodline. Deepening. Ming, teach him a lesson. Qian Yunxiao wasted no time in issuing commands. To insult one's own daughter? Such an act is no trivial matter. A mere slap would suffice. This was Qian Yunxiao's version of mercy towards Qian Yunxiao. It would be remarkable if Qian Yunxiao's face remained unscathed after such a blow from Deepening and Ming. Deepening and Ming were indifferent to such nuances. With 5 titled Douluos at their disposal, especially with the addition of a golden crocodile, they could easily subdue both Deepening and Ming. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering these 2, Deepening and Ming would undoubtedly flee as far as possible. Yet now, they were compelled to take the initiative, particularly Ming, who had been chosen by Qian Yunxiao as the family guardian beast. Each year, it enjoyed 5 bags of delectable beast food. Ming was especially invested in this matter. The golden crocodile was present to ensure Qian Yunxiao's safety. The reason Qian Douluo entrusted Jin Yi to accompany Qian Yunxiao is a testament to his unwavering confidence in Jin Yi's formidable strength. Throughout the vast expanse of Douluo Continent, Qian Douluo believes that apart from the 3 of them, no one else stands a chance against Jin Yi. Jin Yi promptly summoned his golden giant crocodile martial spirit. This colossal creature was able to directly confront the combined assault of Deepening and Ming. Truly, as a seasoned powerhouse of the older generation, its might is indeed impressive. Qian Yunxiao glanced at the golden crocodile and couldn't help but applaud. The golden crocodile, with the physique of an ordinary person, had ascended to the 98th level, which remained an extraordinary feat across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Apart from Tang Chen, who shattered the limits and reached the 99th level, very few others managed to achieve even the 98th level. Such individuals possess the qualifications to ascend to divinity. In the lofty heights, Qian Yunxiao cast a glance at the golden crocodile, and thus it is. Those who strive diligently deserve admiration. It is truly a pity that the golden crocodile Douluo serves as a subordinate to Qian Douluo and Qian Yunxiao. The second prince has been most generous in his praise. The golden crocodile Douluo harbors a profound arrogance within. In truth, he holds even Qian Yunxiao in contempt, let alone Qian Yunxiao. Yet, out of consideration for his reputation, he feigned respect. Binger, Please step forth and engage with this friend. Should Qian Yunxiao choose to intervene, he could effortlessly subdue the golden crocodile Douluo. Yet, Qian Yunxiao is intent on playing. The golden crocodile Douluo possesses formidable strength. But overcoming the Ice Emperor is no simple feat. Upon the Ice Emperor's emergence, the expression of the golden crocodile Douluo shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He could scarcely fathom the presence of such a powerful soul beast in this realm. My treasure has already cultivated for 300,000 years. Would the esteemed golden crocodile care to engage with him? As Qian Yunxiao caressed the Ice Emperor, she took a moment to elucidate to the golden crocodile Douluo. The Ice Emperor had long since grown accustomed to Qian Yunxiao's touch. With a frigid gaze, she regarded the golden crocodile Douluo. At present, the Ice Emperor was blissfully refining the divine bones of the Water Dragon King. Being interrupted by these individuals was hardly a cause for joy. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The Ice Emperor, exuding an aura of lethal intent, instilled a sense of trepidation even in Qian Yunxiao, a soul beast of 300,000 years. It is my first time hearing about Qian Yunxiao. Binger, entangle this old crocodile, and let Deepening and Erming strike him. This is the command issued by Qian Yunxiao. The Ice Emperor immediately sprang into action, refining the divine power of the Water Dragon King's remains, causing the already supreme icy realm to exert a terrifying pressure on those who are not ranked 95 title Douluo or above. Protect the Pope. The golden crocodile Douluo became thoroughly anxious, instructing the other 4 title Douluo to safeguard Qian Yunxiao. Unfortunately, in the absence of even a single rank 95 title Douluo, withstanding the assault from Deepening and Erming was no simple feat. Deepening and Erming made no attempts at concealment, directly using brute force to shatter the ultimate defenses of the 4 title Douluo, including the dragon subduing Qian Yunxiao. Ultimately, a single punch struck Qian Yunxiao's angelic martial spirit, forcefully propelling him over 100 meters away. The overwhelming shockwave caused several of Qian Yunxiao's bones to fracture. The Pope of the Spirit Hall ultimately paid the price for his reckless words. Chapter 48, Capturing the Spirit Kite Douluo. Qian Yunxiao, who granted you the audacity to trouble my wife and my subordinates? Observing Qian Yunxiao's miserable state, Qian Yunxiao chuckled. This is how it should be dealt with. No matter how tragic the outcome for this beast of a man, Qian Yunxiao felt it was deserved. Second Prince, they are all from the Spirit Hall. Do you not think your actions are a bit too cruel? Infighting will only provide amusement for outsiders. The golden crocodile Douluo, seeing Qian Yunxiao's appearance, felt a surge of irritation within. How could he return and explain himself to the grand offering? Infighting? If I truly engaged in that, do you think he would still be alive? Does Qian Yunxiao truly wish to slay Qian Yunxiao? It is complex. The two share a bond of blood. Qian Yunxiao himself is reluctant to take matters into his own hands. He can only resort to employing others to eliminate the problem. Alternatively, he could render Qian Yunxiao incapacitated, seizing all that belongs to him. This would inflict far greater torment upon Qian Yunxiao than simply ending his life. Qian Yunxiao's words rendered the golden crocodile Douluo speechless. Greed knows no bounds. As long as you do not provoke me, I have no inclination to concern myself with you insignificant pests. Depart now, for this is my final act of mercy towards you. Should you dare to offend me again in the future, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. Qian Yunxiao had no intention of killing these individuals. Indeed, the golden crocodile Douluo was correct. Should he eliminate them, it would merely serve as a source of amusement for outsiders. The matters concerning the Spirit Hall would be addressed personally by Qian Yunxiao himself. Let us depart. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, golden crocodile Douluo truly breathed a sigh of relief. If Qian Yunxiao truly intended to keep them, golden crocodile Douluo was uncertain how many of their group would manage to escape. Although their departure was indeed quite disheveled, it at least ensured their survival. Golden crocodile Douluo signaled for them to carry Qian Yunxiao away. Yet, at that moment, Qian Yunxiao made his move. Qian Yunxiao immediately unleashed the blue-silver domain, ensnaring Ling Yuan within the team. Ling Yuan cried out for help towards the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions. The golden crocodile, unable to stand idly by in the face of danger, swiftly inquired of Qian Yunxiao the reason behind such an action. Qian Yunxiao elucidated, my wife currently requires an attendant to assist her, and this young lady seems quite suitable. Henceforth, she shall remain by my side to serve my wife. The capture of Ling Yuan by Qian Yunxiao was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. In fact, from the moment this woman appeared before him, Qian Yunxiao had declared his intention not to let her go. He was not mistaken. His wife indeed required someone to attend to her. The environment of the ice and fire duality is not something that ordinary individuals can endure. As a sole Douluo, Ling Yuan would undoubtedly have no issues. What? Do you have objections? Among the crowd, there were likely suitors of Ling Yuan, who were naturally infuriated by Qian Yunxiao's forceful detention of her. Unfortunately, these cowards lacked the courage to avenge Ling Yuan. They could only watch helplessly as Qian Yunxiao bound her tightly and dragged her to his side. Ling Yuan had considered resisting. Her martial soul was imbued with the fire attribute. However, her soul power was utterly ineffective against Qian Yunxiao's blue-silver grass, which was laced with paralyzing toxins. Let us depart. The golden crocodile Douluo was remarkably patient. At this moment, he chose to endure and prepared to leave with his companions. Ling Yuan was a prodigy, a prospective title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, but now she had no choice but to abandon her comrades. Qian Yunxiao, I am aware that you have taken in a disciple with dual martial souls and that you have become complacent after having a daughter. Remember, for years from now, I will arrive at the Spirit Hall with my wife and daughter. I shall personally shatter your proudest possessions, reducing you to a complete failure. Before Qian Yunxiao departed, these words from Qian Yunxiao ignited the fury within him. Very well, I shall await you. Today, he felt utterly humiliated by Qian Yunxiao. Yet, Qian Yunxiao could not believe that he would be unable to reclaim his dignity within the Spirit City. Qian Yunxiao possesses unwavering confidence in both her disciple and her daughter, particularly in her daughter, who, from the moment of her birth, has been graced by the favor of the angel god, endowing her with the potential to inherit the divine position of the angel god in the future. She does not believe she could ever be outmatched by Qian Yunxiao. 5 years hence, should Qian Yunxiao fail to seek her out, Qian Yunxiao shall take the initiative to pursue Qian Yunxiao. How fortunate it is that the lord of the palace is the finest among them, for all other humans are steeped in malevolence. After Qian Yunxiao hastily departed, A Yin patted her chest, her expression one of profound relief. The intense gaze of Qian Yunxiao, which harbored a desire to kill, deeply resonated with A Yin. As it did with Qingwu, it was not only Qian Yunxiao, those who came before, such as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, also exhibited a certain degree of greed upon encountering these 100,000-year soul beasts. Yet, Qian Yunxiao remained devoid of any murderous intent throughout. This was one of the pivotal reasons why A Yin and Qingwu relied on Qian Yunxiao, this unparalleled sense of security. Your Highness, I, Ling Yuan, am utterly terrified, she confessed, overwhelmed by fear, especially given that the vicinity was teeming with 100,000-year soul beasts. The Ice Emperor, however, paid no heed to such concerns. After dealing with the intruders, he retreated to the depths of the Eye of Ice and Fire, preparing to continue his cultivation. Ling Yuan, is it? From now on, you shall serve as my attendant, catering to the needs of my 2 wives. Do you understand? The rewards shall not be insignificant. I will ensure you attain the title of Title Douluo. The words of Qian Yunxiao are laden with ambiguity. 2 ladies. Which 2? Shui Yulan is not present at the moment. Qingwu must surely grasp the profound implications behind Qian Yunxiao's words, her delicate form shivering involuntarily. This fellow is utterly reckless. Meanwhile, A Yin appears oblivious to the underlying meanings, remaining steadfastly by Qian Yunxiao's side, continuing to observe his performance. Qian Yunxiao was also observing the attributes of the spirit bird. The 19th beauty of Douluo Continent, Lihor Rouge, exemplifies independence and strength. To be a title Douluo among women is indeed a remarkable achievement on the entire Douluo Continent. Second Prince. It is quite evident that the spirit bird is still oblivious to the current situation, harboring thoughts of returning to the Spirit Hall. Qian Yunxiao shook his head in dismay. Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. Erming, I leave her in your hands. With that, Qian Yunxiao embraced A Yin and Qingwu, preparing to depart. Upon witnessing the fierce countenance of Erming, Ling Yuan felt a surge of fear and promptly capitulated. Second Prince, I am willing. I am willing to be your servant. She certainly did not wish for her demise. Congratulations, host, your family has gained its first servant. Reward, 200 fortune coins. Soul power level 3. Task, please recruit 10 servants with a cultivation level no lower than Soul Emperor. Reward, unknown. Qian Yunxiao never anticipated that merely recruiting a servant could fulfill a hidden mission. The reward was quite substantial, enabling Qian Yunxiao to ascend directly to level 98. The coveted level 100 is now within reach. Yet, what restrictions await at this pinnacle? Perhaps it entails 10 Soul Emperors? In the Heaven Do Empire, such beings should not be exceedingly difficult to locate. Chapter 49, The Birth of Dogu Yin, Childhood Sweethearts? At present, Qian Yunxiao possesses over 2,000 fortune coins. Each day, an additional 2 coins are accrued. It seems that it will not be long before Qian Yunxiao can amass enough coins to procure a position as a supreme deity. Once ascended to such a rank, Qian Yunxiao feels an overwhelming sense of liberation to act as one pleases. Indeed, diligent effort is paramount. Thoughts of fleeing are ill-advised. For I have more than just these few 10,000 years soul beasts at my disposal, and they are far less accommodating than I am. Qian Yunxiao gently patted Ling Yuan's shoulder, signaling her that she could proceed to guard the entrance. His gesture was merely a display of bravado. There were no other soul beasts in the vicinity that had existed for 100,000 years, just these few. His words were merely intended to keep her in line. In truth, within the ice and fire dual eyes, Ling Yuan had no chance of escape. Ling Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that she understood and would perform her duties diligently and competently. The battle between Qian Yunxiao and Qian Xuanji was particularly noteworthy, especially given the severe defeat suffered by Qian Xuanji. This development undoubtedly serves as a boon for the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and other sections. Consequently, the influence of the Spirit Hall on the Douluo Continent is bound to diminish further. Qian Yunxiao paid little heed to such matters and continued to live her simple life. Seizing the opportunity while A Yin and Shui Yulan were distracted, she shared sweet moments with Qing Wu in the small grove, treating her to delightful delicacies. 3 months later, the daughter-in-law of Du Gubo was to give birth. In brief, Du Guyin was soon to enter the world. Among these young ladies, Du Guyin was not particularly young, and her arrival was perfectly timed. This also signified that the other maidens would soon follow. During Du Yin's labor, both A Yin and Qing Wu lent their assistance. With their help, Du Yin managed to endure and did not succumb before delivering her child, a fact for which she felt immense gratitude. Du Yin was also deeply appreciative of Qian Yunxiao and her husband. Your Highness, I wonder if my Yin will be fortunate enough to be betrothed to your son? Over the past few months, Du Gubo, having interacted with Qian Yunxiao, had long regarded her as a pillar of support. Now that he had a granddaughter, Du Gubo intended to cultivate a favorable relationship with Qian Yunxiao. Oh? Qian Yunxiao was perplexed. Why did these individuals all aspire to bring their daughters and granddaughters to his door as potential brides? Was he truly unworthy? Facing the hopeful gaze of Gubo, Qian Yunxiao's response inevitably led to disappointment. I would never impose upon any young woman, thus. The future of their relationship shall be determined by fate. Qian Yunxiao's words filled Du Gubo with a sense of regret. Yet, what could he do? With Qian Yunxiao's firm refusal, did Du Gubo possess the audacity to compel her to accept his daughter as a daughter-in-law? Unbeknownst to Du Gubo, he could indeed insist that Qian Yunxiao accept his daughter, but the latter part of that thought was better left unspoken. Poison Douluo, there is no need for such tension. In the future, our two families will reside in the Sunset Forest, and Yenner and my Wu Huang share a bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts, which presents a considerable possibility for their union. When Qian Yunxiao uttered these words, a radiant smile graced her face. Childhood sweethearts? Throughout history, the allure of childhood companionship pales in comparison to the serendipity of fate. Moreover, what if Du Yin finds herself enamored with someone of an older generation, rather than her peers? One can never be certain. Thus, it is clear that Qian Yunxiao harbors no concerns regarding childhood sweethearts. This statement reignited Du Gubo's enthusiasm. Indeed, his granddaughter is clearly a rare gem among mortals. Having spent countless days with Qian Yunxiao, how could she not captivate Qian Wu Wang? The sovereign is indeed correct. Du Gubo's perception of Qian Yunxiao has only improved. She truly exemplifies a model of non-coercive influence, worthy of emulation by all. Qian Yunxiao paid little mind to the surrounding concerns. After soothing a startled blade of grass and a timid rabbit, Qian Yunxiao proceeded to the imperial capital of Tiando. Displaying the formidable prowess of a titled Douluo, he raised his voice to the heavens. I am Qian Yunxiao, and today I seek to recruit 10 servants of Soul Emperor rank or above, offering exceptionally generous rewards. Each of you may aspire to attain the level of Soul Douluo in the future. Interested parties may register at the Sunset Forest. This opportunity is limited to 10 Soul Emperors. His recruitment was undoubtedly a matter of prestige, yet it also demanded swiftness. After Qian Yunxiao finished speaking, he departed without hesitation. Swordmaster, what do you think of Qian Yunxiao's prowess? The roar of Qian Yunxiao reverberated throughout the entire Skydo Empire, reaching even the ears of Ning Fingji at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fingji was utterly astonished and promptly inquired of the nearby Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo shook his head and remarked, alas, he must possess soul power exceeding level 97. Ning Fingji could hardly contain his disbelief. How is this possible? He is so young. Previously, he was merely a soul sage. How has he suddenly grown so formidable? After several years apart, Qian Yunxiao had become such an impressive figure? It was uncertain. One could only say that while 2 of the tiger's teeth from the Spirit Hall had crumbled, Qian Yunxiao, the vicious wolf, was only growing stronger. The sword Douluo expressed his sentiments, leaving Ning Fengxi at a loss for how to proceed. Sword uncle, should we send a few soul emperors to assess the situation? A soul Douluo. Ning Fengxi felt a strong urge within. In the absence of a title Douluo, a soul Douluo represented the pinnacle of power. The entire Sky Do Empire could scarcely boast more than a meager 10 soul Douluos. Qian Yunxiao, merely a servant, aspires to cultivate to the level of soul Douluo, which is utterly terrifying. This instills in Ning Fengxi a notion akin to borrowing a chicken to hatch an egg. The sword Douluo, unencumbered by such complexities, prefers a straightforward approach and harbors some disdain for this methodology. However, recognizing Ning Fengxi as the sect leader, the sword Douluo candidly responds, "You are the leader. Everything rests upon your arrangements." As for the Soul Emperor, the Soul Douluo, upon the recent declaration of Qian Yunxiao to recruit servants for the Soul Emperor, a despondent Soul Emperor within the imperial city of Tiando suddenly felt a flicker of excitement. This individual is none other than Flander. Hailing from humble beginnings, Flander, despite his cultivation as a Soul Emperor, had failed to carve out a notable reputation and found himself in a state of disarray within the imperial city. The unexpected opportunity before him stirred a sense of contemplation about whether he should join Qian Yunxiao's organization. Many, intrigued by the prospect of encountering such a figure, have resolved to venture into the Sunset Forest to discover the true nature of Qian Yunxiao. After all, the allure of attaining the rank of Soul Douluo is simply irresistible. Even Lu Erlong, who is yet to align with any group, is contemplating a journey to the Sunset Forest to unravel the enigma of Qian Yunxiao. For to act with such audacity in the Tiando imperial city, unchecked by any authority, surely indicates an extraordinary presence. Qian Yunxiao returned to the Sunset Forest, pinpointing the location. Preparing to mount the ancient soul beast, the 10,000-year sky blue bull python, to select candidates for the position of his servant among the Soul Emperor competitors. Surely, he must be the only one on the entire Douluo Continent to ride such a magnificent soul beast. Wouldn't you agree? Before Qian Yunxiao was ready to depart, he sensed a noticeable drop in temperature within the Sunset Forest. Moreover, the daemon beneath his feet appeared to shiver uncontrollably. Even the Ice Emperor within the eyes of ice and fire emerged from his icy spring, surveying the surroundings with a mixture of disbelief and delight. Chapter 50. The arrival of the Snow Empress. In an instant, the temperature of the Sunset Forest plummeted significantly. "This is excessive. Cease at once. If my daughter and son suffer from the cold, you shall face dire consequences." Such a slight chill poses no challenge to Qian Yunxiao. However, the eyes of ice and fire still held his children, as well as the young Du Guyan. A sudden drop in temperature is certainly detrimental to these youngsters. Qian Yunxiao does not speak lightly. If the Snow Emperor fails to recognize the gravity of the situation, Qian Yunxiao will indeed take it upon himself to deliver a proper lesson to this individual. Perhaps the pressure exerted by Qian Yunxiao has borne fruit. Or it could be that the Snow Emperor possesses a heart of compassion. Yet, the most significant reason may well be that the Snow Emperor, born of heaven and earth, has never experienced the love of parents. Qian Yunxiao's evident concern for his offspring has indeed evoked envy in the Snow Empress. Among the three sovereigns of the far north, Qian Yunxiao perceives Titan Snow Demon King as the only one who appears somewhat normal. The other Ice Emperors present their own peculiarities. One is openly homosexual, while the Snow Empress seems to harbor a profound need for paternal affection. It is abundantly clear that Qian Yunxiao embodies the ideal man to fulfill that role. Aware of the Snow Empress's vulnerabilities, Qian Yunxiao has already devised a strategy tailored specifically to her. As soon as Qian Yunxiao finished speaking, the temperature indeed returned to its previous state. Almost immediately, a snow spirit, resembling a human to some extent, materialized from the gathered ice and snow. This woman evoked in Qian Yunxiao three distinct sensations: coldness, purity, and beauty. Curiously, why did she not possess the title of Snow Empress? After all, she should rank among the top beauties of the Douluo Continent. Could it be that she had yet to fully manifest due to her status as a soul beast? The sudden appearance of the Snow Empress took Qian Yunxiao by surprise. However, much like the Ice Empress, she inexplicably lacked a title, which left Qian Yunxiao perplexed. After much contemplation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Since neither had fully transformed, they could not be included in the list of beauties. A beauty is, after all, still a person. One can only lament this unfortunate circumstance. Qian Yunxiao harbored deep affections for A Yin. as her character and physical attributes perfectly aligned with Qian Yunxiao's aesthetic preferences. However, she candidly acknowledged that the Snow Empress might indeed possess a beauty that slightly surpassed that of A Yin. Yet, this was of little consequence. Even if the Snow Empress were truly more beautiful than A Yin, Qian Yunxiao's heart belonged to the shy and delicate girl who allowed him to tease her at will. Why must you take away the Ice Empress? Humanity, provide me with an answer, or I shall take your life. The words of the Snow Empress were chillingly cold. Qian Yunxiao's prowess is formidable, standing at the prestigious rank of 98, a paragon among humanity. Yet, the Snow Empress harbors unwavering confidence in her ability to effortlessly vanquish Qian Yunxiao, provided he indeed ventures to harm the northernmost realm. Qian Yunxiao holds a fondness for the Snow Empress's companions. However, her tone incites his ire. A confrontation looms. Yet Qian Yunxiao harbors doubts about the efficacy of his blue-silver binding against the Snow Empress, given her ability to dissolve and reconstitute at will. Snow Empress, cease this, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, hurriedly approaching. It remains uncertain whether the Ice Emperor is concerned for her master, Qian Yunxiao, or for her beloved, the Snow Empress, or if her eagerness to reunite with the Snow Empress drives her actions. Regardless, her arrival brings solace to Qian Yunxiao. Upon the Ice Emperor's arrival, the Snow Empress's demeanor softens somewhat. Although she typically disregards the Ice Emperor, she secretly cares for her fellow creature of the northernmost realm. As the Snow Empress contemplates inquiring about any grievances the Ice Emperor may have endured, the Ice Emperor speaks first. Snow Empress, I willingly accompany him. Do not blame him. Initially, the Ice Emperor believed that following Qian Yunxiao was a source of humiliation. However, the multitude of benefits bestowed upon her, coupled with Qian Yunxiao's unique perspective on spirit beasts, altered her perception, particularly after a prior rift with her own brother over a few spirit beasts. The Ice Emperor now holds no grievances against Qian Yunxiao. This revelation leaves the Snow Empress utterly flabbergasted. In her memories, the Ice Emperor was an exceedingly proud spirit beast. What has transpired? At that moment, A Yin and Qingwu also arrived with a child. Both A Yin and Qingwu were astonished upon seeing the Snow Empress. Since aligning with Qian Yunxiao, they had witnessed increasingly extraordinary occurrences. The Snow Empress, upon observing A Yin and Qingwu, was equally taken aback. She discerned that they had transformed into humanoid forms. In fact, the Snow Empress had contemplated such a transformation long ago, but had hesitated to act, thus missing the opportune moment. Snow Empress, come with me. Perhaps you should remain here, as this place offers far superior cultivation opportunities than the northernmost realm. The Ice Emperor intended to lead the Snow Empress deeper into the ice and fire duality. Ice Child, how have you assimilated the power from the Water Dragon King's leg bones? At this moment, Qian Yunxiao spoke up. The Ice Emperor readily explained. This is immensely beneficial for me. At the very least, I am untroubled when facing the tribulation of 400,000 years. The Ice Emperor had always been uncertain about her own tribulation spanning 400,000 years, yet now, she exuded confidence. Qian Yunxiao took out 2 additional leg bones and tossed them to the Ice Emperor, simultaneously explaining, then focus on your cultivation. Within the eye of ice and fire, no calamity shall befall you. Take these as well. There is no need for formalities between us. Qian Yunxiao is aware of the Snow Empress's vulnerabilities. However, as he is unfamiliar with her, it is crucial to establish a favorable rapport. After much contemplation, Qian Yunxiao believes that he must enlist the assistance of the Ice Emperor. Furthermore, the Ice Emperor likely desires to keep the Snow Empress close as well. Qian Yunxiao and the Ice Emperor indeed share a common objective. Moreover, Qian Yunxiao must present a tantalizing bait that captivates the Ice Emperor's interest to ensnare her. Upon beholding the 2 fragments of skeletal remains provided by Qian Yunxiao, the Ice Emperor was taken aback. She sensed an unparalleled, formidable power emanating from these bones. Could this truly be the remains of a divine beast? Ice Emperor, I offer this to you, all for you. I merely implore you to remain by my side, if you would be so kind. To Qian Yunxiao's astonishment, having just bestowed the 2 skeletal remains upon the Ice Emperor, he witnessed the latter promptly appropriating everything gifted to his beloved pet to lavish upon his goddess. This peculiar turn of events left Qian Yunxiao feeling as though he were the most unfortunate of souls. However, rather than harboring any resentment towards the Ice Emperor's actions, he wholeheartedly supported them, for this gesture might ensure the Snow Empress's continued presence, which was far more beneficial than that of the Ice Emperor. Among the soul beasts of the Douluo Continent, the Snow Empress possessed the most exceptional talent. Though Tian had a somewhat privileged background, he did not excel in other respects. Truth be told, the Snow Empress was genuinely captivated. In fact, the Ice Emperor, a soul beast who had long dedicated himself to self-improvement, willingly remaining here signified to the Snow Empress that this was indeed a remarkable place. Chapter 51. Enlisting Lu Erlong. Flanders and Zhao Wujia, please, you two sisters, engage in your conversation. A Yin, Qing Wu, it is best for you to return now, so as not to disturb their reminiscing. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao extended a lifeline to the Snow Empress. A Yin and Qing Wu had merely come to observe the spectacle. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, the two of them undoubtedly departed with utmost sincerity. Meanwhile, the others in the Sunset Forest were left in trepidation. Douluo trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from the Snow Empress, which was the most terrifying entity he had ever encountered in his life. This realization solidified Douluo's resolve to cling tightly to Qian Yunxiao's coattails. Ling Yuan had long been struck dumb with fear. She had fortuitously crossed paths with Qian Douluo within the Spirit Hall and sensed that the aura radiating from the Snow Empress was scarcely inferior to that of the Grand Offering. Qian Douluo himself. She could scarcely fathom that such powerful soul beasts surrounded Qian Yunxiao. Perhaps Qian Yunxiao truly possessed the capacity to rival the Spirit Hall. This thought rendered Ling Yuan utterly compliant, vowing never to entertain any ulterior motives in the future. After A Yin and Qing Wu departed, Qian Yunxiao mounted the sky blue bull python and took his leave. At that moment, the sky blue bull python was so thoroughly shaken that it could scarcely recall its own identity. A being with over 300,000 years of cultivation, the Ice Emperor, had completely shattered the worldview of the sky blue bull python. Now, another ancient creature, likely even more formidable than this 300,000-year Ice Emperor, had emerged. Previously, the sky blue bull python had prided itself as the sovereign of the Douluo Forest, but it had now been reduced to a mere subordinate. When faced with the Ice Emperor, the sky blue bull python had still possessed the courage to resist. Yet against the Snow Empress, it felt utterly devoid of the will to fight back. Its inner pride lay in ruins, and the prospect of serving Qian Yunxiao seemed to matter little. With no outsiders present, it was left alone with the Ice Emperor. The Snow Empress indeed felt a sense of ease, allowing her to engage with the Ice Emperor to better understand the situation at hand. She even accompanied the Ice Emperor to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Qian Yunxiao arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, where the Soul Emperors, seeking to become his servants, had gathered. Upon sensing the terrifying aura of the 100,000-year soul beast, these Soul Emperors instinctively contemplated retreat. Confronting such a formidable creature was akin to courting death. However, Qian Yunxiao reassured them, declaring that this beast was his mount and harbored no murderous intent towards them. His words halted the 15 Soul Emperors in their tracks. They gazed at Qian Yunxiao, perched atop the head of the Tianqing bull python, particularly struck by the two crimson 100,000-year soul rings that magnificently accentuated his nobility. Among the 15, Lu Erlong looked up at Qian Yunxiao, a profound sense of submission burgeoning within him, as he felt an inexplicable compulsion to comply with Qian Yunxiao's every word. Qian Yunxiao immediately noticed Lu Erlong. This woman, still in her youth, did not exhibit an air of excessive anger or dissatisfaction. Rather, she possessed a certain freshness. Lu Erlong's talent was commendable. After all, she had the capability to cultivate to the level of Soul Douluo, nearly deserving a 4-star rating. For Qian Yunxiao, she was still of some collectible value, albeit regrettably not encountered earlier than Yu Shaojiang. He could not quite fathom why he felt a peculiar obsession. He harbored a desire for the Lu Erlong he encountered now to be the one deeply bonded with Yu Shaojiang, as that would provide a more stimulating scenario. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. If Lu Erlong shared a strong connection with Yu Shaojiang, it implied that Bibi Dong had already been sullied by the likes of Qian Xuanji. Trading one Lu Erlong for a Bibi Dong seemed to be a rather unfavorable exchange. Indeed, Bibi Dong, as a married woman and the Pope, exuded far more allure than in her youthful days. Yet, Qian Yunxiao was more than capable of transforming Bibi Dong into a wife. He required no assistance from others. Esteemed individuals, join my family, and you will have the opportunity to cultivate under the gravity field personally demonstrated by 10,000-year soul beasts each month. This will enhance your soul power training while aiding you in comprehending the essence of the domain. I believe this singular condition is one you cannot refuse. Am I wrong? Qian Yunxiao had long contemplated this. The multitude of soul beasts aged over 100,000 years surrounding him was immense. Among these ancient beings, such as Deepening and Erming, possessed an understanding of the power of domains. Enlisting their assistance would undoubtedly accelerate the cultivation of the Soul Emperor's strength. Indeed, I humbly request Your Excellency to articulate your conditions for recruitment. In the crowd, a short, stout man with a buzz cut spoke up eagerly. This prompted Qian Yunxiao to furrow his brow. Are you Zhao Wujie? The buzz-cut man replied, Indeed, I did not expect Your Excellency to recognize me. It is truly a stroke of fortune. Zhao Wujie is known for his prowess and strength. The gravitational domain that Erming can manifest is an irresistible temptation for him. It is quite normal for Zhao Wujie to appear in the Tiando imperial city, as he was indeed expelled by the elder of the clan known for their strength. Douluo Continent, the 29th mighty warrior, arrogant and intimidating the weak. Zhao Wujie's talent is also commendable. In Qian Yunxiao's heart, thoughts swirled. Although this fellow may not be entirely virtuous, he cannot be deemed a nefarious villain either. Ah, well, he is a character who makes an appearance in the original work. I shall accept him. You 10, step forward. Among the 15 individuals, Qian Yunxiao selected 10. Of these 10, 7 possess a system rating of 3.5 stars. In simpler terms, had it not been for Qian Yunxiao's assistance, it is highly probable that they would have attained the level of Soul Douluo solely through their own efforts. With at least a minimum achievement of Soul Sage, nurturing their talents would consequently be relatively easier. Among these 10, aside from Liu Erlong and Zhao Wujie, there is also a certain individual named Flanders, whom Qian Yunxiao had overlooked. In his youth, Flanders did not resemble the rather unscrupulous figure he became in his later years, making it quite understandable that Qian Yunxiao failed to recognize him. Qian Yunxiao's direct approach, bypassing the trials and making arbitrary selections, naturally incited discontent among the 5 soul emperors who were overlooked. Some among them were on the verge of voicing their grievances when a single piercing glance from Qian Yunxiao silenced them. Indeed, as a titled Douluo, what need is there for him to justify his actions to others? They were also wary of provoking Qian Yunxiao, fearing that they might be devoured by the formidable 10,000-year soul beast at his command. Ultimately, they had no choice but to obediently depart from the Sunset Forest, returning whence they came. Have you all made your decisions? If so, follow me into the Sunset Forest. Qian Yunxiao cast a glance at the 10 individuals he had chosen, memorizing their features before instructing Deepening to turn back. Chapter 52. The Snow Emperor Remains. Those who have cultivated to the Soul Emperor level are far from foolish. At this juncture, these Soul Emperors understood that leaving this place without becoming Qian Yunxiao's servants was an exceedingly difficult endeavor. They had no choice but to follow Qian Yunxiao to the end of their journey. In the future, you shall cultivate in this place, and the dwellings will need to be constructed by your own hands. Periodically, 100,000-year soul beast will arrive to train you, and there will be little else to occupy your time. When there are instructions, I will summon you. Qian Yunxiao's current recruitment of these soul emperors is solely to fulfill the tasks set by the system. Naturally, on occasion, when Qian Yunxiao has matters to attend to, it is permissible for these soul emperors to run errands. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 servants. Reward: 1,000 fortune coins, loyalty detector. Family task: to possess 100 3-star servants with a cultivation level above Soul Emperor. Task reward: unknown. Upon issuing her command, Qian Yunxiao departed. The reward was also in her possession, 1,000 fortune coins, which indeed took Qian Yunxiao by surprise. Qian Yunxiao now possesses over 3,000 fortune coins, enabling him to purchase a Tier 3 divine essence. However, for him, a Tier 3 deity is utterly inconsequential, akin to an insipid delicacy. Its weakness renders it devoid of any significance. He would rather accumulate 10,000 fortune coins to acquire the essence of a supreme deity for a more intriguing experience. Liu Erlong, Flanders, and Zhao Wujie could hardly fathom the ease and freedom with which Qian Yunxiao approaches his endeavors. Remarkably, he is not required to engage in any labor at all. This aspect is truly splendid. Liu Erlong's curiosity about the nature of Qian Yunxiao's man deepens. Before these soul emperors could take any action, Erming arrived, prepared to impart some lessons. It is essential to establish authority with newcomers. Qian Yunxiao's recruitment of 10 soul emperors is undoubtedly known to Deepening. Given Qian Yunxiao's intimate relationship with so many 100,000-year soul beasts, even commanding them, Douluo understands that he stands no chance of resistance before Qian Yunxiao. For the sake of his family's future, Douluo took the initiative to approach Qian Yunxiao and expressed his thoughts. Your Excellency, I have made my decision. I will follow you from now on. If you do not mind, I would be content to serve as a guest elder. Douluo's straightforward allegiance surprised Qian Yunxiao. Yet it also felt entirely reasonable. However, before Qian Yunxiao could respond, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, securing a territory as a family stronghold. Task reward, 500 fortune coins, and the host receives an invincibility buff within the territory. Congratulations, host, for establishing a 5-star territory and completing the hidden task family blessing ground. Task reward, 1,000 fortune coins, and an increase of 3 family guardian beasts. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao did not anticipate such a generous wave of rewards from the system. In just one day, his fortune coins had increased by 2,500. Moreover, with the addition of 3 guardian beasts, he now had 5 guardians, each providing him with 5 fortune coins daily. That amounts to 1,500 coins annually. He was now tantalizingly close to acquiring the Divine Sovereign's essence. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao recalled that he still had a territorial task to fulfill. Having seized the Eye of Ice and Fire, he had yet to vanquish its strongest guardian, Douluo. However, fortune favored him as Douluo surrendered outright, thus completing Qian Yunxiao's mission. The Eye of Ice and Fire truly proved to be an exceptional location. With the formidable poison Douluo now willing to join his family, Qian Yunxiao could hardly contain his elation. They would be united as one family henceforth. The sudden accumulation of such advantages, including the invincible buff within his territory, significantly bolstered Qian Yunxiao's confidence. He could now indulge in a period of well-deserved arrogance. Qian Yunxiao's commendable demeanor, exuding an air of humility and respect towards the worthy, undoubtedly brought a sense of satisfaction to Douluo. Associating with such a prominent figure surely promises a bright future. Qian Yunxiao arrived directly at the icy spring within the Eye of Ice and Fire. How have the discussions progressed between the two of you? Is the Snow Empress willing to condescend to remain here? The current Snow Empress, immersed in the icy spring alongside the Ice Emperor, appeared particularly joyous. Upon the arrival of Qian Yunxiao, the Snow Empress found herself somewhat ill at ease. In response to Qian Yunxiao's inquiry, the Snow Empress refrained from providing a direct answer. Qian Yunxiao retrieved the remaining bones of the Water Dragon King. The gazes of both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were drawn to the site. This place is the final resting ground of one of the ancestral spirit beasts, the Water and Fire Dragon King. Both of these Dragon Kings are divine beasts. And these bones indeed belong to the Water Dragon King. You shall remain here to absorb the residual essence left by the Water Dragon King, enhancing your own strength. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, even the secrets of heaven are obscured. Not even the divine beings will discern your actions. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao did not hesitate and promptly elucidated this aspect of knowledge to the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor were indeed enriched in their understanding. It turned out that this was truly the soul bone of a divine beast. Why do you treat a soul beast in this manner? The Snow Empress could no longer restrain herself and posed this question. Why does Qian Yunxiao, a human, treat the soul beast with such kindness? Does he harbor ulterior motives? As the Snow Empress, embodying the essence of snow, her thoughts remain untainted. She possesses a profound understanding of human nature, and she has yet to perceive any malevolent intentions within Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao elucidated, I am quite open-minded. As long as someone is willing to befriend me, regardless of their status, I shall cherish that friendship. Conversely, anyone who seeks to trouble me, irrespective of their identity, will not escape my retribution. Indeed, at this moment, Qian Yunxiao refrained from invoking any lofty notions of national righteousness, deeming it unnecessary. It was simply a matter of stark realism. Thank you. The words of Qian Yunxiao conveyed a sense of sincerity that resonated deeply with the Snow Empress. For the first time, she lowered her prejudices and defenses against a human male. You are being overly courteous. Feel free to remain here and cultivate in peace. With my presence, you are all safe. The Snow Empress's reaction brought great satisfaction to Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao would never allow the Snow Empress to become the guardian beast of his family. Indeed, the Snow Empress is a spirit beast. Yet her appearance resembles that of a human woman far too closely. Among the 3 remaining slots for family guardian beasts, one shall be occupied by Deepening, while another may be filled by the Titan Snow Demon King. As for the last slot, it can be addressed later. If necessary, one could always select a spirit beast of 100,000 years from the extreme north. The extreme north is not limited to merely 300,000-year spirit beasts. Those 3 merely serve as representatives. After Qian Yunxiao had discussed matters with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, He rose to take his leave. During this period, Xiaowu had already acquired the ability to skip and leap on her own. The growth rate of spirit beasts after transformation surpasses that of humans by a significant margin. Qian Yunxiao must accompany her goddaughter. Chapter 53. Adding siblings for Little Wu. Daddy. At this moment, Little Wu shares a delightful bond with Qian Yunxiao, engaging in the innocent games that only children partake in. Upon the arrival of Qian Yunxiao, the two porcelain dolls shouted in unison at him. This allowed Qian Yunxiao to truly experience the essence of fatherhood. Since he had no pressing matters to attend to, the pursuit of cultivation was unnecessary for him. When the children were just a few months old, they required their mother's undivided attention. Now that they have surpassed the age of 1, they are indeed easier to care for. It is also essential for A Yin and Shui Yulan to embark on their own paths of cultivation to avoid any genuine delays. During his leisure moments, Qian Yunxiao would tend to his children, fulfilling his responsibilities as a father. Presently, he has 3 children, 2 daughters and a son, under the care of Qingwu, with Ling Yuan assisting her. Qingwu does not require much training, as Qian Yunxiao has already made prior arrangements for her. At this juncture, Qian Yunxiao is contemplating who would be best suited to primarily oversee the upbringing of his children. After much deliberation, he arrives at a singular conclusion: Tang Yuehua. Given that Tang Yuehua is unable to cultivate soul power, coupled with her adeptness in noble etiquette and proficiency in the arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she would be the most fitting choice for the task of nurturing the children. Once he finds the time, he indeed plans to pay a visit to Hao Yin's sect. Qian Yunxiao, Xiao Wu, Qian Yunxiao, and Qian Wu Huang, these 3 little ones, had engaged in play for the better part of half an hour. Their energy was nearly depleted, and they now lay gently swaying on the swings, appearing as though slumber would soon claim them. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao finally led Qing Wu to a secluded spot, embarking on a life of intimacy for just the 2 of them. A Yin and Shui Yulan were engrossed in their cultivation. Thus Qian Yunxiao felt no apprehension whatsoever. Sister Wu, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Qian Yunxiao uttered sweet nothings that even lightly danced felt overwhelmed. There was little hardship involved, as they all were quite obedient. Lightly dancing did not take credit, appearing rather indifferent. Qian Yunxiao continued with his plan, feigning concern as he said, Sister Wu, do you think that because Shui and Wu Huang are siblings, it might make Xiao Wu feel a tad out of place? Qian Yunxiao and Qian Wu Huang, though not born of the same mother, share the same biological father and can undoubtedly be regarded as siblings. Qian Yunxiao's words plunged Qingwu into deep contemplation. And after a considerable pause, she finally replied, I don't believe so. She has been caring for the children for some time now. These 3 little ones do play well together. However, certain subtle details do indeed reflect the outcome that Qian Yunxiao mentioned. Perhaps we should consider adding a brother or sister for Xiaowu, so she can have a true companion to play with? Qingwu had given birth long ago, but that was eons in the past. Moreover, since taking on human form, she had yet to bear any children. Qian Yunxiao and Qingwu have known each other for several years now. They have been secretly dating for nearly 4 months, and indeed, it is time to consider the prospect of marriage and children. Qingwu was taken aback by Qian Yunxiao's sudden declaration, her ears flushing with warmth. Have you spoken to your little darling about this? I hope she doesn't end up resenting you if she finds herself expecting. However, Qingwu harbored no ill feelings. After all, Qian Yunxiao's previous 2 romantic interests had followed a similar path, swiftly becoming pregnant and giving birth. She had already resolved to be with Qian Yunxiao, to become one of his cherished companions. Could she not be prepared for such eventualities? Her only concern was whether Qian Yunxiao had informed A Yin and the others about this matter. It would certainly place her in a difficult position otherwise. Qingwu genuinely did not wish to cause A Yin any heartache, as her actions could indeed be perceived as inconsiderate. Qian Yunxiao appeared somewhat impatient. Having not lived this way for 2 months, he stated directly, it was agreed long ago. It's merely that A Yin was too shy to express it. Let us proceed. Indeed, today he intended to assist the venerable Lady Rabbit in her transformation. Moreover, given that Qian Yunxiao's family aspired to elevate their status to that of a 10-member household, it was imperative to expedite the process. Presently, only Lu Wu seemed most suitable. But what about the child? How will we care for them? Daming and Erming will be here. It was inconceivable for ordinary soul beasts to infiltrate this place, nor could venomous creatures survive. Those without sufficient cultivation could not endure here, while those with the requisite skills were unable to enter. Thus, there was little cause for concern regarding the child's safety. Yet, as parents, they could not help but feel a lingering unease. Qian Yunxiao swiftly reassured, rest assured, Ling Yuan and Du Yin will assist in taking care of them. Everything will be fine. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Qingwu found herself unable to resist and followed him to the room he shared with A Yin. This left her utterly perplexed, pondering the audacity of Qian Yunxiao to engage in such behavior in this setting. It wasn't until evening that Qingwu returned to her own quarters, with Xiaowu also having grown weary from her day of play. While assisting Xiaowu with her evening routine, Qingwu cautiously broached a delicate subject. Xiaowu, would you like to have a younger brother or sister? The question rendered Xiaowu momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed on her mother and particularly on Qingwu's abdomen. Mama, are you going to have a baby? Xiaowu, despite her youth, was not entirely unaware of such matters. With a hint of nervousness, Qingwu replied, not at all. I merely noticed how you and Shuej enjoy playing together and wondered if you would like a sibling to join in your fun. Xiaowu's feelings were somewhat mixed. The prospect of a brother or sister intrigued her, yet, ultimately, she posed the most pivotal question, Mama, who will be the father of this brother or sister? Qingwu playfully tapped Xiaowu on the head, admonishing her gently, silly girl, who else could it be? It has to be your father. Contemplating the idea of her father, Xiaowu found herself surprisingly reluctant to consider Qian Yunxiao as a potential father figure. However, recognizing that this was beyond her control, she resignedly stated, I have no objections. A brother or sister would be fine. Yet, her expression betrayed a hint of discontent. Qingwu, misinterpreting Xiaowu's demeanor as worry over being overshadowed by a new sibling, immediately embraced her, reassuring, Xiaowu, rest assured, even if I have another child, my love for you will remain unchanged, and your father feels the same way. I swear it. Xiaowu's spirits lifted slightly in response, I understand, Mama. Days flowed by, one after another. It was not until 7 months later that A Yin and Shui Yulan emerged from their seclusion. A Yin had ascended to the rank of 77th level Soul Saint, while Shui Yulan had reached 65th level Soul Emperor, both exhibiting remarkable progress. Upon their return, A Yin and Shui Yulan hurried to see their children and husbands. They arrived at the usual play area of Qian Yunxiao, where they found Qian Yunxiao and Xiaowu present. A Yin and Shui Yulan approached them with smiles. Yet their expression shifted upon noticing Qingwu's noticeably rounded belly. Big sister, what has happened to you? A Yin asked incredulously, unable to fathom how much Qingwu had changed in just a few months. Both A Yin and Shui Yulan were astute individuals. They understood the significance of Qingwu's identity as a 10,000-year soul beast and a formidable rank-graded Douluo. Who could possibly father a child with such an extraordinary being? Surely, it must be a man of exceptional caliber, a human-titled Douluo at the very least, coupled with remarkable looks, and in their vicinity, who could possibly meet such criteria? Only Qian Yunxiao. It was implausible to think that the sword Douluo could be involved. That was simply out of the question. Upon encountering Qingwu, their initial instinct might have been to eliminate her for her 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, Qingwu would never entertain such notions. The truth was undeniable. Were they troubled by this revelation? Certainly, there was some discomfort. Nevertheless, they had been mentally prepared for such an outcome. In this world, secrets rarely remain hidden. And despite Qian Yunxiao's attempts to obscure his actions, flaws would inevitably surface. Moreover, their months of training had kept them away from Qian Yunxiao's side. It is quite commonplace for Qian Yunxiao to indulge in secret escapades. Qingwu has become one of those women who are well acquainted with them. And both A Yin and Shui Yulan can certainly comprehend this. You perceive it this way, do you not? Qingwu responded with a hint of trepidation. Sister Wu, how long has it been? A Yin approached Qingwu, intertwining her arm with hers, exuding a sense of deep concern and intimacy. The gentle tone of her voice brought a sense of reassurance to the still apprehensive Qingwu. Although Qian Yunxiao previously vowed that he had confided in A Yin about his circumstances, Qingwu was well aware of the true nature of Qian Yunxiao. It is highly likely that he did not disclose everything. Meanwhile, she has become pregnant without A Yin's knowledge, and A Yin is undoubtedly aware of the true culprit. She genuinely fears that a confrontation may ensue. During this time, she has been unable to find peace, as she senses that if a conflict arises, Qian Yunxiao would undoubtedly side with A Yin. Fortunately, A Yin's reaction today has reassured Qingwu that she is somewhat prepared for this scenario. It appears that she has been accepted by both A Yin and Shui Yulan. This realization brings a gentle smile to Qingwu's face as she muses, 5 months along, and still unaware of whether it is a boy or a girl. Deep down, Qingwu harbors a desire for a son. From her understanding, there seems to be a societal preference for boys. Moreover, she already has a daughter, Xiaowu. Adding a son would complete her life beautifully. Rest assured. This fellow dotes equally on both boys and girls. Perhaps she is lamenting that Qian Yunxiao has unwittingly won her over. as A Yin has taken to directly referring to him as this fellow, rather than the endearing title of Lord. This marks a notable shift. It seems that this little vixen has grown somewhat audacious with her newfound strength. This evening, Qian Yunxiao must thoroughly educate her. With A Yin's words, Qingwu felt reassured. As night fell, A Yin followed Qian Yunxiao back to his room. Humph. During my absence, Qingwu must have been residing here, right? Only the three of them. An old couple remained. A Yin no longer maintained her outwardly obedient demeanor. Upon entering, she immediately began to interrogate Qian Yunxiao. She could vividly imagine that during her absence, Qian Yunxiao had undoubtedly brought Qingwu here to revel in each other's company. After all, at Qingwu's home, there was the unwelcome presence of Xiaowu, the proverbial third wheel. The thought of another woman rolling about on her bed left A Yin feeling somewhat discontent. How could this be? This is our home. I would never act recklessly. Qian Yunxiao, with unabashed audacity, spoke up. A Yin, unfazed by the circumstances, unleashed her blue-silver domain to investigate, ultimately discovering 2 strands of hair upon the bed. Pray tell, what is this? A Yin inquired, holding the 2 strands before Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao was rendered speechless in an instant. This hair is inexplicable pink hair. Qian Yunxiao does not possess pink hair. Only Qingwu has pink hair atop her head, while elsewhere it is absent. Thus, it is quite easy to distinguish between them. Perhaps this is a remnant from when Shui brought Xiaowu to play. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao concocted an excuse for himself. Xiaowu, too, has pink hair. A Yin gazed at him and remarked, "You continue to feign innocence." Shui Yulan conveyed a similar sentiment. In a fit of vexation, Qian Yunxiao ceased to offer any further justifications. Without hesitation, he seized A Yin, exclaiming, "You little minx. It seems that the family law must be invoked." A Yin responded with a startled gasp, yet her arms remained entwined around Qian Yunxiao's. She was no longer the A Yin of yore. She had grown accustomed to the nurturing warmth bestowed upon her by Qian Yunxiao. After months of separation, she felt parched, yearning for the sustenance only he could provide. Time flew by, and 5 months swiftly passed, leading them to the day of Qingwu's impending childbirth. Naturally, this prompted Shui Yulan and A Yin to step forth to offer their assistance. Qian Yunxiao waited outside, while his daughter Qian Yunxiao also observed the commotion from the periphery. In contrast, Xiaowu appeared somewhat anxious. It is quite natural for a young girl to indulge in overthinking. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Yunxiao approached Xiaowu and gently lifted her into his arms. At present, Xiaowu appeared to be the size of a 6-year-old human girl. It is likely that in just a few years, she will take on the appearance of an adolescent maiden. An alluring fragrance emanated from her. Rest assured, my dear Xiaowu, you shall forever remain your father's cherished child. With but one hand, he effortlessly cradled the little one. Qian Yunxiao gently pinched the soft cheeks of Xiaowu with one hand, reveling in the delightful sensation it brought him. It was a simple pleasure he cherished. I am aware that my feelings do not stem from jealousy or envy towards my younger sibling. Xiaowu expressed, "Father, how could you possibly comprehend my thoughts?" Yet, there was no significant issue. Once I mature, I shall navigate my own journey guided by the wisdom found within the pages of books. Indeed, Xiaowu, you are truly well behaved. Qian Yunxiao gently caressed Xiaowu's smooth hair, a smile adorning his face. Such an obedient little girl, a warm and considerate companion. Who could possibly resist her charm? Qian Yunxiao held Xiaowu tenderly for an extended period. It was only when the sound of a child's first cry echoed from within that he gently set her down. Master, Sister Wu is truly remarkable. She has given birth to twins, both girls. A Yin rushed out to convey this joyous news to Qian Yunxiao. To be candid, he had never anticipated the arrival of twins. The family had now expanded by 2 members in one fell swoop. Xiaowu's prowess was indeed extraordinary. How wonderful. I never expected such good fortune. As a man of stature, Qian Yunxiao harbored no reservations about expressing his elation vocally. This exuberance brought a profound sense of relief to Xiaowu, who had been exhausted from her ordeal. Chapter 55. Nurse Lu Erlong, Journey to Houghton Sect. Qian Yunxiao soon beheld his 2 daughters, and indeed, they were strikingly identical. The most remarkable feature was undoubtedly their enchanting pair of eyes. The eyes of children are typically the epitome of purity and innocence. However, his daughters were born with the captivating allure of phoenix-like eyes, reminiscent of a charming temptress. Yet, Qian Yunxiao harbored no concerns. After all, as long as his daughters blossomed into beautiful young women, he would be content. Furthermore, with proper upbringing and guidance, they would develop holistically morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and in practical skills. This comprehensive development would undoubtedly benefit the children. Qian Yunxiao also took a moment to observe her younger sister. In the future, it would be up to her to care for these two little girls. As Xiaowu gazed at the two children with her large, expressive eyes, a myriad of thoughts danced through her mind, though joy undoubtedly prevailed. The arrival of a sister and two additional family members filled her heart with immense happiness. "My lord, please bestow names upon the children," A Yin kindly suggested at that moment. Light Dance shared the same sentiment. Qian Yunxiao gazed at the two young girls, both possessing an innate charm. For the time being, let them be affectionately referred to as Jiao Jiao and Mei Mei. The significance of names is trivial, whether noble or humble. Should Qian Yunxiao's daughters find these monikers unappealing in the future, they may easily be changed. There is no need for excessive formality. After all, Tang San simply named himself after the number 3, yet that did not alter his well-known fate. Similarly, Xiaowu's name is straightforward. Qingwu shares Qian Yunxiao's sentiments. Otherwise, she would not have chosen the name Xiaowu for her own daughter. Qian Yunxiao is not inclined to attend to others at this moment, which proves to be quite troublesome. The cycle of fate indeed turns. Previously, when A Yin and Shui Yulan were weakened from childbirth, Qingwu exerted considerable effort to assist in their care. Now, having given birth to twins, Qingwu herself is left in a state of considerable exhaustion, and it naturally falls upon these two women to take on the responsibility of caregiving. Thus, it appears that Qian Yunxiao's family is slightly lacking in manpower. Ling Yuan could certainly help tend to the children, but can one individual truly manage so many? After much contemplation, Qian Yunxiao recognizes the necessity of augmenting his family's workforce. Qian Yunxiao arrived at the Sunset Forest and summoned Lu Erlong. He had raised Lu Erlong for nearly a year, and now it was time for him to be put to good use. Qian Yunxiao felt that if Lu Erlong were to conceive and give birth, at the very least, she would not allow her child to go hungry. "Erlong, how has your recent cultivation been?" After Qian Yunxiao summoned Lu Erlong, he began to exhibit a demeanor of concern. To be candid, upon arriving in the Sunset Forest, Lu Erlong's combat instincts were thoroughly awakened. Each month, she engaged in training sessions with soul beasts of a 10,000-year caliber, and she genuinely relished such days. Returning home, she mused, I feel that my recent life has been quite fulfilling. However, after spending a year in the Sunset Forest, Lu Erlong had advanced from a level 62 Soul Emperor to a level 66 Soul Emperor. For someone like Lu Erlong, whose talents were not particularly exceptional, this was indeed a remarkably swift achievement. "That's wonderful," he continued. "I need to trouble you with a small request. Among my household staff, you are the only girl, and I hope you can assist me in caring for my two newborn children for a few months. Would you be willing to do so?" Qian Yunxiao's words did not resonate with Lu Erlong's heart, as she was reluctant to accept. Taking care of a child? Lu Erlong truly found the prospect rather tedious. Yet, given the immense kindness she had received from Qian Yunxiao, it seemed unreasonable to decline such a modest request. "I am willing," Lu Erlong acquiesced. Qian Yunxiao nodded with satisfaction, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. In a few months, I will bestow upon you this fragment of a soul bone." With that, Qian Yunxiao unveiled a soul bone imbued with flames, signifying the bond between Qian Yunxiao and Lu Erlong. Qian Yunxiao possesses the authority to command Lu Erlong directly. However, due to the involvement of his own daughter, he is reluctant to exert such force. Lu Erlong, taking the initiative to agree, demonstrates her potential for development. Should there be a need for cultivation, Qian Yunxiao would not hesitate to allocate his resources. Throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, aside from Lu Erlong, the only other individual he recognizes with a primary fire attribute is Huo Wu. In comparison, the Fire Dragon King's spirit bone is undoubtedly more suited for Lu Erlong. "Thank you, Master." A single spirit bone, even one of merely 1,000-year grade, is an exorbitant treasure for Lu Erlong. She could scarcely fathom that Qian Yunxiao would bestow upon her a spirit bone. Such generosity left her heart racing. This marked the first occasion someone had shown her such kindness. Moreover, Lu Erlong could sense that this particular spirit bone in Qian Yunxiao's possession was extraordinary, potentially capable of altering her destiny. After arranging matters for Lu Erlong, Qian Yunxiao informed A Yin and prepared to journey far and wide, intending to pay a visit to A Yin sect. Qian Yunxiao naturally presented Lu Erlong with a single soul bone. He was not foolish enough to directly offer an entire set. Instead, he opted for a gradual approach to entice Lu Erlong. While Lu Erlong's beauty may not be considered extraordinary, her alluring figure is undeniably captivating, particularly her voluptuous curves, which seem almost destined for motherhood. Qian Yunxiao is in urgent need of such talents. Currently, the Qian family comprises 9 members, A Yin and her daughter, Shui Yulan and her son, as well as the 4 members of the Qingwu family. At present, the family merely requires the addition of one more individual to fulfill the task of a 10-member household. The A Yin sect is also situated within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, albeit a short distance from the Heaven Do Imperial City. With the swiftness of the sky blue bull python, reaching the A Yin sect would take no more than 2 days. The imminent presence of a 100,000-year soul beast instills a sense of grave urgency within the A Yin sect. Although the sect is protected by a title de law, the devastation wrought by a 100,000-year soul beast is undeniably immense. Qian Douluo and Tang Chun had previously made an agreement that the members of Qian Douluo's spirit hall were prohibited from entering the territory of the A Yin sect, unless one day Qian Douluo could defeat Tang Chun. In theory, Qian Yunxiao was not qualified to enter the domain of the A Yin sect. However, who was Qian Yunxiao? Setting aside his formidable strength, Tang Chun was no longer his match. By what right could Qian Douluo impose restrictions upon him? The mere A Yin sect, upon Qian Yunxiao's arrival. What could others possibly do to him? Tang Zhun, the father of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, initially harbored some concerns. Yet, upon witnessing the sight of the 100,000-year soul beast, he felt reassured. He had also heard rumors about the recent appearances of several 100,000-year soul beasts in the Heaven Do Empire. The image of the sky blue bull python had long circulated among the 7 major sections. Knowing that it was Qian Yunxiao who had come to the A Yin sect, Tang Zhen promptly instructed his people to prepare a warm welcome. Given Qian Yunxiao's previous defeat of Qian Xuanji, Tang Zhen could not afford to be negligent. Chapter 56, Deceiving Tang Yuehua. Your Excellency, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my A Yin sect? Tang Zhen inquired warily. Casting a cautious gaze upon Qian Yunxiao, he genuinely worried that Qian Yunxiao had come to stir up trouble. The A Yin sect, lacking Tang Chen's oversight, could hardly withstand any form of turmoil. Qian Yunxiao appeared remarkably composed. Brother Tang, I encountered your esteemed nephews, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, in Tianshui City. They are truly exceptional talents. Have they not returned yet? Tang Zhen replied, my 2 sons have yet to come back. He held great regard for Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, as they represented the hopes of A Yin sect. Brother Tang, I have heard that you have a daughter, Yuehua, who excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Qian Yunxiao can be said to harbor intentions beyond mere enjoyment of wine. When it comes to Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, his objectives have never truly been aligned with the surface appearances. It is merely a diversionary tactic. Tang Zhen responded, Yuehua, there is little I can do. My daughter, due to her innate constitution, has made little progress in her soul power cultivation, and thus she can only invest her efforts in these unorthodox methods. Your Majesty, I have devoted considerable thought to my daughter, yet regrettably, none of it has been able to alter Tang Yuehua's circumstances. Tang Zhen has always felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Tang Yuehua. Qian Yunxiao no longer concealed his intentions and directly articulated his true purpose. My wife has recently given birth to twins, and we find ourselves slightly short-handed at home. Upon hearing of the esteemed reputation of Miss Yuehua, I pondered whether she might be willing to serve as a tutor for my children. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhen was taken aback with delight. The prospect of his daughter teaching Qian Yunxiao's children was indeed a remarkable opportunity. After all, if Tang Yuehua were to engage with Qian Yunxiao's offspring from a young age, their bond would become inseparable in the future. This arrangement would not only be advantageous for Tang Yuehua, but would also yield significant benefits for the A Yin sect. Tang Zhen promptly responded, I see. My daughter currently has some free time on her hands. It would be a splendid opportunity for her to come to your esteemed residence. Qian Yunxiao had never anticipated that matters would unfold so smoothly. However, upon reflection, he realized that his current reputation was quite commendable. Given his opposition to the martial soul hall, he could be considered an ally of the 3 major sections. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for Tang Zhen to acquiesce to his modest request. I shall trouble you, Brother Tang. Tang Zhen and Qian Yunxiao belonged to the same generation, though Tang Zhen was considerably older, making it entirely appropriate for Qian Yunxiao to address him as brother. A joyful expression adorned Tang Zhen's face as he remarked, I shall send someone to summon Yuehua to pay her respects to you, my esteemed uncle. Qian Yunxiao merely smiled. Before long, Tang Yuehua appeared before Qian Yunxiao. Upon her arrival, all her attributes and labels materialized before him. Indeed, this woman possesses an intriguing contrast. Father, who is this? Prior to this, Qian Yunxiao had never encountered Tang Yuehua, and naturally, Tang Yuehua had not laid eyes upon Qian Yunxiao either. It would be disingenuous to claim that she was not intrigued by this man, who, though not significantly older than herself, garnered such profound esteem from her father. In Tang Yuehua's heart, this man appeared to be remarkably more accomplished than her second brother. This esteemed individual, your uncle Qian Yunxiao, is a young titled Douluo. Having achieved this formidable rank at an unprecedented age, making him the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, a record that is unlikely to be surpassed in the future. Qian Yunxiao, having attained the title of Douluo, is no longer a secret. This is one of the reasons why Tang Zhen must treat Qian Yunxiao with such courtesy. If a confrontation were to ensue, he might not even stand a chance against Qian Yunxiao. Tang Zhen has barely managed to reach the 96th level. Qian Yunxiao has already been recognized by the sword Douluo, indicating that he is likely above the rank of Super Douluo. Such remarkable prowess at a youthful age leaves Tang Zhen feeling somewhat embarrassed. He doubts that anyone could surpass the record of achieving Super Douluo by the age of 24 or 25. Tang Zhen's words left Tang Yuehua in disbelief. During her childhood, Tang Hao frequently emphasized to the Yin clan that he would become the fastest person on the Douluo Continent to reach the title of Douluo, thereby etching his name in history. This ambition is one of the core reasons why Tang Yuehua holds such deep admiration for her brother. After all, a young man who flaunts his prowess in front of girls easily leaves a lasting impression. Now, however, her father tells her that the man before them is the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, with a record that is almost impossible to break. This revelation is almost beyond Tang Yuehua's comprehension. Could it be that her second brother lacks such ability? If Brother Hao claims he will become the youngest titled Douluo, can he not surpass their uncle? Skeptical, Tang Yuehua voiced her doubts. Tang Zhen frowned upon hearing this and, with an air of instruction, responded, How can I compare to your uncle Qian Yunxiao? Indeed, Tang Zhen felt a sense of embarrassment at Tang Yuehua's comparison. However, considering the presence of outsiders and the fact that Tang Yuehua was not well versed in these matters, coupled with Tang Hao's undeniable excellence, he chose not to elaborate further. Qian Yunxiao could hardly have anticipated that our Tang Hao Gigi has always had a penchant for ostentation since childhood, leaving him quite taken aback. To Qian Yunxiao at this moment, Tang Hao appeared akin to a mere jester. However, in a bid to win hearts and foster goodwill, Qian Yunxiao offered words of solace. Indeed, your esteemed nephew Tang Hao is a rare talent, a genius seldom seen in a century. I estimate that by the age of 30, he will achieve the esteemed title of Douluo, which is already commendable. Yes, quite commendable, though still a mere fraction when compared to the prowess of his little finger. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Tang Yuehua's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, her voice taking on a sweet and syrupy tone. So that is the case. Thank you, uncle. The term uncle brought an undeniable sense of ease to Qian Yunxiao. The sound of her voice was truly delightful. Tang Zhen, too, felt a swell of pride at Qian Yunxiao's compliment. He echoed Qian Yunxiao's intentions and addressed his daughter, Yuehua. Your uncle has come today with the desire for you to educate his children at the Eye of Ice and Fire. You should be quite willing to accept this, yes? Tang Zhen provided sufficient hints to Tang Yuehua. He was not inquiring whether she would go. Rather, he was almost explicitly stating that she must go. How could Tang Yuehua fail to discern her father's intentions? Although she felt somewhat displeased, she had indeed contemplated visiting the heavenly for quite some time. After all, in theory, the heavenly is the most prosperous place on the Douluo Continent. The Star Luo imperial capital is not lacking, but it undeniably pales in comparison to the heavenly. While the Spirit Master City boasts a plethora of formidable Spirit Masters and serves as a sanctuary for them, it cannot rival the enjoyment found in the heavenly. One leans towards cultivation, while the other emphasizes pleasure. Moreover, due to her own spirit power cultivation, Tang Yuehua could not venture into the Spirit Master City. Very well. I shall heed my father's arrangements, Tang Yuehua ultimately acquiesced. After all, with Tang Hao absent from the Haotian sect, remaining in the sect held little significance for her. It would be far more enriching to accompany her young, handsome, and powerful uncle Qian Yunxiao and broaden her horizons. As Qian Yunxiao's niece, she felt a sense of pride. Qian Yunxiao came to find her in person. He should take good care of her, shouldn't he? Qian Yunxiao will undoubtedly take excellent care of Tang Yuehua. This is an indisputable fact. Your Highness, you must stay the night at our Haotian sect. Allow us the honor of hosting you. After arranging for Tang Yuehua, Qian Yunxiao initially intended to depart immediately. However, with Tang Zhen's warm invitation, Qian Yunxiao found it truly difficult to decline. Very well, as you, Brother Tang, have suggested. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao acquiesced. Just for one night, indulging in the delightful offerings of the A Yin sect would indeed be quite splendid. After Qian Yunxiao agreed, Tang Jin hastily instructed the cooks below to make arrangements. Before long, Qian Yunxiao saw a woman in her 40s approaching. In the Douluo Continent, anyone whose cultivation exceeds that of a soul emperor, even at the age of 50, appears no different from an ordinary person of 35. This beautiful woman was a soul sage at level 78, her grace still evident. Is this woman my sister-in-law? Judging by her label and cultivation, Qian Yunxiao could surmise her identity. She was the mother of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang Yuehua, in other words, the wife of Tang Jun. It seemed inconceivable that someone as petty as Tang Jun could have incited such devotion in her. According to her label, this woman had pledged her life to Tang Jin. How terrifying! Such a small-minded man with a wife of this caliber was indeed fortunate. However, what could this possibly mean? It was the first time Qian Yunxiao had encountered such a notion. Tang Jun, filled with pride, declared, "Indeed, this is my beloved Bai Bing." In Tang Jun's eyes, his wife was among the most exceptional women in the Douluo Continent. Bai Bing smiled and nodded in greeting to Qian Yunxiao. When Tang Jun was not looking, Qian Yunxiao's gaze lingered on Bai Bing's graceful figure. Bai Bing possessed an exquisite physique, perfectly suited for motherhood. Particularly, her curvaceous hips swayed enticingly as she walked, making Qian Yunxiao question whether Tang Jun could truly appreciate her. With 3 children, her form remained remarkably intact. She was no ordinary woman. Bai Bing, acutely aware of Qian Yunxiao's intense gaze, felt discomfort wash over her. While an ordinary woman might feel flattered under such scrutiny from a strikingly handsome man like Qian Yunxiao, Bai Bing was not one of them. Her heart belonged solely to Tang Jun. Yet, she understood that Qian Yunxiao was not to be trifled with, and thus she suppressed her discomfort and accompanied her husband to welcome him. She longed for Qian Yunxiao to depart swiftly. This time, Qian Yunxiao was exceedingly cordial, frequently toasting to Tang Jun and Bai Bing. Although Bai Bing expressed her reluctance to drink excessively, she acquiesced for the sake of her husband's reputation, consuming several large cups. After a few rounds of strong liquor, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and a delightful haze clouded her mind, rendering her even more enchanting. Despite the many women taller than her in Qian Yunxiao's presence, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. After all, she was the mother of the formidable Tang Hao. This very identity elevated her to a status of esteemed prey in Qian Yunxiao's eyes, only slightly less than that of A Yin, who was originally destined to be Tang Hao's wife. As he contemplated the prospect of claiming both the woman fated for Tang Hao and her nurturing, loving mother, he mused that our dear Hao would surely be elated. "My lady, please assist me in escorting His Highness to rest. I am utterly fatigued." After several rounds of drinking, due to Qian Yunxiao's covert machinations, the normally strong-drinking Tang Jun had succumbed to inebriation. To ensure he did not neglect his esteemed guest, he had no choice but to enlist his wife's aid in entertaining Qian Yunxiao. In the present-day A Yin sect, only Bai Bing was suitable for this task. Aside from Tang Jun himself, none of the elders or his daughter Tang Yuehua held the appropriate standing to attend to Qian Yunxiao. Bai Bing recognized the wisdom in this arrangement. However, Qian Yunxiao's prior lingering gaze, particularly upon her prominent attributes, left her feeling uneasy about attending to him. Reluctantly, she attempted to decline, saying, "Zhenggu, I too have had a bit too much to drink, and my head is spinning. I fear I may not serve His Highness properly." Tang Jun, undeterred, insisted, "My lady, you have hardly drunk at all. How can you be inebriated? His Highness is our esteemed guest, and we must ensure he has a pleasant experience. If word of any dissatisfaction spreads, it would tarnish the reputation of the A Yin sect." With Tang Jun's insistence, Bai Bing had little choice but to approach Qian Yunxiao. Noticing that he appeared equally intoxicated, she felt a modicum of relief. "Your Highness, allow me to escort you to rest." Despite her inner reluctance, Bai Bing offered her support to Qian Yunxiao, guiding him to a place of respite. Qian Yunxiao was in sync with Bai Bing. Just as Bai Bing turned around, Qian Yunxiao inadvertently delivered a resounding slap. The sensation of the surging waves was beyond Qian Yunxiao's imagination. At least for now, A Yin, Shui Yulan, and Qingwu had not reached that level. This infuriated Bai Bing, who seethed with rage. Yet, considering that Qian Yunxiao was a titled Douluo and Tang Jun was present, Bai Bing could only endure. After Bai Bing took Qian Yunxiao down, Tang Jun was also led away by a maid from the A Yin sect to rest. The night had deepened, "Madam, I am thirsty." Tang Jun mumbled in a drunken stupor, but no one responded. Oddly enough, where could the madam have gone at this late hour? Tang Jun muttered to himself, and the heavy drowsiness made him disregard his thirst, preparing to drift off to sleep. In a half-awake state, he heard a voice mimicking Bai Bing's tone. "Husband, the water has arrived." Chapter 58. Taking Tang Hao's mother and sister for a flight. Tang Jun, your days are truly comfortable. Early the next morning, Bai Bing returned to the room she shared with Tang Jun, seemingly unfazed, only to be astonished by the scene before her. Tang Jun was, astonishingly, sleeping with a maid. This instantly ignited Bai Bing's fury, prompting her to mock him. Tang Jun awoke from his pleasant dream, surveying his surroundings and quickly comprehending the situation. Without addressing anything else, he promptly confessed, "Wife, I have no idea how this happened. I was drunk last night. You must listen to my explanation." Indeed, Tang Jun had grown accustomed to admitting fault. At that moment, Bai Bing recalled that her husband had indeed been utterly intoxicated the previous night and was incapable of any wrongdoing. It dawned on her that the maid had seized the opportunity while she was indisposed. That wretched woman truly knew how to take advantage of the moment. Humph. With Qian Yunxiao present, I shall not confront you now. Once he departs, I will address this matter with you properly. She reflected that she had not fared much better than her husband the night before. The presence of Qian Yunxiao instilled a profound dread within her, as the multitude of blue silver grass vines rendered her incapable of even calling for help. Bai Bing had sacrificed so much for the A Yin sect, and she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness toward Tang Jun. The thought of ending it all crossed her mind. However, amidst such turmoil, there lingered a peculiar sense of relief within Bai Bing. In her perspective, this could be seen as a form of atonement to Tang Jun. She would never stoop to enact any form of retribution upon that restless maid. After all, she was merely an ordinary servant, unworthy of comparison to Bai Bing, the esteemed daughter of the Min family. Nobility ran through her veins. Let that maid tend to Tang Jun in her stead. Bai Bing felt as though she no longer deserved him. As Bai Bing departed, Tang Jun let out a sigh of relief. The fact that his wife did not erupt in a fit of rage was a positive sign. He believed that, given some time, her anger would subside. As for the trembling maid beside him, he chose not to take any action. The men of the Tang family were not devoid of compassion. What Tang Jun would never comprehend was that Bai Bing's restraint stemmed not only from her guilt, but also from her current state of powerlessness. She was battered and bruised, hardly in a position to confront him. Having fully regained his senses, upon learning that Qian Yunxiao intended to depart, Tang Jun naturally went to see her off. Qian Yunxiao expressed his gratitude to Tang Jun, saying, "Brother Tang, I must pause here to extend my heartfelt thanks for your warm hospitality. I shall never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." Indeed, Qian Yunxiao never anticipated that his visit to A Yin sect would yield such immense rewards. He was genuinely elated. The words of Qian Yunxiao brought great joy to Tang Jun. "If your majesty finds it agreeable, you are most welcome to visit the A Yin sect in the future." Indeed, Tang Jun was diligently nurturing the foundation for his future relationship with Qian Yunxiao. He envisioned a stable development for the A Yin sect until both of his sons attained the illustrious rank of title Douluo. At that time, the A Yin sect would boast a lineage of dual Douluo, and perhaps even 3, ensuring a state of true tranquility and security. Qian Yunxiao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, such a splendid place. I must visit frequently. Sharing drinks with Tang Jun brings me immense joy." Qian Yunxiao harbors no apprehension of being outmaneuvered by Tang Jun. Even if Tang Jun were to contemplate any intentions towards Bai Bing in the future, she would undoubtedly refuse to acquiesce. The azure silver grass of Qian Yunxiao rivals the enduring ink that remains vibrant for a millennium. Its efficacy is truly no mere jest. In light of this, Qian Yunxiao feels an overwhelming sense of assurance. Qian Yunxiao merely wished to etch the memory of the blue silver grass into Bai Bing's heart forever. "Father, I shall follow uncle." Tang Yuehua gestured a farewell to Tang Jun, her hand waving in a playful goodbye. Tang Jun's expression radiated contentment. At least the A Yin sect was steadily progressing under his stewardship. Even in death, he would find solace in the presence of his ancestors in the afterlife. Yuehua, be bold. Although the Deepening is said to be 100,000-year soul beast, it is quite obedient and will not harm you. Qian Yunxiao brought Tang Yuehua to the foot of A Yin sect. Deepening was waiting for Qian Yunxiao just below. Qian Yunxiao naturally took the first opportunity to ascend to the head of the Tianqing Nyopon. However, Tang Yuehua lacked such audacity. The mere sight of the terrifying Tianqing Nyopon caused her delicate legs to tremble. How could she possibly muster the courage to stand atop this formidable creature? Observing this fragile woman, Deepening felt a surge of frustration. While he could accept being ridden by Qian Yunxiao, given her overwhelming strength, the thought of Tang Yuehua, a mere insignificant presence, perched upon him left Deepening feeling despondent. Even though Qian Yunxiao offered words of comfort, Tang Yuehua still hesitated and timidly replied, "Uncle, I cannot." With no other choice, Qian Yunxiao descended personally from the heights of the Ming dynasty. He embraced Tang Yuehua's slender waist, pulling her close. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Qian Yunxiao's actions left Tang Yuehua utterly bewildered. It was her first encounter with such a situation. How could Uncle Qian Yunxiao treat himself in such a manner? Qian Yunxiao understood the meaning behind Tang Yuehua's words. However, he chose not to respond directly and instead shifted the conversation to another topic. "You, my dear, are far too timid. I have already told you to come up. What are you afraid of? Are you worried that your uncle cannot protect you?" Tang Yuehua found herself distracted by this change in subject. As for the earlier incident where Qian Yunxiao had held her in a manner that suggested intimacy, she rationalized it by reminding herself that being his niece, such affection was entirely normal. Little did she imagine that one day she would be able to ride a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. This was something she had never even dared to dream of. "Yuehua, should you ever feel homesick while in the Heaven Do Imperial City, you can have Deepening take you back." At this moment, Qian Yunxiao continued to display his thoughtfulness, which deeply touched Tang Yuehua, prompting her to nod repeatedly. Once Qian Yunxiao lifted Tang Yuehua up, Deepening commenced its movement. Accustomed to Deepening's mode of locomotion, Qian Yunxiao was unfazed by the jostling of its crawling motion. However, Tang Yuehua was unable to endure it. On the very first lurch, she nearly found herself thrown off. Consequently, she was compelled to wrap her arms around Qian Yunxiao's waist for support. Qian Yunxiao consoled, "Yuehua, the first time is always like this. It will be easier once you become accustomed to it." Qian Yunxiao responded from a position of advantage. Against the backdrop of the morning sun, Qian Yunxiao appeared exceptionally radiant. With a celestial beauty, Qian Yunxiao elicited a bashful nod of acknowledgement from Tang Yuehua. Observing Tang Yuehua's demeanor, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but reflect, truly, she is a woman who has an unusual affection for her own brother. Indeed, Tang Yuehua was precisely that peculiar. With just a slight exertion of influence, it seemed entirely plausible for her affection to shift from loving her brother to adoring her uncle. TSK, for some reason. Qian Yunxiao felt that life was gradually becoming a touch more promising. Chapter 59. A date with Yuehua discovered by Tang. How, as Qian Yunxiao had mentioned, it was indeed Tang Yuehua's first time atop the creature, and her lack of experience rendered her somewhat flustered. However, once accustomed, she stood confidently on the head of the Tianqing Niupong without any issues, free from dizziness. They returned steadily to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon Tang Yuehua's arrival, A Yin, Qingwu, and Shui Yulan appeared noticeably anxious. Could it be that Qian Yunxiao intended to expand the family? Qian Yunxiao possesses an exceptional understanding of human emotions, particularly those of women. At this moment, he promptly provided an explanation. "A Yin, Qingwu, and Yulan. This is Yuehua, the esteemed daughter of the Hao Yin sect. She is the sister of my two virtuous nephews, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. A Yin and Yulan should be acquainted with her. Yuehua excels in every aspect of the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Hence, I have invited her to assist in caring for our children and to guide them in their early education." Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's explanation, A Yin, Shui Yulan, and Qingwu immediately felt a sense of relief. It turned out that Qian Yunxiao had spent the past few days seeking an exceptional teacher for their children. They had misunderstood Qian Yunxiao's intentions. Indeed, a reprimand was warranted. Tang Yuehua was, after all, Qian Yunxiao's niece. "Dear niece, come here." The beauty of his niece was striking, undoubtedly capable of captivating countless admirers. With this realization, A Yin, Qingwu, and Shui Yulan exhibited a newfound enthusiasm towards Tang Yuehua, engaging her in conversation. After a fortnight of recuperation, Qingwu had nearly regained her strength. Now able to move independently without the need for assistance, Tang Yuehua's mind began to entertain a bold conjecture. Could these three women possibly be the wives of her uncle? My goodness, her uncle must be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, she couldn't shake off a slight discomfort upon learning of Qian Yunxiao's multiple spouses. Regarding Tang Yuehua's cultivation, Qian Yunxiao felt that ordinary celestial herbs would likely be of little assistance to her. Perhaps it would be prudent to assess the situation further before making any decisions. After all, Tang Yuehua was still quite young, and Qian Yunxiao believed the challenges ahead would not be insurmountable. Tang Yuehua indeed possessed a remarkable talent for educating children since her arrival. Qian Yunxiao and Xiao Wu have indeed been thoroughly educated by her, becoming significantly more obedient than before. Qian Yunxiao felt little about this situation. A Yin and Qing Wu were overjoyed, increasingly satisfied with their niece Tang Yuehua. Thus, they had no objections to Qian Yunxiao frequently taking Tang Yuehua to stroll around the imperial city of Tiandou. In their eyes, Tang Yuehua was a composed and cultured lady, possessing discernment. This merely indicates that these three women had a discerning eye, albeit limited. It is hardly surprising that A Yin and Qing Wu were unaware of the true nature of Tang Yuehua, as it is rare for anyone to perceive her eccentricity, especially with labels like talented woman and noble lady concealing her true self. Could they not feel at ease? Together with Qian Yunxiao, Tang Yuehua discreetly ventured into the imperial city of Tiandou, joyfully exploring the streets. In Qian Yunxiao's presence, she resembled an obedient young girl, intimately linking her arm with his, their fingers interlaced, curiously glancing around and inquiring about anything that piqued her interest. Their demeanor reflected that of a couple in love. After nearly 6 months of interaction, Tang Yuehua had been thoroughly spoiled by Qian Yunxiao. When entrusted with caring for children, she acted as a wise mentor, yet when accompanying Qian Yunxiao, she transformed into a mischievous child in need of guidance. This was not a matter of concern, as Qian Yunxiao was indeed her elder. What harm could there be in indulging and educating Yuehua? While Qian Yunxiao contemplated whether to take Tang Yuehua to a hotel to experience its ambience, having never been to one, before he could act, a furious voice erupted from behind. Yuehua, what are you doing? How can you be so intimate with him? Tang Yuehua and Qian Yunxiao immediately recognized the voice. Turning around, Tang Yuehua appeared somewhat anxious. After all, Tang Hao had been an object of her admiration and affection. It felt akin to being caught with a charming, affluent, and strong uncle before officially breaking up with her boyfriend. Instinctively, Tang Yuehua sought to retract her hand from Qian Yunxiao's firm grip, but it was evident that he would not allow her to escape so easily. He held her hand tightly, offering no chance for retreat. Tang Yuehua felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet she also sensed her uncle's concern for her. Surprisingly, she allowed the sweetness of the moment to unfold. Tang Hao rushed over in a fit of rage. He and Tang Xiao were passing through, intending to follow their father's arrangement to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to showcase their strength, while also exploring potential marriage alliances. After all, with only 2 male heirs from the Yin sect in this generation, the Min family could not possibly provide 2 marriage candidates. The future leader of the Yin sect would need to form an alliance with the Min family, while the other would seek other prospects. Tang Hao could hardly fathom that his sister, after just a few days apart, was now so closely associated with Qian Yunxiao. They appeared to be heading to the largest couples hotel in the Tiandou Empire, akin to a love hotel. Could Tang Hao endure this? Being new to the scene, he was oblivious to Qian Yunxiao's current strength. The naive Tang Hao was foolishly planning to confront Qian Yunxiao, believing he could defeat him, as he had recently become a soul sage and fancied himself capable of overcoming another soul sage. I am under my father's instruction to be cared for by my uncle. What is wrong with that? Perhaps emboldened by Qian Yunxiao's presence, Tang Yuehua even found the courage to respond to Tang Hao, leaving him utterly perplexed. Your father instructed him to care for you? Is this what he meant by care? To take you to a couple's hotel, and then? Men understand men. Tang Yuehua remained oblivious to Qian Yunxiao's true intentions, mistakenly viewing him as a good person. However, Tang Hao's arrival shattered that illusion. Oh, how embarrassing. While Tang Hao could see through Qian Yunxiao's intentions towards Tang Yuehua, could he grasp the reality that he had unwittingly become a father figure overnight? In the Douluo Continent, Tang Hao was considered a minor protagonist, but now, he was merely a victim. Qian Yunxiao, the character with golden hair, is on the verge of completely overshadowing Tang Hao's brilliance. Chapter 60. Tang Hao's mother is expecting. Tang Hao's family portrait. Qian Yunxiao has likely completed about half of it. A Yin is fully represented, while Tang Yuehua occupies a third of it. Had it not been for Tang Hao's arrival, it might have been nearly complete by now. As for Bai Bing, she has also reached the halfway mark. Poor Tang Hao, his plight is truly lamentable. This is the price one must pay for pretense. When one flaunts their facade in public, the home front must bear the burden of another's charade, which seems quite reasonable, does it not? Second brother, how can your thoughts be so wicked? How could uncle possibly be that kind of person? You have greatly disappointed me. Tang Hao's remark about Qian Yunxiao intending to take Tang Yuehua to a hotel left her utterly astonished, as if she were encountering her second brother for the very first time. The grand image Tang Hao held in Tang Yuehua's eyes crumbled significantly in an instant. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao spoke up to impart wisdom. Tang Hao, my dear nephew, how could you harbor such thoughts? Even if you find it difficult to trust me, your uncle whom you have scarcely interacted with, can you truly doubt the character of Yuehua? Do you not have faith in your own father? As Tang Hao's uncle, I have also played a role as a father figure to you over the years. Qian Yunxiao is undoubtedly qualified to educate Tang Hao. His selfless response, considering only Tang Yuehua and Tang Zhen, brought great joy to Tang Yuehua. Naturally, Tang Hao was even more infuriated, deeming Qian Yunxiao hypocritical and repulsive. How could he, while holding his sister's hand, audaciously utter such words with a facade of righteousness? Yuehua, return with me to Haotian's sect. At that moment, the crowd surrounding them continued to grow. Although Tang Hao's arrogance was evident, he still possessed a modicum of intellect. He genuinely valued the reputation of Haotian's sect, a belief instilled in him by Tang Zhen since childhood, prioritizing the sect above all else. As Tang Yuehua was a matter of family within Haotian's sect, Tang Hao chose not to escalate the situation further. He gazed coldly at Tang Yuehua, feeling an unprecedented disappointment in his sister. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao could only watch helplessly, unable to assist. He too felt anxious, being someone who held the honor of the sect even more dearly than Tang Hao. Like Tang Hao, he believed that Tang Yuehua had acted shamelessly, bringing disgrace upon Haotian's sect. Yet, with Qian Yunxiao's unfathomable strength, what could they do? I will not return. You may go back alone. I still have to educate my uncle's children. Tang Yuehua had never felt as heartbroken as she did today. She had never imagined that the true faces of her two brothers could be so ugly. However, it was perhaps a blessing in disguise, allowing her to see clearly. Uncle, let us go. Since they do not wish to see me, I too have no desire to see them. After saying this, Tang Yuehua took the initiative to grasp Qian Yunxiao's hand and prepared to leave. Observing the sorrowful Tang Yuehua, Qian Yunxiao felt a deep sense of compassion. He sternly addressed Tang Hao, nephew, you would do well to return to Haotian's sect, assess the situation, and consult your father. Reflect on whether your actions today were indeed correct. With that, Qian Yunxiao placed his hand on Tang Yuehua's slender waist and led her away. A visit to the hotel was now out of the question. They would have to wait for a while. This scoundrel. Tang Hao was driven to fury by Qian Yunxiao's condescending tone. Educate him. Even Tang Zhen would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. What is Qian Yunxiao? My dear brother, let us return to the Haotian sect to ascertain the particulars. Tang Hao did not accompany them. Instead, he intended to conclude his training with Tang Xiao before heading back to the Haotian sect to inquire with their father about the matter. Tang Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation and consented to Tang Hao's request, and the two made their way back to the Haotian sect. Upon entering the main hall of the sect, they encountered Bai Bing, who was approaching them. At that moment, Bai Bing exhibited signs of a slight reaction in her abdomen. She was with child. Bai Bing's heart was filled with anxiety, for Qian Yunxiao had inscribed the patterns of the blue-silver grass, along with some incantations, upon her. This had prevented her from offering any opportunity to Tang Zhen for the past few months, leaving him to find solace with that maidservant. Upon discovering her pregnancy, Bai Bing's immediate inclination was to terminate it. However, Tang Zhen noticed her distress and began to shower her with affection. Although Bai Bing had the chance to let the child slip away, witnessing Tang Zhen's caring demeanor made her reflect if the child were to suddenly vanish. Her husband would undoubtedly be heartbroken. With the truth remaining concealed for the time being, Bai Bing felt a mixture of relief and guilt. A father may be unaware of whether his son is truly his, yet a mother rarely remains oblivious to the identity of her child's father. Tang Zhen had yet to detect any anomalies, but once the child was born and reached the age of 5 or 6, the truth would inevitably come to light. If the child lacked a martial soul, she might have felt a sense of reprieve. Yet, this child could not possibly be without a martial soul. For the wife of the Haotian sect's leader bore a 6-winged angel. The implications of this need not be elaborated upon. The unexpected return of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao heightened Bai Bing's anxiety. Mother, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both exceptionally filial. Upon seeing Bai Bing, their first instinct was to pay their respects to her. Yuehua, do not grieve, it is not worth it. Those two scoundrels are utterly despicable. Rest assured, your uncle will be your steadfast support for life, your eternal sanctuary. If your brother forsakes you, I shall not. Even if Tang Zhen succumbs to the slanders of those two miscreants, I will unwaveringly care for you for all eternity. As they made their way home, Tang Yuehua remained ensnared in the sorrow inflicted by the two brothers, struggling to emerge from her despondent state. Qian Yunxiao assumed the demeanor of a gentle and caring man, beginning to console Tang Yuehua. As Qian Yunxiao spoke, Tang Yuehua's spirits noticeably lifted, and she responded softly, "Thank you, uncle." The tone of her voice was somewhat unbearable for Qian Yunxiao. Upon returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Qian Yunxiao briefly discussed the matter with A Yin and Qingwu. Both A Yin and Qingwu steadfastly supported Tang Yuehua. A Yin, with remarkable generosity, reassured her, "Yuehua, do not worry, from now on, this place will be your home." This statement caused a subtle shift in Tang Yuehua's expression, igniting within her a sense of cunning triumph as she softly inquired, "A Yin, can I truly consider this place my home?" A Yin, without hesitation, solemnly nodded in affirmation. This response brought a slight smile to Tang Yuehua's lips as she thought to herself, "You said it. Do not blame me then." If this was indeed her home, was it not reasonable for her to claim the male head of the household for herself? Chapter 61. Tang Hao gains a brother. As for Tang Yuehua's devious intentions, A Yin and Qingwu could hardly have anticipated them. Months later, they would come to regret their well-meaning words from that day. Congratulations, host. On completing the task 10-person household, reward, 1,000 financial talismans, family development item, family tree, a divine artifact that records family members, granting those inscribed with the blessings of familial fortune, significantly aiding cultivation and preserving a fragment of soul in times of dire crisis. 5 months passed after the amusing interlude involving Tang Yuehua and the brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qian Yunxiao's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Had the task concerning his family of 10 been accomplished? Who was the 10th member of his clan? He pondered this perplexity repeatedly, yet could only ascertain that his family consisted of 9 individuals: himself, A Yin, Qian Yunxiao, Shui Yulan, Qinwu Wang, Qingwu, Xiaowu, Mei Mei, and Zhao Jiao. There was no one else. Could it be that there was an issue with his family members? Qian Yunxiao was confident there was none. Thus, he decided to deduce from the women related to him. The result incited his ire. After all, if this were indeed the case, what would become of the forthcoming spirit soul assessment? Was he expected to annihilate a group of Haotian sect members? He resolved to observe the situation for the time being. With only 5,000 fortune coins remaining to attain the divine rank, and considering the pace of task completion, perhaps in 3 to 5 years he would achieve this goal, just in time for him to visit the spirit hall, where possessing divine-level cultivation would be most advantageous. Qian Yunxiao has meticulously calculated the number of wealth coins he currently possesses, which has reached a commendable total of 5,000. A significant portion of this wealth has been accrued through his diligent completion of family tasks. Qian Yunxiao speculated that the 10th member of his family might be the child of Bai Bing. As for why Bai Bing was not included in his family lineage, it is not difficult to comprehend, for Bai Bing holds a significant position now. Nevertheless, that child ultimately embodies Qian Yunxiao's bloodline, a truth that remains unalterable. Qian Yunxiao had been waiting patiently for nearly 6 days. At last, Tang Yuehua found him. "Uncle, my mother has given birth to a son." The moment she arrived, her very first words confirmed Qian Yunxiao's suspicions. With a sigh of sentiment, Qian Yunxiao inquired with concern, "Yuehua, do you intend to return?" Tang Yuehua nodded. "Though I have grown disillusioned with the Haotian sect, my mother has always treated me with kindness since childhood. In light of the current circumstances, I cannot neglect the need to see her." After Tang Hao and Tang Xiao returned to the Haotian sect, the complete absence of any news from her father made Tang Yuehua acutely aware of his choice. Indeed, she was merely a waste with a mere 9th-level soul power. How could she possibly compare to his 2 prodigious sons? The choice was painfully simple. However, Bai Bing was different. During this time, he had consistently reached out to her, expressing concern for her well-being, which brought her a sense of warmth. Therefore, this time, Tang Yuehua was resolute in her decision to return. "Allow me to accompany you," she said. This matter was not solely significant to Tang Yuehua. It was also intricately connected to Qian Yunxiao. When Tang Jin did not extend an invitation to guests and failed to invite Qian Yunxiao, it became evident Qian Yunxiao had no compelling reason to visit the Haotian sect. Yet he found himself compelled to make the journey. Hence, accompanying Tang Yuehua proved to be a most convenient excuse. Tang Yuehua was genuinely delighted by Qian Yunxiao's concern for her well-being. However, on this occasion, she chose not to obediently heed his words, but instead expressed her own thoughts. "Uncle, I appreciate your care, but I am concerned that if you go to the Haotian sect, My two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, may cause you discomfort. Therefore, it would be best if you refrain from going. I can convey your blessings instead." In light of her sentiments, Qian Yunxiao opted to honor her wishes. After all, the matters concerning the Tangjin family were theirs alone, and it was indeed inappropriate for him to intervene at this juncture. "How about I accompany you to the Haotian sect, wait outside, and not enter? I can wait for you there." Qian Yunxiao, with a sense of propriety, deemed it unwise to proceed openly. Thus, he resolved to act discreetly. However, the condition remained that he would only venture outside the Haotian sect in the company of Tang Yuehua. In pursuit of this objective, Qian Yunxiao ingeniously crafted an impeccable excuse. "Your constitution is rather delicate, and I cannot rest easy knowing you would return to the Haotian sect alone." The tender and affectionate words of Qian Yunxiao rendered Tang Yuehua nearly powerless to resist. "I may need to stay at home for a while. How could I trouble you, uncle, to wait outside?" Tang Yuehua's heart was awash with sweetness, yet she still stifled her joy and posed this question. Qian Yunxiao, with an air of affection, remarked, "For your safety, Yuehua, even in the desolate wilderness, a few days apart is nothing." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua immediately rose on her toes and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Qian Yunxiao's lips, a mere fleeting touch. This left Qian Yunxiao momentarily stunned, not for any other reason than to ponder whether he should seize this opportunity to completely sway Tang Yuehua from the Haotian sect to his own family. Would this not diminish the three prominent factions of the Tang family? Qian Yunxiao's vacant gaze brought a sense of joy to Tang Yuehua. In her eyes, her uncle appeared adorably innocent at that moment. Little did Tang Yuehua realize the true thoughts swirling in Qian Yunxiao's mind. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao managed to restrain himself and, adopting an instructive tone, inquired, "Yuehua, what exactly are you doing?" Qian Yunxiao bore an expression of profound dismay, which elicited amusement from Tang Yuehua. With a hint of haughtiness, she retorted, "What are you doing? My lord, it is time to prepare. We must set off." This occasion marked a significant shift in Tang Yuehua's address towards Qian Yunxiao, a change that he could not overlook. After a prolonged moment of hesitation and inner turmoil before Tang Yuehua, Qian Yunxiao finally departed, albeit with a trace of fluster. Witnessing his flustered demeanor, Tang Yuehua could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Qian Yunxiao is a man who deeply cherishes his family. Before embarking on a journey, he always takes the time to bid farewell to his wife. A Yin, upon learning that Tang Yuehua's mother, at the age of over 40, is still bearing children, cannot help but feel a sense of amazement. Naturally, A Yin understands that given such circumstances, it is indeed the responsibility of the children, particularly Tang Yuehua, to return home. However, considering that Tang Yuehua possesses merely 9th-level soul power, her solitary journey would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, making Qian Yunxiao's offer to accompany her perfectly reasonable. Riding on the back of the sky-blue bull python, Qian Yunxiao and Tang Yuehua arrived at the outskirts of Haotian sect. Qian Yunxiao paused outside while Tang Yuehua entered the grand hall of Haotian sect alongside the Tianqing Yobang. Chapter 62. Tang Hao's Shamelessness. The aura of 100,000-year soul beast. Within Haotian sect, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were elated at the arrival of a new brother. Throughout the sect, only Bai Bing remained unmoved, burdened by too many concerns. The others raised their cups in celebration. Upon her return, Tang Yuehua coincidentally marked the half-month celebration of the little one named Tang Tian. Suddenly, Tang Hao sensed a terrifying aura of a soul beast descending upon Haotian sect. With prior experience, Tang Zhen recognized the identity of the visitor and felt a twinge of anxiety, for his two sons had never been fond of Qian Yunxiao. Now that Qian Yunxiao had arrived, he genuinely feared that matters would escalate. Meanwhile, Bai Bing's previously rosy complexion turned slightly pallid. "Qian Yunxiao has arrived? What should I do?" However, in the next moment, Bai Bing quickly regained her composure. Qian Yunxiao's arrival was undeniable, though he chose not to acknowledge it. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao hastily made their way outside, with Tang Zhen following closely behind. As he gazed upon Deepening, a surge of fervor ignited within Tang Hao. If he could reach level 90 and encounter this individual, slaying him would elevate him to the status of a true powerhouse on the continent. However, upon noticing Tang Yuehua perched atop the 100,000-year soul beast, Tang Hao was utterly bewildered. How could this be? His sister, possessing merely a level 9 soul power, riding on such an ancient creature? Jealousy coursed through him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of facing both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Yet, she dismissed her fears and approached Bai Bing with resolve. Observing her brother brought her immense joy. Perhaps it was true that the onlooker sees more than the participant. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a striking resemblance between her brother and Qian Yunxiao. Not overthinking it, she presented the carefully prepared gift, a 9-grade purple fungus. Mother. This is a spiritual herb beneficial for a child's growth. It is rare and difficult to obtain. You can brew it into a medicinal soup for Tianer, she explained. Bai Bing, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief and subtly implied, Yuehua, your thoughtfulness stands in stark contrast to some who come unprepared. This remark caused Tang Hao to flush with embarrassment, for he believed that as family, there was no need for such distinctions. Now, due to Tang Yuehua, he found himself being compared unfavorably by their mother, and he felt a surge of indignation. Even if I am unprepared, it is still better than someone sacrificing themselves for an outsider to gain such gifts. Tang Hao's anger overwhelmed him, prompting him to voice his thoughts without restraint. Tang Yuehua was infuriated, rising to confront him, exclaiming "You." She yearned to retort, demanding that Tang Hao cleanse his tongue. Though she might be unconventional, she was not debased. How could she endure such humiliation from him, disregarding their sibling bond? She recalled having kissed Qian Yunxiao before departing from the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, and recognized that the gift indeed came from him. Leaving her unable to counter Tang Hao's taunts, Tang Zhen intervened, urging, "Enough, Hao, mind your words. She is your sister." Ultimately, Tang Hao was still Tang Zhen's favorite son. While his words were undoubtedly excessive, Tang Zhen's bias toward Tang Hao was evident. This left Tang Yuehua feeling bitter, though she chose not to dwell on it. Tang Hao was tempted to declare, "I have no shameful sister such as you." Suddenly, he remembered the 100,000-year soul beast that Tang Yuehua had brought back. In his quest for glory, he brazenly asserted, "Sister? Fine, as long as I can convince that 100,000-year soul beast to grant me its spirit ring upon reaching level 90. I shall acknowledge her as my sister." Tang Yuehua was both amused and enraged by his audacity. She had never anticipated such shamelessness from him. In that moment, she ceased to hold back, delivering a sharp retort, "With your cowardice, do you believe you deserve a 100,000-year spirit ring? Deepening is outside, if you have the courage. Go and slay him." Despite her own level 9 power rendering her no match for Tang Hao, the presence of Deepening and Qian Yunxiao outside bolstered her confidence. Tang Hao was taken aback by her audacity. How dare she defy him? "Dare you utter another word?" He appeared ready to confront Tang Yuehua. Meanwhile, outside the hall of the Haotian sect, Deepening began to roar in anger, causing Tang Zhen's heart to race with alarm. If the 100,000-year soul beast were to rampage, the Haotian sect would suffer immensely. "Yuehua, do not engage with these men. Come with your mother," Bai Bing urged. Sensing her daughter's distress. Unlike Tang Zhen, who favored sons, Bai Bing harbored no such biases. While women might sometimes be hard on one another, she would never burden her daughter. To pacify Deeming's fury, Tang Zhen insisted that Bai Bing take Tang Yuehua away while he attempted to soothe Tang Hao. After Tang Yuehua departed, the timid Tang Zhen attempted to reason with his son, Hao, that Qian Yunxiao is truly formidable. "You and your brother together may not be his match. Perhaps it is best to let this be." Caught between the might of Qian Yunxiao and his own son, Tang Zhen felt helpless. Yet, Tang Hao stood defiantly, declaring, "Father, you are too weak. I will never submit to that man. I shall surpass grandfather and become the strongest on the Douluo Continent. You may continue to grovel before him." With that, he strode out resolutely. Tang Zhen called after him, "Ahao, ahao." His heart, already frail from past injuries, could not withstand such provocations. Seeing his son's stubbornness filled him with dread. In a moment of distraction, his old ailment resurfaced. "Father." Tang Xiao had intended to leave with Tang Hao, but upon witnessing their father spitting blood, the dutiful son rushed to check on him. Tang Hao sensed something amiss and turned to investigate, but Tang Xiao blocked his view. Believing his father, a titled Douluo, would be fine, Tang Hao dismissed the concern and left, further aggravating Tang Zhen's distress. Chapter 63. Tang Hao's actions that infuriated his father at night. Bai Bing rested in the study with her youngest son. Tang Zhen was ill, gravely so. It was not that Bai Bing neglected her husband. Rather, her infant son required constant care, leaving her no choice but to attend to him personally. The child's cries could disrupt Tang Zhen's recovery. Thus the responsibility of caring for him fell to Tang Xiao, with occasional assistance from Tang Yuehua. After soothing the child to sleep, Bai Bing felt exhausted and prepared to rest. At that moment, she detected faint footsteps outside her door. Instantly alert, she called out, "Who is it?" Since giving birth, her sensitivity to the outside world had heightened. The figure outside remained silent, merely knocking softly. This was the Yin sect, a place heavily fortified. Outsiders seldom dared intrude unless they possessed formidable strength. Bai Bing was acutely aware that outside her door lingered either members of the Yin sect or someone else entirely. The mere thought of that person sent a wave of anxiety coursing through her. The individual outside remained silent, and out of concern for her child's slumber, which could escalate the situation, Bai Bing reluctantly donned her cotton shoes and ventured to open the door. "What do you want?" As expected, the person was indeed that shameless scoundrel. Without hesitation, he scooped her up into his arms. Bai Bing instinctively clenched her delicate fist and aimed a playful jab at Qian Yunxiao's chest. Her strike lacked force, embodying a teasing spirit rather than genuine anger. However, she bore no such intentions, fully aware of Qian Yunxiao's formidable strength. She feared that any overt act might provoke his ire. Moreover, Bai Bing had far too many concerns weighing on her mind to risk creating a ruckus. Do you wish to awaken our child?" Qian Yunxiao regarded the woman before him with a peculiar fascination. He had already gleaned some insights into the affairs of the Yin sect. To his surprise, Tangjin, that fellow, was afflicted with a heart condition, which had been exacerbated by the anger of his ungrateful son, Tang Hao. This, however, bore no relevance to Qian Yunxiao. If Tangjin were to perish, the Yin sect would be left without a title Douluo to safeguard it. Wouldn't that enable Qian Yunxiao to seize the Yin sect effortlessly? "Silence. Speak not of your offspring. How shameless." By being immediately interjected. This matter was something she could never acknowledge. Qian Yunxiao pays no heed to such trivial matters. Launching a dual offensive. There is no point in dilly-dallying. Deep down, you are fully aware of the situation. I suggest you earnestly discuss countermeasures with me. Otherwise, when the child reaches the age of 5 or 6, I wonder how you will manage. A single utterance from Qian Yunxiao rendered Bai Bing speechless. Indeed, the question of what to do once the child reaches 5 or 6 years of age had always perplexed Bai Bing. With no alternative, she could only allow Qian Yunxiao to guide her, hoping to discover a few paths for herself along the way. The night was remarkably tranquil. Apart from a sound born of necessity, there was no other noise to be heard. The child, Tang Tian, was exceptionally well behaved, sleeping soundly. Although the rhythmic sounds produced nearby were quite pronounced, their very cadence lent a soothing quality, akin to a lullaby, allowing the little one to sleep soundly until dawn. Blissfully unaware of the immense effort his mother, Bai Bing, exerted to ensure his peaceful slumber. In Qian Yunxiao's mind, he surely thought it would be best for Tangjin to leave sooner rather than later. After all, it had only been 2 years. Regarding Tangjin's current predicament, Qian Yunxiao felt utterly indifferent. He had always looked down upon such despicable tricks. Ultimately, Tangjin succumbed to his illness, his health deteriorating steadily. Even though the Yin sect had summoned the finest healing soul masters from the Tiando Empire, they were helpless against Tang Zhan's chronic afflictions. A seasoned individual like Tang Zhan was acutely aware of the precarious situation facing the Yin sect. It was not merely the lower 4 sects that had their eyes on the Yin sect. Even the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect harbored similar intentions. Although the Yin sect still had the looming presence of his father, whose life and death remained uncertain, this intimidation would not last indefinitely. His 2 sons were still far too young, and it would likely take about a decade for them to attain the title of Title Douluo. Without a Title Douluo to safeguard the Yin sect, it would be unlikely they could endure for that long. After much contemplation, Tangjin ultimately made a bold decision. He summoned Tang Yuehua to his side. Upon seeing her frail father, all of Tang Yuehua's previous grievances towards Tangjin dissipated, replaced by a singular desire for her father's recovery. Tangjin spoke softly, "Yuehua, please fetch your uncle Yunxiao to the Yin sect as soon as possible." Indeed, Tang Zhan could only place his trust in Qian Yunxiao and rely on his daughter's discernment. "Father Yu." Tang Yuehua seemed to understand her father's intentions. Yet, in that moment, she truly wished this situation would not arise. Nevertheless, Tang Zhan insisted, "Hurry along." In the end, Tang Yuehua rode the Tianqing Neo Python and ventured outside the Yin sect in search of Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao appeared as though he had endured the elements for quite some time, evoking a sense of pity in Tang Yuehua. Her lord, the Hall Master, had truly sacrificed so much. However, unbeknownst to Tang Yuehua, Qian Yunxiao had been enjoying a peaceful respite at Yin sect recently, sleeping quite soundly. At this moment, Tang Yuehua found it difficult to feel joy for Qian Yunxiao as elevated cultivation, especially considering her father's plight. It would indeed be inconceivable for her to smile in such circumstances. With a heavy heart, she addressed Qian Yunxiao, Lord Home Master. My father has matters he wishes to discuss with you. Would you accompany me to A Yin sect? Qian Yunxiao's expression was calm as she inquired. This is nature, Yuehua. Has something occurred? Why does your countenance appear so troubled? Have you informed your uncle? Is it possible that scoundrel Tang Hao has been tormenting you? As Qian Yunxiao made her promise, she also inquired about Tang Yuehua's current circumstances. Tang Yuehua felt deeply moved but quickly shook her head, insisting, No, my lord. The situation is as follows. In Tang Yuehua's perspective, Qian Yunxiao seemed to be well informed upon arriving at A Yin sect. Thus, discussing this matter with Qian Yunxiao at this juncture did not seem significant. Tang Yuehua held a profound trust in Qian Yunxiao. Truly, Tang Hao was nothing short of a brute. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao was filled with immense anger. His assessment of Tang Hao resonated deeply with Tang Yuehua. Indeed, Tang Yuehua also felt that Tang Hao was utterly despicable. Not only did he infuriate his father, but he also departed without so much as a glance back, leaving as if he had never cared. It was as if they had wasted 20 years raising him. Yuehua, let us hasten to A Yin sect. I must ascertain the condition of Brother Tang. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao fully expressed the profound bond he shared with Tang Zhen, compelling Tang Yuehua to follow his lead and return to A Yin sect at the swiftest pace. Chapter 64. Tang Zhen requests Qian Yunxiao to care for his wife and children. When Qian Yunxiao arrived at A Yin sect and encountered Tang Zhen, he found Tang Xiao, Bai Bing, and several leaders from subordinate families and factions of A Yin sect present. The strength of A Yin sect was indeed formidable, firmly established as the foremost among the 7 great sects. In addition to Tang Zhen, who held the title of Douluo, A Yin sect boasted 5 members of the Soul Douluo rank and 14 Soul Sage rank individuals. The future promised even greater strength. This was a number of formidable beings that neither the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect nor the Blue Electric Tyrant sect could rival. Nevertheless, no matter how numerous the ants may be, they would always remain mere ants. Qian Yunxiao did not regard these individuals with any concern. The arrival of Qian Yunxiao startled Bai Bing. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Qian Yunxiao, and no one noticed her. Brother Tang, what has happened to you? Seeing Tang Zhen in such a weakened state, Qian Yunxiao's expression was filled with deep concern. Approaching Tang Zhen, she sincerely expressed her care. Tang Zhen replied with a bitter smile, Your Highness, my old ailment has recurred. I fear I cannot hold on for much longer. Qian Yunxiao quickly replied, Brother Tang, please refrain from such disheartening remarks. I am acquainted with numerous esteemed physicians. I shall summon them to attend to your condition. However, Tang Zhen firmly grasped Qian Yunxiao's arm, saying, I am fully aware of my circumstances. Your Highness, there is no need for your concern. I have invited you today with the hope that you might lend your assistance. Qian Yunxiao, as per Tang Zhen's wishes, chose to remain and solemnly stated, Brother Tang, I shall not hesitate to assist wherever I can. Tang Zhen felt considerably reassured by this and replied, I hope, Your Excellency, that you might, out of our modest friendship, look after my 2 or 3 children, particularly my Tian. Initially, Tang Zhen intended to emphasize Tang Hao, yet he reconsidered, recognizing that Tang Hao had already achieved the formidable rank of Soul Sage. Although his temperament may not be entirely mature, he indeed requires little in the way of care. Rather, it is his youngest son, who has just been born, that truly necessitates attention. Qian Yunxiao responded with utmost sincerity, Brother Tang, rest assured. I shall care for Tang Tian as if he were my own son. If you are amenable, I would gladly adopt him as my godson. In the future, when Yuehua tends to my progeny, they shall look after him together. I assure you, I will nurture him to become a title de law. Indeed, Tang Tian is the son of Qian Yunxiao. However, due to special circumstances, Qian Yunxiao finds it impractical to directly change Tang Tian's name. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. Perhaps allowing Tang Tian to bear the Tang surname will facilitate Qian Yunxiao in pursuing certain endeavors in the future. As long as he is of my own blood, that is all that matters. Qian Yunxiao's words were exceedingly beautiful, leaving Tang Zhen in a state of euphoric joy. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Binger, come here. Tang Zhen urgently beckoned his wife. Bai Bing, feeling helpless, carried their child and approached Tang Zhen's bedside, standing beside Qian Yunxiao. Tang Zhen spoke solemnly, Binger, henceforth, His Excellency shall be Tian'er's godfather. I hope you will pay close attention to this matter. Bai Bing found herself at a loss for words. She wished that Qian Yunxiao were merely Tang Tian's godfather. Yet, Deep within her heart, she felt a sense of relief. If Tang Jun were to depart now, it would spare her some heartache. Yes, Zhengguo, I understand. I believe His Excellency will take good care of Tian'er, Bai Bing replied with profound sadness. This much she still believed. After all, a tiger does not consume its own cubs. I am truly sorry, Binger, Tang Jun said with deep remorse. Bai Bing, tears streaming down her face, responded, No, Zhengguo, you have done nothing wrong. It is I who owe you an apology. Tang Jun closed his eyes, sighing. If you encounter someone who stirs your heart in the future, you may pursue them. No one from the A Yin sect shall hold this against you. His words left Qian Yunxiao astounded. He had not anticipated Tang Jun's generosity, or perhaps his devotion. The other members of the A Yin sect were equally taken aback by Tang Jun's declaration. Yet, a few of them gazed at Bai Bing, their breaths quickening. The sect master's wife is so alluring and voluptuous. No, Zhengguo, I shall remain your wife for all my days, Bai Bing whimpered, her heart heavy with guilt. In recent days, Qian Yunxiao had been at the A Yin sect, and Bai Bing had felt a sense of complete submission to him on 2 occasions. His undeniable strength left her utterly captivated. Yet now, with Tang Jun's sincere care for her, she felt profoundly unworthy, burdened by the debt of her love for him. Love triumphed over desire. In such a tender display of affection, Qian Yunxiao, the scoundrel, was utterly cast down. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao could only offer Tang Jun one last promise. Brother Tang, rest assured, I will take good care of sister-in-law and will not allow anyone to harm her or tone her. Indeed, as for other matters, such as nurturing Tang Hao and Tang Xiao to the rank of title Douluo, Qian Yunxiao could not guarantee success, nor could he even aspire to such a feat, however. He could commit his very life to ensuring the safety of Bai Bing and Tang Tian. Upon witnessing Qian Yunxiao's shameless demeanor, Bai Bing felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. He would not permit anyone to bully her and her child. Was he really going to handle everything alone? That scoundrel. Tang Xiao watched as his father entrusted his mother, brother, and even sister to Qian Yunxiao, feeling a mix of discomfort. It seemed his father truly placed great trust in Qian Yunxiao. Perhaps it was time for him to reconsider his view of him. Tang Xiao was not overly concerned. Although Tang Jun had entrusted them to Qian Yunxiao, the power within the A Yin sect remained firmly in the hands of Tang Xiao and several elders. Qian Yunxiao found himself unable to intervene in the affairs of the A Yin sect. At this moment, it must be acknowledged that Tang Jun displayed a remarkable cunning. However, he could never foresee that move, which ultimately led him to a complete defeat. In truth, Qian Yunxiao held little regard for the A Yin sect. Its sole potential benefit lay in the possibility of leveraging his son, Tang Tian, to attain the position of the god of Shura. To be candid, Qian Yunxiao could hardly fathom that Tang Jun, a dignified title Douluo, could meet his demise in such a manner. Initially, Qian Yunxiao believed that the most tragic and ineffectual title Douluo might be Qian Xuanqi. Yet now, it appeared that Tang Jun truly contended for the title of the most inept title Douluo. He was, indeed, infuriated. The original narrative remains unchanged, even now. After Tang Jun's death, the A Yin sect naturally prepared for a funeral service. With its formidable foundation, coupled with Qian Yunxiao, a title Douluo, present, the representatives from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect behaved with decorum, refraining from any disorderly conduct. Chapter 65. A transformed Qian Yunxiao within the A Yin sect. A somber atmosphere lingered in silence for a time. The sole title Douluo of the sect had departed, and for the mid to lower ranks of the sect, this was indeed a source of sorrow. In the days to come, as the various sect representatives came to pay their respects, Qian Yunxiao remained. After all, he was the designated guardian named by Tang Jun, and it was entirely reasonable for him to stay a few extra days. Sister-in-law, you should retire and rest for a while. You have not closed your eyes for so many days, and you must be weary. Qian Yunxiao gazed at Bai Bing, who appeared to be in a state of penitence and atonement, and felt a pang of remorse within his heart. Was his course of action truly justified? Yet, he could not possibly spare A Yin sect, especially that scoundrel Tang Hao. After all, should they prosper, Qian Yunxiao would find himself in peril. Sighing deeply, he contemplated the matter and resolved to propose a single course of action, to atone for the mistakes he had previously committed. He vowed to genuinely care for Bai Bing, who had not slept for several days and was in a truly deplorable state. Qian Yunxiao was genuinely concerned about her well-being. Tang Xiao felt similarly, envious of his father's fortune and having a woman so devoted to him. What more could a husband desire than a wife so loving? His mother's affection for his father must surely grant his father peace even in the depths of the underworld. Indeed, mother, leave this to me and Yuehua. You may rest now, Tang Xiao suggested from the side. Perhaps his words truly resonated with Bai Bing. Like a robot, Bai Bing stood up stiffly and walked out in a daze. After exchanging a brief greeting with Qian Yunxiao, Tang Xiao hurriedly pursued him. Tang Xiao remained silent, believing it was only natural, especially since his father had urged Qian Yunxiao to take good care of his mother. Tang Yuehua exhibited little reaction in her eyes. Qian Yunxiao was a warm-hearted individual adept at providing care. With Qian Yunxiao by her side, she felt assured that her mother could gradually emerge from her sorrow. Although it would not be an instantaneous return to normalcy, any assistance was welcome. Qian Yunxiao departed alongside Bai Bing. In recent days, that little rascal Tang Tian had been nurtured by a caregiver appointed by Haotian sect for his sustenance. Upon returning to her room, Bai Bing did not even bother to close the door. Just as Qian Yunxiao was reflecting on the apparent lack of caution Bai Bing held towards him, she suddenly withdrew a dagger from the drawer and plunged it directly towards her own heart. Without a hint of hesitation, her resolve was unwavering. It was fortunate that Qian Yunxiao had maintained his vigilance towards Bai Bing. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a grave situation. What are you doing? Qian Yunxiao skillfully manipulated the blue-silver grass to secure Bai Bing's right hand. The dagger she clutched was deftly disarmed and flung aside by him. Once assured there were no further complications, Qian Yunxiao expressed his ire towards this foolish woman. Bai Bing, seemingly consumed by a desire for death, pleaded urgently, "You scoundrel. Release me. With Zhen Gagan, what purpose is there in my existence?" Frankly, Qian Yunxiao found it perplexing. Just a few days prior, when Tang Zhen was still present, this woman had reveled alongside him. But now, her demeanor suggested a genuine willingness to sacrifice herself for Tang Zhen, which hardly seemed feigned. Women truly are enigmatic creatures. It is all your fault, you devil. Why must you act thus? You leave me with no dignity to face Xingge, by being spat at Qian Yunxiao. Her words laced with venomous resentment. Qian Yunxiao is indeed facing a moral rebuke. How did this come to be? What does it have to do with me? I have not wronged him. It is your ungrateful child who has committed these misdeeds. Qian Yunxiao completely refuses to acknowledge any of the allegations against him. The death of Tang Zhen is in no way connected to Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao's words left Bai Bing at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, everything was as Qian Yunxiao had articulated. Tang Zhen's demise was certainly not connected to him. If I were in your position, I would focus on two tasks. First, retrieve that rebellious son Tang Hao and compel him to kneel before Tang Zhen's grave in repentance. Second, diligently raise Tang Tian into a virtuous individual. Upon observing Bai Bing regain her composure, Qian Yunxiao began to console the woman. Bai Bing acknowledged the validity of Qian Yunxiao's words, yet could not suppress her sardonic remarks. What is the purpose of nurturing Tang Tian into adulthood? To facilitate his awakening of the martial soul and invite the ridicule of the world upon Brother Zhen? At this moment, Bai Bing's heart was genuinely aflame with anger, unjustly directed towards her son, Tang Tian. Qian Yunxiao promptly assured, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost care, ensuring that no missteps occur. I have come to a profound understanding of my mistakes, and in the future, I shall refrain from undertaking such actions without your explicit permission." Qian Yunxiao's acting is truly remarkable. His performance genuinely left Bai Bing perplexed. Will Qian Yunxiao truly refrain from entangling himself further? If he genuinely follows through on his words, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome for me. Qian Yunxiao can undoubtedly be severed. He is not lacking in female companionship. If he has erred, he should acknowledge his mistakes. Bai Bing did not respond to Qian Yunxiao's words, yet he sensed that her silence stemmed from a sense of embarrassment. Perhaps she had been swayed by his words deep within her heart. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao felt entirely reassured. He left behind a final admonition: do not act foolishly in the future, lest Tang Zhen, Tang Tian, and even the entire Haotian sect be embroiled in changes that you would come to regret due to your childish actions. After this blend of consolation and subtle threat, Qian Yunxiao finally departed from the Haotian sect. He had lingered outside long enough, nearly a month. Tang Yuehua would certainly need to remain in the Haotian sect for at least 100 days. After all, she is the daughter of Tang Zhen. In the absence of Tang Hao, her presence at the Haotian sect posed no issue. Moreover, with the presence of the Tianqing Yoban, Qian Yunxiao felt reassured. As he truly left, Bai Bing felt a mix of relief and simmering anger within her heart. Qian Yunxiao's transformation? Bai Bing would not naively believe that Qian Yunxiao's background could alter anything. And by Bing's perspective, Qian Yunxiao's departure might simply stem from a loss of interest, a mere weariness. This undoubtedly left by Bing feeling discontent. However, she chose not to dwell on it, instead dedicating herself to accompanying Tang Zhen for 100 days. As for Tang Hao, that beast with a human facade and a heart of a monster, he is yet to return to Hao Yin sect to pay respects to his father. Perhaps he has truly fled swiftly, making his way to the Star Luo Empire, thus leaving no news behind. Regardless, Tang Hao's deeds have already been disseminated among other sections. Not only has he enraged his father, but he has also neglected to offer even a ceremonial burn of paper for him, earning the title of the most unfilial son in the Douluo Continent. He is destined to be remembered with infamy for eternity. Qian Yunxiao remains unfazed by such matters. In the absence of Tang San, Tang Hao is merely an unadulterated waste. Chapter 66. A Yin, ever prepared. The news of the passing of the titled Douluo Tang Zhen has indeed reached A Yin, who resides near the ice and fire Yin Yang well. Thus, she comprehends Qian Yunxiao's late return with great understanding. This reflects the remarkable training imparted by Qian Yunxiao. A Yin has become exceedingly considerate. With her imperial lineage, she has been subtly guided by Qian Yunxiao and has now developed a demeanor befitting a matriarch. What transpired with the titled Douluo Tang Zhen, who departed this world so prematurely? In recent days, while shopping in the Heaven Do Imperial City, A Yin has overheard discussions among the townsfolk regarding this matter. This piqued her curiosity, prompting her to inquire about the true circumstances surrounding it. The life signs of a human titled Douluo are, in fact, quite tenuous when compared to the ancient soul beast of 100,000 years. However, under normal circumstances, it should not be so easy for one to meet their demise. Qian Yunxiao did not conceal anything and directly answered A Yin. That old fellow was indeed unfortunate, having given birth to a wretched son who disobeys and ultimately caused his demise out of anger. His heart had already suffered damage due to the extreme cultivation method left by Tang Chen. One surge of rage led to its complete failure. As of now, that wretched Tang Hao is yet to return to Hao Yin sect. The primary cause of Tang Zhen's heart injury is indeed the cultivation technique inherited from Tang Chen. Such a method, which pushes the human body to its limits, is not something everyone can master. If successful, one can indeed reach level 99. However, failure results in lasting afflictions. Tang Zhen is one such unfortunate failure. A Yin is also familiar with Tang Hao, after all. He caused a ruckus on the day of her joyous celebration with Qian Yunxiao. This left A Yin with an exceedingly poor impression of Tang Hao. Now, upon learning that Tang Hao had indeed caused his father's death through sheer provocation, her disdain has only intensified. He is truly a beast with a human facade. In normal circumstances, A Yin would refrain from using foul language, yet at this moment, she could not help but express her contempt for the vile Tang Hao. This illustrates the extent of A Yin's aversion to him. Qian Yunxiao paid no mind to the trivialities and directly lifted A Yin into his arms. At the Eye of Ice and Fire, Qian Yunxiao required A Yin's embrace each night to find tranquility and slumber. The fragrance emanating from A Yin was one of the reasons behind Qian Yunxiao's restful sleep. While there were substitutes for A Yin at Hao Yin sect, they could never compare to the psychological gratification that A Yin provided. Despite having indulged in such pleasures a few times, Qian Yunxiao's initial excitement gradually waned. He acknowledged his somewhat disreputable nature, yet felt helpless. With the abundance of beauties in the Douluo Continent, should he neglect even one? It would take a month for him to encounter another. A Yin had long since adapted to Qian Yunxiao's mischievous antics during the day, and she playfully draped her arms around his neck, inquiring, "My lord, what would you do if our future child were to turn out as unruly as Tang Hao?" It was natural for women to ponder such matters, and A Yin's concern stemmed from the tales of Tang Hao's exploits. She worried about how to handle a similarly defiant child. Qian Yunxiao replied with a smile, "Rest assured, we will educate the children well from a young age, and such things will not occur. A figure like Tang Hao, extraordinary and remarkable, is not nurtured by ordinary individuals. While the common person is inherently good at birth, Tang Hao is born with a nature inclined towards malevolence." A Yin felt delighted by Qian Yunxiao's response, yet she became earnest and replied softly, "They were merely speaking hypothetically." Observing A Yin's demeanor, Qian Yunxiao paused, contemplating for a moment before saying, "If such an issue were to arise, then I would have no choice but to create another account." A Yin, puzzled, inquired, "Another account? What is that?" Qian Yunxiao's smile was particularly wicked as he stated, "Naturally, I want my beloved A Yin to continue giving birth, producing a well-behaved child." Upon hearing this, A Yin's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "How can you say such things, esteemed lord of the palace? What about your other name? She found it hard to fathom how Qian Yunxiao had conjured such phrases. Nevertheless, his description was indeed quite apartment. A Yin was quite clever, beginning to draw inferences from his words. Qian Yunxiao smiled and said, "Let it go for a period of transformation. If it is successfully transformed, we shall welcome it back. But if not, we shall regard it as if it never existed." This response left A Yin momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Yunxiao tentatively inquired, "What troubles you, my dear? Are you dissatisfied with my approach?" A Yin shook her head. "No, I have always adhered to your wishes, my lord." Yet, scarcely had A Yin uttered these words when Qian Yunxiao had already placed her upon the stone table in the flower bed, his hand grasping the belt of her long skirt. A Yin had always donned dresses, making it exceedingly convenient for Qian Yunxiao to fulfill his desires effortlessly. A Yin appeared somewhat flustered. "My lord, what are you doing? This is not permissible." Qian Yunxiao, however, remained indifferent. "Yin, do you have any idea how much I have missed you these past 2 weeks? My longing for you has driven me nearly to madness. Do not worry, all is well. In this entire realm of ice and fire, there are but a few of us. Douluo himself would not dare to venture into this vicinity, especially with his son still confined to his bed. The others here are all my own people." After Qian Yunxiao expressed his longing for her, the soft-hearted A Yin was once again deceived. Indeed, there seemed to be no one around. Moreover, having spent so many days apart from Qian Yunxiao, A Yin found herself yearning for him. Reflecting on their 3 years of marriage, she realized that the so-called 3-year itch mentioned in books did not apply to them. Her husband cherished her deeply, and they were destined to be together for eternity. My apologies. In the midst of their passionate struggle, Du Yan, the daughter-in-law of the formidable Douluo, came to seek A Yin, resulting in an unexpected encounter that caused her to hastily depart. Her visit was likely permitted by Qian Yunxiao, serving merely as a minor interlude. Qian Yunxiao paid no heed to Du Yan's arrival, and neither did A Yin, who was now completely under Qian Yunxiao's influence. The timeline for her return to normalcy was entirely contingent upon his whims. After the couple's separation, it was only natural for them to indulge in fond memories of one another. In the ensuing days, Qian Yunxiao remained at the Eye of Ice and Fire, cherishing the company of his wife and daughter, living a life of extraordinary bliss. This continued until 4 months after Qian Yunxiao's return from Houtinan sect. Tang Yuehua had also been back for 10 days. Shui Yulan sought out Qian Yunxiao to discuss a matter. "My lord, could you accompany me back to Tianshui City? It has been some time since I left home, and I wish to return and assess the situation, as well as inform my mother about our life here." Chapter 67. The Lonely Du Gaian and Her Daughter. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao nodded and remarked, "Yulan, I have been rather preoccupied lately, and, in my distraction, I completely overlooked this matter. It is indeed my oversight. It is high time I return home to inform my esteemed mother-in-law. Or perhaps I should arrange for her to join us here, where she may enjoy a life of comfort. This place offers significant benefits for your cultivation as well." Qian Yunxiao openly acknowledged his oversight, which greatly delighted Shui Yulan. Such a generous man is hard to come by. She too must learn to be as magnanimous as Qian Yunxiao. Shui Yulan promptly replied, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter. We can go anytime." Qian Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Let us depart 3 days hence. During this time, converse with A Yin and the others regarding this matter. And do take the opportunity to bring back some local specialties for your esteemed mother-in-law and your relatives in the heavenly Dou Imperial City. One cannot return empty-handed, after all." Shui Yulan wholeheartedly agreed with Qian Yunxiao's arrangement. Thus, she proceeded to follow his plan and began to prepare by purchasing some supplies. Qian Yunxiao felt it necessary to explain to A Yin. A Yin wholeheartedly agreed and proactively remarked, "Sister Yulan has been accompanying you for such a long time. It is indeed time for her to return home and pay a visit. You may stay there for a few more days." Qian Yunxiao merely smiled. Her family was indeed exceedingly harmonious. After managing matters here, Qian Yunxiao intended to inform Douluo. She had just arrived at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, where Douluo resided. Qian Yunxiao beheld Du Yan as she tenderly fed Du Yan. The overwhelming display of maternal affection momentarily left Qian Yunxiao in a state of astonishment. "Oh, when did you arrive, my lord?" Du Yan, not realizing that Qian Yunxiao stood beside her, continued to nurse Du Yan until the child had succumbed to slumber. This revelation filled Du Yan with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, prompting her to turn away from Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao is a straightforward individual, one who does not indulge in deceit, replying honestly, "About 5 minutes, I suppose." This response sent Du Yin into a whirlwind of disbelief. However, considering that she had also inadvertently stumbled upon Qian Yunxiao's moment of glory, perhaps they were even in their misadventures. Yet, the image of a Yin's expression of blissful ecstasy lingered in Du Yan's mind. Could there truly be a sensation akin to soaring into the clouds? Why had she never experienced such a feeling? My lord, what brings you here? The two families of the duality of ice and fire rarely ventured to seek her company, with Qian Yunxiao's visits being exceedingly rare. Today felt as though the sun had risen from the west. Qian Yunxiao explained, I came to seek Douluo. Is he not here? Du Yin shook her head and replied, the master has gone out in search of a medicinal herb, one that is essential for my husband's recovery. He is not at home. With Douluo's absence, Qian Yunxiao found little reason to remain. As he prepared to depart, he noticed Du Yin, accompanied by her daughter. And a wave of compassion washed over him. Is your husband still confined to his bed? He inquired, prompting a sorrowful expression to cloud Du Yan's face. She nodded, her heart heavy with profound sadness. How she longed for a love as sweet and tender as that of Qian Yunxiao and A Yin. Alas, fate had other plans. Observing her plight, Qian Yunxiao gently placed a hand on Du Yan's shoulder and reassured her, everything will improve. Yet, it seemed that Douluo Qian would likely spend his life bedridden, a cruel twist of fate. However, did this not imply a certain finality to the bond between Douluo Qian and Du Yin? A sigh escaped him. Was this not an even grimmer reality? Du Yin had been married to Douluo Qian for only a few years, and it felt akin to living in widowhood. Indeed, Du Yin replied softly. Qian Yunxiao gently cradled Douluo Yin in her arms. Observing the little girl, a radiant smile adorned Qian Yunxiao's face. Du Yin mistakenly believed that Qian Yunxiao had a fondness for children. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Yunxiao was actually contemplating the swift growth of Douluo Yin, wishing for her to blossom into a young lady. After a brief companionship of 2 hours with the lonely mother and daughter, Qian Yunxiao took his leave. He also needed to pay a visit to the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. These two individuals were inseparable within the confines of the Eye of Ice and Fire, displaying an undeniable bond. Ice Emperor, let us venture out together in a couple of days. The purpose of Qian Yunxiao's arrival is precisely this. He has not been in contact with the Ice Emperor for several months. Seizing the opportunity of this visit to Tianshui City, he intends to re-establish their emotional connection. He cannot allow the Ice Emperor to live too comfortably. I have no time. At present, the Ice Emperor is preoccupied with the Snow Emperor, treating him as her husband. Qian Yunxiao? He has long been forgotten by the Ice Emperor. In the face of the Ice Emperor's resistance, Qian Yunxiao let out a cold snort, deepening his tone. Are you certain? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? This little scorpion, if left unchecked for a few days, will wreak havoc. You no longer recognize your own master? At this moment, the Ice Emperor became considerably more aware, realizing that his very lifeline was firmly grasped by Qian Yunxiao. If he were to rebel, he could be subdued by Qian Yunxiao at any moment. Little Bing, you should accompany him. The Snow Empress had been thoroughly vexed by the Ice Emperor's relentless entanglements. However, having utilized the Dragon King's divine bone bestowed by the Ice Emperor to absorb its divinity, she felt indebted to him. Therefore, the Snow Empress could only endure. Now that Qian Yunxiao intended to take the Ice Emperor away, the Snow Empress wholeheartedly supported this decision. At last, she could enjoy a few months of tranquility. With the Snow Empress expressing her sentiments, the Ice Emperor had no choice but to obediently emerge from the icy spring and follow Qian Yunxiao out. Meanwhile, Shui Yulan was nearly prepared as well. On this journey to Tianshui City, Qian Yunxiao was accompanied by a mere trio, himself, Shui Yulan, and her son Qian Wuhuang. Additionally, there was a little girl named Xiaowu who insisted on joining Qian Yunxiao, claiming she wished to accompany her father and broaden her horizons. Being merely a small child, Qian Yunxiao acquiesced to her request. Xiaowu's mother, Qing Wu, did not accompany them, as she needed to care for a pair of twins who required her nurturing. If Qing Wu were to go, then Qian Yunxiao's daughters, Jiao Jiao and Mei Mei, would also have to join, which would complicate matters considerably. Hence, it sufficed for Qian Yunxiao to take the now-grown Xiaowu along. After bidding farewell to his two cherished companions left at home, Qian Yunxiao set forth on the path to Tianshui City. Xiaowu, naturally, perched atop Qian Yunxiao's head, her legs tightly clasping around his neck. Why are you holding on so tightly, little one? Are you afraid of falling? Qian Yunxiao remarked, amused. In response, Xiaowu playfully twisted Qian Yunxiao's ears, giving a haughty humph as her retort. Chapter 68. The nervous welcome of the mother-in-law throughout the journey. the family of 4 shared laughter and conversation. While the Ice Emperor trudged along alone, her brow furrowed in discontent. As she bore the weight of Qian Yunxiao, she inwardly cursed him, deeming him a rogue. Why must she, of all soul beasts, be tasked with this labor when others could easily fulfill it? No one enjoys being roused from a pleasant dream. And the Ice Emperor was no exception, especially since this dream had been in her mind for countless millennia. Now, after finally witnessing it come to fruition, she found it abruptly interrupted by Qian Yunxiao, which certainly did not elevate her spirits. Returning to Tianshui City, a place steeped in familiarity, the memory of encountering A Yin remained vivid for Qian Yunxiao. Yet, this was not a moment for nostalgia, as pressing matters awaited their attention. At the gates of Tianshui Academy, Qian Yunxiao's mother-in-law, Shui Mingxiu, had been waiting for quite some time. Although she was already aware of her daughter and son-in-law's return and had mentally prepared herself, the moment she laid eyes on Qian Yunxiao, a shiver coursed through her body, and her pupils constricted. She was reminded of the scene in her office where Qian Yunxiao had torn apart her flesh, forcing her to crouch beneath her desk in submission. Some experiences in this world are indelibly etched in one's memory, impossible to forget. Noticing that her daughter, Shui Yulan, had shifted her gaze towards her, Shui Mingxiu quickly concealed her unusual emotions, burying them deep within, fearful that her daughter might perceive something amiss. "Mother, I'm back." Upon seeing that familiar figure, Shui Yulan's face brightened with a smile. Holding her son, Qian Wang, she immediately greeted her mother. "Little son-in-law, I pay my respects to my mother-in-law." With little Wu perched on his neck, Qian Yunxiao smiled as he surveyed Shui Mingxiu from head to toe. "You must be weary from your long journey. Please, come inside." However, as she faced both Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan, Shui Mingxiu, who was typically composed, inexplicably found herself flustered, her face betraying a hint of anxiety as she responded in a hurried manner. Noticing her mother's unusual demeanor, Shui Yulan's eyes flickered with suspicion and confusion. "Wu Wang, greet your grandmother." Approaching Shui Mingxiu, Shui Yulan shifted her focus to her precious son, speaking with a smile. In her childhood, Qian Wang was indeed raised by Shui Mingxiu. Yet at that time, Qian Wang did not call out to anyone. "Grandma," she uttered indistinctly, and Qian Wang mimicked her with an endearing semblance. "Good child," Shui Mingxiu responded, a gentle smile gracing her face as she gazed at the porcelain doll before her. A tender affection illuminated her beautiful eyes, mingled with a hint of imperceptible bitterness. Was she truly Qian Wang's grandmother? "Little Dance, you should also call me grandmother." With Little Dance in her arms, she approached Shui Mingxiu. Qian Yunxiao suddenly addressed the little creature around her neck. "Who is this?" Upon seeing the young girl before her, Shui Mingxiu's expression abruptly shifted. She seemed to sense something amiss. "Ah, this is my goddaughter, Xiao Wu." In response to the inquiry, Qian Yunxiao candidly revealed the truth. "Goddaughter?" Upon receiving this answer, Shui Mingxiu's brows furrowed in contemplation, her instincts alerting her to a dissonance in the situation. A woman's intuition is often astoundingly accurate, particularly for a formidable woman like Shui Mingxiu, whose perceptive abilities are particularly keen. "Hello, Grandma." Noticing the other's unwavering gaze upon her, Xiao Wu promptly greeted her with an air of confidence. "Hello, little one." After a brief exchange of pleasantries and a nod, Shui Mingxiu led her family into the academy. As for the Ice Emperor, she had long since found a secluded spot to sulk, simultaneously cursing Qian Yunxiao for pulling her away from her tranquil haven. However, what the Ice Emperor did not realize was that Qian Yunxiao had merely extracted her from that comfort. In the future, Qian Yunxiao would even go so far as to claim her serene refuge, compelling her to kneel by the window, weeping and pleading for Qian Yunxiao to show the Snow Emperor a bit more tenderness, as it seemed he was in anguish. "Mother, this is a gift from Yunxiao to you. It will aid you in accelerating your strength enhancement, striving for an early breakthrough to become a soul Douluo." Shui Yulan walked alongside Shui Mingxiu, simultaneously retrieving several thousand-year-old ice ginseng and chunks of millennium cold marrow from her storage soul tool, which she presented to Shui Mingxiu. These items were acquired before their arrival in Tianshui City. Qian Yunxiao has brought forth a trinket from the Ice and Snow Emperors. For the Ice and Snow Emperors, this object may hold little significance. However, for the Ice-affiliated soul masters of the human race, it is a treasure of unparalleled worth, comparable to a soul bone. Feeling the terrifying energy contained within the 10,000-year ice ginseng and the 10,000-year cold ice marrow, Shui Mingxiu concluded that should she absorb it, her soul power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, bringing her closer to the level of a soul Douluo. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly stowed it away and expressed her gratitude, saying, Yunxiao, your kindness is truly appreciated. Shui Mingzhu had endured humiliation and hardship solely to seek a higher realm. Now, with an opportunity to elevate herself without any cost, how could she let it slip away? Swallowing hard, her gaze towards Qian Yunxiao was imbued with gratitude, and she added, Thank you, Yunxiao. In response, he simply uttered a casual acknowledgement, It is of no consequence. Qian Yunxiao, for reasons unknown, felt that a verbal expression of gratitude was quite commendable. As one topic concluded, another emerged. Initially, Shui Yulan, with a hint of skepticism, voiced her confusion. Mother, have you been feeling unwell lately? Why do I sense that your complexion seems rather poor? Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu instantly grasped the underlying cause of her mother's pallor. Was it not due to the misdeeds of that scoundrel, Qian Yunxiao? Naturally, Shui Mingzhu could not respond in such a manner. After a moment's contemplation, she devised a more suitable reply, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she said, You may be unaware, but your sister, Lan Yu, is about to give birth. Yeah? About to give birth? An expression of astonishment washed over Shui Yulan's face, clearly indicating her lack of preparedness for such news. Without hesitation, Shui Mingzhu nodded and continued, It should be within the next couple of days. This is Ye's first child. And perhaps my worry has caused my complexion to suffer. Raising an eyebrow, Shui Yulan displayed a look of displeasure and responded, laced with a hint of reproach towards Shui Mingzhu, Mother, why did you not inform me of such matters in advance? I haven't prepared any gifts. As one of her few relatives, I must be there for her during this time. In response, Shui Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, burdened with unspoken grievances. Qian Yunxiao, this fellow, believes that Shui Mingzhu has a deeper understanding than Shui Yulan. If Qian Yunxiao were to discover this, it would surely cause a stir. However, to conceal her own matters and avoid exposure, Shui Mingzhu could only divert attention by mentioning Shui Lanwei. Chapter 69. Shui Mingzhu wears black stockings. Just as Shui Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, Qian Yunxiao promptly intervened with a timely remark. Yulan, let us not blame our mother for this matter. I believe she has her own reasons. Moreover, Huangwang is still young and in need of your care. Our mother might have considered this and chose not to inform you, hoping you would spend more time with Huangwang. Qian Yunxiao's words carried a semblance of truth. And after a moment of confusion, Shui Mingzhu nodded in agreement with her son-in-law's sentiments. Indeed, Wu Huang is still young. You must invest more energy, thought, and time into caring for him. With Lan Yu here, you need not worry. Not telling you is for your own good. Would a mother harm you? Naturally not. Once Shui Mingzhu uttered these words, Shui Yulan found it difficult to add anything further. It was indeed logical. She now had her own family and must prioritize her small household. The close cooperation between Qian Yunxiao and Shui Mingzhu alleviated much of Shui Yulan's doubts and confusion. With a hint of embarrassment gracing her countenance, Shui Yulan turned her gaze towards Qian Yunxiao and spoke again. Mother, I shall go check on Lan Yu's condition. Yunxiao, could you please look after our mother for a while? Qian Yunxiao nodded in response and picked up the little dancer hanging around his neck. No worries. Leave it to me. You take Xiao Wu and Wu Huang with you. Having Xiao Wu, the little light bulb, stay behind seemed cumbersome. I understand. Shui Yulan replied without hesitation, taking Xiao Wu in her arms. With one hand holding each little one, she prepared to depart and see her cousin. Daddy, I want to follow you. Xiao Wu protested, struggling in Shui Yulan's embrace. Pouting, her gaze remained fixated on the increasingly distant Qian Yunxiao, clearly reluctant to leave his side. Regrettably, Shui Yulan adhered firmly to Qian Yunxiao's instructions, and regardless of Xiao Wu's resistance, she took her away. Xiao Wu, your mother entrusted you to my care. So you must behave. There are many children at the academy, and you will enjoy playing with them. As they left, it was evident that the responsibility for the child had been assigned to Shui Yulan rather than Qian Yunxiao, who was decidedly less reliable. With her daughter and the little Wu Huang having departed, only Shui Mingzhu and Qian Yunxiao remained in the vicinity. For reasons unknown, a chill crept down Shui Mingzhu's spine, causing her body to involuntarily shudder. A sense of trepidation intertwined with a flicker of anticipation for what might transpire next. Qian Yunxiao was the first to break the silence, saying, Dear mother-in-law, there is a saying that goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Now that they have all departed, why not allow me to explore the Tian Shui Academy with you? Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu's face twitched uncontrollably, feeling that Qian Yunxiao was truly shameless. After all, how many times had he visited Tian Shui Academy? He was not only familiar with the surroundings but also well acquainted with its nuances. Did he truly need Shui Mingzhu to guide him? Moreover, was Qian Yunxiao genuinely interested in a casual stroll? Shui Mingzhu could hardly bear to expose his ulterior motives. Very well, I shall show you around, she said through gritted teeth, feeling somewhat irritated but unable to refuse. After all, she had also received favors from Qian Yunxiao, and fulfilling this small request seemed quite reasonable. As one of the 5 major elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, Tian Shui Academy exclusively admitted female students. Hence the campus was filled solely with women, both teachers and students alike. With summer in full swing, it was the season for shorts and skirts, and everywhere one looked, there were countless spare legs. Shui Mingzhu thought to herself, this scoundrel merely seeks a legitimate excuse to gaze at legs. And indeed, Qian Yunxiao was quite captivated by the sight of them. Could he not restrain his wandering eyes? Did he not fear that Lan Lan might catch him? Noticing that his gaze was incessantly roaming about, Shui Mingzhu felt inexplicably displeased and snapped, all right, I shall refrain from looking around. I will only gaze upon you, dear mother-in-law. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, Qian Yunxiao inquired tentatively, his eyes unabashedly surveying Shui Mingzhu's graceful figure. At this remark, Shui Mingzhu's cheeks flushed crimson. Like a bashful young girl, she glanced around to ensure that no other students or teachers had overheard them. And only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Her tone was laced with a clear hint of anger as she turned her head away, responding, You truly are infuriating. Good people have short lives, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. Pray tell, dear mother-in-law, do you consider me a good person or a villain? Qian Yunxiao retorted mischievously. Before long, they had traversed the entirety of Tian Shui Academy. Taking a deep breath, Shui Mingzhu felt fortunate that nothing untoward had transpired during their excursion. Respected second prince, we have completed the tour. Do you require my assistance in returning to your hotel? Shui Mingzhu ventured to ask. Qian Yunxiao stood still, donning a serious and solemn expression as he replied, A hotel? I have grown weary of it. The ice and snow crystal palace holds no allure for me in the absence of A Yin. Ah? This response took Shui Mingzhu by surprise. Caught off guard, she instinctively interjected with confusion, Dear mother-in-law, isn't there a room in your office? I recall that having a hotel is such a waste of money. We ought to practice frugality, shouldn't we? How about this? Since the guest room in the office is unoccupied, why not allow Lan Lan and me to stay there? I wonder what you think, dear mother-in-law. Shui Mingzhu, with great difficulty, forced a smile, her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, Yunxiao, you jest. What is your status as the second prince? Staying at a hotel hardly costs a fortune. The Spirit Hall is affluent and surely does not lack for such expenses. If funds are indeed insufficient, I would gladly lend you my support. It was all a jest, but the thought of Qian Yunxiao residing there made Shui Mingzhu uneasy, leaving her unable to close her eyes at night. The events that transpired in the office lingered vividly in her memory, and sometimes she would even dream of them at night. Since that day, Shui Mingzhu had refrained from wearing white stockings, opting instead for black, fearful of attracting the attention of that scoundrel Qian Yunxiao. Little did she know, her actions played right into Qian Yunxiao's hands. Unexpectedly, that scoundrel Qian Yunxiao. How dare he tease me at such a time? It truly echoes the adage, a tree without bark is bound to perish, and a person without shame is invincible. Chapter 70, Breakfast and Soy Milk. Fortunately, that rascal Qian Yunxiao did not end up residing in the dean's office, which brought a sigh of relief to Shui Mingzhu. Indeed, her intuition was correct. Donning black stockings did not awaken the beastly instincts within Qian Yunxiao. Henceforth, she, Shui Mingzhu, would wear black stockings every single day. The azure sky, as vast as the sea, was devoid of clouds, and as time passed, it gradually dimmed. The jade disk of the moon hung high, adorned with twinkling stars, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Qian Yunxiao is perched atop the crystalline palace of ice and snow, surveying the entirety of Tianshui City and the vast expanse of the inky black continent below. With a slight arch of her brow and a piercing gaze, Qian Yunxiao seemed to sense something amiss. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, he vanished without a trace, as if he had been instantaneously transported. In the next moment, a figure brushed past him, colliding directly with the window, failing to seize the opportunity to ambush him. What do you intend to do? Qian Yunxiao inquired, pinning the would-be assailant firmly against the expansive glass, a wild grin adorning his face. What can I do? It hurts terribly. I was wrong. Let me go. The identity of the speaker was unmistakable. It was Shui Yulan. With a face marked by grievance and dissatisfaction, She was far too preoccupied to appreciate the breathtaking scenery. Shui Yulan implored him repeatedly, desperately wishing for Qian Yunxiao to release her. Standing before the towering window, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. Surging from her heart to the crown of her head. Was her fear of heights the cause? The sheer drop of over 60 meters to the ground rendered such apprehension entirely reasonable. However, Shui Yulan understood that her ominous premonition stemmed from something beyond her acrophobia. Is this how you converse with me now? Your audacity has grown, Qian Yunxiao remarked, his satisfaction with Shui Yulan's apology overshadowed by dissatisfaction with her tone. His brows furrowing in displeasure. My lord, I was mistaken, Shui Yulan, who was more susceptible to gentle persuasion than harsh reprimand, immediately adopted a pitiful tone to reiterate her apology. Too late. Prepare for punishment. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qian Yunxiao suddenly awakened, exclaiming, Where are my two offspring? Where are Qian Wuhuang and Xiao Wu? Last night, Shui Yulan returned home alone, and it was precisely because the two children were absent that they enjoyed a night of play. Now that their revelry has concluded, why have the children not yet returned? In a tentative voice, Qian Yunxiao inquired, Where are they? They are at our mother's place, came the drowsy response from Shui Yulan, who nearly jolted awake upon hearing that familiar tone. The memories of yesterday lingered vividly in her mind, akin to a haunting nightmare. After she had answered, her voice trembling, she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and resumed her slumber, seeking to restore her health. I shall go check on the children, thought Qian Yunxiao, now fully awake and unable to rest. It would be better to see how the two lively treasures fared during their escapades the previous night. At the Tianshui Academy, in the courtyard office, the unmistakable presence of black stockings was evident. Sitting on a fur chair with legs crossed, Shui Mingzhu was thoroughly engrossed in play with the two children. Good morning, dear mother-in-law, she greeted cheerfully. Qian Yunxiao entered uninvited, without so much as a greeting, pushing the door open with ease, breakfast in hand. What brings you here? Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao, Shui Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. The simplicity of his greeting sent a shiver through her, inexplicably instilling a sense of fear in her heart. However, bolstered by the black stockings adorning her legs, Shui Mingzhu summoned her courage, adopting a solemn and aloof demeanor as she fixed her gaze upon Qian Yunxiao, noticing the elegant black stockings encasing his long, graceful legs. As Qian Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, a gleam of surprise flickered across his expression. However, he quickly averted his gaze after merely a fleeting glance. Indeed, it was no more than a single glance. Ahem. Noticing that the other person's gaze remained fixated on her legs without so much as a shift, Shui Mingzhu's brows knitted together, and her fair complexion flushed with embarrassment. She hastily cleared her throat to remind him to be mindful of the occasion. Wasn't this fellow supposed to prefer white? Today, I am dressed in black. Why does he continue to stare at me? Shui Mingzhu pondered in confusion. Father, did you come specifically to bring me breakfast? Upon seeing the warm soybean milk and fried dough sticks in Qian Yunxiao's hands, Xiao Wu eagerly wriggled out of Shui Mingzhu's embrace and swiftly approached Qian Yunxiao, gazing up at him with anticipation. Indeed, father has come expressly to deliver breakfast to you. Are you hungry, Xiao Wu? As he responded, Qian Yunxiao squatted down and placed a warm carrot-filled bun into Xiao Wu's hands. I'm hungry, Xiao Wu declared as she accepted the carrot bun, nodding vigorously in agreement. Before Qian Yunxiao could utter a word, Xiao Wu's voice once again resonated. Father, has Lanlin's mother had breakfast? She has eaten, so do not worry. Our Xiao Wu is truly filial. Qian Yunxiao pondered to herself, having dined sufficiently the previous night. What could this child possibly be concerned about? Dear mother-in-law, would you care for a bite? Qian Yunxiao spoke with great respect, his gaze appraising the black stockings adorning Shui Mingzhu's legs. Indeed, those legs were exceptional. No need. Thank you, Shui Mingzhu replied, pursing her lips with an expression of indifference. As if recalling something, she suddenly brought up a topic. By the way, Qian Yunxiao, I must inform you that in the next couple of days, Lanlin's cousin, Ye, will be giving birth. During this time, Lanlan will be by Ye's side and likely won't have time to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he responded, So soon? Since I have no pressing matters, why not join Lanlan and go see her? After all, she is Lanlin's cousin, which makes her my cousin too. You? Perhaps you should reconsider. Shui Mingzhu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, her face radiating disdain. This woman needed to be put in her place. As the second prince of the Wuhuan Palace, it was the first time Qian Yunxiao had encountered such condescension from a woman. He secretly resolved to take action. Narrowing his eyes, he immediately employed a secret technique to transmit a message to Shui Mingzhu. The stockings on your mother-in-law's feet appear to be of good quality. What do you intend to do? Upon receiving Qian Yunxiao's message, Shui Mingzhu found herself unable to remain composed. She couldn't help but wonder if she had been excessively arrogant just now. I wonder if your mother-in-law requires assistance from her son-in-law to inspect the quality of those stockings? Qian Yunxiao smiled and inquired softly. At this moment, Shui Mingzhu suddenly recalled certain events, swallowing hard as a clear look of fear emerged on her face. What should she do? Should she just obediently have another breakfast of soy milk? Chapter 71. Shui Youlan's cousin. Xiao Wu was indeed present, but what could a mere child understand? Nothing at all. So why should she be concerned? Just as Shui Mingzhu was filled with anxiety at that critical moment, there came a series of knocks on the door of the dean's office, accompanied by a familiar voice. Mom, are you inside? This simple phrase instantly made Shui Mingzhu feel as if she had been reborn. With a sudden glimmer of hope, she hurriedly responded, fearing she might be too late. Yes. After replying, without a moment's hesitation, Shui Mingzhu rushed to open the door, pulling in her precious daughter, Shui Yulan, who was her savior. Regrettably, upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao let out a sigh, conveying his disappointment to Shui Mingzhu through a mental message. Henceforth, she could no longer wear black stockings, with brows tightly knit. The feeling of narrowly escaping was truly indescribable. At this moment, Shui Mingzhu could think of only one thing. With a limp, Shui Yulan, supported by Shui Mingzhu, slowly made her way into the office. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's face displayed a look of concern, and she couldn't help but ask, Mom, are you hurt? Recalling the events of the previous night, Shui Yulan donned an awkward smile and provided an excuse, saying, I twisted my foot accidentally when leaving today. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. Receiving this response, Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. Still young and naive, she didn't ponder deeply, simply continuing to munch on the carrot-filled buns in her hands. Shui Youlan's gaze towards Qian Yunxiao was filled with resentment. Why was she injured? That was a question for her father. Under Shui Youlan's glare, Qian Yunxiao, pursing his lips, awkwardly turned his head away. To tell the truth, he had been a bit too vigorous the night before. Could a Soul King-level powerhouse twist their ankle to such an extent? Such a flimsy excuse might fool a child, but not much more. Shui Mingzhu remained silent, maintaining an expression of ignorance. However, fully aware of the events leading up to this moment, she chose to remain quiet, thinking to herself that Qian Yunxiao was truly a beast of desire. The reason Shui Mingzhu refrained from speaking was simple. She did not want to lead her child astray or put her daughter in a difficult position. Suddenly, another knock echoed through the room, and soon after, a melodious and crisp voice rang out. Dean, it's me, Shui Xianer. Upon hearing this familiar name and tone, Shui Mingzhu straightened her appearance and responded, Come in. The door creaked open, and in the next moment, a woman dressed in a form-fitting dress, with an alluring figure and delicate features, entered. She appeared both pure and charming, captivating Qian Yunxiao's attention. Shui Xianer, 21 years old, ranked 39 as a soul master, full of charm yet somewhat deceptive. Upon absorbing this information, Qian Yunxiao's eyes brightened with delight. A near 4-star? Previously, he had scoured the Tianshui Academy, but most students were merely 1 or 2 stars. And even those with 3 stars were exceedingly rare. To his surprise, apart from Shui Yulan, there was another near 4-star. He thought to himself, after much searching, this treasure appeared effortlessly. It was a pressing matter for the great family, and Qian Yunxiao was willing to take the lead, undeterred by any dangers that lay ahead. Good morning, Dean. Good morning, Director. Upon seeing Shui Mingzhu and Shui Yulan, Shui Xianer respectfully greeted them, recognizing them as her superiors. Upon noticing Qian Yunxiao, Shui Xianer was briefly taken aback. She had just recently transferred from the Shui family to Tianshui Academy and had yet to meet him. At this moment, her naturally timid and introverted personality left her unsure how to address him. Xianer, this is the second prince of the Spirit Hall, Shui Mingzhu quickly interjected, fearing that Shui Xianer might attract Qian Yunxiao's attention. After all, this rogue didn't even regard her. What chance did a girl with only a slight blood relation to Shui Yuan have? If she caught his eye, it would be troublesome. Upon learning of Qian Yunxiao's identity, Shui Xianer's eyes widened with shock and astonishment. Quickly regaining her composure, she stammered, Xianer has met the second prince. No harm done, Qian Yunxiao replied amiably, exhibiting none of the airs associated with his noble title. Xianer, what brings you here? To prevent Shui Xianer from falling into a predicament, Shui Mingzhu hurriedly inquired about her purpose, wishing for her to leave this tumultuous place swiftly. In response to Shui Mingzhu's inquiry, Shui Xiano promptly answered, not daring to delay. Dean, according to today's schedule, you need to visit the Shui family shortly. As Shui Mingzhu's personal secretary, Shui Xiano was responsible for organizing her daily life and itinerary. Upon receiving this information, Shui Mingzhu nodded without hesitation and swiftly replied, in that case, let us not delay any further. We should depart now. Shui Mingzhu had no intention of lingering, fearing Qian Yunxiao's intentions. How could she reconcile the fact that he was her daughter's man? After Shui Xianer and Shui Mingzhu left, the atmosphere shifted. Qian Yunxiao inquired of Shui Yulan, what shall we do now? In response to this question, Shui Yulan candidly shared her thoughts. Let us go visit Yeya. She is expected to give birth in a couple of days, and it is rumored that she may have twins. Therefore, I must stay by her side to care for and accompany her during this time. Upon hearing the mention of twins, Qian Yunxiao felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. It seemed almost serendipitous that twins were so prevalent. After all, he had a pair of twin daughters himself, and now there was another set. It was truly remarkable. All right, just let me know when the time comes. There is nothing pressing on my schedule, so I wouldn't mind lingering here for a couple of days. Qian Yunxiao agreed to Shui Yulan's suggestion. Chapter 72. A few blossoms from the Shui family the following day. Shui Yulan arrived with her family of 4 at a quaint villa with a yard situated on the second floor of the faculty dormitory of Tianshui Academy. As Qian Yunxiao gazed upon the villa, he couldn't help but admire its unique charm. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a woman basking in the sun within the courtyard. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and flawless, adorned in an elegant blue palace-style gown that accentuated her figure. Her hair was partially tied back, suggesting she was approximately 20 years of age. Notably, she wore striking blue thigh-high stockings that complemented her gown perfectly, enhancing her beauty. Shui Lanwei, understanding and empathetic, unwavering in loyalty, a beauty with a tragic fate. A business empress with a strong desire for control, the 22nd beauty of Douluo. Upon gathering a general understanding of the situation, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Shui family truly lives up to its reputation as a distinguished lineage of women. The mothers, daughters, and sisters are all exquisite, with little disparity among them, resembling a realm of femininity. Shui Yulan, the head of the Tianshui Academy, could be described as an elegant lady, while the woman before him exudes the presence of a queen. Her innate aura is reminiscent of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, albeit slightly less formidable. Yeah, how have you been feeling these past few days? Upon encountering familiar faces and figures, Shui Yulan was momentarily transported back to the close bond shared by the 2 sisters in their childhood. And she approached Shui Lanwei with genuine concern. I feel wonderful. The physician invited by the clan elders mentioned that it is highly likely I am expecting twins. If the timing is accurate, the children should arrive in 2 days, replied the woman named Shui Lanwei with a cheerful smile, having already moved past her previous sorrow. Her husband had tragically fallen victim to a soul beast. As she spoke, Shui Lanwei's gaze shifted to Qian Yunxiao, who stood behind Shui Yulan. At that moment, a fleeting look of distraction passed through her beautiful eyes. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind, but noticing her sister's interest in Qian Yunxiao, Shui Yulan introduced. This is my husband, Qian Yunxiao, a formidable title Douluo. Shui Yulan refrained from mentioning Qian Yunxiao's identity as the second prince of the Spirit Hall, as he preferred not to be introduced in such a manner. With utmost respect and sincerity, Shui Lanwei addressed Qian Yunxiao, saying, it is an honor to meet you. Your Highness. As she spoke, she stood up, her large belly evident, to demonstrate her highest regard and deference towards him. Observing this, Qian Yunxiao quickly extended his hand, offering gentle counsel, Madam, please do not rise. There is no need for such formality, especially in your condition. Seeing this exchange, Shui Yulan hurriedly assisted Shui Lanwei in sitting down, concerned for her sister's well-being and the potential risk to her pregnancy. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. You must prioritize your health. Let go of those customs and rituals for now. Qian Yunxiao nodded slightly, agreeing, indeed. It should be so, one's health is of utmost importance. Observing the sisters' harmonious relationship, Qian Yunxiao could not help but ponder that if she were to take their relationship a step further, Shui Yulan would likely not refuse. She had long heard of your excellency's grandeur as a titled Douluo, and today, upon witnessing it firsthand, she found the reputation to be truly well-deserved. Lan Yu had admired you for a considerable time, and to meet you today felt like a rare fortune across 3 lifetimes. It must be said that Shui Lanwei was quite eloquent. With just a simple phrase, she adeptly showered praises that resonated profoundly. Qian Yunxiao could not help but feel a sense of admiration. It seemed that Shui Lanwei was indeed the most emotionally intelligent member of the Shui family. In response to her self-praise, Qian Yunxiao graciously remarked, "Thank you for your kind words. I have long heard of Miss Lanwei." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Shui Lanwei raised an eyebrow and further inquired, "May I ask, how does the second prince regard me?" Contemplating this question, considering the attributes of the interlocutor and the evaluation given by Shui Yulan prior to this encounter, Qian Yunxiao quickly formulated an answer. "I have heard that you, Miss Lanwei, are a commercial prodigy. The Shui family's financial success is largely attributed to your efforts." The second prince's praise drew no change in Shui Lanwei's demeanor, as she appeared to have anticipated such a response, maintaining an air of calm and composure. Who could truly comprehend the loneliness that resided within her heart? At that moment, Shui Lanwei's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Xiao Wu and Qian Wuhuang. Upon seeing these two children, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Furrowing her brows, she inquired, "Sister Lanlan, what is the meaning of this? Are these two children yours? How have they grown so large? Did you and the crown prince become a couple only 2 years ago? Could it be that before this?" Before Shui Lanwei could finish her question, Shui Yulan leaned closer to her ear and whispered an explanation. After a brief pause, Shui Lanwei's fair face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to contain herself, she muttered softly, her words barely audible, yet Qian Yunxiao, as a titled Douluo, caught a glimpse of them. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Shui Lanwei tentatively asked, "3? Can he handle that?" Shui Yulan lamented, "He cannot." The simplicity of this statement cast a negative light on Qian Yunxiao and Shui Lanwei's eyes. To be unable to manage 3 women and yet still pursue them? What a scoundrel! However, Shui Yulan's subsequent remark left Shui Lanwei utterly flabbergasted. "Certainly not. Last night nearly took my life, and even now, my back and waist ache. I can barely walk." Upon receiving this revelation, Shui Lanwei exclaimed with wide eyes, her expression one of utter disbelief. "What?" Qian Yunxiao smiled inwardly, contemplating. 3? That is hardly my limit. It is merely my starting point. "Hello, Auntie." Upon realizing that the woman before her was her motherland's cousin, Xiao politely stepped forward to greet her. Beside her, Qian Wuhuang, cradled in Qian Yunxiao's arms, followed suit, adorably mimicking, "Hello, Auntie. Auntie, just like my mom, are you also going to have 2? Her innocent little mind was filled with great curiosity. Xiao approached Shui Lanwei, tilting her head up, appearing quite bewildered and innocent as she tentatively inquired, "Twins? Is Qian Yunxiao truly so formidable? 3 women. 1 child each from Lanlan and A Yin, and then an adopted daughter, and now twins? That would mean he has 5 offspring." Upon hearing this, Shui Lanwei felt a shiver of astonishment, especially considering that the current sect master of Haotian, Tangjin, had merely 4 descendants. Once she regained her composure, Shui Lanwei responded to Xiao Wu's question, "Indeed, like your mother, they are twins." "Wow, Auntie is so amazing," Xiao Wu exclaimed without hesitation, for her adoptive father, Qian Yunxiao, was present, and she felt the need to impress him to secure his favor for her future aspirations. With this answer, Shui Lanwei's eyes brightened, and a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. "Little girl, would you like to have 2 more brothers or sisters?" This statement left not only Xiao Wu perplexed but also Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan puzzled by the woman's intentions. Shui Yulan, still processing, thought, "I considered you a good sister, yet it appears you genuinely wish to become my good sister?" Although it was not entirely out of the question, after all, bearing this burden alone was indeed exhausting, the abruptness of her proposition caught her off guard. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Shui Lanwei hastily clarified, "My 2 children lost their father before they were born. I hope they can have a complete family, receiving love from both parents, as well as the affection from brothers and sisters. That is why I couldn't help but ask. Please do not be too alarmed." After saying this, Shui Lanwei turned her gaze toward Qian Yunxiao. Ultimately, all decisions rested upon him. Her inquiry to Xiao Wu was, in essence, directed at Qian Yunxiao. Despite her youth, Xiao Wu understood the implications. The woman before her wished to have her 2 children acknowledge Qian Yunxiao as their adoptive father. Without deliberating long, Xiao Wu arrived at her answer, refusal. Her father, Qian Yunxiao, could only be her adoptive father. However, she was keenly aware of her lack of authority to voice her thoughts, so she remained silent. fervently hoping Qian Yunxiao would not accept Shui Lanyu as children. Meanwhile, Shui Yulan, having regained her composure, discreetly transmitted a message to Qian Yunxiao. Master, may I ask you to agree to one thing? Familiar with Shui Yulan's character, Qian Yunxiao anticipated her request but feigned ignorance, playing along. What do you wish to do? Shui Yulan spoke plainly. Master, could you please grant Lanyue's request? Qian Yunxiao longed to articulate a reason, yet ultimately refrained from uttering those words. Instead, with genuine concern, she replied, certainly. But we must first allow the child to be born before discussing further. Given the nature of the relationship between Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan, it was evident that refusal was not an option for Qian Yunxiao, especially since Shui Yulan had taken the initiative to speak. If Shui Yulan harbored no objections, Qian Yunxiao could hardly find cause to be perturbed by the prospect of 2 additional family members. This development was undoubtedly beneficial for Qian Yunxiao. Thus, in a desire to enhance an already abundant emotional landscape, she chose not to question Shui Yulan's motives for such actions and readily acquiesced. This undoubtedly moved Shui Yulan deeply. Observing this exchange, Shui Mingzhu sighed inwardly. She had intended to prevent certain occurrences, yet never anticipated that these events would unfold regardless. With Shui Yulan making such a declaration, it was too late for Shui Mingzhu to intervene. Resignedly, she reflected that although Lan Yu was not her biological child, she felt a profound kinship with her. Given the girl's misfortunes, Shui Mingzhu resolved not to impose any further obstacles. In the end, she found clarity in her thoughts. Qian Yunxiao is certainly not the epitome of a devoted and singularly loyal man. However, he exhibits great kindness towards his family. It is due to Qian Yunxiao that Shui Mingzhu has now attained the rank of sole Douluo, and she may even aspire to reach the level of a title Douluo in the future. Allowing the already matured Shui Lanyue to interact with Qian Yunxiao might prove beneficial. After all, it seems that his own daughter is not particularly concerned about this. Thank you, Your Excellency. Qian Yunxiao readily agreed, which left Xiao Wu feeling somewhat irked. However, Shui Lanwei was genuinely delighted. Not only did her 2 children now have a reliable support system, but they also had a nurturing environment for healthy growth. She was confident that her 2 children would undoubtedly excel in the future. After some interaction, Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to speak up and made arrangements. Very well. We shall not disturb Lan Yue's rest any longer. These next few days are crucial. Let us allow Lan Wei to prepare adequately. In truth, with Qian Yunxiao present, there was no doubt that Shui Lanwei would successfully bring her 2 children into the world. Nonetheless, appearances still had to be maintained. Continuing to accompany her held little significant purpose. Qian Yunxiao's reasoning is indeed quite sound. Both Xiao Wu and Qian Wuwang have been taken away by Qian Yunxiao, while Shui Mingzhu has also chosen to depart, leaving only Shui Yulan to keep Shui Lanwei company. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao himself is uncertain about his state of mind. A remarkably audacious thought has taken root in his heart. Could it be that the twins born to Shui Lanwei are 2 girls? And might these 2 girls be none other than the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yue? Frankly speaking, Qian Yunxiao feels as though he is losing his sanity. It is indeed true that Shui Binger and Shui Yue are siblings, but they certainly do not share the same mother. Qian Yunxiao contemplated without much concern. He noticed that Xiao Wu wore a somewhat displeased expression, realizing that this little girl, possessing a considerable sense of possessiveness, was feeling jealous at the thought of him taking in 2 more adopted sons or daughters. He gently lifted Xiao Wu into his arms and reassured her, "Little bunny, don't be upset. Your father cherishes you, my dear little rabbit, above all else." Indeed, how could one not adore such a delightful creature? This little bunny. One wonders when she will grow up and embrace her true self. Ahem. Qian Yunxiao expended considerable effort to console the little rabbit. Xiao Wu possesses vulnerabilities, and these weaknesses have arisen due to the influence of Qing Wu. After Qian Yunxiao tidied up Xiao Wu's hair, any lingering jealousy she felt dissipated without reason. Filled with joy, she pecked Qian Yunxiao's cheek affectionately before following his instructions to entertain her younger brother, Qian Wuhuang, along with the other little ones from the Tian Shui Academy's kindergarten class. Today, however, Qian Yunxiao felt a tinge of discomfort. Why? Because Shui Yulan had not returned. After years apart, the sisters, Shui Yulan and Shui Lanyue, had much intimate conversation to catch up on. Furthermore, Shui Yulan wished to indulge in some well-deserved rest, thus opting not to return home. Both Xiao Wu and Qian Yunxiao, being quite obedient and earnest, retired to bed early. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, sleep eluded Qian Yunxiao. Eventually, he rose and made his way to Shui Mingzhu's residence, intending to have a heartfelt conversation with her that evening. Upon returning to Tianshui City, Shui Mingzhu found herself unable to enjoy a peaceful slumber. The sudden knock at her door filled her with both vigilance and trepidation. Chapter 74. The rice bowl is truly delicious. Is there a second serving? As the door swung open, an overwhelming wave of blue-silver grass rushed in, causing Shui Mingzhu to question whether she was ensnared in a dream. By the time she regained her composure, she realized she could not escape this binding. As a titled Douluo, Qian Yunxiao's intentions toward Shui Mingzhu were unmistakable. How could she hope to evade him? What do you intend to do? Shui Mingzhu felt a surge of panic, sensing that she was trapped in an inescapable predicament. In truth, she had long prepared herself for such a confrontation. After years of solitude, how many could truly maintain a heart free from desire? Especially when faced with Qian Yunxiao's provocations, remaining indifferent was simply unattainable. I have matters I wish to consult you about. Qian Yunxiao was unconcerned with such matters. Having granted Shui Mingzhu ample time for preparation, and observing that Shui Mingzhu showed no objections, Qian Yunxiao naturally felt no inclination to retreat. The notion of a certain boxed meal had lingered in Qian Yunxiao's thoughts for quite some time, now that an opportunity had presented itself. Qian Yunxiao was determined not to let it slip away. Qian Yunxiao's thoughts were astute. Shui Mingzhu, the widow who had been living alone for many years, found herself unable to withstand the subtle provocation from Qian Yunxiao. The resistance she exhibited was nothing more than self-deception. The following day, at noon, the voice of Shui Xian'er resonated outside the door, persistently knocking and calling out, yet she received no response whatsoever. Growing increasingly anxious, she pondered whether something had happened to her director. It was well known that Shui Mingzhu was a person of remarkable decisiveness, with a strict adherence to time and routine. It was Shui Mingzhu who had instilled in her the virtues of a disciplined lifestyle, not the other way around. Such a situation was unprecedented for Shui Xian'er. Compelled to speak again, her brows furrowed with worry, she called out, "Director? Director? Are you inside?" After a brief moment, still met with silence, she felt an unsettling premonition. Just as she was about to force her way in, the voice of Shui Mingzhu emerged, infused with a distinct air of frailty. "Xian'er, please come in." As she pushed open the door, Shui Xian'er entered cautiously. The sight of Shui Mingzhu in disarray, her once meticulously arranged hair now a tangled mess, prompted Shui Xian'er to tentatively inquire, "Director, are you unwell?" The state of Shui Mingzhu conveyed the impression of someone who had recently emerged from an intense battle. In response to her concern, Shui Mingzhu shook her head, managing a semblance of a casual smile as she reassured, "Do not worry, I am quite well. I merely overexerted myself during my training yesterday. Recently, I have made a breakthrough to the level of soul fighter, and I am still adjusting. I took the opportunity to solidify my progress last night, and ended up sleeping quite soundly. There is nothing to be concerned about." Having received this answer, Shui Xian'er refrained from further questioning, realizing that her director was indeed full of surprises. Just as she was about to report on the day's agenda, Shui Mingzhu preemptively spoke. "Xian'er, let us set aside recent affairs for now. I need some time to consolidate my skills as a soul fighter. Additionally, I must attend to matters concerning my niece, which will require a few days of my attention. Therefore, I entrust these tasks to you. I have confidence in your abilities." Shui Xian'er was taken aback by this revelation. Was she truly to manage the affairs of the Heavenly Water Academy? Furthermore, during her training yesterday, she had inadvertently damaged the large bed in the guest room and would need Shui Xian'er to arrange for a replacement. "Oh, and please also renovate my bathroom." "What?" Shui Xian'er was even more bewildered. What kind of training could possibly break a bed or necessitate a bathroom renovation? What sort of cultivation was her director engaged in? If given the chance, she too would like to experience this so-called training. With a puzzled expression, Shui Xian'er nodded and replied, "Understood, Director." She chose not to press further and remained silent, sensing something was amiss. She resolved to seek an opportunity to delve deeper into this mystery. "Very well. You may go now." Despite Shui Mingzhu's outward confidence, internally she felt like a paper tiger, fragile and uncertain. Observing that Shui Xian'er seemed unaware of any peculiarities, Shui Mingzhu sighed in relief and gestured for her to attend to her duties. Once Shui Xian'er departed, Qian Yunxiao climbed into the window. "Ah, your words were quite convincing. I nearly believed you." Indeed, women possess an innate talent for deception. Qian Yunxiao's tone was laced with mockery, which utterly infuriated Shui Mingzhu. "How can you still have the audacity to speak?" she exclaimed. "You are nothing but a beast." Indeed, she was the one who felt most wronged. Yet Qian Yunxiao's demeanor suggested that she was the one at fault. This was intolerable for Shui Mingzhu. Every bit of this turmoil stemmed from that scoundrel Qian Yunxiao. She bore no responsibility whatsoever. Indeed, it was not about being tainted by the mess, as one only needed to become entangled in it. Qian Yunxiao refrained from saying much more. Well, you should solidify your realm properly. It would suffice if you do not accompany me to the Eye of Ice and Fire. There are other means through which you can cultivate to the rank of a titled Douluo. Last night, Qian Yunxiao conferred with Shui Mingzhu about accompanying her to the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, Shui Mingzhu declined and even engaged in a confrontation with Qian Yunxiao. Although the prospect of enhancing her cultivation speed at the Eye of Ice and Fire tempted Shui Mingzhu, she ultimately rejected the idea. Considering her relationship with Shui Yulan and Qian Yunxiao, Qian Yunxiao did not impose any demands and respected Shui Mingzhu's choice. He left behind ample resources that would enable Shui Mingzhu to cultivate to the rank of titled Douluo. As she watched Qian Yunxiao depart, Shui Mingzhu's expression was particularly complex. With a sigh, she placed her jade-like fingers on her forehead, gently massaging it. Meanwhile, in Shui Lanyue's humble abode, the two engaged in heartfelt conversation throughout the night, deepening the bond of their once close friendship. Clinging to Shui Yulan's arm, Shui Lanwen nestled into her embrace and softly expressed her gratitude. Lan, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Without you, my future would likely be quite bleak. Indeed, had it not been for Shui Yulan. Shui Lanwen felt utterly lost regarding the two children. Now, however, with Shui Yulan willing to take the children in, it was nothing short of a blessing for Shui Lanwen. Shui Yulan reassured her, saying, Do not worry, we are all family, and it is entirely natural for us to help one another. Shui Lanwen nodded slightly, cherishing this kindness in her heart and contemplating how she might repay it in the future. 2 days later, Shui Lanwen successfully gave birth to 2 daughters, identical twins. Talent, initial talent, appearance, the 8th beauty of Douluo Continent, martial soul, Ice Phoenix, talent, initial talent, appearance, the 17th beauty of Douluo Continent, martial soul, dolphin, chapter 75. The birth of Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue upon witnessing their martial souls. Qian Yunxiao was utterly astonished. Could it be that these truly were those 2 girls? Their martial souls appeared to be entirely identical. This was indeed peculiar, despite being twins. How could their martial souls differ upon birth? Quite the enigma. The father of Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue was a man of little presence. Thus, the children would not carry his surname. Initially, Shui Lanyue suggested they take on Qian Yunxiao's surname, but he politely declined. However, it was indeed agreeable that he would have the honor of naming them. Qian Yunxiao undoubtedly named the children after Bing'er and Yue. Shui Lanwei then requested Qian Yunxiao to accompany her to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in Heavendoe City for business purposes. Naturally, she also wished to take a glance at the Eye of Ice and Fire. After all, Shui Lanwei intended to bring the 2 infants through their nursing period, entrusting them to her elder sister for care, while she devoted herself entirely to her financial endeavors. After careful consideration, Qian Yunxiao resolved to have Shui Yulan spend more time with her mother. Thus, she planned to send Shui Lanwei over first and then swiftly return to fetch Shui Yulan. Shui Yulan acquiesced to this arrangement. The Ice Emperor sprinted with great speed, while accompanying her was Shui Mingzhu's personal secretary, Shui Xiener, whom Qian Yunxiao had brought along. It was evident that Shui Lanwei would struggle to manage both children alone. Enlisting the capable Shui Xiener was the optimal solution. Neither Shui Yulan nor Shui Mingzhu objected to the plan. Once everything was organized, Qian Yunxiao approached the Ice Emperor, who was basking in the sunlight, and stated, We need to make a trip to Tiando City. The Ice Emperor opened her eyes, glanced at Qian Yunxiao, and inquired, Will I return after going there? She had long since overheard Qian Yunxiao's intention to leave Shui Yulan and Xiao Wu here for a while. The thought of making multiple trips was unappealing to her. You are my precious darling. Once you go, there will be no need to return to Tianshui City. Qian Yunxiao exuded an air of magnanimity. Taming a pet requires a combination of a firm hand and gentle encouragement, a notion that the Ice Emperor found somewhat acceptable. Your Majesty, is this truly your soul beast steed of 100,000 years? How remarkable! Shui Lanwei had heard tales of Qian Yunxiao's mount, and today she finally beheld it. Deepening her admiration for him, Qian Yunxiao had no intention of boasting before Shui Lanwei, claiming that the Ice Emperor was a soul beast of 300,000 years. After all, with Shui Lanyue's understanding, even a 100,000-year soul beast was already the pinnacle. Further elaboration would be utterly meaningless. Qian Yunxiao remained indifferent. Yet the Ice Emperor could not afford to be. She coldly declared, Human woman, you know nothing. I shall soon become the ultimate soul beast king of 400,000 years. Even a 10,000-year soul beast is unworthy to serve me. This proclamation utterly stunned Shui Lanyue and Shui Xian'er. They had never fathomed the existence of such a formidable soul beast. Was this mere boasting? Enough of that. It was time to prepare the carriage for departure. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao spoke up. With no choice, the Ice Emperor ceased her pretenses. Grasping the carriage frame and beginning to crawl forward, the Ice Emperor mused to herself, I can be both yielding and assertive. There is no need to stoop to the level of Qian Yunxiao. Having accompanied Qian Yunxiao for so long, the Ice Emperor had learned the necessity of submission when required. A stubborn approach would yield no favorable outcomes. This lesson had been imparted to her by Shui Yuan, and Light Dance and A Yin had also shared their insights. Although the Ice Emperor did not fully grasp the true meaning behind these teachings, she assumed it to be thus. Your Majesty, truly remarkable. With a single utterance, Qian Yunxiao quelled the terrifying soul beast, leaving Shui Xian'er utterly astounded. Few women could withstand such a display. I possess numerous formidable qualities, and if time permits, I would be delighted to share them with you. In response, Qian Yunxiao could not resist teasing her playfully. Is that so, Your Highness? I am always ready. Upon hearing this, Shui Xian'er's face lit up with joy as she eagerly replied. Qian Yunxiao responded earnestly, Of course, that is not an issue. I will seek you out when I have the time. Following their brief exchange, the reluctant Ice Emperor gathered a party of 5, 3 adults and 2 infants, and set forth towards the Sky Dual City. For our first meeting, allow me to present these tokens of greeting for the two of you. On the way, after contemplating for a moment, Qian Yunxiao resolved to set an example by bestowing upon the 2 women a precious gift. As he spoke, he retrieved from his storage soul device the last remnants of a millennium-grade snow lotus and offered it to Shui Lanyue and Shui Xian'er. As they felt the energy emanating from the gift, Shui Xian'er, who stood on the cusp of breaking through to the soul master realm, widened her eyes in sheer astonishment. Is it truly so, Your Grace? Are these gifts truly for me? Knowing that this precious item could not only facilitate her ascension to Soul Master, but also propel her swiftly towards her aspirations of becoming a Soul King or even a Soul Emperor, Shui Xian'er could not contain her exclamation. Do you think I would speak falsely given my status? Qian Yunxiao replied with a smile. We are all family. What I give shall eventually return to me in another form. Thank you immensely for your generosity, Your Grace. Shui Xian'er nodded appreciatively as she accepted the gift. It is of no consequence. We are all kin. And what is this small offering worth? With a wave of his hand, Qian Yunxiao simultaneously presented another set of ice attribute treasures to Shui Lanyue, who expressed her gratitude fervently, repeatedly thanking him. Qian Yunxiao once again invoked the name of family, encouraging the others to feel at ease. Shui Lanyue, understanding the situation, refrained from further comments. For it was only natural to consider themselves as a family now that both of her daughters had bonded with the other party. Half a month later, Qian Yunxiao arrived in Tiando City. As dusk descended, it became apparent that it was no longer feasible to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, they sought a place to stay for the night. Despite the thunderous roars above, the rain was but a mere drizzle, and a barrier of soul power shielded them, ensuring not a single drop fell upon their heads. They chose to lodge at the most luxurious hotel in Tiando City. The decision not to return to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang was primarily due to the lack of available rooms there. They reserved 3 guest rooms, with Qian Yunxiao's being a master suite. In the dead of night, as thunder rumbled more ferociously, a series of insistent knocks echoed through the room. Qian Yunxiao, still awake, instinctively summoned his soul power to open the door. Master, I am afraid of the thunder, came the pitiful voice of Shui Xian'er, her vulnerable demeanor evoking a sense of compassion within Qian Yunxiao. Chapter 76. Yi Lingling's plea. The following morning brought unfortunate news. Shui Xian'er, who had been assigned to care for Shui Lanyue, had severely twisted her ankle and was unable to leave her bed. Regrettably, she would be unable to tend to Shui Lanyue, and it seemed that Shui Lanyue might have to care for her instead. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Shui Lanyue from pursuing her plans. Having resided in Tiando Imperial City for an extended period, Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to lead the way. Walking side by side with Shui Lanyue along the bustling streets of Tiando City, they strolled leisurely while observing the various vendors. This was a place of learning for Shui Lanyue, a business elite, particularly focusing on hotels, clothing stores, and eateries, which were the core of the Shui family's business. The streets were alive with the ebb and flow of people and vehicles. As Qian Yunxiao and Shui Lanyue continued their journey, they encountered an obstruction. Not far ahead at an intersection, a crowd had gathered, seemingly engrossed in a spectacle. In the capital of the Tiando Empire, the streets were typically orderly. Such a commotion indicated an unexpected occurrence. Driven by an innate curiosity, they were drawn to the scene unfolding before them. Qian Yunxiao stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. As the water-blue moon could not resist the urge to observe. Upon entering the throng, he learned the intricate details surrounding the matter at hand, and with wide eyes, he uttered 4 words: Mute Sister? Name, Yi Lingling. Nickname, Mute Sister. Talent, Initial Talent. Appearance, 15th Beauty of Douluo Continent. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Si-Do. Before him appeared a frail, delicate figure. Seated with her head buried in her knees, exuding an air of shyness and diminutiveness. Beside her stood an unmistakable wooden plaque, flanked by 2 formidable soul emperors. The information inscribed on the plaque was clear: 9 Heart Si-Do, a generation of twins, now 5 years old, destined to awaken her martial soul in a month. With her great-grandmother, Yi Qingmei, in peril, the Yi family sought a noble soul to assist in resolving the twin issue, promising to honor the benefactor as a revered guest. Among the onlookers, a few knowledgeable soul masters, upon reading the plaque, quickly grasped the situation. One, named Wang Fuguwei, could not help but exclaim, "TSK, TSK. How can one find a solution that satisfies both sides? Although the 9 Heart Si-Do is formidable, it can only manifest 2 simultaneously. The old must perish for the new to emerge. Such is the way of fate." Another soul master, Lu Defa, chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. Yet, if the 9 Heart Si-Do were free from the curse or limitation of being a twin, would it not surpass even the so-called mightiest support martial soul? The 7 treasures glazed tile? After all, the esteemed Ning Zhongzhu once remarked that the 9 Heart Si-Do is a miracle among martial souls. With such praise, its superiority over the 7 treasures glazed tile is evident. The cacophony of voices, arguments, and discussions echoed endlessly. Yet throughout, the little girl named Yi Lingling remained undisturbed. Clearly unsatisfied with the responses she had received, the 9 Heart Si-Do, being the most potent healing martial soul, could greatly bolster his family's strength. As the head of the family, it was his undeniable duty to secure her. Fixated on Yi Lingling, Qian Yunxiao contemplated deeply. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively opened the family's marketplace. After a period of searching, he acquired what he sought. Spending 500 fortune coins, he successfully purchased a Tianjigu worm, intended to conceal the heavenly secrets and resolve the Yi family's twin dilemma regarding the 9 Heart Si-Do. "Little girl, I can assist you." With a gentle wave of his soul power, he dispersed the onlookers, speaking with a soothing tone. The voice of Qian Yunxiao resonated like thunder in the spring rain, instantly silencing the once boisterous and clamorous scene. Upon hearing these words, one could sense the unfathomable depth of Qian Yunxiao's soul power. The 2 soul emperors standing beside Yu Long immediately furrowed their brows, their expression shifting dramatically, their faces etched with solemnity and gravity. As if confronted by a formidable adversary, one of them stepped forward, responding with a mixture of respect and trepidation. "Esteemed sir, can you be certain? The lives of people are at stake. This is no trivial matter." Qian Yunxiao had no desire to elaborate further, nor did he wish to beat around the bush or engage in trivialities. He stated plainly, "I have no inclination to jest with you." As Qian Yunxiao's voice fell, radiant soul rings began to rise beneath his feet, shimmering brilliantly in a mesmerizing dance, 9 in total. Precisely 9. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red, and red. The moment these soul rings emerged, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, particularly accentuated by the 2 crimson rings of 100,000 years, which left the onlookers breathless, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Had Qian Yunxiao not deliberately tempered his aura, countless individuals would have crumpled to the ground under the weight of such overwhelming pressure. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Your Majesty, we pay our respects." In the next moment, everyone present spoke in unison, bowing deeply in reverence. Even Yi Lingling, who had always kept her head down and remained detached from worldly affairs, hastily rose from the ground, exclaiming, "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." The esteemed position of a title Douluo among soul masters is eternally revered. No need for formalities. As Qian Yunxiao spoke with an air of indifference, her gaze fell upon Yi Lingling, her seemingly vacant eyes suddenly illuminated with a hint of vibrant light. She uttered, "Do you now believe in my capabilities? I humbly beseech your highness for forgiveness and implore your magnanimity to rescue my grandmother from the Yi family." Qian Yunxiao's methods instilled a glimmer of hope in Yi Lingling. prompting a remarkable shift in her attitude towards him in a short span of time. The Yi family, a prominent entity in Tiando City, might serve as a bridge to assist the Shui family in establishing a foothold there. If the esteemed lord could indeed aid the Yi family in resolving their soul-related issues, then the Shui family's advancement into Tiando City would be a foregone conclusion. Nearby, Shui Lanyue, who observed this scene, swiftly grasped the implications and displayed a hint of joy on her face. True to her reputation as a commercial prodigy, her thoughts were also inclined towards profit at this moment. Chapter 77. Assisting Yi Lingling today, it may delay your visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, given the gravity of the situation, I must first assist the Yi family. After agreeing to help Yi Lingling, Qian Yunxiao did not forget about Shui Lanwei, approaching her with a sincere tone laced with apology. In response, Shui Lanwei smiled subtly, her lips curving upward, and said, "Your Highness, this act is indeed a testament to your benevolence. I wholeheartedly support your decision." To speak candidly, this incident inadvertently elevated Shui Lanyue's admiration for Qian Yunxiao. His remarkable ability to consider others' feelings was undeniable. It was this very reason that made Shui Lanwei feel a tinge of envy towards her elder sister, Shui Yuan. "Your Highness, please." The two sole emperors of the Yi family bowed respectfully, their heads lowered, acknowledging the honor due to a title de law. Very well. Accompanied by Shui Lanyue, Qian Yunxiao followed the lead of Yi Lingqing to the Yi family residence. The Yi family, renowned in the Soul Master community due to their nine-heart begonia martial spirit, boasted extensive and profound connections. Many powerful soul masters, saved from the brink of death by the nine-heart begonia, held the Yi family in deep respect and reverence. Thus, the Yi family was undeniably a prominent force in Tiando City. The Yi residence was situated on a main thoroughfare of Tiando City. Unlike the typical bustling aristocratic families, both the interior and exterior of the Yi residence exuded an air of tranquility. Upon entering the estate, one of the Soul Emperors was dispatched to inform the current head of the Yi family, Yi Zimei. The other, alongside Yi Lingling, welcomed Qian Yunxiao and Shui Lanwei into the reception hall to rest and await further developments. In the reception hall, after inviting Qian Yunxiao to take a seat, Yi Lingling tentatively inquired, "Esteemed Your Highness, may I be so bold as to ask how you intend to save my grandmother?" In response to Yi Lingling's question, Qian Yunxiao did not engage in further pleasantries. "Extend your hand." Upon receiving this instruction, Yi Lingling obediently extended her palm towards Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao smiled and said, "Little girl, pay attention." After speaking, Qian Yunxiao slowly opened the palm of his right hand, revealing nothing within. Gazing at Qian Yunxiao's empty hand, the adorably naive Yi Lingling tilted her head, puzzled and perplexed, and responded with a hint of curiosity. Qian Yunxiao remarked, "Shall we take another look?" In the next moment, a radiant glow emanated from his hand, and astonishingly, a creature no larger than a thumb materialized in the palm of Qian Yunxiao. With a swift motion, he presented the insect before Yi Lingling. "Ah, an insect!" Yi Lingling instinctively exclaimed upon encountering the diminutive creature. As realization dawned upon her, her brows furrowed and her pupils contracted, causing her body to tremble with fear. She nearly leapt from her spot, hastily retreating behind a chair, where she peeked out cautiously, her small head emerging from behind the broad seat. Fearful and timid, she regarded Qian Yunxiao, the one who had summoned this creature to frighten her. It was evident that Yi Lingling harbored a deep-seated fear of insects. In response, Qian Yunxiao explained, "You are actually afraid of this? It is, after all, the very thing that will save your grandmother." "Save my grandmother? How could this tiny insect possibly do that?" "Your Highness, do not deceive me," Yi Lingling quavered, her gaze fixed skeptically on the minuscule creature. She found it hard to believe that such a being could rescue her grandmother or assist the Yi family in resolving the complex issue of the dual-born. Qian Yunxiao continued, "This creature is known as the Tianjigu insect, a rare and precious entity in this world. Not only can it obscure the secrets of the heavens, but it can also conceal all things. Your Yi family, typically limited to 2 9-heart begonia martial souls, can, with this item, potentially possess not just 3, but even 4 or 5 9-heart begonias without issue." Yi Lingling pursed her lips, appearing somewhat skeptical. With a timid voice, she inquired, "Is that truly the case? I haven't had much education and have yet to attend the Soul Master Academy, so you mustn't deceive me, esteemed lord of the palace." Just as the two were conversing, hurried footsteps echoed nearby, accompanied by a lady whose delicate appearance exuded an air of elegance. "Mother, you've arrived," exclaimed Yi Lingling, who hastened to greet her. Indeed, after Yi Zimei acknowledged her presence, her gaze shifted to Qian Yunxiao and Shui Lanwei. With a respectful demeanor, she introduced herself. I am Yi Zime from the Yi family. Honored to meet you, Lord of the Palace and Lady of the Palace. Upon hearing this, Shui Lanwei felt a surge of confusion, pondering when she had become the Lady of the Palace. However, upon reflection, she realized that the statement held merit. After all, her two beloved daughters had become the adopted daughters of Qian Yunxiao, thus making her, in a sense, the Lady of the Palace, an assertion that posed no issue. Consequently, Shui Lanwei chose to remain silent, offering no further comments. Qian Yunxiao merely nodded slightly, expressing his intent. I am not one to engage in trivial matters. Here, take this. It may rectify the hereditary flaws plaguing your family. Upon uttering these words, he casually tossed the Tianjigu worm into Yi Zime's hands. As a mature woman and the matriarch of a prominent family, she harbored no fear of the creature. She held the Tianjigu worm, scrutinizing it with keen interest. Instinctively, Yi Zime sensed that this worm was extraordinary, though she could not articulate why. The Tianjigu worm possesses the remarkable ability to conceal the mysteries of the universe. Should your grandmother ingest it, the renowned Nine Hearts Si-Tang weapon soul would vanish, allowing you to retain its use without any alteration to your soul power or techniques. In essence, your Nine Hearts Si-Tang weapon soul would merely be obscured from existence, unbeknownst to even the heavens. Consequently, your daughter Yu Lingling could continue to awaken her weapon soul, and her grandmother Yi Qimei would be spared from the malevolent curse that loomed over her. In the Nine Hearts Si-Tang lineage, the elder generation was doomed to self-terminate, sacrificing their lives to bestow hope upon the new generation. Had Qian Yunxiao not intervened, Yu Lingling's grandmother, the previous wielder of the Nine Hearts Si-Tang weapon soul, Yu Qimei, would have chosen to end her life when Yu Lingling was merely 5 or 6 years old, so as not to jeopardize her granddaughter's future. Naturally, Yu Lingling wished not to be the cause of her grandmother's demise. Thus, she sought out capable individuals in the Tiando imperial city who might alleviate this curse. Fortuitously, she encountered Qian Yunxiao. Chapter 76. The Power of the Master God, the Might of Kunping. Head of the Yi family, you may certainly give it a try. Observing that Yi Zime had accepted the Tianjigu worm, Qian Yunxiao ceased to indulge in frivolities, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke without a hint of jest. His gaze scrutinized the heavenly mechanism Gu insect in his hand, and after profound contemplation, Yi Zime resolved to take a chance on it. Drawing a deep breath and narrowing his eyes, Yi Zime unceremoniously tossed the insect into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. He summoned his soul power to commune with the insect. Qian Yunxiao offered a cautionary remark, just as in a venerable residence of the Yi family. An elderly matriarch nearing 80 suddenly displayed a flicker of unusual brilliance in her otherwise vacant eyes. Shock painted her features as she transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the reception hall. The identity of the old woman was unmistakable. She was Yu Qimei, the esteemed great-grandmother of Yi Lingling. Zime. The matriarch's face was etched with an expression of alarm and urgency as she exclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder, if anyone is to perish, it should be this old wretch. How can it be you? Upon her arrival in the reception hall, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. She stood there, bewildered, exclaiming, Zizimei, I distinctly felt your 9-heart begonia had perished. Why are you still alive? As realization dawned upon her, her countenance brightened with joy, and she inquired, Zime, what on earth has transpired? In response to her query, Zime recounted the entire sequence of events to Yi Qimei. After a considerable time, comprehending that it was now possible for the Yi family to simultaneously possess 3 9-heart begonias, Yi Qimei's exhilaration transcended words. She expressed her gratitude fervently, saying, Thank you immensely, Your Highness. Thank you for saving the Yi family. She reiterated Yu Lingling's previous promise, declaring that from this moment forth, the Yi family would be a subordinate clan to the second prince, prepared to serve him with unwavering loyalty, even to the point of traversing perilous paths. Lingling. Upon concluding her words, Yi Qimei shifted her gaze to her treasured granddaughter, offering a reminder. Realizing the moment, Yu Lingling hurried to stand before Qian Yunxiao, reverently stating, In this life and beyond, Yi Lingling vows to serve forever by your highness's side as a devoted handmaiden. She slightly inclined her head. Qian Yunxiao said, If that is the case, then from now on, you shall remain by my side to learn and cultivate. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. Upon receiving this response, Yi Lingling's face lit up with joy. She quickly replied, her voice brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. After all, the opportunity to learn and cultivate alongside a formidable title Douluo was a rare chance that many would beg for on their knees. though young. Yilingling understood this truth well. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. With the assistance of the 9-heart sea star family, the Shui family not only established themselves within the Tiando imperial city, but also expanded their business across various major cities in the Tiando territory under the astute management of the commercial prodigy, Shui Lanhua. In the setting sun's forest, within a small courtyard, Qian Yunxiao lay on a swaying rocking chair, seemingly in deep slumber. However, as dusk descended, instead of seeking the comforts of a gentle embrace, he chose to rest here, indicating that some significant matter awaited his attention. A gentle breeze brushed past, and suddenly, Qian Yunxiao opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily. Qian Yunxiao murmured to herself, "At last, I have gathered 10,000 fortune coins. Spirit Hall, prepare to welcome my arrival." Without beating around the bush or being verbose, Qian Yunxiao, with unwavering determination, directly confronted the matter at hand, inwardly communicating with the More Sons. More Blessings system. Seek the divine essences of the primordial deity. In the next moment, a cascade of information flooded Qian Yunxiao's vision. The divine essence of ice and snow, the divine essence of metal, the divine essence of the northern abyss, the divine essence of fire, and the divine essence of earth. After a swift yet thorough perusal, in Qian Yunxiao's heart, the answer emerged. His choice was the divine power of Deepening. Why, you may ask? As the saying goes, in the Deepening, there exists a fish named Kuan, which can metamorphose into the majestic Peng. What does Kuan signify? What does Peng represent? It should now be clear, I trust. Congratulations, host, on your successful acquisition of the Deepening divine power. You now possess the strength of a supreme deity and have obtained the following: Deepening domain, immunity to all physical attacks, a 100% enhancement of one's own strength, immunity to all domain skills and soul bone skills of enemies, and a 100% reduction in the combat power of enemies within this domain. Deepening divine bone set. This grants the user formidable power akin to that of the Kunping supreme artifact. Deepening Judgment Staff. This can be wielded to pass judgment upon any deity, regardless of rank or tier. The power of Kunping is indeed extraordinary. My strength has experienced yet another monumental leap. Rising from the immovable rocking chair, I revel in the divine essence coursing through my being, my face aglow with excitement. Master? Are you still awake? Just as Qian Yunxiao was basking in the transformation of his power, a melodious voice chimed in, his devoted maid, Yilingling. Though she was merely a servant, Qian Yunxiao regarded her as family. Noticing how late it had become and seeing her still awake, he could not help but chide gently. Lingling, why are you still awake? Understanding that Qian Yunxiao was expressing concern rather than reprimand, warmth surged within Yilingling as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, master. Since you have not yet rested, how could I, as your personal maid, possibly consider sleep? Then let us both retire early and embrace slumber," he suggested. Choosing not to elaborate further, the day's tasks and significant matters had already been accomplished. Qian Yunxiao yearned to return to his haven of tenderness. "Master, do you require Yilingling to warm your bed?" Upon uttering these words, Qian Yunxiao suddenly recalled a particular winter when the breakthrough of the ice and snow emperors plunged the entire sunset forest into an extreme chill. That night, as he prepared to sleep, he was taken aback to find Yilingling had already nestled into his bed, warming it for him. Yet, she was shivering uncontrollably, her life hanging by a thread. At that moment, had it not been for Lu Erlong, who had absorbed the soul bone of the Fire Dragon King, she might have vanished without a trace. Shaking his head, he stepped closer to Yilingling. Qian Yunxiao gently patted the other's head before departing in response. "Master, do you find me distasteful?" A hint of disappointment flickered in Yilingling's eyes. The typically taciturn girl only spoke more freely in front of Qian Yunxiao, as she believed that this was the only way to capture his attention. What a jest! Does Qian Yunxiao require Yilingling's warm embrace? Is the presence of A Yin not delightful? Or perhaps the allure of Zuo Huai's Shui Yulan is insufficient? Or is it that Yu Huai's Qing Wu has become inadequate? Having acquired the power of the Kunping, today Qian Yunxiao must adapt thoroughly, while also ensuring that his 3 wives adjust as well. Otherwise, future endeavors may prove challenging. Chapter 77, The 12-Winged Life Angel, the awakening of the soul of his precious daughter today. 2 significant events transpired. The first was that A Yin accidentally twisted her ankle, resulting in a sprain and a fracture, rendering her unable to walk for the time being. Fortunately, with Lu Erlong's presence, her daily life is not a cause for concern. With a countenance filled with resentment, A Yin glared fiercely at Qian Yunxiao, wishing to devour him whole. In the past, the two could exchange a wealth of knowledge. Yet yesterday, their interaction was limited to a single piece of information before A Yin became fatigued and had to retire to rest. Qian Yunxiao contemplated that in the days to come, she would no longer be able to engage in the exchange of knowledge with A Yin. Furthermore, due to the incident of her sprained ankle, Shui Yulan and Qing Wu were deliberately avoiding encounters with Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao found herself in a state of helplessness. Your own injury bears no relation to me. As for the second matter, it pertains to Qian Yunxiao's first child, Qian Yunxiao, who today celebrates her 6th birthday, the age at which one awakens their martial soul. As a mother, how could A Yin possibly miss the moment of her precious daughter's awakening? Yet, upon her arrival, she came seated in a wheelchair, and the resentment etched upon her face deepened significantly. Witnessing this scene, both Shui Yulan and Qing Wu felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively distancing themselves from Qian Yunxiao. With a sigh, Qian Yunxiao felt immense sympathy for A Yin, who silently vowed to herself that in future exchanges of knowledge, she would refrain from asking questions too aggressively. Shifting her gaze to the delicate porcelain doll, Qian Yunxiao. Before her, Qian Yunxiao tentatively inquired with a face full of affection, "My little darling, are you ready?" "Always prepared," Qian Yunxiao replied emphatically. Upon receiving this response, Qian Yunxiao did not hesitate and commenced the initial step of the soul awakening ceremony. He gestured towards the 6 black stones lying on the ground and declared, "In that case, let us begin. Now, step into this hexagonal array." Qian Yunxiao, ever obedient to Qian Yunxiao's words, complied without delay. In a short while, a dazzling beam of light, shimmering with emerald green and brilliant gold, erupted from Qian Yunxiao's form, so intense that it compelled those observing, including A Yin, to shield their eyes. Simultaneously, a mark manifested at the center of Qian Yunxiao's forehead. The essence of life? A Yin, being exceptionally attuned to the concept of life due to her blue-silver emperor martial soul, sensed it keenly. Just as Qian Yunxiao's martial soul was on the verge of emergence, she felt an unprecedented surge of formidable life energy. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and a flicker of joy and excitement danced across A Yin's face. After all, the stronger the cultivation aptitude of her child with Qian Yunxiao, the greater her happiness. Was it not? For a moment, the unforgettable exchange of knowledge from the previous night faded from her mind. In the next instant, behind Qian Yunxiao, a towering figure emerged, a 12-winged angel. Unlike the typical golden angels, this celestial being radiated a resplendent green hue. A 12-winged life angel? The energy it emanated surpassed that of a 6-winged angel by several magnitudes, and astonishingly, its abilities were twice that of a 6-winged angel. Truly remarkable. This surely transcended the realm of divine martial souls, entering the realm of super-divine martial souls, one would think. As he sensed the aura of Qian Yunxiao's martial soul, Qian Yunxiao's expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. With such a being, Qian Yunxiao has already surpassed Qian Yunxiao, the daughter of Qian Sunji, in the realm of martial spirits. As for other aspects, Qian Yunxiao remains untroubled, especially under the guidance of Tang Yuhua. Qian Yunxiao is exceptionally proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is equally adept in the use of weaponry, including swords, spears, and halberds. Surpassing Qian Yunxiao has become an undeniable certainty. Following the awakening of her martial soul, the look of satisfaction on Qian Yunxiao's face became increasingly apparent, which, in turn, made Qian Yunxiao realize her father's contentment with her. A smile then graced her features. Next came the assessment of her soul power. With a smile, Qian Yunxiao spoke. Presenting a blue orb before Qian Yunxiao, place your right hand upon it. With a resounding clap, Qian Yunxiao abruptly raised her right hand, exuding an air of confidence, seemingly quite assured of her innate soul power. In the next moment, an extraordinarily dazzling and resplendent light illuminated the surroundings once more. And it was at this moment that Qian Yunxiao suddenly spoke, his voice resonating like thunder in the spring rain, captivating everyone's attention. Innate soul power of 30 levels. What? Upon hearing these words, Ayin, doubting whether she had misheard, abruptly rose from her wheelchair. The next moment, she regretted it, for the pain was excruciating. It was a sensation that could not merely be described as a strain or injury, but rather a heart-wrenching agony. Observing this, they no longer paid heed to their daughter's innate soul power. Qian Yunxiao hurriedly went to check on A Yin. Just as he was about to speak, A Yin suddenly interjected, "Isn't this all due to your actions, beast of affection? Do not attempt to console me." Upholding the attitude that one can be invincible in the world without shame, Qian Yunxiao clung tightly to A Yin, suggesting, "How about we visit the blue-silver forest for some treatment?" The abundance of blue silver grass there will surely expedite your recovery. What do you think? Upon hearing the name of the forest, A Yin's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. As memories of her experiences with Qian Yunxiao in the blue-silver forest surged to the forefront of her mind. Pouting adorably, she retorted in a playful yet exasperated tone. Who would want to go to that place for treatment? There are indeed various methods of healing, such as the common practices of medication and injections. However, one could hardly consider Qian Yunxiao's approach to treatment as conventional. Oh, is that so? If you refuse treatment, you must focus on recuperation instead. Otherwise, an injection may be necessary. With a few soothing words, he managed to calm the irate A Yin. Qian Yunxiao approached Qian Yunxiao, crouching down to gently caress her delicate cheek. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "How about going somewhere with father in a couple of days?" Without hesitation, Qian Yunxiao nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, both ladies will accompany me. I wonder if they have the time?" He shifted his gaze to Shui Yulan and Qing Wu, posing the question. Observing the serious expression on Qian Yunxiao's face, Shui Yulan and Qing Wu exchanged glances and unanimously responded, "No problem," nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He turned his attention back to A Yin, firmly stating, "Rest assured and recover. You need not accompany us, or else I shall administer an injection." Upon hearing the word injection, A Yin's expression turned fearful. She was aware of where Qian Yunxiao intended to go and couldn't help but offer a warning. After all, what kind of place was the Spirit Hall? It was the most formidable location on the continent, home to the greatest number of titled Douluos. Qian Yunxiao's journey with Qing Wu and Shui Yulan was akin to descending into the dragon's lair, plunging into an abyss of peril. "I never undertake ventures without assurance. Do not forget that," he declared. Truly, Qian Yunxiao wished to engage A Yin in further scholarly discourse for the night, yet her injured foot rendered her unable to participate. Much to his regret. Chapter 78. A visit to the Spirit Hall, the arrogant Qian Xuanji. Amidst the clouds, a colossal figure traversed the sky, appearing and disappearing like a specter, instilling a sense of dread in those below. This majestic presence belonged to one of Qian Yunxiao's pets, the 10,000-year soul beast. The Stardow King, the celestial Azure Bull. "Daddy, where are we headed?" Qian Yunxiao, cradled in Shui Yulan's embrace, reveled in the wild winds that enveloped her. With uncontainable excitement, she inquired of Qian Yunxiao, who stood atop the bull's head. In response to this question, Qian Yunxiao responded promptly. "Go to the Spirit Hall and seek your grandfather." "The Spirit Hall? My grandfather?" Qian Yunxiao has never encountered her so-called grandfather throughout her life, and momentarily, a sense of bewilderment envelopes her as she ponders the name of her grandfather, his appearance, and whether he possesses the same handsomeness as her father. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Wuhuan Temple, an unsettling sensation lingers. Seated alone upon the throne, Qian Xinji finds himself in a particularly foul mood today. Upon rising early in the morning, instead of the cheerful calls of magpies, he was greeted only by the cawing of crows, which would have been bearable had he not also found himself with a piece of food lodged between his teeth while drinking water. Now, as a titled Douluo, he feels as though his heart is constricted, causing a profound discomfort within him. This amalgamation of circumstances has propelled an ominous feeling to surge within him, ascending to the very crown of his head, leaving him restless and agitated as he gazes down at the several titled Douluos before him. Qian Xuanji felt a modicum of relief, his brows furrowed in indignation as he muttered, "It must be due to the 9th spirit ring not being of the 100,000-year caliber. That detestable brother of mine, I could almost relish the thought of feasting upon your flesh and drinking your blood. Do you not comprehend the bond of blood thicker than water? If only you could bestow upon me a 100,000-year spirit beast as a spirit ring. I might even contemplate allowing you to return to the Qian family, to the angel clan. Yet, why can't you grasp this?" Below, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air, elegantly gesturing with a hand. The voice that emerged was androgynous and somewhat discordant. "Your Holiness, we have uncovered the truth. The man who has been closely associated with the Holy Maiden recently is named Yu Shaojiang, a direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family." "A direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? What of his talents?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji's brows knitted tighter, as Qian Xinji instinctively opened his mouth to respond. He couldn't help but pose a question. Although he was a direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, this individual possessed only a meager half-level innate soul power. Furthermore, due to the malignant mutation of his martial soul, he had become a worthless martial soul akin to a pig, rendering him incapable of surpassing level 30 for the entirety of his life. He had already been expelled from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. When answering the question posed by Pope Qian Sunji, the tone of title Douluo Yueguan was laced with disdain, clearly looking down upon this individual hailing from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. A worthless martial soul, incapable of breaking through to soul master, innate soul power at half level. Upon hearing this series of revelations, Qian Xuanji's expression darkened. For as the saying goes, one who associates with the virtuous shall become virtuous, while one who associates with the wicked shall become wicked. How could the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall be in the company of such a scoundrel? As the murderous intent surged within him, he was poised to instruct Douluo Yueguan to take action and discreetly eliminate this individual. However, upon reflection, he realized that he must not tarnish his grand image in Bibi Dong's eyes. Therefore, Qian Xuanji resolved to attempt a gentle approach first, should that prove ineffective. He would resort to a firmer stance with Yu Shaojiang. A truly serious approach, nothing more than that. Douluo, you go and persuade this fellow. See if you can coax him away from Donger. If he remains obstinate and ungrateful, then he must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qian Xuanji, with an air of indifference, spoke, his calm tone concealing a vast undercurrent of murderous intent. Yueguan received the command, maintaining his elegant posture, and respectfully began to respond. Just as he was about to embark on his mission, a resounding voice pierced the air. I, Qian Yunxiao, have come today to pay my respects to the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Xuanji, and the Elder of Judgment, Qian Douluo. The voice was imbued with a terrifying energy, instilling dread and trepidation in the hearts of all present in the hall. He has arrived? Upon hearing the familiar name, Qian Xuanji's eyes widened in shock, revealing a countenance filled with horror. The memory of that fateful punch in the sunset forest lingered in his mind, leaving an indelible psychological scar. He had spent over half a year in bed, exhausting countless rare treasures, before he managed to recover. The vendetta of years past is now returning for retribution. Gritting his teeth, he recalled that the Wuhuan Hall was his dominion. Qian Sun was suddenly filled with a murderous intent, and the original expressions of fear and trepidation vanished without a trace. The resplendent golden doors came crashing down with a thunderous sound, as the ominous figure of Qian Yunxiao swaggered in, leading his precious daughter, Qian Yunxiao, into the familiar yet unfamiliar grand hall. His gaze was as unyielding as rock, impervious to all. Qian Yunxiao was the first to speak, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly of titled Douluos. He then proclaimed, I, Qian Yunxiao, have come to pay my respects. I trust you all have been well. Upon hearing these words, one could not help but nitpick. Qian Sun seized the opportunity without hesitation to challenge Qian Yunxiao on the spot. Qian Yunxiao, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you sever ties with the Angel clan, and even go so far as to establish your own faction? It seems you are truly tired of living and have no regard for our esteemed lineage. What are you to pass judgment upon me? Is it that your mouth spews filth because you've neglected your dental hygiene? Or do you perhaps brush your teeth with excrement? Qian Yunxiao retorted without hesitation, getting straight to the point. The promise made in the sunset forest all those years ago, now I, Qian Yunxiao, have come to fulfill it. Qian Xuanji, do you dare to accept? Of course, he replied, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Rising from his throne, he looked like a crooked-mouthed dragon king, unhesitatingly responding with a glint of arrogance illuminating his features. What shall we play? Speak plainly. With the power of the supreme deity now in his grasp, how could Qian Yunxiao possibly fear Qian Xuanji? With the innate soul power of his precious daughter reaching the formidable level of 30, Qian Yunxiao felt emboldened and unyielding in the face of Qian Xuanji. He resolutely declared, if I lose, I shall forfeit my cultivation and be expelled from the Qian family. As if victory were already within his grasp, Qian Xuanji spoke, his eyes alight with madness. Come. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yunxiao responded. My daughter Shuai was blessed by the divine angels at birth. It is highly probable that she will become the first to attain divinity in the past 20,000 years of Douluo. With this alone, what can you, Qian Yunxiao, possibly offer to compare with me? Qian Xuan, with a tone of sarcasm, confidently remarked, Oh, is that so? As her brows arched elegantly, Qian Yunxiao shifted his gaze to Qian Yunxiao and said, Shuai, why not showcase your martial soul to your uncle, and do reveal your soul ring configuration as well? As Qian Yunxiao's voice fell, a sound akin to spring thunder amidst the rain erupted, instantly transforming the expressions of everyone present in the hall. Subsequently, a golden radiance descended from above, and a sacred power gradually permeated every corner of the chamber. The identity of the newcomer was unmistakable. It was the Elder of Judgment, Qian Douluo. The silver-haired, youthful elder stood resolutely at the center of the grand hall, positioned between the two factions. He fixed his gaze upon Qian Yunxiao and declared, "Rebellious child, how dare you show your face here?" Chapter 79. My precious granddaughter, why have you only just returned? Pay no mind to this old man, Shuer. Step forward and showcase your abilities, Qian Yunxiao remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at the approaching Qian Douluo, while simultaneously urging the still-dazed Qian Yunxiao to take her place. Qian Yunxiao understood that this old man was the most devout follower of the God of Angels. Once Qian Yunxiao revealed her astonishing talent for cultivation and her unparalleled martial soul, the old man would undoubtedly undergo a transformation akin to the dramatic face-changing art of Peking opera, instantly altering his demeanor, perhaps even becoming an entirely different person. Good daddy. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao nodded vigorously and, taking a deep breath, began to channel the soul power within her. Just as Qian Douluo was about to speak again, ready to impart another round of admonitions to Qian Yunxiao, he suddenly seemed to witness something extraordinary, causing the words he intended to utter to become lodged in his throat. Leaving him in a state of hesitation that was truly uncomfortable, his eyes wide with astonishment. An expression of incredulity emerged on Qian Douluo's face. As 3 soul rings gradually manifested beneath Qian Yunxiao's feet, every title Douluo, Peak Douluo, and even the Super Douluo, Golden Crocodile, and the unparalleled Douluo, Qian Douluo, were left utterly astonished. The assembly stood frozen, at a loss for words. 3 soul rings? This signifies a soul master. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Qianjun and the 2 Douluo could even hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Even the well-versed Qian Douluo trembled visibly upon witnessing this scene. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Yin Yunxiao, is this my granddaughter?" "Your granddaughter, Qian Yunxiao, possesses a rather modest innate soul power, perhaps only at the 30th level." Qian Yunxiao spoke indifferently, responding with evident annoyance. At present, he could not afford to show any semblance of respect to the old man, otherwise the latter might mistakenly believe he had intimidated him. Upon receiving this reply, Qian Douluo's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and he could not help but shudder with excitement. At this moment, it was evident just how exhilarated he truly was. Achieving an innate soul power of level 30 is unprecedented in the annals of soul masters. There has never been anyone before, nor will there be anyone after. To his astonishment, such an extraordinary individual turned out to be a descendant of his angel lineage, a scion of the Qian family. Qian Douluo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The radiant glory of the angel once again shelters my Qian family. I, Qian Douluo, express my gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the divine angel. In this life and the next, I shall forever follow the angelic deity, eternally devoted to their side. If Qian Yunxiao were to hear this, he would undoubtedly retort, "This is my own creation. What concern is it of your angelic deity?" Qian Douluo hurriedly spoke up, posing yet another question. What about the martial soul? As the most devout believer and loyal servant of the angel god, he felt immense joy at the thought that this child, endowed with such exceptional innate soul power, was his own progeny. If the child's martial soul were to possess any connection to the angel, Qian Douluo would not merely be delighted or excited, he would be utterly overwhelmed with ecstasy. Although the martial soul was not particularly formidable, the 12-winged life angel could be considered a benign mutation, surpassing the ordinary 6-winged angel martial soul by just a few tiers. Qian Yunxiao responded with a tone as light and carefree as a gentle breeze, treating the matter as if it were an everyday occurrence. The 12-winged life angel martial soul? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan of the spirit hall, widened in astonishment. One must understand that the 6-winged angel martial soul is already in the upper echelon of the myriad martial souls, as it possesses the highest innate soul power, reaching level 20. However, the 12-winged angel martial soul must undoubtedly surpass the 6-winged angel in prowess, as evidenced by Qian Yunxiao's innate soul power reaching level 30. If it is indeed more formidable than the so-called divine level 6-winged angel, could it be that the possessor of the 12-winged life angel martial soul is destined for divinity? At that moment, the mood of the 7th enshrined demon Douluo was beyond expression. He felt an overwhelming shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, this time the second prince has truly struck it rich. Once the young master grows, he will ascend, and all associated will rise with him." The identity of the young master he referred to was unmistakably Qian Yunxiao. As these words resonated, the previously bustling conversations within the hall erupted into a flurry of chatter. It seemed evident that the position of Pope in the spirit hall was destined for a change. With such a remarkably gifted daughter, the second prince was surely on the path to becoming the new Pope of the spirit hall, a matter that appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Observing the grand enshrined One might think he had just wed, given his exuberant delight. For the elders and enshrined members of the Spirit Hall, it mattered little who occupied the papal seat, as long as their interests were sufficiently served. After all, the joining of the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo to the Spirit Hall was motivated by the rights, wealth, and status it afforded them. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in coming to the Spirit Hall? To simply play around? The future of Qian Yunxiao starkly contrasts with that of Qian Yunxiao, resembling the vast difference between heaven and earth. The disparity between the two is as pronounced as clouds and mud. In comparison to Qian Yunxiao, the elders and worshippers of the Spirit Hall now harbor greater hopes for Qian Yunxiao to ascend as the new pope. After all, the principle that when one achieves greatness, those around them also rise is universally understood. Was it not the case that Qian Yunxiao triumphed over Qian Yunxiao simply because he took in a disciple with twin martial souls? Contemplating this for a while, yet hesitating to voice his thoughts, Qian Douluo eventually gazed at Qian Yunxiao with an expression of endearment and said, "My precious granddaughter, why have you only just returned? Your grandfather has searched high and low for you. A true gentleman knows when to be humble and when to stand tall. In this regard, the grand worshipper truly excels. One who is unashamed is invincible, and the grand worshipper is indeed unmatched." Reflecting on prior events, Qian Douluo verbally insulted Qian Yunxiao and her spouse, as well as the previously unmanifested Qian Yunxiao. Now, the situation has transformed remarkably, as the 6 offerings Qian Junda could not help but murmur to himself, "Have I truly been outdone by the descendants?" Observing the ethereal angel behind Qian Yunxiao, adorned with no less than 6 pairs of wings and radiating formidable life force, he felt his own 6-winged angelic lineage being overwhelmingly suppressed. Even if he remained skeptical, Qian Yunxiao had to acknowledge this undeniable truth. "Qian Yunxiao, you have lost, haven't you?" A subtle smile graced Qian Yunxiao's lips as she gazed at the bewildered Qian Yunxiao. "Lost," he murmured to himself, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. A spark of inspiration flickered through Qian Yunxiao's mind, and in the next moment, Qian Yunxiao spoke once more, his face contorted with a frenzied ferocity. "I shall not be defeated. The only one who will taste defeat is you. Years ago, it was my disciple, Bibi Dong, who led to your downfall. Today, she shall be the reason for your ultimate defeat once more. Furthermore, I shall ruthlessly strip you of all your cultivation." The 2 women behind him bolstered Qian Yunxiao's confidence, prompting him to respond without hesitation, "Then come at me with all your might. I have vowed to shatter the very pride you hold dear, rendering you a complete and utter failure." Chapter 80, Competing with a Disciple? Who cannot? Qian Yunxiao, the chief disciple before long. A maiden clad in a resplendent pink palace gown, her long hair cascading gracefully to her waist, entered the papal hall with an enchanting elegance. Bibi Dong had previously encountered the Pope and the esteemed elders and offerings. With humility and grace, she surveyed the assembly within the hall. Every gesture exuded sophistication, yet her countenance bore a flicker of astonishment. Why were all the elders and offerings present? A sense of confusion mingled with curiosity stirred within her. The 4 esteemed elders, Jiao, Gue, Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao, were renowned titled Douluos, long stationed at the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was no stranger to them, yet the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall, elusive figures rarely seen, were a rarity indeed. Yet today, so many powerful beings had congregated. What event could have prompted such an assembly? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her mind racing with speculation. "Donger, you have finally arrived." Upon recognizing the familiar visage and form, a smile blossomed on Qian Yunxiao's face as he unexpectedly greeted her, subsequently shifting his gaze to Qian Yunxiao. "Teacher," he said with a slight nod. Bibi Dong responded in kind, just as she was about to inquire about the reason for her summons to this place. Qian Yunxiao, swift as the wind, was the first to speak, addressing Qian Yunxiao. "My disciple, Bibi Dong, whom you have previously encountered, possesses not only innate full soul power, but also the rare dual martial souls. Furthermore, both of these martial souls are of the highest caliber, belonging to the royal lineage of the spider martial souls. Qian Yunxiao, what do you have to compare with me? Are you attempting to measure me against others?" Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong surmised the purpose of her mentor, Qian Yunxiao, summoning her here. A sense of melancholy washed over her, and a fleeting shadow of displeasure flickered across her eyes, nearly imperceptible. It was evident that Bibi Dong disliked being compared to others, even though she was exceptionally outstanding, and even if the individual making the comparison was her esteemed teacher, Qian Yunxiao. In the face of the provocation from Qian Yunxiao, Qian Yunxiao shook his head helplessly. While it was understandable to compare with his own daughter, Considering they were indeed family, he did not anticipate that you would also bring your disciple into the comparison. To speak candidly, Qian Yunxiao did not relish this kind of comparison. Upon hearing this, Deepening cast a more attentive glance at the previously overlooked Qian Yunxiao. It was at that moment she realized that the unfamiliar man before her was none other than the second Prince Qian Yunxiao, who had departed from the spirit hall many years ago. Your Highness, you have returned? A glimmer of surprise lit up her eyes as Deepening widened them, feeling utterly astonished. Following this revelation, sensing that Qian Yunxiao might not excel in the aspect of his disciple, Qian Yunxiao seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Not fond of this? I think you may not be capable." Not capable? Upon hearing these two words, Qian Yunxiao scoffed with disdain. Shall I invite your disciple to test my abilities? With victory already assured, Qian Yunxiao felt no fear. He promptly spoke, "Xiao Ming, let us showcase your talent to His Holiness the Pope." As Qian Yunxiao's words fell, a youth of approximately 15 years old entered the hall, exuding an air of calm confidence as he approached the assembly of formidable individuals. Upon their gaze falling upon him, he performed a respectful bow, articulating, "I am Qian Ming, the chief disciple under my master's banner, here to greet all esteemed lords." Skipping the pleasantries, Qian Ming, who favored directness over circumlocution, succinctly introduced himself. "I am Qian Ming, wielder of the martial soul, fiery Songwolf. At the age of 15, I possess a full innate soul power, ranking at level 45 in the Assault-type Soul Master sect." Upon hearing these words, the second elder, Golden Crocodile, exclaimed in astonishment. A Soul Master at the age of 15. Remarkable. The fact that a being of such caliber as the 98th ranked Super Douluo, Golden Crocodile, would commend him speaks volumes of Qian Ming's exceptional prowess. The other elders nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Qian Ming's talents. After all, in the original narrative, the 17-year-old Dai Mubai reached only level 44 as a Soul Master, earning the title of Little Monster from Ningfengxi. Yet here's to Qian Ming, surpassing Dai Mubai's achievements at his age, an undeniably formidable presence. However, upon observing the elder's expression shift, Qian Yunxiao's demeanor changed, and after a moment of contemplation, he disdainfully remarked, "And what of it? My disciple, Dong possesses dual martial souls. While Qian Ming may be commendable, he pales in comparison to my disciple." With a hint of sarcasm, he added, "Oh, is that so?" With a snap of his fingers, Qian Yunxiao spoke again. "If you wish to spare your teacher from embarrassment, then do not conceal anything." "As you command, teacher." Qian Ming had always heeded Qian Yunxiao's words without hesitation. Since the matter had been broached, he saw no reason to continue pretending. Moreover, his meticulously crafted ruse had nearly reached its conclusion, prompting Qian Ming to reveal his true self. He would no longer feign ignorance. His fourth soul ring was one of 10,000 years. As the inky black and profound 10,000-year soul ring manifested, it left the assembled titled Douluos momentarily speechless. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the pain of disparity. "My heart aches, truly aches." The speaker of these words was Yu Long, a soul master from the spirit hall, on the verge of breaking through to the titled Douluo realm. Logically, a typical soul master would possess a 5,000-year soul ring, while his was merely 1,000 years. And this youth before him? His fourth soul ring was already 10,000 years old. In comparison, it was painfully evident that one must discard the inferior. Indeed, comparing people can lead to despair. Stunned, they remained rooted to the spot. Qian Sunji could never have anticipated this. Qian Yunxiao, this fellow, surprisingly retains some tricks up his sleeve when it comes to his disciples, leaving one seething with frustration. Qian Yunxiao, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "So what if the fourth spirit ring reaches the 10,000-year level? My disciple, by Bidong, if she were to mature, it would be no surprise if not only her fourth spirit ring reached 10,000 years, but even her first spirit ring. In this matter of disciples, it is still Qian Yunxiao who has been bested." Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, the others understood this Qian Yunxiao was utterly shameless, and he must secure victory in this round. Once more, disdain flickered across their faces at Qian Yunxiao's brazen audacity. Qian Yunxiao, unwilling to engage in further banter with this individual, stated, "Very well, you may consider this round as your victory. What shall we compete in for the third round?" Qian Yunxiao once proclaimed that he would personally shatter the most cherished pride within his opponent's heart, rendering them utterly defeated. If the opponent craves victory, then why not grant it to them? The true essence of winning and losing is well understood by all. What does the third round signify? Upon hearing these words, Qian Yunxiao, who had just tasted a fleeting moment of triumph, found himself in a state of confusion. The smile that had once been so evident on his face gradually faded away. In terms of strength, he was like a celestial being compared to a mere mortal when juxtaposed with Qian Yunxiao. There was simply no basis for comparison, and the disparity would become glaringly obvious upon examination. As for Qian Xuanji, his defeat was inevitable. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the two women standing behind Qian Yunxiao. With a swift turn of his eyes, Qian Xuanji soon found an answer and hurriedly spoke. How do they compare to our wives? Do you dare? Enough. We are all family. What is there to compare? Observing the escalating situation, Qian Douluo could no longer remain silent. Chapter 81. The Despair of Qian Xuanji, terrifying as the blue-silver emperor. One born under the favor of the angelic deity, possessing a martial soul with a beneficial mutation and an innate soul power reaching level 30. Qian Douluo held great affection for these two precious granddaughters, having already regarded them as successors to be nurtured in his heart. In the future, one could potentially become a grand offering of the spirit hall, while the other might rise to the position of elder of judgment, regardless of the paths they may take. The priority remained that both could grow up safely and soundly. They bore the blood of the Qian family and the lineage of angels. This truth was immutable. Qian Douluo, content with the mere hope that his two daughters could grow and flourish, pondered little upon the future. Among his two granddaughters, he believed at least one could attain divinity, while for the other, achieving godhood through the power of faith would suffice. As he witnessed the escalating and fervent dispute between the fathers of these two cherished daughters, the gravity of the situation began to spiral out of control. Thus, Qian Douluo, with the remnants of his dwindling authority, spoke out, striving to mediate between the opposing parties, particularly for the sake of Qian Yunxiao. The soul rings and soul bones of Qian Xuanji, which had existed for 100,000 years, have vanished. He lay in bed for over half a year before finally recovering. These humiliations are etched in his heart, unforgettable for a lifetime. With matters having reached this point, he understands that there is no turning back. Qian Xuanji had already taken the lead, and he could not possibly relinquish the opportunity to eliminate Qian Yunxiao. Thus, he declared, "Today, it is either his demise or my survival. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you until the end. Shui, take this old man, your grandfather, and remove him from my sight." Unyielding, Qian Yunxiao responded, and to prevent Qian Douluo from causing any further disruptions, he instructed Qian Yunxiao to escort the elder away. Upon hearing his son's retorts, Qian Douluo felt a profound disappointment, akin to that of a teacher frustrated with his pupils. He was momentarily speechless. "You too." After a brief silence, before Qian Yunxiao could act, Qian Douluo took her hand and led her away from this chaotic scene. Before departing, he added with a fierce tone, "In that case, I shall accompany you. You shall remain here to witness who the new pope of the spirit hall will be. Do you understand?" The gravity in Qian Douluo's words was unmistakable, and all the elders and attendants present responded in unison. "Understood. Elder Zhu, please summon Mu Yan," he commanded. "At once, Your Holiness," Yu Guan replied, promptly exiting the hall. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, the atmosphere shifted as Qian Douluo, that troublesome figure, was no longer present. Qian Xuanji felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. With a smile, he turned to Qian Yunxiao and said, "Please invite the mother of your daughter." The soul beast. As he uttered the word soul beast, Qian Sun's accent grew more pronounced, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction and an undertone of contempt. Particularly the way she emphasized the first word clearly conveyed her disdain and scorn. "Mind your attitude, or I shall rend your lips asunder. No, perhaps it is better to simply end your existence, for I find your oral hygiene repulsive." A Yin, feeling unwell, was fortunate to have Yulan and Qingwu present. How about they compete instead? Frowning, her displeasure evident on her countenance, Qian Yunxiao responded candidly to this retort. For the other party could not even rise from their wheelchair. This was no longer merely a matter of discomfort. It had severely impacted daily life. Receiving this response, she paid no heed to the insult directed at her. Qian Sun's eyes brightened unexpectedly, and he secretly rejoiced within his heart. Indeed, as I had anticipated, that 10,000-year soul beast is undoubtedly inferior to Mu Yan. Otherwise, Qian Yunxiao would have long since brought her forth to compare with Mu Yan. What nonsense about discomfort! It is truly laughable. However, this is for the best, as it places the advantage squarely in my favor. With this thought in mind, Qian Xuanji opened his mouth. Addressing Qian Yunxiao, "If you cannot defeat my Mu Yan, feel free to admit your defeat. Should you choose to surrender, I shall promptly nullify your cultivation, ensuring that you experience not a hint of suffering. What do you think? It's worth contemplating." Although he spoke these words outwardly, Qian Xuanji harbored a different intention within. Secretly vowing, "Rest assured, I will make your existence more agonizing than death. In response to this, Qian Yunxiao chose not to say much more. There was no alternative but to request the lady's assistance. Qian Yunxiao shifted his gaze to the graceful figure behind him and spoke. I would appreciate it if you could fetch A Yin. Of course, master, replied Qingwu with a slight nod before turning to exit the hall. She stepped onto the head of the azure bull python and, like a flash of lightning, darted toward the direction of the setting sun forest. After a brief moment, a woman of exquisite beauty, clad in black, entered the grand hall, her alluring figure accentuated by graceful curves. Behind her swayed a tail that moved with wild abandon. As expected, the women of the Zhu family were all embodiments of unparalleled elegance. Have you arrived? Qian Sun cast a cold glance at the other party, then spoke in a commanding tone. If you lose later, you know the consequences. I understand clearly. In response to these words, the woman named Zhu Muyin nodded heavily. Her previous arrogance vanished without a trace, replaced now by an infinite humility and an unwavering determination as steadfast as rock. Witnessing this scene, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Such a beauty had unfortunately fallen into the hands of that scoundrel. The nature of their relationship was evidently far from amicable. After a considerable time, A Yin, seated in a wheelchair, entered the Pope's palace. Today was different from the past. In the presence of the titled Douluos, A Yin felt no trepidation, bolstered by the immense sense of security that Qian Yunxiao provided. A soul sage? To her astonishment, that wretched soul beast was of the same rank as that foolish Mu Yan. Upon catching sight of A Yin for the first time, Qian Xuan felt a sense of unease. But when he discovered that the other party was seated in a wheelchair and unable to stand, a flicker of joy ignited within him. The advantage still lay with him. Without further ado, let us commence. A glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Qian Xuan was the first to break the silence that enveloped the scene. She appeared to be unable to move. Might this be somewhat unfair? In pursuit of victory in this battle, Qian Xuanji, in his relentless pursuit, managed to procure 2 ancient soul bones of unparalleled caliber for Zhu Muyin to absorb. As a result, what was once merely a soul emperor level Zhu Muyin swiftly ascended to the realm of soul sage in just a few days. Upon witnessing A Yin seated in a wheelchair, she could not help but utter a remark about the woman's overly compassionate nature. Qian Yunxiao silently mused, pondering the capriciousness of fate. Where lies the notion of fairness? In the midst of battle, true adversaries will never wait for you to reach your peak before confronting you. They will seize any opportunity of vulnerability to strike. A Yin spoke with an air of indifference, resolute in her commitment to the upcoming battle that pertained to her beloved's honor and future. Even though the previous night had seen her mistreated by this very man, she would not shy away from the challenge. After a prolonged struggle, the battle concluded. A Yin, with a chilling demeanor, fixed her gaze upon Zhu Muyin, who was ensnared by the endless blue-silver emperor. She coldly declared, "You have lost." In an instant, Qian Yunxiao, acting with astonishing swiftness, unleashed his formidable prowess as a demigod, sending waves of terror through the ranks of titled Douluo present, their brows slick with cold sweat, spines chilled with fear. Concurrently, he struck down Qian Xuanji, rendering him powerless before he could react. Chapter 82. Has Qian Yunxiao become the Pope of the Spirit Hall? As the crowd began to comprehend the unfolding events, their gazes turned to Qian Xuanji, now disheveled and in a state of utter disgrace. Sympathy and pity were evident in their eyes. "Take him away," he scoffed disdainfully, casting a fleeting glance at Qian Xuanji. Qian Yunxiao addressed Zhu Muyin, saying, "As you command, Your Holiness." After breaking free from the bindings of the blue-silver emperor, Zhu Muyin responded with a trembling voice, even changing his address for Qian Yunxiao from Second Prince to Your Holiness. Having uttered these words, Zhu Muyin departed from this land of turmoil, dragging along the seemingly lifeless Qian Sun, a place that no longer belonged to them. "You performed admirably today, my lady. A reward awaits you upon our return this evening," Qian Yunxiao remarked with a smile towards A Yin, accompanied by a knowing glance. "Scoundrel," A Yin retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Observing the outcome, the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, displayed his understanding by hastily bowing and proclaiming, "I extend my congratulations to the Second Prince on the ascension of the new Pope." Qian Yunxiao waved his hand dismissively, responding, "I have no interest in the papacy. Let it be." Qian Yunxiao understood that if he were to ascend to this position, he would be inundated with countless memorials awaiting his review, and an overwhelming number of matters requiring his attention. At that point, he would scarcely have time to engage in intellectual discourse with his esteemed wife. Such a fate seemed preferable to death itself. Therefore, he resolutely declined Jeannie's proposition. This response left Jeannie momentarily stunned. pondering who would assume the role of the Pope of the Spirit Hall if Qian Yunxiao were to decline. Would the elders take up this mantle? That was inconceivable. The Spirit Hall belonged to the Qian family. No one outside of them could rightfully occupy the position of Pope. Swallowing hard, Genie steeled himself and spoke again, sinking to one knee as he implored the second prince to ascend the throne and become the new emperor of the Spirit Hall, guiding it towards glory. Given that the second elder had already knelt, the remaining elders and offerings felt compelled to follow suit. Echoing the plea for the second prince to take the throne and lead the Spirit Hall to magnificence. I have stated my refusal, and it stands firm, Qian Yunxiao declared. Realizing that by rejecting the papacy, he would need to appoint a new pope to adhere to tradition and propriety. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the old rascal, Qian Douluo, would not let him off lightly. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Yunxiao shifted her gaze toward Bibi Dong, who in the original narrative was renowned as the iron-blooded pope and lauded as the serpent of the abyss. She possessed a plethora of cunning, depth, and stratagems. While it is true that the current Bibi Dong has not progressed as depicted in the original tale, she stands as the most suitable candidate for the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, aside from Qian Yunxiao. After all, she is the disciple of Qian Xuanji, which grants her a semblance of belonging to the Qian family. One day apart feels like 3 years, after many years of separation. I never imagined you would have blossomed into such grace, they say. A father's legacy is inherited by his son, and once a teacher, always a father. With Qian Xuanji having abdicated, it is now time for you, Bibi Dong, to ascend as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this proclamation, Bibi Dong appeared utterly bewildered. What? I arrive at the Pope's Hall, and my master Qian Xuanji is deposed. But I leap from merely being a saint to becoming the new Pope? What is this madness? No, this cannot be. I am unworthy. Bibi Dong harbored a concern that compelled her to categorically refuse. Upon witnessing Qian Yunxiao intending for Bibi Dong to inherit the mantle, the golden crocodile Douluo refrained from voicing any dissent or skepticism. For if Qian Yunxiao had indeed made a decision, it was incumbent upon him to comply, without the option for rebuttal. The other elders and worshippers understood this principle as well and remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Qian Yunxiao spoke once more, dissuading her. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day, and an army cannot function without a commander, even for a moment. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, if you do not assume this position, who will? Furthermore, the Holy Maiden is inherently the foremost heir to the papacy of the Spirit Hall. Are you apprehensive that you may be unable to govern the entirety of the Spirit Hall from this position? Fear not, for I shall lend my assistance. No, Your Highness, you have misunderstood. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Bibi Dong hastily retorted, her face a mask of panic, clearly lacking the poise and composure befitting a future pope. No sooner had Bibi Dong spoken than a voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, echoed in Qian Yunxiao's mind, unmistakably belonging to the esteemed Zhu Douluo, Yueguan, of the Spirit Hall. Upon receiving the astonishing news embedded within the transmission, Qian Yunxiao's brows were tightly knitted, and within his profound gaze, there emerged a chilling glimmer of lethal intent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fury that surged within him. Qian Yunxiao fixated his gaze upon Bibi Dong and then, with a commanding tone, he declared, since you do not wish to assume the role of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I shall not compel you. Grant me a day's time. If I, Qian Yunxiao, cannot persuade you to willingly embrace the position of Pope, then I shall claim it for myself. What say you? The words of Qian Yunxiao were not merely addressed to Bibi Dong, but also to the esteemed elders and offerings present. He was not seeking their opinions, rather, he was issuing commands. There was no room for dissent. Acknowledging her inability to counter Qian Yunxiao this time, Bibi Dong pursed her lips, nodded slightly, and lowered her head in acquiescence, responding, it has been many years. The transformation of the second prince is quite remarkable. A hint of melancholy surfaced on Bibi Dong's face, as if she harbored some disappointment. I shall faithfully obey the command of the second prince. The other elders and offerings echoed her sentiments in unison. After a considerable pause, on a street in Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong, who was carefully trailing behind Qian Yunxiao, her demeanor cautious and measured to avoid inciting his ire, inquired with curiosity, Second Prince, where are you taking me? To this question, Qian Yunxiao remained silent. After a while, they arrived at a secluded corner of a relatively hidden street. Qian Yunxiao abruptly halted his steps, turning to confront Yu Xiaojiang with a piercing question. Isn't it true that you are the primary reason for not becoming the Pope? Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong's pupils constricted, and her complexion changed dramatically. Trembling, she spoke, Your Highness, how could you possibly know this? You, You wouldn't intend to use Xiaojiang to coerce me into becoming the Pope, would you? Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head in response. Qian Yunxiao also seemed to have calmed down. His tone gradually became more amiable, and he appeared somewhat more approachable, no longer exuding the intimidating aura that had instilled fear and trepidation moments before. Qian Yunxiao spoke up. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Since your entrance into the spirit hall, how I have treated you. Could it be that you, Xiao Dong, have forgotten? Upon encountering Qian Yunxiao's familiar demeanor and hearing the endearing title Xiao Dong, Bibi Dong, in her youthful days, seemed to recall something. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a pure, innocent expression emerged on her face. Bibi Dong promptly replied, No. Ever since I can remember, His Highness II has treated me exceptionally well. I will forever cherish the name Xiao Dong in my heart. Although Qian Yunxiao did not discover the twin martial soul prodigy Bibi Dong before Qian Xuanji, this did not imply a poor relationship between them. On the contrary, their bond was quite strong. Chapter 83. Encountering the notorious hypocrite Yu Xiaojiang. Since you have said that, do you truly believe I would harm you, Xiao Dong? As she observed her counterpart gradually falling into the meticulously laid plan, with a subtle raise of his brow, Qian Yunxiao seized the moment and asserted, in response to this matter, the youthful Bibi Dong replied without a moment's hesitation with 2 words, I won't. Satisfied with this answer, Qian Yunxiao nodded slightly and continued, in that case, everything I do next, even if you do not comprehend it, is ultimately for your benefit. Will you trust me? After a brief moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong resolutely nodded her head and firmly replied, For my good? I trust you, Your Highness the Second Prince. With Bibi Dong's affirmation, Qian Yunxiao could naturally commence his plan to elevate her status. Why does Bibi Dong harbor no desire to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall? For Qian Yunxiao, the answer to this inquiry is rather straightforward. The primary reason lies with the so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang. Consider this. If Bibi Dong were to ascend to the position of Pope, would the elders and the clergy permit her to associate so closely with a worthless individual? Naturally not. While Bibi Dong was still the saintess, the elders and clergy largely turned a blind eye to her actions, with only her teacher, Qin Xuanji, keeping a watchful eye on her. However, should Bibi Dong become the Pope, her every action would necessitate utmost discretion, for she would be the head of the household, not merely playing games. If the Pope Bibi Dong were to be seen in proximity to a worthless individual who could not even break through to become a soul master, especially if that individual were of the opposite gender, what would the world think of the Spirit Hall? What would they say about its elders and clergy? Thus, should Bibi Dong become the Pope, the elders and clergy would surely not allow the two to grow too close. Bibi Dong likely recognized this point, which is why she is disinclined to pursue the role of Pope. In summary, it is due to this Master Yu Xiaojiang that Bibi Dong has no desire to become Pope. With a fierce determination in his heart, Qian Yunxiao vowed to unmask the true nature of this Master Yu Xiaojiang. Take me to find Yu Xiaojiang. With my capabilities, locating him would be no challenge, but I hope you will guide me there. Qian Yunxiao spoke to Bibi Dong with a remarkably gentle tone, despite appearing harmless. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Bibi Dong inexplicably consented to his request. A loan of 500 Qian coins must be repaid to this system within 1 month. The cold, indifferent mechanical voice echoed within her mind. Qian Yunxiao subsequently expended the 500 financial essence coins he had recently leased to procure a veracity goo worm from beyond the realm of Douluo Continent. With all arrangements meticulously set, he merely awaited the moment to meet the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang. Under the guidance of Bibi Dong, Qian Yunxiao ultimately arrived at an establishment known as Star Pluck, a name derived from the phrase to pluck the stars, which aptly reflects the lofty aspirations associated with it. While the Star Pluck Tavern may not rival the towering majesty of the Ice Crystal Palace in Tianshui City, it nonetheless boasts over 20 stories, making it one of the tallest edifices in the contemporary Douluo Continent, second only to the aforementioned palace. A faint memory lingered from a time spent with Shui Yulan and A Yin. Qian Yunxiao engages in the exchange of knowledge atop such towering edifices. Xiao Gang, I've come to visit you. With familiarity, Bibi Dong gracefully entered the opulent restaurant, leading Qian Yunxiao to an elegantly antiquated loft. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed open the door, her spirits soaring as she exclaimed. Following the direction of Bibi Dong's gaze, Qian Yunxiao noticed a young scholar-like figure, whose information was laid bare before him. Yu Xiaojiang, a rank 29 Great Soul Master, possessed a mutated martial soul known as the Pig, Lo Sin Pao. He bore several titles: the Thieving Scholar, Master of the Divine King, corner of wisdom, timid escapist, and a newly added label, Prince of Green Hats. This youth, named Yu Xiaojing, appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable. He clutched a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Martial Souls, a publication from the Martial Soul Hall. Clearly, this book must have been bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong, for it was not available for purchase in the markets of Douluo Continent. As the saying goes, knowledge is priceless. Moreover, the current state of Douluo Continent can be described as starkly polarized, with an insurmountable chasm separating the nobility from the commoners. Knowledge serves as an essential tool for crossing this divide, aside from being a soul master. The knowledge pertaining to soul masters is closely guarded not only by the Martial Soul Hall, but also by the two great empires, various kingdoms, 7 major sects, and numerous nobles. How could Yu Xiaojing, who had not even attained the noble status of a soul sovereign, possibly acquire such a book? It was undoubtedly borrowed from Bibi Dong, or more accurately, obtained through dubious means. Upon encountering Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojing displayed a smile and, while responding, noticed Qian Yunxiao, prompting him to shift the conversation and inquire, "Donger, who is this?" In response to this question, Bibi Dong, brimming with pride, introduced Qian Yunxiao's identity as the second prince of the Martial Soul Hall, His Highness Qian Yunxiao, and one of the few titled Douluo in the realm today. Titled Douluo? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing was taken aback and quickly bowed in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "Yu Xiaojing pays his respects to your highness." With a forced smile that belied his true sentiments, Yu Xiaojing harbored no affection for the young man before him. Particularly influenced by the impressions from the original narrative and the labels hovering above him, Qian Yunxiao harbored a sense of disdain, tinged with a hint of malice. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his forthcoming plans, he responded with utmost courtesy, declaring, "Since you are a friend of Donger, let us dispense with these mundane formalities." "Thank you, your highness." The Yu Xiaojing uttered these words. His thoughts diverged sharply. He silently mused, "What caliber does he possess to dare address me, Yu Xiaojing, with the same title?" As time pressed on, he proposed, "Shall we share a meal together?" Qian Yunxiao tentatively inquired, "And as a title Douluo?" His words left Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing with no options. His actions were also intended to facilitate the execution of his future plans. "Very well, your highness. I shall arrange for fine wine and exquisite dishes to be brought forth." Unaware of any underlying issues, Bibi Dong, observing that the sun was already high in the sky, nodded repeatedly while placing her orders. The opportunity to share a table with the title Douluo dazzled Yu Xiaojing, igniting thoughts of boasting for a decade. Moreover, sharing this moment with the second prince of the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Yunxiao, elevated the potential for storytelling to an entirely new echelon. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. And Yu Xiaojing had long harbored aspirations regarding the more profound texts of the Wuhuan Temple. However, Bibi Dong lacked the capacity and inclination to assist him, leaving Yu Xiaojing feeling despondent and disappointed. Now, with the second prince of the Wuhuan Temple present, there was a chance that he could leverage this connection to obtain everything he desired. Thus, in his heart, Yu Xiaojing resolved, success or death. Chapter 84, Yu Xiaojing speaks the truth after wine. What a surprise! As a title Douluo with the strength of a demigod, it would be a trivial matter for Qian Yunxiao to discreetly introduce the truth goo into the food or drink before Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing. After a few rounds of drinks, Yu Xiaojing, a great soul master, found himself at a loss for how many flattering words he had offered to Qian Yunxiao. His mind was beginning to cloud, and his face flushed crimson, indicating his inebriation. As for Qian Yunxiao, he had long since employed his internal soul power to neutralize the effects of the alcohol, rendering him impervious to intoxication. Regardless of how much he consumed, it was as if he were drinking water. Initially, Bibi Dong had hoped the two would refrain from revelry, but Yu Xiaojing, eager to align himself with Qian Yunxiao, opted for the most straightforward approach, forging a friendship at the banquet. Bibi Dong's cautions fell on deaf ears, as Yu Xiaojing disregarded her entirely, intent on his own pursuits. Qian Yunxiao did not decline Yu Xiaojing's invitation to the drinking table, for the actions of the latter would only propel his own plans further and facilitate their execution. For this reason, Bibi Dong, unable to prevent their interaction, reluctantly allowed the two to indulge in their libations. It was precisely due to their excessive drinking that the current scene unfolded. Yu Xiaojing, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, was thoroughly inebriated, resembling a disheveled figure. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, plagued by concerns for Yu Xiaojing's well-being and still irked by his earlier neglect, found herself in a state of agitation, her countenance reflecting her discontent and displeasure. In light of this, Qian Yunxiao merely wishes to express that he will, in due course, bring great pleasure to Bibi Dong. Ensuring her both physical and emotional satisfaction is not out of the question. Qian Yunxiao maintained an unperturbed demeanor, his face perpetually adorned with a smile. As he observed Yu Xiaojiang succumb to the inebriation, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for maturity to unfold. After a considerable interval, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's dazed expression and the chaotic turmoil of his soul power, which was in utter disarray, Qian Yunxiao realized that the time was ripe, and his plan could commence. In the blink of an eye, amidst a flash of lightning and a spark of fire, in a swift and discreet manner, Qian Yunxiao promptly acted, secretly introducing the truth goo into Yu Xiaojiang's cup. The black truth goo, roughly the size of a thumb, would vanish without a trace the moment it touched the liquid, causing no disturbances whatsoever. There would be no scent, taste, or fluctuations to betray its presence. Today, not even the wasteful great soul master Yu Xiaojiang would notice, let alone Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island. The function of the truth goo is rather straightforward. It compels individuals to speak the truth involuntarily. Moreover, given that Yu Xiaojiang is intoxicated, his mind clouded and disoriented, he will undoubtedly reveal everything when Qian Yunxiao poses his inquiries. My dear Yu, I have a question I wish to ask you. If it would not be too much trouble? Qian Yunxiao, straightforward and direct, wasted no time in getting to the point. It was evident that he had no desire to engage in any so-called foreplay with Yu Xiaojiang, and immediately delved into the main topic. Naturally, had the counterpart been Bibi Dong, Qian Yunxiao would certainly ensure that the preliminaries were adequately addressed, for certain matters are indeed contingent upon individual circumstances. Faced with inquiries from Qian Yunxiao, the somewhat anxious yet exhilarated Yu Xiaojiang responded with remarkable forthrightness. Your Highness, please feel free to speak. Yu Xiaojiang shall be forthcoming in all matters. Raising his cup in salute, he offered a toast. Satisfied with this answer, Qian Yunxiao nodded slightly, then seized a nearby cup, promptly consuming the potent liquor within without leaving a single drop. Observing this, Yu Xiaojiang, fearing any lapse that might offend Qian Yunxiao, hastily lifted his own cup and drank in kind to demonstrate his respect. With another cup of strong liquor coursing through him, the effects began to take hold, and the subtle influence of the true words goo worm quietly commenced its work. Your Highness, please, he managed to murmur, blinking as the world around him grew ever more indistinct, his consciousness wavering. In a daze, Yu Xiaojiang vaguely recalled that Qian Yunxiao wished to inquire about something. Your Highness, Xiaojiang has had too much to drink, as you can see. Understanding that Yu Xiaojiang could not continue, Bai Dong sought to swiftly conclude the drinking session. Gently grasping Qian Yunxiao's hand and pleading with a disarming sincerity. What business is it of a woman to interject in matters of men? Be gone. At this, Yu Xiaojiang's senses sharpened slightly, and he immediately chastised Bai Dong for her interference. Perceiving it as a squandering of his efforts to elevate himself and Qian Yunxiao's esteem through their drinking. Little Xiaojiang? Bai Dong was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's unexpected reproach. The Yu Xiaojiang she knew was not this brash individual, but rather a refined scholar. Why had he transformed so drastically after merely 2 cups of liquor? Her confusion was tinged with a bittersweet ache. The second prince means you no harm. Do you understand? Qian Yunxiao tenderly caressed Bai Dong's delicate cheek, whispering reassuringly, take your time to observe, trust the second prince. With both of them expressing such sentiments, Bai Dong fell silent, distancing herself from Yu Xiaojiang and gravitating closer to Qian Yunxiao. Evidently, her discontent with Yu Xiaojiang prompted the shift, further reinforced by Qian Yunxiao's comforting presence. In stark contrast, Bai Dong felt that Qian Yunxiao surpassed Yu Xiaojiang by an immeasurable degree. I beseech you, Your Highness. To clarify, after refilling both Qian Yunxiao's cup and his own, Yu Xiaojiang downed another substantial drink. Hoping to steer the conversation back to its previous topic without disrupting Qian Yunxiao's enjoyment. I wish to know, what are your feelings towards Donger? Is it genuine love or something else? As soon as the words left his lips, the previously sulky Bai Dong shifted her gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang, clearly eager to learn his response. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang confidently declared, without hesitation, what do I think of Donger? Naturally, it is sincere. Sincere? Upon hearing this word, Bai Dong's eyes brightened, her heart swelling with joy, for this was the answer she had long yearned for. Please, continue, she urged, a smile gracing her lips. Qian Yunxiao continued to inquire, stating that everything was under his control as he awaited the unfolding of events. The Spirit Hall was a grand establishment, and Donger was the saintess of the Spirit Hall. If I do not treat her sincerely, how could she willingly bestow upon me the cultural legacy of the Spirit Hall, accumulated over a century or even a millennium? With a serene smile, Yu Xiaojiang continued speaking. However, as soon as he finished this statement, His expression abruptly changed. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened immediately, becoming ominously grim. "I apologize. I misspoke." Yu Xiaojiang quickly interjected, feeling quite embarrassed. He offered a faint smile. Qian Yunxiao patiently responded, granting you an opportunity to elucidate your sentiments regarding Donger. What precisely does she signify to you? The moment Yu Xiaojiang spoke, the other party was destined to reveal the unvarnished truth. No amount of eloquence could alter that reality. "Thank you so much, Your Highness," he expressed, gratitude evident upon his countenance. Little did Yu Xiaojiang realize that this entire predicament was orchestrated by Qian Yunxiao. As he offered a feigned smile, he internally pondered how to navigate the forthcoming explanation. Meanwhile, Bai Dong, brimming with indignation, awaited the other's elucidation. After a brief respite, Yu Xiaojiang's mind raced, culminating in a revelation. He hastily articulated his thoughts. However, the words that escaped his lips bore no resemblance to his initial intentions. Indeed, the true words Gu possessed a peculiar trait, once spoken, that would continue unabated. What does a man desire? Naturally, power, wealth, status, and beauty. As Yu Xiaojiang, unable to ascend to the rank of soul master, found himself distanced from these aspirations. Bai Dong, the saintess of the spirit hall, possessed a remarkably innocent and naive disposition, which Yu Xiaojiang adeptly manipulated with mere words, extracting invaluable knowledge of the spirit hall from her. His feelings for Bai Dong were genuine, albeit sincerely deceptive. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong felt as though struck by lightning. Chapter 85, The Spirit Hall Pope. Bai Dong ascends to power. Bai Dong remained silent, her expression darkening ominously, an aura of menace enveloping her. Unable to contain her simmering rage, she abruptly rose from her seat. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Dong delivered a resounding slap, instantly knocking out one of Yu Xiaojiang's prominent front teeth. No woman relishes being deceived, particularly not a young woman, and even more so when she is the saintess of the spirit hall. Witnessing this scene, Qian Yunxiao's countenance darkened with an air of solemn displeasure. He had not compelled Yu Xiaojiang to utter falsehoods, rather, under the influence of the truth Gu. Everything Yu Xiaojiang articulated stemmed from his innermost thoughts. In essence, this fellow had been deceiving Bibi Dong from the very beginning, seeking to pilfer the treasures of the spirit hall. Although Qian Yunxiao's current affiliations with the spirit hall were tenuous at best, he still bore the Qian surname. To the world, Qian Yunxiao was the second prince of the spirit hall.